So, today was supposed to be my big day. Yeah, me, Su Pangya, getting married. But guess what? That scrawny guy, he Tong Sheng, ran away. Can you believe it? On our wedding day. I was so furious I wanted to chase him down with my pig slaughtering knife. But then, my luck being what it is, I tripped and hit my head so hard I blacked out. When I came to, my dad, Su Chung, was shaking me like a madman, crying for me to wake up. My brother, Su Erga, was all, "Sis, that guy ran off to town." I fainted again.
Typical, right?
But my dad? Oh no, he wasn't having it. He grabbed my brother and went off to find me a husband, like literally to catch one. They scouted the nearby villages, but everyone locked their doors. Not giving up, they hit the main road and stumbled upon some bandits fighting a masked bodyguard. After the poor guy took down 8 of them and was all battered, my dad and brother jumped him, stuffed him in a sack, and dragged him home. Oh, and they also found something in a carriage, but I wasn't ready for what came next. When they got back, I was still trying to figure out my new situation. You see, I'm not just Su Pangya anymore. I've got memories of being a military doctor and sniper in another life. Now I'm stuck in this big, lazy, rude body with a dad and brother who love me, but are absolute menaces. So,
Back to the drama.
my dad comes in, all proud, and announces, "Daughter, I found you a better husband. Way better looking than that he Tong Sheng." And I'm like, "Wait, you actually kidnapped someone?" Then he goes, "Also, good news. You don't have to have kids. Your new husband already brought some along."
What? Kids?
This makes no sense. But sure enough, my brother drags in not 1, not 2, but 3 little kids, all clutching their tiny bags and looking at me like I'm their new mom. "Buy 1, get 3 free," my dad says with a grin.
Surprise.
I don't even know where to begin fixing this mess. When I woke up in this strange world, my life immediately turned into chaos. My dad, Su Chung, is like some high-efficiency marriage machine. First day here and he's already caught me a husband and 3 kids, too. Honestly, I think I stayed single for 27 years in my past life because I didn't have someone like him running around helping. Anyway, I fainted again after seeing the kids. Not because I'm weak or anything, but this body I'm in now. Not great. Turns out I gave myself a mild concussion just by turning my head too fast. My dad, of course, thought I fainted from excitement. Sure, let's go with that. When I finally woke up later, the house was empty. Apparently, my dad took my brother and the kids to the village to hand out red eggs and collect wedding gifts. Bold move, considering the villagers hate us for crashing their parties and never contributing. But that's my dad for you. Meanwhile, I was starving. This new body doesn't handle hunger well, so I dragged myself to the kitchen. It was a disaster. Cracked walls, leaking roof, and the food? Unrecognizable. Still, I cleaned up, cooked some sweet potato soup, and made leek and egg dumplings. I even saved some for my dad and brother because, apparently, the original me was the family's priority when it came to food. Just as I was about to eat, I heard a thud. Curious, I went to check and found a man lying on the floor, clearly injured. He had broad shoulders, a slim waist, and expensive-looking clothes. Definitely not from around here. That's when it hit me, he must be the husband my dad dragged home. I couldn't help myself. I flipped him over to inspect the goods. But wait, wasn't he supposed to be 100 times better looking than that runaway he Tongshin? Because right now his face looked not great. Turns out he fell face first and ended up looking like a swollen pig. While I was checking his injuries, he woke up and immediately attacked me. Thanks to my past life training, I managed to block him and realized his arms and legs were tied. Smart move, me. After pinning him down, literally sitting on his arm, I asked if he planned to hurt me again. He gritted his teeth and asked who I was and what I wanted. I made up a story about my family rescuing him and me checking his injuries. He wasn't buying it, especially when he saw his pants were loose. "Checking injuries requires taking off my pants?" he asked, glaring. I told him there was blood, so I needed to check. He wasn't amused, it wasn't even his blood. And that's how my new husband stared at me with a mix of disbelief and rage, while I casually admitted, honestly, it's not a great view. What a start to this new life. My day just keeps getting stranger. First, the injured guy my dad dragged home glared at me like he was ready to kill, but then he calmed down. I thought he'd given up, but it turns out he was just focusing on the 3 kids my dad claimed were his. He asked if my family had said anything else about why he was here. I mean, how was I supposed to tell him they said he was my husband and had already given me 3 kids? Before I could think of a good answer, his stomach growled. I offered him food, and even though he hesitated, he eventually accepted. I untied him, helped him sit up, and brought over some sweet potato soup and leek dumplings. Watching him eat was fascinating. His movements were so elegant, even though his face still looked like a swollen pig. The food must have surprised him because he ate more than I expected. His name's Wei Ting, by the way. That's what he said when I asked. He didn't talk much after that, but I could tell he wasn't just some random guy. His injuries were bad, deep cuts and bruises, some possibly causing internal bleeding. He must have been in serious fights before, given the cold, deadly aura around him. I don't know what kind of trouble my dad brought into our home this time, but it's big. After feeding him, I cleaned up and collapsed into bed. My body isn't exactly fit, just eating, working, and moving around leaves me exhausted. I even dreamed about my old life in the base's medical lab, grabbing supplies to treat his wounds. When I woke up, I was holding an emergency kit. Yeah, somehow, I'd brought it back from my dream. I panicked and hid it under the blanket just as my dad and brother came home. They'd been busy showing off the 3 little kids in the village, and even went to town to buy me snacks. The kids were sleeping when they got here, but when I finally got a good look at them, I couldn't believe it. These weren't just cute kids, they were absolutely gorgeous, like tiny sculptures carved out of jade. I poked their cheeks, soft and squishy, until they opened their eyes. Something felt off, though. It was like they'd been pretending to sleep the whole time, letting my dad and brother carry them like tools. Were they really this sneaky? I'm starting to think I've got my hands full with more than just Wei Ting. When those 3 little kids hopped off and shyly hid behind my brother, Su Ergu, I couldn't help but smile. They were so cute, peeking at me with their round little faces. I asked their names, but they just hid, acting all shy like little mimosa plants folding up. My heart melted a bit. While I was still trying to figure out what to do with these kids, my dad, Su Chung, started unpacking the stuff he bought from town. The kids perked up immediately, nosily peering into his basket. Turns out they were looking for sugar-coated hawthorn sticks. My dad reluctantly handed them over, half-eaten ones, because, apparently, the kids had already bitten into them on the way back. The kids ran off to share their treat with the guy my dad dragged home, but they came out screaming in no time. Turns out Wei Ting, the so-called handsome husband, looked so bad after falling on his face that even his own kids didn't recognize him. My dad and Ergu went to check, and were equally shocked. What happened to the good-looking man, they both asked. All I could do was lean against the doorframe and sarcastically say, "This is the guy who's supposed to be 100 times better looking than Yi Tongshin?" After some awkward clearing of throats, my dad tried to bribe me with my favorite osmanthus cake. Fancy stuff, but I knew our money was supposed to be gone after the wedding disaster. When I asked about it, he proudly declared that he'd funded it with gift money, which, knowing my dad, probably meant extorting the villagers. Later, I brought out the red sweet potato soup and leek dumplings I made. Ergo was so shocked I'd cooked that he nearly didn't eat. But when he finally tried it, his expression changed completely. It was too good. I left them the osmanthus cake, claiming I was starting a diet, and retreated to my room, leaving my dad and Ergo both baffled. That night, I finally got to work. The emergency kit I somehow brought from my dream was real, and I decided to use it to treat Wei Ting. His injuries were worse than they looked, but I managed to clean, stitch, and bandage him up. He barely stayed conscious throughout, but I knew he was tough. He'd survive. This morning, I decided to start fresh. After steaming some sweet potato pancakes, I grabbed a basin of dirty clothes and headed to the river to wash them. It was early, but plenty of people were already there. When they saw me, though, everyone froze. Apparently, seeing me, Su Panya, up at dawn doing chores was so shocking that they scattered like frightened chickens. Honestly, I couldn't help but shrug. What did they think I was here to do? Rob them? Washing clothes wasn't easy, especially with this body of mine. By the time I was done, I was sweating buckets. On the way back, I bumped into Lu Shan's daughter-in-law, who dropped her washing stick out of fear. I picked it up and handed it to her. The poor woman looked ready to faint, but I just left without saying anything. Small steps, I guess. Back at home, the three little ones were awake, wandering around barefoot and thinly dressed. They tried to wake the others, my brother Ergu, Dad, and even Wei Ting, but no luck. I found them staring hungrily at a neighbor's kid, Neodon, who was eating a sugar egg and showing off. That little brat ran off the moment he saw me. I brought the kids home, dressed them properly, and made them each a sugar egg. They were too thin for their age, which didn't make sense given Wei Ting's expensive-looking clothes. Something wasn't right. After feeding them, I checked on Wei Ting. He was still weak, so I gave him his medicine and let him sleep. Later, I woke Ergu and told him to look after the house while I headed to the market. Dad had blown most of the money on snacks for me, leaving us with barely enough for the household. I needed to figure out how to earn some cash. On the way, I ran into He Tongsheng, my runaway groom. He was with his scholar friends, and the moment he saw me, he acted like I was stalking him. I wasn't going to waste time arguing. I just calmly held out my hand and asked for the bride price back. He panicked, claiming he'd already spent some of it.
I didn't back down.
If you don't return it, we'll take this to the authorities, I said, watching his face turn red. He tried to shame me, but I threw it right back at him. What's the big deal? You agreed to the match, took the money, and then ran. If anything, you're the one who should be embarrassed. By the end, he was trembling with anger. But I wasn't letting him off the hook. That money wasn't his to keep, and I was determined to get it back, one way or another. He Tong was so angry that he fell backwards. Since he was a child, he has always been the smartest and proudest one in the village. How could he have been humiliated like this? Is this still the fat guy from the Su family who only knows how to chop people with a knife? When did you become so eloquent? The two classmates and the people around them also gathered around. Su Pengyao's words were sharp and clear. Even if they didn't know about it beforehand, they now understood the cause and effect. It turns out that this scholar was deceived by the matchmaker, and then he regretted the engagement on the wedding day, and now he refuses to return the betrothal gift. Girl, how much dowry does he owe you? 20 taels. There were gasps all around. It only costs 2 taels of silver to marry a daughter-in-law. Although a live-in son-in-law is more expensive, it won't be more than 6 taels. Considering that he is a scholar and handsome, the maximum he can give is 10 taels, no more. But everyone's eyes fell on Su Pengyao's fat body, and they roughly understood why such a high price was offered. In the countryside, and one wants this kind of face.
Shubanya.
Don't you see what kind of person you are? He Tongsheng said angrily. Su Pengyao said calmly, what kind of virtue am I? Have I delayed the payment of the betrothal gift you owe my family? Everyone couldn't help but nod secretly. This fat girl had excellent logic and never let that scholar lead her by the nose. She spoke based on facts and had solid reasons. On the other hand, the scholar was so provoked that he lost his composure and even started insulting a little girl in the street. The difference in IQ and vision between the two is immediately apparent. At this moment, even the two classmates couldn't help but frown at He Tongsheng. There were more and more strange looks from all around. He Tong said angrily, Tell me, maybe you and the matchmaker worked together to trick me into coming here? Yes, that must be the case. Su Pengyao nodded. In that case, we will meet in court. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the yamen. If He Tongsheng thought she was threatening him, well, he guessed right. There was a man of unknown origin in the family. How could she let the people in the government pay attention to the Su family without finding out his true identity? But from the conversation just now, He Tongsheng didn't know that she already had a husband. Otherwise, with his face, he would definitely call her shameless. He Tongsheng is a scholar. If he is tarnished because of this incident, he will most likely lose the chance to pass the imperial examination. Stop. He Tongsheng threatened, your Su family is a tyrant in the village and has done so many bad things. If you really go to the government office, can you get out? Su Pengya ignored him. In psychological warfare, a stupid scholar is not enough to fill her teeth. Sure enough, when they reached the corner, He Tongsheng gritted his teeth and chased after him. Shufati. Su Pengya smiled. Have you decided to pay back the money? The person was still the same person, but for some reason, this smile made He Tongsheng dazed for a moment, and he had the illusion that Su Pengya was full of charm. He turned around and said in a condescending tone, I can return half of the money to you, and this matter is over. You dropped something. Su Pengya looked at his feet.
What?
He lowered his head to look for it. Face. He Tongsheng. Brother officer. Su Pengya walked towards the constable who was patrolling and getting wine at the wine shop opposite. He Tongsheng's eyebrows jumped. 10, 15 taels. 15 taels should be fine. Su Pengya seemed not to hear and continued walking towards the constable. 18 taels. Su Pengya came to the constable. What's the matter? Asked the constable. I'll give it to you. He Tongsheng stamped his feet. Su Pengya smiled slightly. I want to ask the officer how to get to Jinji. Su Pengya took the 5 taels of silver she had looted from He Tongsheng and asked him to write an IOU for the remaining 15 taels, requiring him to pay it back within 3 days. Then Su Pengya went to the clothing store. Buying clothes was not part of the original plan. After all, 200 coins are not a lot. Now that she had some money, she thought about buying some country clothes for Wei Ting and the 3 little ones. Are you buying it for your husband and children? The proprietress was very enthusiastic.
Shupanya smiled.
After coming out of the clothing shop, he had only 4 taels of silver left in his hand. She went to the grain store again and bought 20 kilograms of cornmeal, 10 kilograms of flour, and 10 kilograms of rice. When I went to buy meat, the stall was almost closing. How much is the bacon? She asked. The butcher was a young man. He said 50 cents a pound. All good meat. So expensive. My price is the cheapest. If you ask other shops, it'll be at least 60 cents. Where's the fresh meat? Su Pengya asked. The butcher said it's closed now. If you want it, I'll give it to you at 10 cents a pound. In ancient times, salt was expensive, the cost of bacon was high, and the price was naturally high. Su Pengya decided to buy fresh ribs and pork belly and cook it herself when she got home. Seeing her buy dozens of kilograms at once, the butcher smiled and asked, Girl, here is another set of pig offal. If you don't mind, take it. I'm closing my stall anyway. Pig offal was a delicacy in the past, but it was not so popular in ancient times, mainly because people did not know how to cook it. Of course, it is not so exaggerated that no one would buy it even if it was thrown away. After all, poor people can only eat meat a few times a year, and pig offal is at least a little meat. Thank you. To make bacon, salt and spices are indispensable. By the time Su Pengya finished shopping, it was almost afternoon. Su Pengya couldn't move so many things back by herself. She was lucky enough to run into Old Li, who was driving an ox cart at the market entrance. Old Li had just sold 2 old hens and bought 2 pounds of brown sugar for his grandson and pregnant daughter-in-law. He also brought some New Year's goods for the villagers.
Uncle Li. Su Pengya greeted him.
Old Li pulled the ox cart and ran away. Su Pengya blocked his way. Uncle Li, I need to go back to the village. Please give me a ride. In the past, Su Pengya was not so polite. She would always call him Old Li without saying hello and just sat down on the seat. If you are lucky, Su Pengya won't pay for the ride. If she is unlucky, Su Pengya will even extort some money from Old Li. Old Li cursed himself for being unlucky. He was just extorted for his share of the money yesterday, and now he encountered the same thing again today. He would not think that Su Pengya would show mercy just because she was polite to him. Old Li was about to cry, but what could he do? If he made this little bully unhappy, there were 2 more powerful bullies in the Su family. Old Li had a sad face and asked Su Pengya to get on the ox cart with all the goods. When they were halfway back to the village, the ox cart was stopped. There were 3 ruffians in the town. The leader was called Brother Dao, who was a few years younger than Su Chung and had been released from the government office not long ago. He turned the knife in his hand, glanced at Su Pengya, and smiled unexpectedly. "Oh, isn't this Brother Su's daughter? What a coincidence." Old Li's face changed. "It's over, everyone. He's going to lose this cart of stuff." Su Pengya smiled. "Uncle Dao, what a coincidence. As far as I can remember, that's what the original owner called him.
His real name is Zhang Dao.
He used to be a bodyguard with Su Ching many years ago. One became a gangster in the town, and the other became a bully in the village. The two had some contact in the first few years, but later they gradually became estranged. Perhaps it was the call of Uncle Dao that made Zhang Dao feel comfortable." He smiled and asked, "How is your father these days?" Su Pengya said, "Same old. I see Uncle Dao is getting more energetic." She could say a lot of polite words, but I didn't know if he had the patience to listen. Of course, Zhang Dao didn't have the time for that. He came here to do business, not to chat with an unfamiliar fat girl. He said straight to the point, "My little niece, I know your father, and you called me uncle, so forget it today." As he said this, he turned his malicious eyes to Old Li and said, "Old man, my brothers and I are a little short of money recently. Can you lend us some money?" Old Li rejected it in his heart. The ox cart contained not only his family's belongings, but also those of his fellow villagers. If they were stolen, he wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. His daughter-in-law was about to give birth, and his wife asked him to sell the last 2 old hens in the house. The money he had was for his daughter-in-law to give birth to the baby. What should we do? Brothers, go. Okay, Brother Dao. Uncle Dao. Su Pengya said calmly. There are my things on the ox cart.
Oh?
Zhang Dao made a gesture, and the two stopped moving. He looked at Su Pengya with a half-smile. Which ones are my niece's things? Su Pengya smiled slightly. All of them. Zhang Dao frowned, and the expression on his face turned cold. Old Li looked at Su Pengya in surprise. Of course, he didn't think that Su Pengya was protecting him. He just thought that Su Pengya was very brave and dared to steal things from the thugs in the town. Zhang Dao came in front of Su Pengya. Su Pengya was sitting and he was standing. He stared at Su Pengya and asked, "Are you sure that everything in the car is yours?" "Uncle Dao, if you don't believe me, you can ask him," Su Pengya said calmly, as if she didn't feel the threat in his eyes and tone. Zhang Dao sneered. "My niece is a little different from before." Su Pengya smiled. "You've grown up. What a calm girl." Zhang Dao looked at Old Li standing beside him. Old Li lowered his head and said nothing. It didn't matter whether it was Su Pengya or these men. It was all the same to him. Su Pengya said, "Uncle Dao said it wouldn't be difficult for me. You won't break your promise, right?" Zhang Dao clenched his fist and grabbed Old Li by the collar. "Hand over the silver you have." Old Li reached into his purse, but only pulled out a few coins. Where was his money? Su Pengya said with regret, "It seems Uncle Dao is unlucky today." Zhang Dao clenched his left fist and made a creaking sound. Humph. He let go of Old Li in a rage. Su Pengya said with a smile, "Uncle Dao, take care." Then he said to Old Li calmly, "Why don't you go back to the village quickly? How long do you want my father to wait?" Old Li feels sorry for his 200 copper coins. His hard-earned money was taken away by someone with dirty hands. Su Pengya immediately grabbed the whip and drove the ox cart away. Zhang Dao looked at the ox cart passing by him with a cold face. Suddenly, he smelled the aroma of sorghum wine. Su Chung doesn't drink. He shouted, "Stop right there." Oops. The truth is out. Zhang Dao has never been a good person. He gave Su Chung some face not because of their past friendship, but because they didn't interfere with each other. But this girl actually lied to him. She treated him like a fool. He had no choice but to teach this girl a lesson. Brother, that little girl. Give her a lesson, make her kowtow a few times, and let her keep her things. They know this. It's quite skilled, isn't it? 2 burly men strode towards Su Pengya. An ox cart is not a horse-drawn carriage that can run at high speed in an instant. Therefore, when Su Pengya found out that she was exposed, she knew that a fierce battle was inevitable. She looked at the shadow on the ground, picked up the big pig's trotter she had just bought, and threw it backwards. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Hit directly in the face. The strong man fell backwards heavily, his head buzzing, and stars in his eyes. However, this move could only knock down one person, and the other grabbed Su Pengya's sleeve. Su Pengya kicked him, without saying a word. Not everyone can withstand a kick from a 200-pound fat man. One of the opponent's ribs was broken on the spot, and he fell to the ground and spit out blood. These two are relatively easy to deal with, but Zhang Dao is not. He was a real martial artist who had been to the government office and killed people. With Su Pengya's current chubby body, she was no match for him at all. The first move was to knock Su Pengya down from Chinatown. Fortunately, she had a lot of fat, so she wasn't hurt. But Zhang Dao's second move came again. Su Pengya could have dodged it, but behind her was Old Li. If this knife hit the frail Old Li, he would be dead. Su Pengya gritted her teeth and raised her chubby arms to block it. I managed to block it, but the back of my hand was scratched. This is forcing me to use my ultimate move. Su Pengya gritted her teeth and shouted behind Zhang Dao. Dad, you're here. Zhang Dao turned around. When he realized that he had been tricked, he turned around to catch Su Pengya, but there was no trace of Su Pengya. Where is the fat guy? The heavy footsteps, one step at a time, made the ground seem to tremble. Zhang Dao's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head. Come on. My strength is as great as that of a mountain. My spirit is as unmatched as that of the world. Su Pengya stepped onto the ox cart, used the force to jump, and sat down on Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao was knocked unconscious by the sitting, and he lay on the ground like a toad, his tongue hanging out, his eyes rolling. Su Pengya was so exhausted that she lay on the ground gasping for breath. This body is too fat, too fat, too fat. In her previous life, she could have defeated 8 people with bare hands, but she wouldn't have been out of breath like this. She wants to lose weight, starve to death. On the way back, Su Pengya was aloof the whole time, like a demon. Old Li just thought she had had a fight with someone and was in a bad mood. He drove the ox cart to the door of the Su family and waited for Su Pengya to take away all the things on the cart. But Su Pengya only took her own things and then closed the door coldly. He was stunned. Su Pengya fought desperately with those people, not to grab these things. He sat back on the ox cart in a daze. He seemed to step on something, and when he looked down, it was his lost purse. That's not right. He had looked for it just now, and it was clearly not on the ox cart. He looked at the closed door of the Su family, and his eyes became complicated. After Su Pengya returned home, she went straight into her room. She was hurt. I had suffered knife and gunshot wounds in my previous life, so it was no big deal. But she ignored the fact that this body's pain nerves were abnormally developed. Compared with her previous life, she was at least 10 times more afraid of pain. Now that there was no one around, she finally couldn't hold it anymore. She looked at the injured back of her hand and cried out. It hurts so much it was almost dark when Old Li returned home. Qian sat on the doorstep feeding her grandson, glancing anxiously outside from time to time. Why hasn't your grandfather come back yet? Qian muttered. I went there so early in the morning. Could it be that the old hens couldn't be sold? Grandpa. The 3-year-old grandson pointed at the tired old man laying in the night and said. Qian hurriedly brought her grandson into the house and asked her daughter-in-law to feed him, while she took small steps to pick up Old Li. Why are you back so late? Have you sold the chickens? She looked towards the car. Sold it, said Old Li. Where are the things for the villagers? She asked again. They've all been bought and delivered, replied Old Li. Qian looked at him strangely. I think something is wrong with you. What's wrong? Thinking about what happened along the way, Old Li felt mixed emotions. I came back today. With Fatty. Qian gasped. That girl blackmailed you for money. No, she didn't blackmail me. She rode in your car for nothing again.
No.
Old Lee opened his purse and counted the coins. Not only was there not a single copper missing, but there were 10 more. She paid for the taxi. Qian opened her mouth. Old Lee added, she also drove away the hooligans in the town. Qian became mute. Su family. Su Pengya's tears were streaming down her face. It wasn't that she wanted to cry, it was her body's instinct. Not only are the pain nerves in this body different from those of ordinary people, but the tear glands are also extremely developed, to the point where they cannot be controlled at all. In her previous life in the army, she had excellent performance in all aspects, including physical fitness, shooting, and combat, and she almost always got first place. She always thought that she worked hard enough, and now it seems that her efforts are real, but her strong physical fitness and genes are innate. After this body had cried enough, Su Pengya took out iodine to disinfect herself, and then went to the kitchen. Su Chung and Su Ergo lit a fire in the kitchen, boiled some hot water, and washed the hair and bathed the 3 little kids. The door was closed tightly, so I couldn't hear anything outside. When Su Pengya pushed the door open, Su Chung was educating 3 little kids with a serious face. From now on, your name is Su Dahu. Your name is Su Arrow. Your name is Su Xiaohu. Su Erga squatted behind the stove, adding firewood to the stove and roasting some sweet potatoes. The wind came with the light. Su Chung felt cold, turned his head and said in surprise, Dia, you're back. Aren't you happy when you see your daughter? The 3 little kids also looked at Su Pengya looking silly and cute, very adorable. Sister. Su Erga called out. Su Pengya's eyes swept across the messy kitchen. Very good. One day, without seeing you, it has become a major car accident scene again. You guys are not allowed to enter the kitchen from now on. Dad, Ergu. Family members should greet each other. She closed the door, and the room became warm again. Su Chung used his foot to hook a small stool over for his daughter to sit on. Su Pengya sat down. Dad, were you naming them just now? Su Chung said, yes, Su Dahu, Su Eru, Su Xiaohu. What do you think? The names my father gave me are nice. Thinking of her own name and Su Erga's name, Su Pengya basically gave up any hope in Su Cheng's naming skills. Su Pengya asked, don't you think it sounds like you and Ergu are from the same generation? Su Qingdao, is there? Forget it, call me whatever you want, they are just nicknames anyway. Thinking of something, Su Pengya asked again, how do you know who is the eldest, the second, and the third among them? Su Chung let their hair down, pointed at the heads of the 3 people, and said confidently, 1 swirl, 2 swirls, 3 swirls, the eldest, the second, and the third.
Shobanya.
Old man Su continued to bathe the 3 little kids. Su Pengya went to Wei Ting's room to change the medicine for Wei Ting. The wound was okay. She had sewed it up beautifully, but he still had a low-grade fever and was very weak. After treating the 2 serious injuries, Su Pengya applied anti-inflammatory and analgesic ointment to the other minor injuries on his body. Ugh, I'm really tired. Su Pengya sat down on the edge of the bed. I worked all morning, bought things all morning, and fought all the way. I was exhausted.
His Wei Ting gasped.
Su Pengya hummed. Are you awake? Wei Ting slowly opened his eyes, a hint of vigilance flashing across his eyes. Su Pengya snorted. Who are you guarding against?
You are a fish on the chopping board now.
It is easier to crush you to death than to crush an ant. Wei Ting clenched his fists and closed his eyes. Su Pengya looked at the dishes and chopsticks on the stool. These were the 2 steamed sweet potato cakes she had brought in before leaving, and only half of them was left. Were you awake during the day?
She asked.
Wei Ting has more than just woken up. I also had in-depth discussions with her family. He already knew that the 3 children were also here. Yesterday, when he asked where the children were, this woman actually lied and said she didn't know. She made him worry for so long in vain. Does my dad know? Su Pengya asked. Wei Ting gave her a look as if she was a fool. Su Pengya coughed lightly. It seems that he has been here. Did he say anything to you? Wei Ting's eyes were cold. He said someone attacked me, and he drove the other person away, saved me and the child, and asked me to marry him and become your Su family's son-in-law. Ahem. Su Pengya choked. Then what do you think? Wei Ting sneered. Do you think I don't know that the person who attacked me from behind is your father? He didn't see it, but he heard the other person's voice before he fainted. You want me to marry a thief and recognize him as my father? Dream on. This. It would be very embarrassing. Su Pengya scratched her head angrily.
Wei Ting snorted coldly.
Suddenly, Su Pengya stretched out her chubby little hand towards him. What? He asked warily. Su Pengya raised her double chin and looked down at him condescendingly. Although my father kidnapped you, I also punished you, so we're even. Since you don't intend to marry me, we have to settle the score between us. Food, accommodation, medical care, and nursing fees are 20 taels a day. 500 taels a month. Childcare is 100 taels, so 300 taels for 3 children. Pay now, no credit. Crunch, the door was pushed open. Su Chung walked in. Dia, the children are done washing. Huh? Is the son-in-law awake? Wei Ting, where is your moral integrity? I promised that I would never marry a thief and never acknowledge a thief as my father. How come you changed your mind in the blink of an eye? Su Pengya was speechless. Su Chung was very receptive to being called dad and responded calmly. Are you hungry? Okay, I'll go make something to eat.
No.
Su Pengya wanted to call him, but Su Chung had already turned and left. After Su Chung went to the kitchen, the smile on Wei Ting's face disappeared instantly, and he returned to his cold and indifferent attitude. Su Pengya's chubby face darkened. You did it on purpose. Wei Ting glanced at her coldly. What else? Do you really think I would be willing to be your husband? Su Pengya gnashed her teeth and said, If you don't want to do it, I'm not willing to do it. I'll send you to the government office right away. Let's see how you behave. Wei Ting said calmly, The whole village knows that you and I are married. If I go to the government office, aren't you afraid that it will bring trouble to you? What's going on? Did you even tell him about getting married? Su Pengya said angrily, What am I afraid of? Go out and ask around. Is my courage due to fear? Wei Ting raised his eyes with pride but elegance. Really? Who was the crybaby hiding in the house and crying so hard that he was out of breath just now?
Shobanya.
Su Pengya said seriously. It's not me. I didn't. Wei Ting sneered. Yes, it's not you. The puppy is crying. Su Pengya wanted to bite him to death. Wait, this guy heard her crying. Does that mean he woke up a long time ago? I just changed his dressing and took his temperature, and he was pretending to be dead the whole time. Very good. You do the first thing. Don't blame me for the 15th. Social death, right? Come on. Let's do it together. Wei Ting laughed sarcastically. Isn't it? Hee hee. Su Pengya went to her room and took out a small bronze mirror and placed it in front of him. Wei Ting didn't understand what she meant by this, but he still subconsciously looked into the bronze mirror. Then his body shook. Seeing someone looking like he was struck by lightning, Su Pengya felt relieved. Leaving a check. No. Medicine. She walked out of the house refreshed and couldn't help but pull up her pants. Su Pengya went to the kitchen and said she would cook dinner herself. She really couldn't bear to see Old Man Su and Su Ergo wrecking the kitchen that she had worked so hard to clean up. The two had no objection to this, and could even be said to agree very much with it. Originally, they felt sorry for their daughter, sister, but after eating the food cooked by Su Pengya, they found it hard to swallow the food cooked by Su Chung. Especially at noon, when Su Pengya was not there, the family was forced to eat Su Cheng's cooking again. The taste is simply amazing. Su Pengya made a pot of braised pork, a bowl of tofu and pork intestines, a large bowl of steamed egg, 3 small bowls of steamed eggs, a plate of fried cabbage, and some cold shredded radish. Looking at the table full of food, Su Ergo was dumbfounded. Is our family going to celebrate the New Year? No, I didn't eat such good food during Chinese New Year. The 3 little kids couldn't wait any longer and were drooling as they sat around the table. The meal is eaten in the kitchen. First, it is warm, and second, the kitchen uses a small low table, which the 3 little kids can reach by sitting on stools. Wei Ting needed a light diet, so Su Pengya cooked some cabbage and lean meat porridge for him and asked Erguzi to serve him a bowl of steamed egg. After Erguzi came back, the family started the meal officially. But when Su Chung and Su Erga saw the big bowl of tofu pudding and pork intestines, they didn't dare to pick up their chopsticks. They ate it once at a relative's house, and it was terrible. Why don't you eat? Su Pengya looked at the two of them strangely. The three little kids couldn't eat it because it was too spicy, but these two had strong tastes. Su Erga gritted his teeth and took a piece of food with chopsticks. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly put it into Su Cheng's bowl. Dad, you eat first. Su Cheng's mouth twitched, and he picked up the pig intestines and put them in Su Erga's bowl. You eat it. Sister, eat it. Su Erga passed some to Su Pengya again. Su Pengya said, I'm on a diet, so I can't eat this. After a pause, she looked at Su Chung in surprise. Dad, you don't dare to eat it, do you? Su Chung hesitated and said, How could it be? Su Pengya whimpered. Then you just don't love me anymore.
Su Cheng's chatter. Haha.
Su Pengya was amused by Su Cheng's reaction and bent forward and backward. Su Erga looked at his sister in confusion. He was afraid that his sister might have a serious illness, the kind that had a broken brain. Su Pengya continued to eat contentedly. This family is so fun. In my previous life, I grew up in a very serious family. My mother was a businesswoman, and my father was a scientific research professor. One of them had endless meetings to attend, and the other had endless research to do. The house is quiet and deserted, and the only people I can see are the secretary and the nanny. She also once thought that she was a serious and rigorous person. It turns out that she also has a bad taste. Su Chung and Su Ergo naturally started eating it in the end, and they couldn't stop. Neither of them gave in to the last piece of pig intestines. Su Pengya took her away mercilessly. Aren't you trying to lose weight? The two looked at her resentfully. Su Pengya spread her hands. I have already lost weight for a day, so I will reward myself. I will lose weight again tomorrow. By the way, I also finished the remaining half plate of braised pork.
Su Cheng.
Su Ergo. After dinner, Su Pengya cleaned the remaining meat and offal, smeared them with salt, and hung them on a rack in the backyard. Su Pengya did not hide where she got the money to buy so many things, and told He Tongxing to return the betrothal gift.
There are still 15 taels left.
He wrote an IOU and asked to return it within 3 days. While Su Ergo was helping her dry her meat, he snorted coldly. He's smart. If he dares to default on his debt, I'll go to his house and beat him to death. Su Pengya washed her hands and took out the clothes she had bought from the town. She herself did not know needlework, so all the clothes she bought were ready-made ones. She had to try them on, and if they did not fit, she would take them to town the next day to have them altered or exchanged. Dad, are you there? Su Pengya knocked on the door.
Yes.
Su Chung said. Su Pengya pushed the door open and walked in. Su Chung was sitting on a small stool, lighting a dim oil lamp, and clumsily mending a cotton coat of Su Ergu. The original owner's mother passed away early, and Su Chung played both father and mother. He was also the one who mended the clothes at home when they were torn. Although the patch looked ugly, it always made the villagers laugh at it. What's the matter, Dia? Su Chung asked. Su Pengya looked at the needle holes on Su Cheng's rough fingers and said, Erga has grown up. This cotton coat is too small. There is no need to mend it. I bought him a new one.
Ah.
Okay. Su Chung was surprised. This was the first time Su Dia bought clothes for Su Ergo. In the past, when she went out, she would buy food or makeup for herself. Su Chung thought she came here to talk about this matter, so he put Erga's clothes aside and picked up his old cotton padded jacket. His cotton coat was the most worn. You don't need to make up for it,
Su Pengya said.
Su Chung was stunned. Su Pengya said, It's not the expensive kind. When I have money in the future, I will buy you a better one. Su Pengya, it's just a piece of clothing, that's not it. Su Cheng's nose felt sore, and his throat was choked with sobs. This is the first time you make clothes for Dad.
But
it's all the same. But I feel it is very different. Su Pengya looked at Father Su and didn't know what to do for a moment. The domineering leader of Xinghua village had such a reaction when he received the cotton padded clothes from his daughter. You made me unable to accept it. Su Chenglao was very relieved, with tears flashing in his eyes. It's different when you get married. My daughter has grown up. Don't worry, I will be good to my son-in-law. No, what does this have to do with Wei Ting? The clothes she bought. The guy didn't even move a finger. What are you doing to him?
Just beat him.
Daya, it's getting late. You should go and have some rest.
Su Cheng said to Supanga. Oh.
Su Pengya said, then you should go to bed early too.
Su Cheng nari.
Su Pengya turned and walked out. As the door closed, a wow sound came from inside. It was old man Su holding the cotton-padded jacket his daughter had given him. The rude man was crying. Su Pengya's chubby body trembled. Do the villagers know that you are such a bully, Su? Su Pengya went to the backyard to look for Su Ergu again. Su Ergu was taking a cold shower in the backyard. Su Ching taught him this. He said that taking cold showers in winter can improve physical fitness. Su Ergu hadn't taken a hot bath since he was 8 years old, and he was in great shape. Su Pengya seriously suspected that Su Chum was just too lazy to heat water for Su Ergu to take a bath. Ergu, sister? Su Ergu had just poured a basin of cold water on his head when he saw Su Pengya coming over. The wind was freezing, and he was only wearing a pair of wet shorts. Su Pengya felt cold just looking at him. I bought you a cotton-padded jacket. I'll bring it to your room later. Try it on after you take a shower. If it doesn't fit, tell me and I'll take it to town to get altered. Okay. Su Ergu readily agreed and continued to take a shower in the wooden basin. Seeing that Su Pengya had not left and was still staring at him, he couldn't help but ask, Sister, do you have anything else to do? Su Pengya looked at him cautiously and asked, Do you want to cry?
Huh?
Su Ergu was stunned and shook his head. I don't want to. Why should I cry? Su Pengya waved her hand. It's okay then. Go in and take a shower quickly. Don't catch a cold. It seems that Su Ergu is the only one in the family who doesn't cry easily, but being silly has its advantages. Su Pengya went to Su Ergu's house. 3 little kids were sitting cross-legged on the bed, playing with wooden blocks. This was a game that the original owner and Su Ergu had played when they were young. Today, Su Chung took great pains to find it out of the box. It was somewhat similar to a jigsaw puzzle, but not so standardized. The children don't cry or make a fuss, and can play on their own without anyone watching them. They are much easier to take care of than Nyodan next door. Su Pengya walked over holding the clothes. The 3 little ones looked up at her with cute eyes and a little shy. Su Pengya's aunt's heart was about to burst. Even though they have an unreliable dad, these 3 little kids are so cute. Cuter than the window dolls she bought in her previous life. Su Pengya placed a stack of new clothes on the bedside and took out 3 small sets of clothes for the 3 of them to change into. She had helped them with their clothes in the morning and knew their sizes roughly, so all the cotton-padded clothes she bought for them fit them well. Stand up and let me see, she said. The 3 of them stood up obediently and jumped up and down on the bed. The pants are the right size and won't get on my feet or fall down. Okay, that's enough for today. It's time to go to bed. Su Pengya put away the toys on the bed, made the quilt, took off the clothes of the 3 people, and stuffed them into the quilt one by one. She didn't know whether the 3 little kids were afraid of the dark, but she was afraid of it when she was a child. She left an oil lamp on the table and checked the corners of everyone's quilts. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, one of the 3 people suddenly called out Mom. Su Pengya stumbled and almost fell. Who called? She looked at the 3 little ones in the quilt in astonishment. The 3 looked at her innocently. She corrected him seriously. Don't yell, understand? I'm not your mother. The 3 little ones just looked at her. She sighed and said, Forget it, they're still young. I heard that children make random noises when they are just learning to speak. In previous lives, many preschool children would call strange girls mom. They should be like this too. Su Pengya went to Wei Ting's house last. She was not so polite to Wei Ting and just threw her clothes at him. Wei Ting was almost asleep when he was suddenly awakened. You snort. Su Pengya turned her head proudly and walked away without looking back. The next day, Su Pengya still tried hard to get up early. She peeled off the dressing on the back of her hand. The dressing was close in texture to the skin and could not be seen unless one looked closely, so no one in the family noticed her injury. The new medicine in the research building is really effective. Such a long wound healed overnight. It looks like it'll be back to normal in 2 days, and there will be no scars left. This is such a pleasant surprise. She put on a new dressing and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. To her surprise, except for the patient Wei Ting, everyone else got up and changed into the new cotton-padded clothes bought by Su Pengya. It's not strange for a child to wake up early, but don't Old Man Su and Su Erga not open their eyes until the sun is high in the sky? She used a lot of strength to pull Su Ergu out yesterday. It's a nice day today, let's go out for a walk. Su Qing said. Dad is right.
Su Erga said.
The 3 little ones also nodded. Su Pengya said, I haven't had breakfast yet. Come back and eat later. After saying that, Su Qing went out proudly with Su Ergu and the 3 little kids. The first villager I met was Aunt Zhou, who was digging radishes in the fields. Aunt Zhou grabbed the basket tightly and shouted, I have no money. Su Qing walked forward arrogantly and patted his sleeves, new clothes. Aunt Zhou looked puzzled. Su Qing, my daughter bought it. Su Ergu, my sister bought it. The 3 little ones, Mom bought them. Aunt Zhou. In a clinic in the town, the doctor treated Zhang Dao's last injury. 3 of his ribs were broken. Brother. One of the other 2 brothers fainted, and the other was lame. As usual, Su Pengya went to Wei Ting's room to punch in. The low fever has subsided, but the hematoma in the liver has not disappeared, and he is still a weak patient. Take your own medicine. Su Pengya put 2 anti-inflammatory pills and 3 hematoma-removing capsules in a bowl and handed them to him. She knew he was awake. What medicine did you give me? He had never seen such strange medicine. Su Pengya laughed. Oh, being my son-in-law is not enough. You also want to know my family's secret recipe? Who wants to inquire? Wei Ting turned his face away coldly. Su Laudi and Su Ergo were unaware that Su Pengya treated Wei Ting's injuries. They thought that Wei Ting survived by relying on the bottle of medicine he carried with him. Wei Ting thought that the father and son knew that Su Pengya was treating him. Although he was puzzled as to why a country girl was so proficient in the art of medicine, he had not yet become close enough to these bandit families to have a chat. Therefore, Su Pengya's vest was covered up. However, even if Su Pengya was exposed, she was not afraid. It was not difficult to fool Su Laudi and Su Ergu because of their blind love for her. On the contrary, Wei Ting is more difficult. When she finds a chance, she will definitely extort some secrets from him. There is meat at home, so for breakfast today, Su Pengya made a few pounds of steamed dumplings, boiled a pot of vegetable and pork ribs porridge, and roasted some sweet potatoes. Su Erga grilled some last night, and the little one seemed to like it very much. Since the whole family is up, Su Pengya plans to wait for them to come back and have breakfast together. But no matter how long I waited, there was no sign of anyone. Did you guys wander out of the village? Forget it, let's go collect some firewood first. As luck would have it, she ran into her next-door neighbor, Mrs. Wu, again. Xiao Wu also came to collect firewood, but she accidentally fell, and not only did the firewood scatter all over the ground, but her foot was also stuck. It was a big tree broken in the forest. It was difficult for an adult man to move it, let alone a skinny little Wu. Mrs. Wu was so anxious and in pain that tears came out. Unfortunately, she was timid and didn't dare to call for help loudly. Su Pengya didn't know how long she had been stuck, but she looked so thin and helpless that she looked really pitiful. Su Pengya walked over. When she saw her, Mrs. Wu trembled all over like a frightened rabbit. Su Pengya said nothing, but just walked around to one end of the big tree. He stood in horse stance and used all his strength to pick up the end of the tree. This is the power of fat people. If it were a 90-pound girl, she would definitely not be able to hold this big tree. Little Wu quickly moved her feet out.
Bang!
The tree fell heavily to the ground. I'm so tired. She didn't have breakfast. Su Pengya panted and came to Xiao Wu, squatted down, and checked her right foot. It's just a little bruise, nothing serious. Can you walk? Little Wu nodded timidly and bent down to pick up the firewood on the ground. Seeing her limping, Su Pengya sighed, helped her bundle the firewood, and carried it on her shoulders. Follow me. Little Wu stared blankly at the bully Su, who had snatched her firewood, and did not dare to disobey him. Su Pengya put the firewood at her doorstep and left. On the other side, Su Ergu came back with 3 little kids in high spirits. Sister, we are back. Su Pengya also just got home. Huh? Why are there only 4 of you? Where's Dad? Su Ergu saw the firewood at her feet and frowned. Sister, are you going to collect firewood? I can do this kind of work. Don't go up the mountain. I want to lose weight. Su Pengya said, You haven't told me where Daddy is. Su Ergu said, Oh, Dad was called to the town. Medical clinic. Brother Su, this way, please. A young man took Su Qing to the tea room on the 2nd floor. Brother Dao is waiting for you inside. Su Qing looked around and muttered, Why are you drinking tea in a place like this? The young man smiled and said nothing. Su Qing entered the house. The room was dark, and a strong smell of bruised wine and wound medicine filled the air. He frowned involuntarily. Zhang Dao sat on a mahogany chair, the dim light just right hiding the weakness and paleness on his face. He smiled and said, Brother Su is really a busy man. He hasn't come to see me for so many years. Su Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Dao said sternly, You are so unruly. Why don't you give Brother Su a seat? Yes. A show of force is an old trick in the underworld. Su Qing sat down calmly and asked Zhang Dao with a smile, Brother, what do you want to talk to me about today? Zhang Dao smiled faintly and said, Brother Su, you are being distant when you say this. Is it okay? Can't we 2 brothers just reminisce about the past?
You're just reminiscing about the past.
Before Su Qing finished speaking, Zhang Dao interrupted him. The 5th master sent someone to look for me a few days ago, asking if I would like to follow him to the capital. 5th master, a ruthless character that even the county magistrate doesn't dare to provoke easily. Su Qing stopped cursing and said with a smile, My brother has been taken care of by the 5th master, and his future is limitless. This man was sent by Master Wu. No wonder I looked so strange. Su Qing said with a smile, Brother, are you here to say goodbye to me? Come on. I'll treat you to a few drinks at Chunfeng Tower. Zhang Dao suddenly grinned and said, No need to drink. Brother Su really wants to do it for me. Why not give me a small gift? Su Qing said straightforwardly, What do you want? If I have it, I will definitely get it for you. Zhang Dao smiled and said, You have it, it's in your home. Su Qing frowned, My home? Zhang Dao smiled maliciously, Your precious daughter, Su Daya. After Su Pengya cleaned up the dishes, she went out through the back door of the kitchen. Behind the kitchen next door, Xiao Wu was squatting on the ground picking corn. This was for Niu Dan, the 2nd son of the wife's family. He suddenly said this morning that he wanted to eat fried corn with green peppers. Why are you always working? Su Pengya's voice suddenly appeared, and Mrs. Wu was frightened again. Oh, I am so timid. There is no place to display bad taste. Even though Su Pengya had shown her kindness to Xiao Wu in their 2 recent encounters, Xiao Wu was still very afraid of her approaching, perhaps because of her bad reputation in the past. Su Pengya picked up a corn cob and patted it in her palm. Wu, help me. Xiao Wu took a deep breath. It finally came. Fatty Su was going to blackmail her. Medical clinic. After Zhang Dao said that, Su Cheng's face turned cold at a visible speed. Zhang Dao, what do you mean? Su Cheng's way of addressing him also changed. Zhang Dao's smile faded. What do you mean? Didn't your precious daughter tell you when she got home? Is it so easy to let go of an offense against me? If I don't get my revenge today, I won't be able to survive in the underworld anymore. Su Qing frowned and looked at him. Did Daya cause your injury? He had noticed that Zhang Dao was injured, but he didn't really care about him. Since Zhang Dao didn't mention it, he didn't bother to ask. Zhang Dao snorted coldly. Stop playing dumb. Don't want to hand him over? That's fine too. Leave a hand. Su Cheng's eyes fell on the cold dagger. If I keep it, will you let Daya go? Zhang Dao looked at him and smiled. That depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I might be happy and won't bother with that fat guy. Su Cheng slowly picked up the dagger on the table. Zhang Dao couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Brother Su, Brother Su, is it worth it to sacrifice your own hand for a fat and stupid daughter who can't get married? Su Cheng responded with a low and dangerous voice. Who do you think is the fat guy? Zhang Dao was stunned. The next second, the dagger in Su Cheng's hand came straight at his face. He never dreamed that Su Cheng would suddenly go berserk and attack him. More than a dozen of his brothers were guarding in the backyard, and it was impossible for Su Cheng not to have seen them on the way here. He wasn't afraid of hurting himself, and he couldn't get out. But Su Cheng's move was originally a feint, or it could be said that it was a deliberate move to feed the other two. His left hand had already quietly picked up a white porcelain vase beside him and smashed it hard at Zhang Dao's head, splitting Zhang Dao's head open on the spot. The people behind tried to stop it but failed. Su Cheng has been back in the countryside farming for many years, and people have almost forgotten what a reckless character he was when he was escorting a bodyguard. Su Cheng grabbed Zhang Dao by the collar and punched him. Fatty, huh? Fat and stupid, huh? Have you forgotten how I saved you from those bandits? Yes. How could he forget that they encountered bandits? The dart was robbed, and he was captured. It was Su Cheng who single-handedly brought him and the dart out at the risk of his life. The price was naturally heavy. Su Cheng's right hand was almost crippled. This was also the reason why he could only return to the countryside to farm. The hand that Su Cheng used to teach him a lesson was his disabled right hand. It is true that his strength was much smaller, but it was enough to teach Zhang Dao, who was already seriously injured, a lesson. Su Cheng pressed the knife to the ground and rubbed it, and his fists fell like snowflakes. As long as I can't kill you, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Dao, I won't provoke you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You dare to bully my daughter? You must be tired of living. Zhang Dao was beaten to the point of doubting his life. The thugs guarding the backyard naturally heard the noise a long time ago, but they thought it was Su Cheng who was being beaten. The more they listened, the more they felt something was wrong, and finally they rushed in together. At this time, Zhang Dao was already bruised and swollen, and was dying. Everyone was horrified and rushed towards Su Cheng with their teeth and claws bared. Su Cheng had no problem fighting alone, or against 2 or 3 men at once, but it was still a bit difficult for him to fight against more than a dozen men at the same time. Just when the situation in the house was one-sided, the door was suddenly violently kicked open by a fat little leg. Su Pengya and Su Ergo rushed in with wooden sticks in hand, full of murderous intent. Let go of my dad. Su Ergo jumped in furiously. These thugs are naturally aggressive, and the Su family members are all willing to risk their lives to protect each other. After a fight, more than a dozen thugs were knocked down, and none of them had the courage to rush forward. The 3 tyrants of the Su family were gasping for breath. Su Cheng threw the stick in his hand to Zhang Dao's feet and said breathlessly, Zhang Dao, remember this. If I can beat you once, I can beat you a second time. If you dare to target my daughter again, I will chop you into pieces. The 3 of them left the clinic. The fight was a mess. Su Cheng's right hand was numb and his foot was sprained. Su Ergo was punched in the face and had a little nosebleed. The only one who was not injured was Su Pengya. It's not that she is the best fighter. She is so fat that she is not very flexible. It is the 2 men in the family who bear all the firepower for her. Why are you here? Su Cheng asked. Ergo said that you were called to the town by Zhang Dao's men, so I guess something happened.
Su Pengya said.
Su Cheng said, don't come next time. I can handle it. Su Pengya paused and said, why don't you ask me how I offended Zhang Dao? Su Cheng said without hesitation, what is there to ask? You would never offend him, no matter what. It's obvious that he is bullying you. Did you suffer any loss? This answer, which was completely different from what she had imagined, made Su Pengya stunned.
No, she said.
The minor injury on the back of her hand was not worth mentioning. She was crying because of her physical condition, and the injury itself was not serious. How many times have I told you not to get into trouble outside? Be obedient, be a good child, and don't worry the adults at home. It takes 2 to tango. Why don't they target others but only you? Look for your own problems first. What Su Pengya heard the most when she was a child were these heartfelt words of encouragement. Even if it was not her fault, They would never listen to her explanation. With just one sentence, be strict with yourself and lenient with others, she easily overshadowed the exclusion and bullying she suffered. Su Pengya looked at old man Su. Don't you blame me for not telling you about injuring Zhang Dao after I came back? If I had told you, you wouldn't have gone to see him without any precautions today. Su Qinghun waved his hand nonchalantly. It's good that you didn't suffer any loss. If I don't go to see him, he will come to me one day. It's all the same. Besides, you are 16, not 60. Why do you have to think so much? 26, she added in her mind. In fact, she could have done it very carefully, but she didn't know why she didn't tell her in advance. This is a very subtle mentality that she can't describe. While thinking, Su Qing spoke again. By the way, now that you two are here, who will look after the child? My son-in-law is sick and can't take care of the 3 little ones. The village was not far from the town, about 6 or 7 miles. Su Qing sprained his ankle, and even though he said he could walk, Su Pengya still went to hire an ox cart. He is from the next village. Old Li is not here today. The family of 3 sat on the ox cart, and Su Pengya suddenly asked, Who is Wu Yi? When we were fighting with that group of people just now, I heard someone shouting, Su, aren't you afraid of offending Master Wu by doing this? Brother Dao is Master Wu's man. Yes, who is 5th master? Su Ergu was also very curious. Su Qing said nonchalantly, he's a gangster, and has some small influence in the city. We dealt with him in the early years. It sounds impressive.
Su Pengya said.
Su Qing said, Don't listen to Zhang Dao's nonsense. He is no match for 5th master. What if we get caught?
Su Ergu asked.
Su Qing snorted, It's okay if you take it. Things will work out when the time comes. He was beaten like that. He will have to lie in bed for several months to recover from his injuries. By the time he goes to complain, it will be too late. Su Ergu said weakly, What if it's not cold? Su Qing slapped his forehead. Where are you from? The ox cart driver sent the 3 members of the Su family to the vicinity of Xinghua village. Before leaving, Su Pengya told him, Please tell He Tongxing's family that I don't care if it's him or his family members who come. In short, once the 3-day deadline is up, if you don't see the silver, you will see blood. The man walked away trembling with fear. His sister has aura. But, sister, he doesn't seem to be from He Tongxing's village, but from Yonglu village in the east. When the group of 3 entered the village, the 3 little kids were like 3 hungry chicks, flapping their arms backwards and looking eagerly towards the village road. Seeing them, the 3 little ones ran over panting. Big tiger, little tiger, 2 tigers. Su Ergu's eyes lit up, and he picked up the 3 little ones, carrying one on his shoulder and holding 2 in his arms. The 3 little ones with dark faces. Little Wu timidly walked up to Su Pengya and whispered, They're going to wait here. It's windy and cold at the entrance of the village. She was very afraid that Su Pengya would blame her for not taking good care of the child. Thank you for today. Su Pengya didn't think that Xiao Wu had done anything wrong. They didn't make trouble for you, did they? Mrs. Wu hesitated for a moment. I didn't bother you. It made half the children in the village cry. Su Pengya smiled and said, I knew they were very well behaved. Mrs. Wu said with a stiff upper lip. Well, your son is easy to take care of. He is not my son. Never mind, it is hard to explain. When Wei Ting recovers, he will take the little ones away. Take these snacks back. Su Pengya bought a few boxes of snacks from the town, of course, not from Jin Qi. Xiao Wu doesn't want it.
Take it,
Su Pengya said fiercely. Little Wu accepted it tremblingly. No, nothing else, I'll leave first. Su Pengya looked at her fleeing back and thought to herself, look how scared she is. He's also a pitiful one. Su Cheng on the side. It was rare that he wasn't stingy. Xiao Wu married Lu Shan's eldest son, Lu Ping. Lu Ping's mother died of complications during childbirth, so Lu Shan later married Do Wu as his successor. Although they have the same surname, Wu, Xiao Wu, and Wu are not related at all. Mrs. Wu gave birth to a son and a daughter. The daughter was married, and the son was Neo Dan's father. The elder Wu only loved her own son, And since the younger Wu was pregnant with only 2 daughters, Lu Shan, her biological father, also tended to favor the second son. Lu Ping and Xiao Wu. One works as a laborer in the town, and the other works like a captive at home. After arriving home, Su Pengya went to deliver medicine to Wei Ting, as usual. Maybe it was because of his own appearance that Wei Ting was shocked, but he became much more withdrawn than the previous 2 days and didn't say a word to Su Pengya. He is emo, so she is happy. Su Pengya smiled and went to the kitchen to cook dinner: fried eggs, hand-rolled noodles with scallion oil, and a bowl of braised cabbage and pork belly. If I keep eating like this, will I finish the bacon before it's fully marinated? After having a fight with someone during the day, the 3 men were exhausted and had a huge appetite. The 3 little ones also ate a lot, like 3 grunting little squirrels. She specially cooked an extra pot of rice, thinking that if she couldn't finish it, she would make rice crust rice tomorrow morning. After a while, the big pot was empty. The whole family are all foodies. At night, Su Pengya went to Su Cheng's house with a basin of hot water. Su Cheng was lying on the bed, gasping for breath. It had been a long time since he had fought like this with anyone, and his bones were almost broken, especially his right hand and right ankle. One was numb, and the other was in excruciating pain. "Dad, I'm coming in." Su Cheng stopped gasping for air in a second and sat up straight. "Are you still awake?" he asked seriously. "Go to bed later." She came to the bed with hot water. "What?" Father Su sniffed, smelling a scent of Chinese medicine. "Did you buy medicine?" Of course she didn't buy any medicine. These were the traditional Chinese medicines that she had packed into the first aid kit from the base pharmacy last time. They had the effects of anti-inflammatory, analgesic, and blood circulation. Wei Ting is not needed for the time being. If you need it, give it to Father Su first. Su Pengya said calmly, "I bought some wound medicine when I went to town yesterday."
Put your feet in and soak them.
Su Cheng waved his hand. "Just give it to your son-in-law. I don't need it here."
Why are you always thinking about him?
Su Pengya said fiercely. "Just let him in if I tell you to." Old man Su obediently put his feet into the wooden basin. His ankle was simply sprained and would heal in a few days, but the problem was actually his right hand. In the original owner's memory, Old man Su had an old injury on his right hand, which would flare up in cold and damp weather, causing mild pain and severe numbness and loss of consciousness. A traveling doctor once came to the village and prescribed some medicine for Old man Su. After taking the medicine, he had no attacks for several years. "Today, I was injured again during a fight with Zhang Dao. If it cannot be cured this time, Old man Su's right hand will be completely disabled." Seeing his daughter holding her right hand in a daze, Su Cheng cleared his throat, pulled his hand back and said, "It's okay. It doesn't hurt." Su Pengya said seriously, "I will find a way to heal your hand. Before that, you are not allowed to use force with this hand anymore." Su Cheng thought his daughter was going to town to ask a doctor to treat his hand, and said disapprovingly, "I said it's okay. Why spend all that money?" He knew his hand well. It was useless. Even the skilled traveling doctor at that time only relieved the pain in his right hand, but did not restore his original strength. He will never get better in his life. After coming out of Old man Su's house, Su Pengya went to Su Erga's house again. Su Erga went to the toilet. 3 little kids were standing by the table, standing on tiptoe and looking at something on the table. "Would you like some snacks?" Su Pengya walked over and asked. The 3 little ones raised their round little heads, blinked their eyes, and nodded. "If you want to eat, just tell me." Su Pengya picked up a box of osmanthus cake, squatted down, and looked at the 3 people. The 3 of them remained silent. "Su Pengya, if you say so, you can have it." Still no one said anything. Su Pengya thought about it, put the osmanthus cake away, and brought over a few candied haws from her room. The 3 people's eyes widened instantly. Sure enough, the charm of candied haws is greater than that of osmanthus cake. Su Pengya patiently persuaded. "Candy, gourd, and reed. It's sugar."
Supanya kerektit.
"Mother." The 3 little ones are persistent and refuse to change. Su Pengya was overwhelmed. Last time it was just a little kid shouting, this time all three of them were shouted.
Although,
It's a good thing for a child to speak. She couldn't get excited at all. This is really a huge misunderstanding. She is not their mother. Faced with three little guys who are impossible to correct, Su Pangya sighed helplessly.
okay, eat it.
She handed the candied haws to them. You can only eat one. Otherwise you won't be able to sleep later. Eat the rest tomorrow, okay? After saying that, she rubbed the three people's heads and turned to go to the kitchen. The three little kids were holding the candied haws and looking at her eagerly, their little figures looking a little lonely. Su Pangya waited until the water in the kitchen boiled, but Su Ergo still hadn't come out of the toilet. Ergo, it didn't fall into the toilet, so it's okay. Su Pangya carried a bucket of hot water back to her room. She had been in a fight with some people today, and her body was all dirty. She urgently needed to take a hot bath. She was about to take off her clothes when a short cough came from Wei Ting's room. She was so frightened that she didn't even bother to take a shower and went next door immediately. Wei Ting just choked while drinking water from the cup. When he saw someone coming, he quickly put the cup back on the stool, turned around, and gave Su Pangya a cold back. Su Pangya looked at this awkward man, then looked at the half-spilt teacup on the stool and sneered coldly. I advise you not to move around, especially when getting up or turning over. Don't be too hasty, otherwise it will cause internal bleeding, and even the great Luo Immortal can't save you.
Wei Ting ignored her.
Since he was fine, Su Pangya didn't plan to stay any longer. But when she turned around, she suddenly thought of something, paused and asked him, How old is your son? Wei Ting still had his back to her. 2.5 years old. Su Pangya nodded secretly. It was almost the same as she guessed. She then asked, Who is the eldest, who is the second, and who is the third? Wei Ting thought for a moment and said, The one with one hair whirl on his head is the eldest, the one with 2 hair whirls is the second oldest, and the one with 3 hair whirls is the third oldest. Did old man Su really guess it right? Su Pangya was extremely surprised.
So, what are they called? Why are you asking about this?
Wei Ting's tone became a little wary. Su Pangya pouted. Forget it if you don't want to say it. From now on I will call you Big Tiger, Second Tiger, Little Tiger. Wei Ting frowned and hesitated to speak. Su Pangya glanced at him, coughed lightly, and said, Well, it's okay for you to recover outside, but the children haven't been home for such a long time. Isn't your husband worried?
What?
Wei Ting didn't understand what she meant for a moment. Su Pangya said, Their mother. Wei Ting was silent. After a while, he whispered, She's dead.
Shubanya.
I'm sorry, I didn't know your wife. She is not my wife. What are you doing? She gave birth to 3 sons for you, but in the end you don't even have a name for them.
Scumbag.
Su Pangya walked away angrily.
She is.
Wei Ting was halfway through his words when he realized something was wrong. He turned around and saw that Su Pangya had already gone out. He frowned. Su Pangya went to Su Erga's house again. The 3 little guys put themselves on the bed and fell asleep without covering themselves with a blanket, holding the candied haws that Su Pangya gave them in their hands, but they didn't eat any of them. You obviously want to eat it. Why don't you eat it? Is it because you are sad? Did her words hurt their young hearts? Su Pangya pulled the quilt over them. Sister. Su Pangya was startled, turned around and glared at him. You scared me.
Keep your voice down.
They are asleep.
Oh.
Su Erga scratched his head, stepped into the house, and whispered, Sister, what did you ask me to do just now?
Sit down.
Su Pangya pointed to the stool beside her. Su Ergu sat down obediently. Su Pangya checked his injuries, went to Wei Ting's house to get a bottle of healing medicine, and carefully applied it to Su Erga's affected area. He was punched in the face, his nose and face were bruised, and there was a scratch on his shoulder.
Just tell me if it hurts, she said.
Su Erga smiled innocently. Hey, it doesn't hurt. Sister. Su Pangya continued to apply medicine to him. Su Erga said thoughtfully, I think, after you broke your head, you treated me and Dad better than before. Su Pangya asked calmly, Really?
Shuergo nodded seriously. Yes.
You didn't buy me clothes or apply medicine for me before. Dad is right. Women are different when they have a husband. Sister, I will treat my brother-in-law well in the future. Why is it linked to Wei Ting again? Not only does that guy eat, drink, and live for free at home, but he also always takes credit for her work. What's going on? I'd be remiss if I didn't sleep with him once. Sister, what did you say? Su Erga didn't hear clearly. Su Pengya folded her arms and said proudly, with his pig-like face, "It's easy for me to enter the sage time." Su Erga, my sister is sick again. I can't understand a word she says. At night, Su Pengya took a hot bath and went into bed wrapped in a quilt. She didn't fall asleep so quickly and started thinking about some things. First of all, the situation at home. The 5 taels of silver from last time had been almost spent, and the entire family's assets were left with only the 15 taels owed by He Tongsheng. It sounds good, but the whole family eats so much. Except for Wei Ting, the sick one, without any income, it won't take long before they'll run out of money. It seems that I have to find a way to make money. Not to mention achieving moderate prosperity. At least we should get out of poverty. Another very important thing is old man Su's hand injury. This kind of old injury is the most difficult to treat. The base pharmacy is one of the largest pharmacies in the military, and it has many newly developed special medicines. Unfortunately, last time, she only packed some emergency medicines to treat Wei Ting. However, that night, she did not dream about the base pharmacy and slept until dawn. Su Pengya was a little disappointed. Does the benefit for time travelers only come once? If she had known this earlier, she would have taken more medicine. Since the pharmacy is unreliable, I can only go to the clinic in town. She dressed and left the house. Perhaps she was too tired from fighting yesterday, so she got up a little later today than the previous 2 days. Compared with her schedule, the rest of the family were still in bed dreaming. She went to the backyard to wash up and took a look at herself in the basin of water. She has been here for several days, but she has never taken a close look at her face. She has thick eyebrows with excellent shape, big round almond eyes, a small and tall nose, rosy lips with full lip beads, and 2 dimples when she smiles. Judging from her experience of seeing countless beauties in her previous life, if she could lose weight, she would definitely be a little beauty. Su Pengya went to the kitchen and steamed a basket of white flour buns, cooked a pot of sweet potato porridge, and boiled 10 eggs. She controls her diet a little bit, but is not too strict. For example, she still eats a little braised pork but does not give it up completely. Losing weight is a gradual process. You cannot starve yourself blindly or eat too much suddenly, otherwise it will eventually lead to binge eating. She currently has a large base, so if she just moves around, keeps herself busy, and doesn't think about eating all day, her weight will slowly go down. After preparing breakfast, Su Pengya went to wake up Su Ergu. Is this waking up? Thinking about what happened last night, Su Pengya felt a little guilty. Being a child without a mother was already pitiful enough, and her father was so unreliable. Isn't it just calling her mom? Why take it so seriously?
If they want to shout, let them shout.
She didn't lose any meat. After preparing herself mentally, Su Pengya gently pulled open the quilts of the 3 little ones. The 3 of them, with their messy hair, looked at her in a silly and cute way. Su Pengya burst out laughing. The 3 of them quickly raised their hands and covered their faces. Shy, shy. Su Pengya laughed so hard that she didn't even wake up Su Ergu, who was sleeping soundly with his arms and legs spread out and drooling all over his body. She originally planned to wake up Su Ergu, but now she changed her mind. I'm going to go into town. Do you guys want to come with me? A quarter of an hour later, Su Pengya took the 3 brave little kids out of the door. Su Pengya could walk to the town by herself, but it would be difficult for her 3 children. Fortunately, old Li's ox cart was at the entrance of the village, and it seemed that he was about to set off. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. She walked over with the child. There were several villagers on their way to the town surrounding the ox cart. When they saw that she was going to ride in the ox cart, they all dispersed, except Xiao Wu. The salt and needles and thread at home were used up, so her mother-in-law asked her to go to town to buy some. She is still afraid of Su Pengya. You're not leaving? Su Pengya, who was already sitting on the ox cart, asked. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, then got on the ox cart reluctantly. Su Pengya sat on one side with her 3 children. Xiao Wu sat opposite her, and together there was a bunch of rice and grain that Old Li had brought to the shop for the villagers to sell. Xiao Wu wanted to speak several times but hesitated. She wanted to say that yesterday's snacks were delicious, and it was the first time for her 2 daughters to eat snacks in town since they grew up. As the ox cart just left the village, Wang Lizi got on. When he saw Su Pengya, he was stunned. "Is it Fatty? Are you taking your son to town?" He greeted with a grin. The 3 members of the Su family are the bullies in the village. This Wang Lizi is actually not a good person either. He has done a lot of petty thefts and is particularly lustful. Su Pengya was too lazy to pay attention to him. He didn't dare to provoke Su Pengya. He glanced at the timid little Wu, curled the corners of his mouth, and sat down beside her. "Big sister, are you going to town?" he said to Xiao Wu. Mrs. Wu moved aside uncomfortably. Wang Lizi continued to sit next to her. "What are you buying?" "I'll get it for you later." His legs were already touching Xiao Wu's legs. But no matter how Xiao Wu moved, he stayed close to her shamelessly and casually reached out his stinky hand towards her back. Little Wu's whole body stiffened. Wang Lizi smiled evilly. The next second, Su Pengya stood up and kicked him off the ox cart. Old Li didn't know what was going on and hurriedly stopped the ox cart. "What's the matter?" he asked, turning around. Wang Lizi lost a front tooth. He spat out a mouthful of blood and said viciously, "Su Pengya, why did you kick me?" Mrs. Wu looked at Su Pengya with red eyes. Su Pengya put one foot on the stool and said arrogantly, "I don't like you, so I'll kick you." "What, you're not convinced?" Wang Lizi glanced at Xiao Wu, who was standing beside him. Was Su Pengya standing up for Xiao Wu? Impossible, Su Pengya is not that kind. But I didn't provoke her. Wang Lizi couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't really expect Su Pengya to give him an explanation, so he walked away cursing. Old Li said nothing and continued to drive the ox cart. Su Pengya didn't ask how Xiao Wu was doing, nor did she say anything to comfort her, as if she hadn't seen anything she shouldn't have seen just now, and she just really didn't like Wang Lizi. The bullock cart stopped at the entrance of the market. Su Pengya carried the 3 little ones off the ox cart. Xiao Wu got out of the car soon after. She mustered up her courage and whispered to Su Pengya, "Thank you very much." Su Pengya went to the clinic yesterday and remembered the way. She walked with the 3 little ones on the busy street, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Triplets are rare in themselves, let alone ones that are so cute. The 3 of them went to the village to show off yesterday, so they thought they were coming to the town to show off today. They puffed out their little chests, took small steps without recognizing any relatives, and walked in a very cool way. Passers-by were almost dying of laughter. "What is everyone laughing at?" Su Pengya muttered, and was about to turn around to look at the 3 little kids. Just at this moment, a carriage came rushing towards them. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" The driver screamed in panic. He tried to stop the carriage, but the horses were completely out of control, and he couldn't stop them. "You 3, Su Pengya wanted to tell the 3 little kids to move to the side quickly, but when she turned around, she saw that the 3 kids had already hidden in a shelter. No, behind the strong man. It's just a strong sense of crisis. There was chaos on the street. Su Pengya had just grabbed a little girl who fell at her feet when a peddler's cart rushed over and almost ran over the little girl. The out-of-control carriage was about to crash into the crowd. That's right, a collision. He successfully knocked Crazy Horse down by himself. A man and a horse fell heavily on the street. Almost at the same time, Su Pengya seized the opportunity and kicked the cart in front of him. The cart flew out and hit the carriage that was thrown sideways due to inertia. The carriage braked and stopped in front of an elderly couple who had no time to run away. The old couple looked at the carriage, so close, and were so frightened that their legs went limp. The horse struggled for a few times after being knocked down. The boy took out a handkerchief containing knockout drug, covered its mouth and nose with it, and knocked it unconscious. The boy seemed to be injured as well, and looked extremely painful. Su Pengya walked over and asked him, "Are you okay?" The boy covered his left arm. "No. Before she finished her words, a woman's scream came from the shop behind her. Young master. Young master, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. This shop is the most expensive dim sum shop in town, Jinki. The victim was a 5-year-old boy wearing royal blue brocade clothes. He was eating sugar-roasted chestnuts just now when a young man bumped into his horse, and the horse fell down under his windowsill. The huge noise frightened him so much that he shuddered and choked on the chestnut. His face quickly turned blue, and he gradually began to have difficulty breathing. The maidservant was terrified, but she was not a doctor, and there was nothing she could do except screaming. Su Pengya grabbed the boy's dislocated arm and put it back in place with a snap. Then, regardless of how surprised the boy was, she quickly rushed into Jinji. Why are you crying? Go find a doctor. The clinic is right in front. Hurry and take the child over. The person who spoke was the owner of Jinji. The maid was already panic-stricken and at a loss. How could she hold a 5-year-old child? A kind young man reached out to help her and took the little boy from her arms. Su Pengya's eyes were cold, and she blocked his way. Give me the child. The young man looked at the fat village girl who suddenly appeared strangely. Who are you? Su Pengya looked at the little boy who was gradually losing consciousness and said seriously, give the child to me. He is dying. This child is obviously lacking oxygen. Generally speaking, if the lack of oxygen lasts for more than 1 minute, breathing will stop. If it lasts for more than 3 minutes, cerebral edema will occur, and if it lasts for more than 6 minutes, it will cause irreversible damage to the body's organs and even cause death from suffocation. The young man frowned and said, little girl, don't make trouble. I have to send this child to the clinic. Some guests were not happy with this and asked, where did this country girl come from? Why is she causing trouble? The 2 elderly men shook their heads. Alas, the Zhang family is choked to death. There is no way to save them. Yeah, I went to the clinic, but there was nothing I could do. Su Pengya did not question the doctor's medical skills and said to the young man, the clinic is too far. You won't make it in time. I can cure him. What a joke. A fat country girl actually said that she could cure such a dangerous choking disease. No one believed Su Pengya's words, and no one dared to give the child to her. The shopkeeper jumped out at this time. Where did you come from, you stinky woman? Get out of my way. Do you want to kill this child? He didn't care whether the disease could be cured or not. Anyway, nothing could happen in his shop. The logic didn't make sense and time was running out, so Su Pengya had to resort to hard tactics. I'm sorry. She kicked the young man, and the man loosened his grip in pain, and Su Pengya caught the child with her arms. The child is being robbed. The child is being robbed. The shopkeeper shouted. Everyone was furious when they saw that a fat village girl came to cause trouble when the child's life was at stake. If you don't let go of that kid, we will not be polite to you. A sturdy man pointed at Su Pengya's nose and said, Girl, this child is dying. Don't make things worse. What do you want? Let's talk it over. Don't hold a dying child hostage. Let her cure it. As everyone was talking, a cold young man's voice suddenly appeared at the door. Everyone was stunned. The crowd almost spontaneously made way for them. He was a beautiful young man in luxurious clothes, with jade-like eyebrows, slender figure, and imposing bearing. A priceless sheep fat ring hung around his waist. His shoulders and hems were a little dirty and messy, but his noble and elegant temperament was still the same. The lobby suddenly fell silent. He came to Su Pengya and said word by word, You treat it.
Supanyanadi, hibeme achai.
The young man swung his whip, and a chair rolled over. He was actually a martial artist. Soon, someone recognized him as the young man who had just bravely hit the horse on the street. Now, everyone was even more cautious. Su Pengya quickly sat down, let the child lie on her left arm, head down, and supported his chin with her palm. Then, she began to pat his back. 1, 2, 3. When the 5th clap came, the child suddenly spat out a chestnut. The child was able to breathe and burst into tears. The onlookers were so shocked that they were speechless. The crying of the child awakened the maid. She rushed over and hugged the child tightly in her arms. Woo-woo. Young master, you scared me to death. Guests and passers-by gathered around, and Annie said, "Stop crying and give the child some water." The merchant nearby handed over some tea and said, "Don't let your children eat chestnuts anymore." An old man stroked his beard and said, "It's all thanks to that girl. Thank her right away. Otherwise, your son wouldn't be saved. This is the first time in my life." Where's that girl? Su Pengya left Jinji. I was in a hurry to save people just now, and didn't know what happened to the 3 children. She crossed the street, and the place where the 3 little ones had been standing was now empty. Her eyebrows jumped. Big tiger. Second tiger. Little tiger. When she was getting extremely anxious, 3 little ones came running out of a jewelry shop. "Ma'am, your child," the shop assistant reminded. The woman who was selecting jewelry looked back and said, "It's not my child. Don't talk nonsense." The guy was shocked. Just now, the 3 little guys followed the lady and walked in swaggeringly, and he thought they were together. When Su Pengya saw the 3 little guys, she felt relieved. The 3 little ones rushed over and hugged her. She squatted down, patted the heads of the 3 people one by one, and said with satisfaction, "You're smart to wait in the shop. It's the end of the year, and there are many human traffickers on the streets. If you are not careful, you may be targeted. It is much safer in shops, especially high-end shops selling expensive jewelry, where human traffickers generally cannot get in." "Are you hungry?" Su Pengya asked. This morning, the 3 little ones were so excited to find out they were going out that they didn't eat properly at home. They just wanted to go out and play. The couple had been running the stall for many years. The food was always delicious, and it was in the same direction as the clinic. Su Pengya brought the 3 kids to the stall. It was past breakfast time, and there were no customers. The boss was not there. His wife was standing behind the stall making dumplings, and there was a 7-year-old girl helping to pick vegetables. She was the first to see the guest and tugged at the proprietress's clothes. "Mom, a guest is here." The proprietress recognized Su Pengya. After all, there were not many customers who were so fat, and she would remember them for a long time after coming here once. "Girl, are we still having 2 bowls of rice wine dumplings and 1 bowl of spicy soup dumplings today?" She said it with a pleasant face. The original owner has a big appetite and can eat 3 bowls of food at a time, and 2 of them are sweet. If she doesn't get fat, who else can she get fatter? In order to lose weight, Su Pengya decided to resist the urge to eat and asked the 3 children. The 3 of them didn't speak. The proprietress looked down and discovered that there were 3 little dumplings following the fat girl. The little dumplings are so cute with rosy cheeks, they look like 3 lucky dolls walking out of a New Year picture. The proprietress had never seen such beautiful children before and couldn't help asking, "Girl, they are." Su Pengya looked at the little girl snuggling beside the boss lady, then looked at the 3 little ones with envious eyes, and said seriously, "My son." The 3 little ones were stunned. The proprietress was also stunned. Su Pengya is too young and doesn't look like the mother of 3 children. However, in this chaotic world, it is common for girls to get married early. The proprietress smiled and said, "3 sons. What a blessing."
Su Pengya smiled.
"The 3 little ones, Mom. I knew it would be like this." Su Pengya coughed lightly and responded vaguely, "Well, what to eat?" The 3 little ones have bright eyes. Su Pengya turned her head away and muttered softly, "Don't look at me like that. This is my first time being a mother. I may not be good at it."
"Eat."
A little kid pointed at the dumplings and said. Su Pengya was surprised. He said the second word so quickly. There was no whorl on his forehead. It was to who. The other 2 have whorls on their foreheads. The one with the white headband is Eru, and the one with the blue headband is Xiaohu. Eru and Xiaohu ordered dumplings.
"Mom, eat,"
said the 3. Su Pengya said, "You guys eat. I'm not hungry. Be careful of the heat." The 3 of them sipped from their bowls. Su Pengya suddenly looked at the 3 people and asked, "Can you say your own names?" She wanted to know their real names. The 3 of them tilted their heads, thought about it, and nodded in unison. Su Pengya's eyes lit up. "What are your names?" The 3 of them pressed their small hands against their chests. "Big tiger." 2 tigers. Small axe tiger.
Chopanya.
After the three kids had eaten and drunk their fill, Supongya took them to the town's clinic. She entered and exited through the back door during the fight yesterday, avoiding the clinic staff, so no one recognized her. To stabilize old man Su's injuries, acupuncture and medicinal herbs are indispensable. I want a set of silver needles and also, she paused and listed more than a dozen medicinal herbs in one breath. The shopkeeper gave her the bill, which was 5 taels in total. After the first purchase, she had only 2 taels of silver left. Can it be cheaper? Supongya asked. The shopkeeper smiled faintly. How much do you want to give, young lady? Supongya said, I only have 2 taels of silver in my hand. If you are willing, I can exchange my medicine with you to make up the difference. The shopkeeper laughed angrily. Such a big tone from a country girl. She traded her medicine. What medicine? Some rotten herbal remedy from the countryside? What did she think Rong and Tang was? Rong and Tang is the largest medical clinic in town. What good medicine does it not have? Why would you care about something from a country girl? What can you offer? Supongya said. My medicine is very good. The shopkeeper taunted. I think you're here to cheat people out of medicine. I've seen a lot of people like you. Get out of here, or I'll report you to the police. In the room on the second floor, a young man in brocade clothes was sitting on a chair, and a doctor from the clinic was examining his left arm. The dislocated part was connected very well, and there will be no sequelae. The young man in brocade clothes raised his hand, and the doctor tactfully withdrew. The guard standing by the window suddenly said, Master, look. It's the girl from before. The boy turned his head and looked. It's her. There are just 3 more children around me. The guard gestured and asked curiously, Master, did she really just reattach your arm with just that one move? When the young master bumped into the horse, he was in the crowd on the opposite side and didn't see it clearly. The young man in brocade clothes hummed. The guard said, from the way she's dressed, she's clearly a country girl. How could she know this? Could it be that she also knows medical skills? Young master, let's invite her to treat you, young master. The boy was silent. She must know medical skills, as she can reattach dislocated arms and save children from choking. But at healing my cousin has a special status. People with unknown origins should not approach him rashly. It is better to wait for Dr. Dong from the clinic. Dr. Dong has been practicing medicine for many years and has excellent medical skills. He is the best person to treat my cousin. After Supongya came out of the clinic, she planned to go somewhere else. After she had walked a few steps, she was blocked by a middle-aged man. At first glance, the other person's clothing was no different from that of ordinary people, except that he had a medicine gourd hanging around his waist. He is a doctor. The doctor smiled and bowed to Supongya, explaining his purpose. Supongya said, so you were also in Jinji at that time. Are you asking me how I saved the child? The doctor smiled awkwardly and said, I hope you can give me some advice, young lady. Supongya waved her hand. Oh, you are too polite. What do you mean by teaching me or not? If you want to know, I will tell you. Really? The doctor couldn't believe that the other party agreed so easily. This was different from what he expected. You are a doctor, right? Supongya took out a small porcelain bottle from the basket and smiled. It just so happens that I have a bottle of golden wound medicine here. Do you want it? I'll sell it to you at a low price. The doctor took a look at the small porcelain bottle she took out and asked angrily, if I don't buy your medicine, will you still teach me how to rescue people from choking? Yes. Supongya said without hesitation, but do you feel comfortable doing it for free? Doctor. The doctor's mouth twitched, and he asked with a fake smile, how much is a bottle? Supongya stretched out her hand. Since we are in the same business, I will sell it to you for 5 taels of silver. The doctor was shocked. 5 taels? Why don't you just go and rob? A quarter of an hour later, Supongya had 3 more taels of silver in her hand. This wasn't just the doctor bargaining for 2 taels of silver. He actually wanted to bargain, but a black-hearted fat guy didn't allow it. He only had 3 taels of silver on him. Supongya said that he could go home with her to get it. He whispered, my mother will beat me if she finds out.
Supongya.
Finally, After repeated negotiations between the two parties, he used a brand new pair of silver needles and some medicinal herbs for treating injuries to offset the price difference. However, he didn't have two of the medicinal herbs that Su Pengya needed, so he asked Su Pengya to go to his pharmacy to pick them up in 3 days. I can get something with 2 taels of silver, but Rong En Tang actually asked me for 5 taels. How shady. Doctor, do you have the nerve to say that others are evil? When Su Pengya went out this morning, she was ready to use all the money she had on hand to buy medicine for Su Laudi. Unexpectedly, she not only did not spend a penny, but also earned 3 taels. In this way, she had 5 taels of silver in her hand. Su Pengya took some money and went to the market, where she bought 10 pounds each of red beans, mung beans, brown sugar, and glutinous rice flour, and 2 pounds each of white sesame and black sesame. The people in her family were big eaters, and the meat they bought last time was obviously not enough, so she went to the meat stall in the market again and ordered 10 pounds of ribs, 5 pounds of pork belly, and 5 pounds of tenderloin. Give me a few more pounds of fat. Fat can be made into lard. In addition, the lard residue is crispy, oily, and very delicious. Girl, you bought so much meat, can you finish it? The butcher asked curiously. There are many people in my family, and we can finish it. Su Pengya said that not all of it was eaten immediately. For example, the ribs could be used to make bacon. Country people don't like to eat meat for every meal. It's rare to eat it twice a month. This fat girl looks ordinary, but I didn't expect her to be so generous. Yes, if I don't eat so much meat, I won't get so fat. He doesn't discriminate against fat people. On the contrary, he thinks being fat is a blessing. The young butcher was very busy. He did not forget to string the ribs and meat together with rice leaves and handed them to Su Pengya. Pork ribs are 20 cents a pound, pork is 13 cents a pound, and fat is 8 cents a pound, a total of 420 cents. I'll charge you 400 cents, and I'll also give you some pig skin. Although it is called pig skin, it actually contains meat, weighing a full 1.5 pounds. There are 2 more kidneys. Do you want any? If you want, I'll give them to you. Okay. Take it back and give it to Wei Ting to mend his waist. It was a small business and there wasn't much profit margin, so the butcher had already charged a very low price. In return, Su Pengya took a bowl of her own braised food from the basket and placed it on the stall. The butcher turned around and saw an extra bowl of braised large intestines. He hurriedly said, "Girl, your large intestines." Su Pengya shook her head nonchalantly. "No, it's your large intestine, butcher." Su Pengya continued to stroll in the market with Xiao doubting.
Huh.
There are pickled mustard greens. It was a small stall selling dried goods. All other dried goods were almost sold out, except for a basket of wilted pickled mustard greens that seemed to have no one interested in buying. How much is this?
Su Pengya asked.
The old woman buying vegetables glanced at her impatiently and said, 50 cents. All for you. Okay. Su Pengya bought it readily. Old woman. I kind of regret not bidding. Su Pengya went to buy some spices again and completed her shopping for today. She went to the market entrance and found Old Li was still there. The things on the ox cart had been sold out, and little Wu was sitting on it. She walked over with a smile. Uncle Li, you haven't gone home yet, so late. Are you waiting for me here? Old Li choked and said, Seriously, I just want to pick up 2 more people. I don't want this trip to be in vain. Xiao Wu didn't say anything. Just now, 3 people from the neighboring village wanted to ride in an ox cart, but were rejected by Old Li. Su Pengya carried the child onto the ox cart. I'll give you money for 4 people. She is the work of 2. The 3 little ones count as 1, and the purchased goods count as 1. Old Li responded vaguely, but when he got off the car, he only took her share of the fare. When Su Pengya got home, she found that everyone in her family had gone out. She entered Wei Ting's room and asked, Where are my father and my brother? Wei Ting turned his back to her and said calmly, I just went out. Did you say what you were going to do?
No. Oh.
Su Pengya turned and went to the kitchen to cook. Wei Ting called her. Where is my medicine? Why is there only 1 bottle left? Where did the other bottle go? Sold it. Su Pengya said. Wei Ting frowned. You. Who asked you to sell my medicine? That is a very precious medicine for wounds. It cannot be bought even with money. Su Pengya laughed and said, please figure out your own situation. You eat my food, drink my water, live in my house, and you almost used up my first aid kit. What's wrong with selling you a bottle of golden wound medicine? Wei Ting held back coldly. Su Pengya said thoughtfully, come to think of it, you don't have anything valuable on you except 2 bottles of medicine. Don't you take money with you when you go out? Wei Ting ignored her. Su Pengya narrowed her eyes. You must have silver, right? Where did you hide the silver? Wei Ting said coldly. Haven't you searched me before? If I had hidden the silver, wouldn't you have found it? Su Pengya touched her chin and said, so it's hidden somewhere else? Wei Ting still had his back to her. Stop trying to trick me. Haha, you are really vigilant. Su Pengya was not annoyed. She looked at his broad shoulders and powerful back and said domineeringly, I've made a note of all your food, clothing, and medicine expenses. If you can't pay it back in the future, you'll have to pay it back with your body.
Wei Ting.
Until nightfall, Old Man Su and Su Ergo had not returned yet, so Su Pengya had to make dinner for the 3 children and Wei Ting, the seriously ill patient. After dinner, she gave the 3 little ones a bath. When she poured the water and returned to her room, the 3 little ones were there, each holding a small pillow. Su Pengya asked tentatively, what is the stop for? Sleep with mother,
said Dahu.
Era pointed to the next room and said, Nyo Dan, sleep with your mother. Xiaohu directly hugged Su Pengya's legs, raised his cute little head, and said in a baby voice, Xiaofu, sleep with mommy. Make demands, cite real cases, and use cute tricks. This is an organized and divided labor operation to sleep with others. Su Pengya hugged her arms seriously. The 3 little ones' eyes rolled around.
Dark.
Dahu pointed at Su Erga's house and said, afraid. Eru continued. Yeah. Xiaohu nodded seriously.
Shubanya.
Just this once. She said seriously, you should go back to the west room to sleep tomorrow. The 3 little ones nodded obediently. Su Pengya spread the quilt, took off the clothes of the 3 children, and carried them to bed. Why aren't you sleeping? She looked at the 3 little ones lying in the quilt. Don't push your luck. Su Pengya had a dark face and pulled the quilt for the 3 kids. The kiss plan failed. The 3 little ones closed their eyes regretfully and stopped talking obediently. The children had fun and fell asleep quickly. Soon, the sound of several people snoring evenly could be heard from their beds. Su Pengya held her chin up and looked at the 3 little ones who were sleeping soundly. She herself didn't know what it felt like to have a mother by her side, and she had inexplicably become a temporary mother to others. Some people, after being caught in the rain, want to hold an umbrella for others. But some people inherit their parents' cold genes. It was late at night when the father and son returned home exhausted and covered in dust. After arriving home, Old Man Su went straight into his room and didn't even eat dinner. Su Pengya served a bowl of rice and meat soup to Su Ergo. Where did you go today? What happened to Dad? The first thing Su Chung did when he got home was to call girl, which was obviously abnormal tonight. Su Ergo took the soup and took a sip, then whispered, Uncle Chung is gone. He passed away 5 days ago. Dad only got the news today and rushed over to bury him. Who is Uncle Chung?
Su Pengya asked.
His legs and feet were not very agile, so he stopped doing it later. He has been doing odd jobs in the town these years, and his life is very difficult. When Dad was in his prime, many people came to curry favor with him. After Dad quit, only Uncle Chung was willing to associate with Dad. Don't you remember? When you were a child, you got seriously ill and had no money to go to the clinic. It was Uncle Chung who sold the old cow at home so that you could have money to treat the illness. That happened when Su Daya was 7 years old and Su Ergo was 5. She was too ill and had a fever and was delirious, so only Su Ergo remembered the family's despair and the new life brought by Uncle Cheng's timely help. They both escorted the caravan together, but Zhang Dao was an ungrateful person, while Uncle Chung was a man who valued friendship and loyalty. No wonder Father Su is so sad. Su Ergo was actually very sad as well. In the past few years, The Chung family has borrowed a lot of foreign debts to treat Uncle Cheng's illness. When Uncle Cheng left, he left behind an orphan, a widow, and an elderly mother. Let alone paying off the debt, they can't even make a living. There was no light in the room, and Su Ching sat in a chair blankly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Dad, it's me. Are you asleep?" "I'm coming in." Having said that, without giving old man Su a chance to refuse, Su Pengya came to Su Chung with a bowl of rice soaked in soup. She didn't turn on the lights. Dim candlelight shone into the main room, not bright enough to hide Su Cheng's dejection. Su Chung didn't want to look too embarrassed in front of his daughter, so he said in a normal tone, "Dad is not hungry." Su Pengya handed him a note. "Here." Su Chung asked, "What?" "I owe you," Su Pengya said. Su Chung didn't understand. Su Pengya took his hand and placed the IOU in his palm. He Tongsheng still owes 15 taels. When he pays back the silver, give it to the Chung family. Su Chung suddenly looked up and looked at his fat daughter in astonishment. Su Pengya let go of his hand and sat down on the stool next to him. "If it's not enough, I still have 4 taels here." "Enough, enough." Su Cheng's throat was choked. "The 3 of us in this family can all work, and we can always earn some money." Su Pengya is not good at comforting people, and she doesn't know if saying this can make old man Su feel better. "I won't buy those rouge and powder anymore, nor will I eat Jinji snacks. It doesn't cost much. I remember that our family has land. When Wei Ting recovers, let him farm the land. Then we will have food for our family and save some money. Look, it's quite enough, right?" she said calculatingly. Su Cheng's throat was so painful that he couldn't speak. "For the death of my good brother, and for my daughter's understanding." Su Pengya struck while the iron was hot. "Dad, let's all do legitimate business in the future and stop extorting money from our folks, okay?" The next day, Su Pengya summoned all her willpower and dug herself out of the warm bed. She made it sound easy last night, but in reality, was she that optimistic? The sudden loss of 15 taels of silver made this impoverished family even worse off. It's true that there are 3 people doing the work at home, but there are also 7 mouths waiting to be fed, and they are all gluttons. Except for the seriously injured Wei Ting. This guy might become a big eater after he recovers. After all, the 3 little ones are such big eaters, so their dad's appetite must be pretty good too. Luckily, I bought the ingredients yesterday. I was planning to do business today, so there's no need to panic. Su Pengya opened the cupboard and took out a large bowl filled with dough. There was no yeast in ancient times, so things were fermented with old dough or distiller's yeast. She used old dough. The fermentation time of old dough varies depending on its activity and temperature. Generally speaking, the better the activity of the old dough and the higher the ambient temperature, the easier it is to ferment. It usually takes 2 hours in summer and 4 hours in winter. She usually kneads the dough before going to bed, and when she wakes up the next morning, it is almost fermented. While waiting for the dough to rise, Su Pengya cooked the red beans and mung beans in 2 pots, soaked the pickled mustard greens, and took out the braised pork belly. She wanted to make puff pastry, so she kneaded another layer of puff pastry. It is not difficult to make the puff pastry. Add lard and white flour to fresh egg yolk liquid, and then roll it out after it has rested. Wrap a layer of dough with a layer of puff pastry so that the puff pastry will be more oily and soft. She made 3 kinds of fillings in total: red beans, mung beans, and pickled mustard greens. Finally, the filling was used up and there was a little dough left. She suddenly had an idea and made some pork intestine biscuits and brown sugar biscuits. "Sister, what delicious food have you made again?" He went to the toilet and was lured to the kitchen by the smell. He was still asleep, but that didn't stop him from eating. He picked up a cake and took a bite. "Su Pengya, it's hot." Ouch, a blister formed in Su Erga's mouth due to the burns. Now I woke up from my sleepiness and my tongue was swollen. But it didn't affect him from enjoying the cakes made by his sister. "Sister, the cakes you make are even better than Jinji's osmanthus cakes." He ate the one with brown sugar flavor. The sugar was completely melted, and it was sweet, mixed with a little bit of the crispy aroma of lard. It was so delicious. Su Pengya let him try one of each flavor. "Are you full?" Well, more or less. Then pack up and get ready to work. Su Ergo was stunned. What kind of work? A quarter of an hour later, the brother and sister went to the town carrying the basket. Sister, where can we sell it? The market?
Su Ergo asked.
Most people may feel a little hesitant when they go out to do business for the first time. Su Ergo is gifted, with a face so thick it can be used as a shoe sole. Can't let go? Not possible. I won't go to the market. Su Pengya said. Jinji. No way, sister. You want to sell the cakes to Jinji? If it was before yesterday, she might have tried this, but after what happened at Rongen Hall, she realized that as a little country girl, she would not be favored by these shops at all. Let's go to the opposite side of Jinji. Su Ergo was dumbfounded. Sister, Jinji sells dim sum. So many shops across from it have closed down. If we go and compete with them for business, can we win? Su Pengya said calmly, stealing business? You're worrying too much. Just 2 baskets of cakes won't sell to many people. But it's good that you have this ambition. Maybe one day in the future, we can really steal business from Jinji. Su Ergo muttered. Sister, why are you more fond of daydreaming than me? Su Pengya smiled and said, okay, we'll know whether it can be sold or not in a moment. There were no urban management officers in ancient times. As long as they did not block the entrances of shops, they were generally allowed to set up small stalls. Of course, if they affected the business of the shops, they would be driven away by the shop owners. The jewelry shop opposite Jinji opens late, so this time is perfect for setting up a stall. The first batch of osmanthus cake from Jinji is almost out of the oven, and there is a long queue at the door. The more Su Ergo looked at it, the more he felt that he might not be able to sell a single one today. Su Pengya found a suitable position and took out the pancake. They didn't have a stall, so before setting off, Su Pengya made a bamboo sieve tray and hung it around her neck. The golden shortbread was neatly arranged on the tray. If it were any other vendor, it might not have attracted much attention. But Su Pengya is a fat man weighing 200 pounds, who wouldn't look at her twice when walking over. Even those waiting in line for Jin Ki dim sum couldn't help but look at her frequently. Sister, let me serve the pancakes.
Su Ergo said.
No need, you have other tasks. Su Pengya picked up a shortbread and handed it to Su Ergo. Eat. Su Ergo. Aren't we going to sell it? Su Pengya said, you don't understand. This is called eating broadcast. Shuergo. Su Ergo has become accustomed to the various abnormal behaviors of his sister after she broke her brain. Since his sister asked him to eat, he just ate it. When he ate the 3rd pancake, a little girl finally couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled her mother's hand and said, Mom, I want to eat that. The mother and daughter came forward. The woman asked, how much do you sell these cakes for? Su Pengya said, they're 10 cents each, and there are 3 flavors. White sesame is stuffed with red beans, black sesame is stuffed with pickled mustard greens and meat, and double sesame is stuffed with mung beans. The woman frowned and said, meat buns are only 2 cents each, and you're selling a palm-sized cake for 10 cents. That's too expensive. Su Pengya patiently explained, there's a lot of sugar in it, so it's very sweet. There's meat in the pickled mustard greens, so the filling is quite filling. Sugar was expensive in ancient times, but the cost was there, so the price she offered was already a fair one. Why don't you try it first, and buy it if it tastes good?
Ah.
The woman was stunned. Su Pengya wrapped her hands with clean gauze, cut 3 cakes on the spot, and let the woman and her child try a small piece of each flavor.
Mom.
Delicious, delicious, delicious. The woman rarely refuted. I thought the snack sold by a country girl wouldn't taste very good, but who would have thought they were so delicious? And she just noticed the way the chubby country girl cut the biscuits, which was very clean. Let's have 2 each, said the woman. Su Pengya took out a clean bamboo leaf-wrapped pancake and said, since it's the opening of the business, I'll give you an extra one. Which flavor do you want? Which one do you like best? The woman asked her daughter. The little girl said frankly, I like them all. Let's have the pickled mustard greens, said the woman. Okay. Su Pengya handed the wrapped pancake to the woman. The woman took out her purse. Su Pengya said, Ergo, collect the money. Looking at the 60 extra coins that suddenly appeared in his purse, Su Ergu couldn't believe it. How long has it been? He's already earned so much? It's faster than him, and his father going door to door to extort money. The mother and daughter's reactions were seen by everyone. Some people questioned whether they were hired as a shill, while others were genuinely curious. Suddenly, a young scholar in the queue outside Jinji shouted, "Oh, it's her." The person in front of him turned around and asked, "Who is it?" "I asked you to come to Jinji with me yesterday, but you didn't come, so you missed it." The scholar pointed at Su Pengya and said, "She is the fat village girl who saved the choking child I told you about."
Oh, yes.
It's her. The person who said this was an old man who had just bought his first box of snacks. He was also present when Su Pengya rescued the child. The scholar smiled and said, "I'll go buy her cakes." My companion was anxious. "Hey, we are only 2 more away from it. We have been waiting in line for half an hour." The scholar ignored it and walked across the street without looking back. "Girl, do you remember me? Have we met before?" "Okay, I was upstairs yesterday and you were in the lobby busy rescuing people, so I guess you didn't see me." Su Pengya understood that it was a guest of Jinji. The scholar clapped his folding fan and said, "Your cakes look very ordinary. Jinji also has this kind of shortbread." Su Pengya said seriously, "But mine tastes better."
Huh.
The scholar laughed out loud, not in mockery, but simply because he thought this chubby country girl was so confident that she was a little cute. "I bought them even though they tasted bad. Who told me to pay tribute to you, a heroine?"
Give me 10.
Su Pengya packed 10 for him. The scholar was puzzled. "Why didn't you give me one? The customer just now only bought 6, and you gave them all away." Su Pengya said, "That's the opening business. If you are the first one to come tomorrow, even if you only buy 1, I will give you 1 for free." How could the scholar be greedy for her cake? He didn't expect it to be delicious, he was just teasing her. "He won't come tomorrow." Thinking of something, he asked again, "Does your pancake have a name?" "The one from Jinji is called Crispy Pancake." Su Pengya thought for a moment and said, "Wife cake." Scholar. The dim sum sold better than expected, and in less than half an hour, all 100 cakes were sold out. If we go to the market, we won't be able to sell them so quickly. After all, her prices were high, and people who went to the market might not be willing to pay 10 copper coins for a small snack. Of course, Jinji's customers have no shortage of money. If her prices were merely cheaper than Jinji's, there wouldn't be so many people coming to buy. In addition, her aura of being a savior also gives the guests a lot of trust. Finally, there is a little gimmick: the name of the shortbread. Wife cake so novel. Due to the limitations of cooking tools, the taste of the wife cakes she made was very different from that of her previous life. However, for the ancients who had never eaten food with various preservatives and additives, the taste of this kind of shortbread was already very wonderful. 780 coins. Su Pengya wrote this. Su Ergu was surprised. "Sister, I was the one who collected the money. How did you know?" Su Pengya said, "I tried 12, gave 1 away, ate 3, and broke 6, leaving 78. Each one costs 10 cents. Su Ergu admires her sister very much. "Sister, you didn't break your brain. You made it better, didn't you?" Su Pengya was speechless about her silly brother. "Sister, are we going to sell cakes again tomorrow?"
Come.
Still coming to Jinji? Continue to take advantage of Jinji's traffic. Okay. Su Ergu was very happy. Selling cakes is much easier than extorting money, and you can eat as much as you want and keep filling up. "Sister, I like pickled mustard greens the best." It was greasy, salty with a hint of sweetness, and so delicious that he wanted to bite his tongue. "Is your tongue okay?"
Su Pengya asked.
Su Ergu stuck out his tongue a few times, and it didn't hurt. He said, "Okay." Su Pengya said, "I'll make you some preserved vegetable braised pork when I get home." Su Ergu asked, "What is preserved vegetable and pork with preserved vegetables?" Su Pengya smiled slightly. "You will know after you eat it. Let's go to the market to buy some ingredients." Business is so good that she plans to make more tomorrow. Otherwise, the ingredients won't last for a few more days. Girl. As soon as she arrived at the market entrance, she was stopped. She looked up and saw that it was the young butcher who sold meat. The butcher came running over, sweating profusely, and said, "Finally, you're here. Otherwise, I was wondering where to find you. Looking for me?" Su Pengya looked at him in surprise. The butcher smiled sheepishly. "It's like this. Do you still have the braised large intestines you made yesterday?" To be honest, he had no intention of eating it at first, but it would be a pity to throw it away, so he just tried it. "It tastes better than what my mom makes." Su Pengya touched her chin and said, "Are you here to ask me how to make braised large intestines? Or do you want to buy a bowl of braised large intestines from me?"
Ah.
The butcher was successfully stumped. Of course. He came to ask for advice on cooking methods, but after hearing what the little village girl said, he felt it would be a bit unreasonable not to buy a bowl. Bye. How much? How much is the braised large intestine? Look, he's stuttering. Su Pengya smiled and said, "Not expensive, 20 cents a pound." The butcher suspected that he had heard it wrong. 21? 1 catty? A whole set of pig intestines weighs 20 catties, and it can't even be sold for 10 copper coins. How dare she ask for such a price? Scarcity makes things valuable. She is the only family in the market that can make this kind of braised food. Besides, sugar and salt are expensive, so she didn't raise the price randomly. Su Pengya continued, "If you buy it, I'll only charge you 10 cents. The butcher said stupidly, "It's so much cheaper? Could it be that the little country girl has a crush on me?" Su Pengya smiled and said, "Then, see you tomorrow." "Ah, see you tomorrow." The young butcher turned around and blushed. When Su Pengya passed by a stall selling dried goods, she met the old woman from last time. The old woman opened her mouth and said, 60 cents for pickled plums. "I lost money last time I sold it for 50 cents. Su Pengya said, "I don't want pickled mustard greens today." The old woman. The food they bought today was not much, and with Su Erga serving as a helper throughout the journey, they did not take the ox cart, but walked back to the village. Old man Su is not at home. He must be dealing with Uncle Cheng's funeral arrangements. The 3 little ones are at Liu Shan's house, being looked after by Mrs. Wu. "Go and bring Dahu and the others back," Su Pengya said to Su Ergu. "Okay." Su Ergu put down the heavy backpack and walked out of the main room. After a while, he came back in panic. Sister. Someone is coming." Su Pengya was washing her hands in the backyard. She raised her eyes calmly when she heard this. "Who is here that makes you so panicked?" Su Erga said in a daze. "It's my uncle and aunt." The uncle and aunt mentioned by Ergu are the maternal family of their biological mother Chen. The uncle is Chen's biological brother, named Chen Feng, and his wife is Huang. The Chen family is from Yonglu village in Dongtu. After Su Pengya searched the original owner's memory, it was not difficult to understand why Su Erga reacted like this when the Chen family came to his house. Old man Su was a beggar who drifted to Yonglu village during a famine. He worked as a cowherd for the headman of the village and grew up eating food from hundreds of families. The Chen family had some wealth, so naturally they would not choose a cowherd as their son-in-law. The Chen family arranged a marriage for Chen in the town. There was someone else in the man's room, and he was not polite to Chen before the wedding, so Chen refused to marry him. In order to get a generous betrothal gift, Chen's family forced Chen to marry him. Later, the young Su Qing ran to the town and beat the man up severely, and the marriage fell through. Later, Chen was going to marry the young man Su Qing. The Chen family disagreed and threatened that if Chen dared to marry, they would sever ties with the Chen family. They thought that this would scare Chen, but Chen resolutely took the young Su Qing away from Yonglu village and settled in Xinghua village. Later, Su Cheng went on a long journey, and when he returned to the village, Chen had unfortunately passed away due to illness. He didn't even get to see his wife for the last time. Since then, he never escorted a caravan again. The Chen family blamed Su Cheng for Chen's death, and not only did they make Su Qing pay a large sum of money, but the relationship between the two families also broke down again. Whenever they met, the Chen family would always look down on the Su family members. Because of his wife, Su Chen was particularly tolerant of the Chen family, and Su Daya and Su Ergo did not dare to challenge the Chen family. Just as Su Pengya digested the memories in her mind, Chen Feng and Huang also came in. Hey, isn't this Dia? Huang saw Su Pengya walking into the main room from the back door at a glance. Su Ergo hid behind his sister. Su Pengya said to him, Ergo, call me uncle and aunt.
Su Ergo leaned forward reluctantly. Uncle, aunt.
Chen Feng looked serious. Huang walked forward with a smile on her face, looked at the siblings and said, It's been a short time since we last met, and Ergo has grown so tall. Dia is also so. I've gained weight. Su Pengya finished her words. Huang smiled awkwardly, took Su Pengya's hand, and sat down on the chair. Chen Feng had already sat down. He frowned as he looked at the Su family, which had suddenly become less slovenly, and for a moment he suspected that he had come to the wrong place. The last time the Su family was so clean was when my sister was still alive. Huang actually noticed it, but she ignored it because she came here for something important. Su Pengya said, Ergo, go to the kitchen and boil some water to make tea for uncle and aunt.
Hey.
Su Ergo fled from the main room feeling relieved. Huang held Su Pengya's hand affectionately and said with a smile, Where's your father? Isn't he at home?
Su Pengya looked at her hand.
If someone was being too attentive to her for no reason, he was either a traitor or a thief. Dad is out. I don't know if he will be back today. It's a bad omen for uncle and aunt to come. Huang's smile froze for a moment. Your father won't object anyway, and it's the same if your aunt tells you. Su Pengya smiled faintly. What does my aunt want to tell me? Huang said indignantly, Your uncle and I have heard about He Tongxing's affairs. How dare he humiliate you like this?
Su Pengya said, So my aunt is here to help me?
Huang's smile froze again. I will definitely come out. Let your uncle come over tomorrow and beat up that he guy. Just tell her directly that you are here to propose marriage. Chen Feng on the side spoke up. If they continued chatting like this, they would not be able to get to the point before dark. Propose marriage to me? Su Pengya's face was full of surprise. Huang smiled brightly and said, Yes, Dia. You are not young anymore, and mystery broke off your engagement. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to find a husband in the future. Alas, you have the blood of our Qin family in your bones. Your uncle, and I can't let you live alone for the rest of your life. Su Pengya asked, So, which family does my aunt want to tell me about? Huang said, Of course it's our Qin family. Marrying your cousin will make us even closer relatives. She has 3 cousins in the Qin family, the eldest cousin, the second cousin, and the youngest cousin, who are 19, 17, and 18 years old respectively, and none of them have been engaged. Su Pengya seemed to be thinking, My eldest cousin is 19, and he is indeed old enough to get married. Huang immediately said, It's your second cousin. My second cousin is not my aunt's biological son, but an illegitimate son brought back by her uncle Chen Feng. Huang made a lot of fuss about this matter, but in the end she couldn't win over the whole family, so she reluctantly kept the child. Su Pengya pouted with a look of disgust. So you're talking about marrying that illegitimate child? I thought you wanted me to marry my eldest cousin. Your eldest cousin is a scholar. Huang blurted out. Su Pengya asked innocently. What my aunt means is, I am not worthy of my eldest cousin.
Huang.
Of course, a notoriously fat girl is not worthy of her son, but don't say it. Huang smiled awkwardly. Your eldest cousin is a nerd who doesn't know how to be caring. Your second cousin is about the same age as you. He has mentioned you to me several times, and he likes you very much. Besides, doesn't your father want to find a live-in son-in-law? Who would let their eldest son marry into someone else's family? Su Pengya suddenly realized. Oh, so it's about marrying into the wife's family. Huang smiled and said, Don't worry, we are relatives. We will never take the betrothal money and then regret the engagement. Here comes the point. Su Pengya asked with a half-smile, How much money does my aunt want as a betrothal gift? Huang said earnestly, Although you have been married once and are a second-time married woman, the Qin family will not despise you, and your aunt will not ask for a betrothal gift. Just give the same amount to the Qin family as your father gave to the He family. Listen, what kind of alms-giving tone is this? It's as if he is a living Buddha and has suffered a lot. Did Huang really think that he couldn't hear her wishful thinking? Not only can one get rid of an annoying illegitimate child, but one can also get 20 taels of silver as a betrothal gift. It is simply a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. But Huang didn't come earlier or later. Why did he come at this time? Su Pongyao remembered the day when she and Su Ergu rode in the ox cart of Yanglu village and threatened to ask He Tongsheng to return the silver. Presumably, the driver told the Qin family about this after returning to the village. The Qin family saw that there was profit to be made, so they hurried to the door. Huang continued, "You were publicly broken off by He Tongsheng, and no one in the surrounding area would dare to marry you, let alone become a live-in son-in-law for your family. It was only because of your uncle's consideration for your mother's brotherly love that he agreed to your marriage with your second cousin. Your grandfather originally disagreed, and your uncle and I persuaded him for 2 whole nights. After 2 nights, the time matched." Su Pongyao was too lazy to play along with her anymore and said bluntly, "He Tongsheng is a Tongsheng after all. Why does my second cousin also want 20 taels of betrothal gift?" It's not that she looks down on Chen Jia Erling, but since Huang wants to sell her son, she has to allow him to sell at a price, right? Huang was a little embarrassed. "How can you talk like that? That's your second cousin." Su Pongyao smiled faintly. "I am still your niece. Unless you let your eldest cousin come, there is no point in talking about the 20 taels of silver as a betrothal gift."
You.
Huang was furious. Ugly girl covet her scholar son. A toad wanting to eat swan flesh.
You.
Su Pongyao said, "Aunt, are you reluctant to let me go? Ergu, show me around."
Hey.
Su Ergu, who was eavesdropping in the backyard, ran out without saying a word, and halfway through his walk, he turned back to his sister and whispered, "Sister, how do I send you off?"
Shupanya.
Women always change their temper very quickly, especially Huang, who looked down on the Su family. Seeing that fatty Su was serious, she was too lazy to pretend to be good-tempered. She stood up and pointed at Su Pengyao's nose and said, "I let Erling marry you because I felt sorry for you. You are fat and stupid. You are lazy and greedy. You have a bad reputation. On the wedding day, the groom left you and ran away. Folks from several villages are all laughing at you. Do you really think that anyone wants you?" Chen Feng frowned. Su Pongyao looked at Chen Feng standing aside. "Does uncle think so too?" Chen Feng frowned even more tightly. "Dia, your aunt's words may sound harsh, but they are also true. If your family can't afford so much dowry, less is fine." Huang almost screamed subconsciously. "No less. What will happen to Dalong's marriage if there is less?" Su Pongyao smiled. "So, my aunt is already arranging a marriage for my eldest cousin. Are my uncle and aunt planning to sell their illegitimate child and use the money earned from the betrothal gift to marry their eldest son? It's a good plan, but it's a pity. I, Su Dia, will not be such a fool." The Su family made so much noise that many villagers came to watch at the door. He, the second daughter-in-law of Liu Shan's family next door, arrived the earliest and heard the most. The Qin family is here to propose marriage to their son. She took on the responsibility of explaining on the sidelines. It requires 20 taels of betrothal gift. Come and be a son-in-law.
Yes.
It's not the scholar's son. It's the second son. The one born to the mistress outside.
Yes.
The one with a lame right eye. The bad things that happened in the Qin family have spread all over the place. Logically speaking, Su Pengyao's situation was so bad that she should marry a lame, illegitimate boy, which was a good match for them. But the Qin family actually asked for an exorbitant amount of silver as a betrothal gift, which was really shameless. Sun Ergua shouted, "Pengya, my son will be your son-in-law. Just give me 2 taels." He glared at him and said, "Go away. Where did your son come from?" Everyone laughed. Huang's face turned ugly. How could she not know that an illegitimate child was not worth 20 taels of silver? It's just that the 3 members of the Su family have always responded to the Qin family's requests. No matter how arrogant this girl is outside, she has no choice but to be obedient in front of them. He's like a different person today, and he refuses to listen to anything. It was her fault that she didn't know they had saved 20 taels. If she had known, she would have come and taken the silver away earlier. As more and more villagers gathered around, she could no longer throw a tantrum, so she forced herself to smile. Daya, your aunt is doing this for your own good. Only if you marry your second cousin will you have a good life in the future. Pangya Su didn't lie to you. She really got married, and we all gave money as gift. Yes, I gave 3. He's got 3 other kids with him. I just haven't seen him before. Fatty. Could it be that your husband is too ugly to be seen in public? Ha ha ha. The villagers laughed again. Su Pengya finally understood that this group of people were just watching the fun and would neither help Huang nor favor her. But she really couldn't call Wei Ting out, not because she thought he was too ugly to be seen in public, but because Wei Ting would never help her deal with Huang and the villagers. What happened? A charming voice came from behind. It was Wei Ting's voice. Su Pengya's first reaction was, "This guy can get out of bed?" Her second reaction was, "It's over." If Wei Ting doesn't cooperate and says he's not her husband, she won't be able to end it. This is very much like something Wei Ting could do. She clenched her fists and quickly thought of a countermeasure in her mind, completely unaware of the reactions of Huang and the villagers. Wei Ting came to her side and asked softly, "Why is the house so noisy?" Su Pengya was used to Wei Ting's sarcasm, so she was stunned when he suddenly spoke in such a gentle tone without any sarcasm. She subconsciously turned her head to look at Wei Ting beside her. Now she was even more confused. The swelling on Wei Ting's face had gone down, revealing his original appearance. He had a handsome face, thick eyebrows slanting into his temples, a high nose bridge, and a pair of deep eyes that were staring at her without blinking. Her chubby, dazed face was reflected in his obsidian pupils. He looked very tall when he was lying down, and seemed even taller when he stood up. His posture was straight and upright, like a pine tree or a bamboo. Even his coarse linen clothes could not hide his noble air. Old man Su didn't lie to her. This man really is 100 times more handsome than he Tongsheng. Su Pengya was stunned. This is a man who is enough to make all women blush and their hearts beat fast. She just laughed at him for being so ugly, but now she wishes she could bite off her tongue. Wei Ting smiled slightly, took out the cotton coat in his hand, and put it on Su Pengya. "The draft is strong in the hall. Be careful not to catch a cold." Su Pengya is not a flower maniac, but this body is. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been unable to walk when she saw He Tongsheng. That's not the point. The point is why Wei Ting suddenly became so gentle and considerate. Wei Ting glanced at Huang and Qin Feng, who stood up in shock, then turned to ask Su Ergo. "Ergo, who are they?" Su Ergo replied, "Uncle, aunt." Wei Ting said politely, "It turns out to be my uncle and aunt. Please take a seat." Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, "You are?" Su Ergo stepped forward and said, "My brother-in-law." It was such a strange feeling. He was obviously very afraid of his uncle and aunt, but as soon as his brother-in-law came out, he suddenly felt confident. This was the first time Qin Feng showed an incredible expression since he entered the door. Huang's face was also full of disbelief. It was more shocking than if knives were falling from the sky. Wei Ting asked, "Why did uncle and aunt come to visit today?" Su Pengya. "Oh, didn't you hear it in the room?" Huang opened her mouth and became speechless. Just now she was cursing that this girl was unwanted, but then this handsome husband appeared, which really slapped her in the face. Husband. After making sure that the other person was not here to ruin her show, Su Pengya felt a little unhappy. She blinked her eyes without a single tear and said aggrievedly, "Uncle and aunt are here to separate us." Huang was shocked. "When did I come to separate you?" Su Pengya continued to look aggrieved. "Didn't my aunt just propose marriage to me? She said that apart from my second cousin, no other man in the world would be truly kind to me, and that I'm fat and stupid and no one wants me." Wei Ting looked at her with a smile. "Who said that? You're not fat at all." Su Pengya looked at him with eyes more innocent than Bambi's. "Am I stupid?" Wei Ting took a deep breath, smiling. "Not stupid, very smart." Su Pengya held his slender jade-like hand and asked with a sob, Husband, will you not want me? You know enough. Wei Ting smiled. I am your husband. Of course, I will not abandon you. Su Pengya cried and threw herself into his arms. Husband, you are the best. Su Urga shuddered all over, and my sister's energy came back again. The villagers who were forced to eat dog food said, I'm full. The Chun couple felt so slapped in the face, thinking that they had said so much shamelessly, but the Su family already had a live-in son-in-law. Su Pengya pulled out her handkerchief and cried, Husband, my aunt said that my eldest cousin is a scholar. I am not worthy of him. You should also take the exam to become a scholar someday. Bring honor to our Su family. The person has left. Wei Ting turned back into an iceberg man in a second. Well, so fast. I haven't acted enough. Su Pengya pushed his chest with an unsatisfied look, using the force to lift herself up from his arms, and touched his pectoral muscles in the process. Wei Ting. Everyone gone?
Huh.
Where's Ergu? Go to the kitchen to get some water. Wei Ting returned to his room. Su Pengya followed with her chubby little legs. Wei Ting sat down beside the bed with a cold face. What are you doing here again? Su Pengya put her chubby hands behind her back and raised her eyebrows as she said, Of course I'm here to check your injuries, husband. Wei Ting said coldly, Don't shout. Wei Ting is still cute when he is gentle, even though he is pretending. Su Pengya clapped her hands. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let me see your injury. Wei Ting looked at the pair of chubby hands reaching out to him warily and said in a deep voice, I'll do it myself. Su Pengya stood up and gestured. You come. Wei Ting tried to solve it for a long time but couldn't. He put his hands down awkwardly and turned his face away. Su Pengya walked up to him with amusement, undressed him, and removed the gauze on his abdomen and left calf. The last time she got the latest special medicine from the base pharmacy, she had to admit that the medicine was really effective. The wound had scabbed over, and there was no redness or swelling at all. However, his injuries were so severe that his flesh and bones were visible, so he still needed to stay in bed for more time to recuperate. My calf is swollen. He would occasionally get out of bed, but he would always have Su Urga's support, and he would use the strength of his right leg. Just now, in order to support her, he walked out as if nothing had happened. Su Pengya no longer wanted to tease him and said seriously, I'll apply some medicine for you. Just tell me if it hurts. Wei Ting said calmly, It's not a big deal for such a minor injury. Yes, he had many old scars on his body. I wonder how many times he had fought with others. After treating Wei Ting's injuries, Su Pengya went to the backyard. The three little ones came in gliding and looked at him cutely. Satisfied? Wei Ting was too lazy to pay attention to the three little guys. The three little ones stretched out their little fists. Dad, you have worked hard. Let me give you a leg massage. The three little ones served their father conscientiously and sloppily, then shook their heads and ran to the kitchen to find Su Pengya. No regrets at all. Wei Ting's mouth twitched. Little one. Su Pengya was talking to Xiao Wu outside the back door of the kitchen at this moment. Today, Su Ching had to go and take care of Ching family's affairs, so Su Pengya entrusted the three children to Xiao Wu again. In return, she gave some food to Xiao Wu. Mrs. Wu refused. I haven't finished the biscuits you gave me this morning. Is it delicious?
Su Pengya asked.
Good, delicious, said Mrs. Wu. This is not a compliment, it is sincere. Once her sister-in-law was sick, so she accompanied her mother-in-law to a banquet in the next village. She heard that a chef from the town was invited, and the food was the best she had ever eaten. But she felt that the pancakes made by Su Pengya were no worse than those made by that chef. Su Pengya handed her a covered bowl and said, These are crushed and hard to sell. If you don't mind, you can take them back and feed them to your children. Xiao wanted to continue to refuse, but Su Pengya glared at her and she obediently took the bowl. She opened the bowl only after she returned to her kitchen. Although it is said to be a broken cake, in fact it only has very slight cracks, and this kind of cake is still sold in the market. Not only were there 3 pancakes in the bowl, but there was also a large piece of braised meat with the right amount of fat and lean meat underneath. The family can eat meat less than twice a month. Basically, it is the father-in-law, the second brother, and Nyo Dan who eat meat. The mother-in-law and the second brother's wife, he can occasionally get a piece of meat, but she and her daughter have not tasted meat for half a year. No, the pancakes that Su Pengya gave me this morning had meat filling. She actually ate me twice a day. Lu Shan's family didn't say anything about Xiao Wu babysitting the Su family's child. It was not surprising that the Su family was overbearing and would exploit others to take care of the child. Xiao Wu didn't take care of the child. Would he and Wu be asked to take care of the child? However, Xiao Wu took care of the child and did not fall behind in the work she was supposed to do. Kitchen room. 3 little kids gathered around the stove, standing on tiptoe and looking into the pot. But the man is not even as tall as the stove, so he can only look at it in loneliness.
Mom.
Xiaohu looked at Su Pengya's chopping board and said, "Xiaofu, tiger, eat." Su Pengya picked up a piece of chopped onion and fed it to him mischievously. Xiaohu opened his mouth and took a bite. The spiciness made him frown and stick out his tongue. Su Pengya couldn't stop laughing. After Xiaohu had tried the onion himself, Dahu and Eru were no longer interested in the things on the chopping board. They turned to look at the leftover biscuits in the basket on the small table. They had shortbread this morning, and it was delicious. But now they don't want to eat this, because just now, all 3 biscuits were licked by Xiaohu. "Sister,
I'm hungry.
is there anything to eat?" Su Erga walked into the kitchen. Dahu grabbed the basket on the small table and handed it to Su Ergo. "Uncle, eat." "Don't you want to eat?"
Su Ergo asked.
Big Tiger and Second Tiger shook their heads, while Little Tiger was still sticking out his tongue in disgust. "Oh, then I'll eat it." Su Erga held the basket in one hand and grabbed a biscuit with the other hand and stuffed it into his mouth.
Huh.
Why is it a little damp? Old Man Su went to deal with the Chung family's affairs and would probably be back in the evening. Su Pengya made a dish of stir-fried kidney with green onions, fried a bowl of crispy pork, stir-fried 2 green vegetables, and steamed a few bowls of egg custard. She had steamed a big bowl of it before, but the 3 little ones didn't like it. They preferred to put it in small cups, 1 portion for each person. Su Ergu and Wei Ting also had a part in it. Ergu served the food.
Come on.
Su Ergu quickly entered the kitchen, brought out the cooked dishes, and served rice to the family. Su Pengya went to Wei Ting's house. "Should we bring it in for you, or will you please go out and eat with us?" she asked. Wei Ting looked at the 3 kids running around in the main room and said, "I'm going out to eat." Su Pengya came to the bedside.
Do what?
"Help me, can you walk by yourself? Don't damage your left leg again. You'll be wasting my medicine." Wei Ting frowned, probably wanting to let Su Ergu come over, but after hesitating for a moment, he handed his hand to Su Pengya. Su Pengya helped him to sit down in the main room. "Brother-in-law, are you feeling better now?"
Su Ergu asked.
Wei Ting didn't know whether to respond or not to the word brother-in-law. He just said, "Much better." Wei Ting sat opposite Su Pengya, with the 3 little ones on Su Pengya's left and Su Ergu on her right. The 3 little ones were too short to sit down, so Su Pengya turned the chairs over and placed them against the table, allowing the 3 little ones to eat while standing on them. Su Ergu picked up the bowl and chopsticks, leaned close to Su Pengya's ear and whispered, "Sister, brother-in-law is quite handsome, right? Dad, and I didn't lie to you, did we? Is he 100 times more handsome than he Tongshim? I told you that you would like him." Wei Ting ate his food slowly. Su Pengya glanced at Wei Ting and squeezed out a sound from between her teeth. "Can you speak louder?"
Eat. Oh.
Su Ergu buried his head in his meal. The 3 little ones also ate their meals seriously, but they were too small, and the food got all over the table and all over their bodies. Now it was Wei Ting's turn to see Su Pengya. There was no trace of impatience or annoyance in Su Pengya's eyes. Wei Ting felt relieved. He picked up a piece of meat in front of him and paused while eating. "What kind of dish is this?" he asked Su Pengya. Su Pengya took a look and said, "What's wrong? Is it not delicious?" Wei Ting thought for a moment and said, "Not really, it tastes a little weird. It's pork kidney."
Su Pengya said. Cough.
Cough, cough, cough. Wei Ting choked and turned away from the dining table and started coughing violently. After coughing, he looked at Su Pengya in shock Tell me again, what is this? Pork kidneys.
Supanya smiled.
I used rice wine to remove the fishy smell. They taste tender and refreshing. Wei Ting suddenly felt that the food in the bowl no longer tasted good. Su Pengya pushed the dish towards him. I bought this especially for you. Eat more. Wei Ting's hands creaked as he held the chopsticks. My waist is fine. Su Pengya glanced at the three kids, nodded, and seemed to be thinking about something.
Wei Ting.
That's not what he meant. After nightfall, old man Su finally came back. He ran around all day, first asking the He family to return the 15 taels of silver on the IOU, then taking old Cheng's orphan to pay off the Chung family's debts one by one. Finally, there were 7 taels left, and the Chung family said they didn't want any, so he secretly stuffed it into the Chung family's closet. Having gotten rid of a worry, he was finally able to close his eyes. When Su Pengya brought dinner into his room, he was already fast asleep. Su Pengya returned to her room. While keeping a count in her mind, she was thinking about how to conduct business next. I never worried about money in my previous life, but now I wish I could break a coin into 2. The 3 little ones came to sleep with them again tonight, but were rejected by Su Pengya with a ruthless heart. The 3 little ones went asleep with Su Ergu. Each of the 3 little ones peed on a large map, and the entire bed became their beautiful river. When Su Pengya walked over, the 3 little ones looked at her innocently. Sister, how can I sleep like this?
Su Ergu felt aggrieved.
Su Ergu's bed cannot be slept in anymore because Wei Ting's bed is small and cannot accommodate a second person. Su Pengya sighed helplessly. Ergu, go sleep at your father's side. Dahu, Eru, and Xiaohu, come and sleep in my room. Su Pengya changed the 3 kids into dry clothes. The 3 of them hugged their favorite little pillows and climbed onto Su Pengya's bed. Looking at the 3 little ones who had successfully slept together again, Su Pengya said seriously, this is really the last time. The 3 little ones nodded. Close your eyes and go to sleep, Su Pengya said fiercely. The 3 little ones closed their eyes obediently and fell into a sweet dream. The sleeping posture of the 3 little ones was not very good. When Su Pengya woke up, there was no child around her. She searched the bed for a while, and as expected, there was one lying on the inside, one lying at the foot of the bed, and another in the corner with his legs against the wall and facing the sky. The 3 of them were sleeping soundly, looking cute and adorable. Su Pengya stuffed the 3 of them into the bed, poked their fair and tender little faces one by one, and automatically imagined the sound effects of Puchi. I made myself laugh all of a sudden. 3 little window dolls, so fun. Su Pengya dressed neatly and went to the backyard with her clothes. It snowed a little last night. There was a thin layer of snow on the ground, which made a slight crackling sound when you stepped on it. Su Pengya grew up in the south in her previous life and rarely had the opportunity to see snow. When she went to college, she applied to a northern city and stayed there for 8 years. Perhaps her strong ability to adapt was developed during those 8 years. Su Pengya first went to the kitchen to light the fire, boiled water in the pot, and took out the fermented dough and soaked beans from the cupboard. While waiting for the water to boil and the dough to rise, she moved a small stool and sat under the thatched shed in the backyard to wash clothes. Wei Ting's fever subsided and he was no longer dazed, so he woke up early naturally. He limped to the backyard to wash up, but saw Su Pengya sitting in the cold wind washing clothes. He also heard what happened last night. She had no complaints.
Why?
Of course, it's to lose weight. Su Ergu has always been the one washing the clothes at home. Su Pengya can't do much exercise now, so she can only take over the housework. Su Pengya hummed a little tune while washing. She was tone-deaf in her previous life, but in this life she has a voice that was kissed by an angel. Plus, because she is fat, her lung capacity is large, so she can sing high notes without gasping. However, she still managed to control her strength a little early in the morning. Wei Ting looked at how happy she was and felt that he couldn't understand her anymore.
Huh?
You're up? Wei Ting was slightly startled, and then he realized that he had just been staring at a little fat girl. He calmed himself down and said calmly, "Who can sleep if you make so much noise?" Su Pengya's chubby face darkened. I'm so noisy every day. I never saw you unable to sleep. Wei Ting didn't want to argue with her, because she washed clothes for the children early in the morning. He limped past her and planned to fetch water to wash his face. However, he overestimated his ability to act and missed a step. Seeing that he was about to fall into the freezing cold water tank, Su Pengya hurriedly pulled him back. She still had to make pancakes soon, so the water couldn't be dirty. She might have used too much force, and she pulled over his head, causing Wei Ting to pounce on her. By the time she reacted, she had been pinned down in the snow by Wei Ting. Out of a doctor's instinct to save the dying and heal the wounded, she held the injured person's head firmly with her hands. With the soft snow as a cushion, Su Pengya was not hurt from the fall, but was dizzy for a while before she recovered. Wei Ting, you can get up now. Wei Ting didn't move. Hey, even though I'm fat, you're heavy too. Wei Ting still didn't move. Su Pengya frowned, raised her head with difficulty, and looked carefully.
Ah.
Wei Ting seemed to be suffocated by her. I forgot that I was a fat little guy with choppy skin. Su Pengya couldn't move Wei Ting by herself, so she had to go to Old Man Su's room and wake up Su Ergu. Sister, are we going to sell cakes? Su Ergu woke up from his sleepiness in an instant. To wake up a late sleeping brother, it turns out all you have to do is ask him to sell cakes. Not yet. Su Pengya coughed lightly. Your brother-in-law fell down in the backyard. Go and help him up. Isn't it the right thing to help someone up when he falls? Why lift him up? When Su Ergu got there, he realized that his brother-in-law had fainted from the fall. How did you fall? Are you okay? He was really worried about Wei Ting. It's okay, just take a nap. Su Pengya couldn't tell him that Wei Ting fainted from the suffocation in her luxurious sea view room. Carry him in. Don't let your brother-in-law get frozen. Okay. The two of them worked together to carry Wei Ting back to the small east room. Su Pengya was worried that he would get sick from the fall, so she checked his injuries and took his pulse, and only left the room after making sure that he was fine. As a result of this delay, she and Su Ergu arrived in town an hour later than yesterday. Jean Key's dim sum has already sold out several pots. Su Ergu pointed at Jinji and said, Sister, there's no one queuing anymore. Everyone has bought their stuff and left. Not only did Jinji's entrance have fewer customers, but even the shop behind them had opened, which meant they could no longer set up shop in front of other people's front doors. She thought about it and went directly to the alley next to Jinji. Su Ergu looked at the sparse pedestrians and asked bitterly, Sister, we won't be unable to sell today, will we? The situation today is indeed not very favorable to them. Little girl, you're finally here. A familiar voice came from across the street. The brother and sister looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. It was the young scholar who came from Jinji yesterday. He was wearing a light blue academy uniform, holding a folding fan in his hand, with delicate features and a high spirit. He strode over, patted his left palm with his folding fan, and said with a smile, I'm waiting for you, right? I'm the first customer today. As promised, you'll give me one for free if I buy one.
Yes.
Su Pengya nodded. Which flavor do you want? The scholar snorted. You only have 3 flavors? Give me one of each. Today we have 4 kinds. Su Pengya said, there is one more chestnut one. The chestnuts were brought by Mrs. Wu this morning. They were cooked, and the shells were peeled for her. She simply tried to make 10 chestnut-filled buns. The scholar was aloof for a second. How do I know if it tastes good? Su Pengya cut a small piece for him. He took a bite calmly and said, It's so-so.
Shupanya? Oh.
Scholar, I want them all. The siblings. The 10 chestnut cakes were put into the scholar's pocket before they had a chance to see the bustling market. Su Pengya kept her promise and gave him one. The question is, which flavor should he choose? The pickled mustard greens are delicious, oily but not greasy, crispy but not dry, salty with a hint of sweetness, and very satisfying to eat. But red bean filling and mung bean filling are not bad either. After much hesitation, the scholar paid another 20 copper coins and bought 3 flavors. Su Pengya handed him the wrapped cake. Didn't you seem to want to eat my cake yesterday? The scholar groaned. I think about it today. Is that not okay?
Shupanya smiled slightly. Okay.
The little chubby girl is quite cute when she smiles. The scholar cleared his throat and said with a look of elegance, "Well, will you come again tomorrow? Will you be late again? Will you change places?" Su Pengya was asked 3 questions by the soul. Due to many uncontrollable factors, setting up stalls is very random, and Su Pengya cannot guarantee it. The scholar suggested, "Hey, how about you sell it at the entrance of our academy? Many people from our academy come all the way to Jinji to buy dim sum." His words may seem ordinary, but they actually gave Su Pengya a very high valuation. He almost said that her wife cake was a high-end substitute for Jinji dim sum. In ancient times, there were students from poor families who could enter academies, but there were also children from wealthy families. This provided Su Pengya with an idea. Su Pengya thought for a moment and asked, "But are stalls allowed in front of the academy?" The scholar hurriedly said, "Let it go." Su Ergu, who was standing by, looked at him strangely. "How do you know? Is this academy owned by your family?" Scholar, "Yes." Shuergo. The scholar's name is Shin Chuan, also known as Qinghe, and he is really the biological son of the dean of Wudong Academy. Xinghua town is not big, with only one academy. It is not in the center of the town, but it is not too far away. It is about 3 or 4 miles walk from here. Shun Chuan sighed and said, "I asked Jean Qi to set up a stall, but it's a pity that people don't like it. Cam Qi doesn't look down upon normality. After all, there is no shortage of customers." Su Pengya said, "I'll think about it. It's not far from Jinji to the academy, but if you include the distance from the village to the town, it's 10 miles. On the one hand, the distance is long, but on the other hand, the main source of customers there are students. If you can't sell out all the wife cakes before class in the morning, you will most likely have to wait until the students finish school at noon. As a result, the time cost is high." Shin Chuan wanted to give a few more words of advice, but another guest came over. She is a kind-hearted and fat lady. The aunt held the basket, pushed Shin Chuan aside, and said to Su Pengya with a smile, "Girl, you are here. I have passed by several times, and I thought you weren't here to sell pancakes today." Su Pengya said politely, "There was a delay today. What flavor do you want? Is it the same as yesterday, 2 prunes and 1 red bean?" The aunt glanced at her in surprise and said, "Girl, you have such a good memory." Su Pengya smiled. "You feel so kind to others, it's hard not to remember you. Who goes out to do business and doesn't know how to say a few words that are pleasing to the ear." But she was the first to praise my aunt like this. The aunt was very excited. "I want pickled prunes and red bean stuffing. Also, are there any other stuffings?" "There are mung beans."
Shupanya grot. "Come on 4,"
said the aunt. In the blink of an eye, 8 more were sold. Although we missed the morning peak, they were still sold out quickly. And because of repeat customers, the number of wife cakes we tried was half less than yesterday. In addition, she corrected the way she packed the cakes yesterday in time, so not a single one was crushed today. "Sister, we sold 900 coins today," Su Ergu said excitedly. There were still 100 pancakes, 6 of which were for tasting. 1 was given away, and Su Ergu ate 3 of them live. This is Xiao Ilyang. How many times did he and his dad have to extort so much? "Go to the market," Su Pengya said. "Okay." Su Ergu put away his purse and took Su Pengya's bamboo sieve tray and backpack. "Sister, I'll take it. I'm losing weight." "Well, all right." Su Ergu turned around and gave her his backpack.
Shupanya.
The 2 went to the market. The butcher was chopping pork bones for someone. When he saw Su Pengya walking towards him, he was so nervous that his hands shook and he almost chopped off his thumb. 50 cents in total, he said to the uncle, who was buying pork bones. The old man looked at him as if he was a fool, paid the money, took the pork bone, and left. The butcher smiled awkwardly. You really came?" Su Pengya took out a bowl of braised pork intestines from her backpack. "Here." The butcher hurried to get the copper coins. Su Pengya said, "No need, this bowl is for you." The butcher was shocked. "What? Give it to me?" Su Pengya smiled and said, "If you think it tastes good, how about I sell it to you in the future?"
"Ah?"
The butcher was shocked again. Su Pengya said seriously, I've been here for a few days. There is no one selling stewed vegetables in the market. We will split the account and rent your stall. You will share 10% of the daily income. Or I can directly supply it to you at the lowest price. How much you want to sell it for is up to you. The butcher's smile gradually stiffened. The little chubby village girl didn't fall in love with him, but she fell in love with his stall. On the other hand, Shun Chuan returned to the academy with a large bag of newly bought wife cakes.
Dad.
I'm back. He first went to his father's yard to say hello. Turns out his dad wasn't in the house. As he was about to leave, an angry young boy's voice came from a side room in the back row. How do you, Roman Hall, treat people? It's been 2 days. Not only has my cousin not gotten better, but he has gotten worse. He used to wake up 3 or 2 times a day. From noon yesterday to now, my cousin has only woken up once. I haven't woken up yet. Is this the doctor you call the most skilled in medicine? My cousin is about to be killed by you. Master, please calm down and let Dr. Dong check your brother's pulse again. What's the point of taking a pulse? It's just a quack.
Bang.
The boy seemed to have smashed a vase. Shin Chuan let out a low moan. Suddenly, someone asked in a deep voice behind him, "What are you doing?" Shun Chuan trembled and turned to look at his father. Dad, you scared me to death. Dean Shin looked at his son sternly. Who asked you to eavesdrop here? Shun Chuan defended. I didn't eavesdrop. I came here to deliver snacks to Dad. Didn't you say that the wife cake yesterday was delicious? I went to buy it again. Dean Shun looked serious and said nothing. Shun Chuan asked curiously, Dad, who are the 2 guests who suddenly stayed in our house? The older one seems to be dying, and the younger one looks like he is going to kill someone. Dean Shun said coldly, You shouldn't ask, don't ask more. Shun Chuan curled his lips and muttered in a low voice, Actually, I know a doctor. Her medical skills are quite good. Dean Shin glanced at his son and warned, Don't act nonsense. Not everyone is qualified to treat him. If something goes wrong, he will be beheaded. Su Pengya bought some tempeh and fennel at the market. She originally wanted to buy some hot sauce, but after thinking about it, she could make it at home. When she passed by the old woman's stall, she called her with a gloomy face, Aren't you going to buy pickled mustard greens today? Su Pengya spread her hands and said, I bought a basket of them last time. They will last me a long time. The old woman gritted her teeth, regretting for the 1000th time why she sold it so cheaply. But apart from her, no one else bought it. The old woman gritted her teeth and said, I'll sell it to you at a low price. Su Pengya only spent 50 cents and bought a large basket of pickled mustard greens. When they got home, it was already past lunchtime, and the 3 kids were starving. Father Su cooked, but the meal was awful. The 3 little ones buried their heads in the rice jar and refused to eat the dark food made by Old Man Su. Old Man Su didn't eat it himself. Su Pengya went to the kitchen to cook, and Su Erga helped her. When she came out, Su Pengya saw Old Man Su sitting in the backyard fiddling with a piece of wood. Su Pengya walked over, looked at his hand, and said, Your hand is injured. Didn't I tell you not to use your right hand anymore? Father Su smiled and said, It doesn't take much effort. I know what I'm doing, so I'll just take it easy. What are you doing? Su Pengya asked. Father Su sighed and said, I have been busy with things outside these 2 days and neglected my family. You have worked hard. Your son-in-law also told me about your uncle and aunt coming to visit. I am sorry that you have been wronged. I made a walking stick for my son-in-law so that he can move around more easily in the future, etc. It seemed to be the case before, but how come she suddenly went from being wronged to being a crutch for Wei Ting? Was her thinking so jumpy?
Dad.
Sister, the food is ready.
You can eat now.
Let's go and have dinner. Old Man Su put the half-finished crutch aside and took his chubby and dark-faced daughter into the main room. Wei Ting had been helped out by Su Ergu and sat down. In her heart, Su Pengya objected to the idea that someone could benefit from her influence just by lying down. But thinking about how she had made him faint this morning, she silently endured it. She glanced at Wei Ting opposite her calmly. Wei Ting picked up the bowl and chopstick slowly, without any abnormality in his expression. It was as if nothing embarrassing had ever happened. Very good, let's all have selective amnesia together. Hey, girl, what is this? Old man Sue asked, looking at a dish on the table that he had never seen before. It looked like pork belly, but the cooking method was a little different from what he usually does. Preserved pork with preserved vegetables. Su Pengya said, it's made with 3-stranded pork. I had originally planned to make this dish yesterday, but old man Su hadn't come back yet, so Su Pengya put it off until today. I just happened to buy fermented black beans today. It's not spicy, right? Asked old man Su. Not spicy,
Su Pengya said.
When he heard that it was not spicy, Father Su first picked up a piece for each of the 3 little ones. The 3 of them poked with chopsticks, but when that didn't work, they used their hands instead. Wei Ting frowned as he watched. Father Su said to his son-in-law, this is how children learn to eat. You have to let them do it by themselves. Wei Ting thought that before coming to the Su family, the 3 little guys had always been fed by others. After coming here, although they ate in a mess, they did it all by themselves. Moreover, my appetite has increased a lot. The pork with preserved vegetables is very tender, fatty, but not greasy, and melts in the mouth. The flavor of the preserved vegetables is well stewed in it, and the preserved vegetables soaked in gravy and fermented black beans also have a unique oily flavor. The 3 little ones' mouths were greasy from eating. Wei Ting usually doesn't like greasy food, but he couldn't help but eat several pieces. The whole family had a good meal. Su Ergu and the 3 little ones lay on chairs and sunbathed their bellies. Father Su said with emotion, my daughter, have you noticed that our life has improved a lot since our son-in-law came to our house? We didn't eat meat twice a month before, but now we can eat meat every meal. Is that Wei Ting's credit? It's hers. She traveled through time, okay? Su Pengya was as angry as a fat pufferfish and glanced at someone coldly. Sleeping once is not enough. At least twice to get back the cost. Wei Ting glanced at Su Pengya, who was about to explode with anger, curled his lips and smiled, and said to Su Cheng, Dad is right. I am a lucky wife. Su Pengya tore the bamboo leaves 3 times. In the afternoon, Su Cheng continued to be Wei Ting's walking stick, while Su Ergu took care of the baby. Su Pengya went to her own fields. What she said in front of old man Su was that she would let Wei Ting go farming after he recovered, but that was just talk. Wei Ting will leave after he recovers. It is now the 12th lunar month, and after being here for so long, she has almost figured out the climate here. Xinhua town is located in the central part of Dazhou, slightly to the north. It has 4 distinct seasons, and it snows in winter. It is not as cold as the north, and there are no kangs. Well, it's somewhat similar to the climate of the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River in my previous life. What kind of crops are suitable for growing in this climate? Everyone learns things at different times and has their own specializations. In her previous life, she became independent too early and acquired cooking skills, but she was completely clueless about farming. Wait, don't worry about whether I can plant it or not. I seem to have forgotten where my own land is. Su Pengya stood blankly in front of the ridge of the field, doubting her life, like a lost little fat penguin.
Daya?
A suspicious voice came from behind. Su Pengya turned around and saw Old Li and his wife Qian. They must be working in the fields.
Unklali, aung Qian.
Su Pengya greeted them. Old Li asked, what are you doing here? Su Pengya scratched her head and said, I want to go to my field and take a look. I forgot where it is. Old Li was amused by her silly look. I'll take you there. Qian seemed to want to stop them, but Old Li had already led Su Pengya forward, so she could only accept her fate and follow. This is your land. Old Li pointed to a field overgrown with weeds and said. The Su family's 2 acres of land had been left fallow for many years and was in a state of disrepair. Logically speaking, the land should have been taken back by the village after being so devastated. But who dares to take over the land of the 3 tyrants of the Su family? Daya, do you want to farm? Asked Old Li. Su Pengya nodded. I want to grow some vegetables so that I don't have to go to town to buy vegetables in the future. Old Li said, whatever vegetables you want to eat, pick them from my field. Qian glared at her husband. Su Pengya eats so much. If she was asked to pick, All the leaves in the field would be plucked out. The field needs to be planted too.
Su Pengya said.
Old Lee said, the land is so barren that we need to replant it. Besides, even if we plant it now, it will take several months to get a harvest. Su Pengya paused and said, then I will go to your field to pick vegetables first and see what vegetables I can grow. Old Lee said, whatever you want to plant, I'll give you the seeds and seedlings. If you don't know how to plant, let Aunt Chien teach you. There were a lot of vegetables planted in Old Lee's vegetable garden. Su Pengya picked some white radishes, cabbages, and garlic sprouts. What is this? Su Pengya asked, looking at a field of green vegetables. Coriander, said Old Lee. It has a strong smell, and many people can't get used to it. Isn't this the coriander from the previous life? Coriander is a good thing. It is rich in vitamins, trace elements, and various minerals. It can relieve rashes, help digestion, and relieve gas. It is very suitable for eating in winter. Su Pengya picked some more coriander and filled Old Lee's basket. She went out to look at the land and didn't bring anything with her. Chien, who was standing by, saw that Fatty Su had picked so many vegetables that her face turned green with pain. Old Lee said to Su Pengya, you grow vegetables, but don't sell them. You only grow vegetables for your family. You don't need that much land. Half an acre is enough. You can use the remaining acre and a half to grow some food. Su Pengya took Old Lee's words to heart. She would certainly not leave the extra land idle, but she would rather grow sugarcane than food. Sugarcane can be used to make sugar, so the cost of making pancakes can be reduced a lot, and the profit margin will be greater. As for selling candy, she has no plans to do so for the time being. In ancient times, sugar and salt were both rare commodities, and there was a huge industrial chain of powerful people behind them. Once she disrupted the sugar market with low prices, she would inevitably become the target of public criticism. She won't do that until she's able enough. Uncle Lee, Aunt Chien, I'm going back first. Go ahead, said Old Lee. Chien secretly rolled her eyes. Su Pengya left the vegetable field with the basket on her shoulder, looking amused. She is fat and happy, and she is really not angry. After arriving home, Su Pengya took out the vegetables and returned the basket to Mr. Lee and his wife. The basket was heavy and covered with a clean cotton cloth. After she left, Chien opened the box and saw that there were 6 pancakes and 2 large pieces of meat. Chien gasped. Su Ching finished making the crutch, called waiting over, and asked him to try the crutch in the backyard. It must be said that old man Su is really good to his son-in-law. Su Erga took the kid for a walk and went to the village entrance to fetch water. The 3 little ones didn't take their nap obediently. They climbed out of bed and went to the next room. They came to the window of the second-room cottage. Nyo Dan didn't eat sugar-coated eggs today. His grandfather Lu Shan went to the back village for a banquet yesterday and brought him half a bowl of peanuts and a piece of maltose. He ate a peanut and licked a piece of candy. Do you know what this is? He is greedy for the 3 little ones.
Peanuts.
He raised the half-licked candy bar and said, Caramel. I won't give you any. You'll be dying of greed. Lululu. The 3 little ones blinked and slid away. Humph. Nyo Dan snorted and continued to lick the maltose. Suddenly, the 3 little ones came back. Everyone had a string of shiny candied haws in their hands. When Nyo Dan saw the candied haws, his eyes widened. The 3 little ones started to lick the candied haws, but they were not satisfied after licking them for a while, so they started to chew them with their little teeth. Nyo Dan suddenly felt that the maltose in his hand no longer tasted fragrant. Wow, Nyo Dan was so greedy that he cried. Su Pengya was sitting behind the kitchen sharpening a knife when she heard Mrs. Wu's stern scolding from the kitchen next door. You don't have enough to eat, but you keep going to your parents' house to get food. How can you be a daughter-in-law like this? You can't even give birth to a boy. You're just a money loser.
Eat, eat, eat.
All I think about all day long is eating. The first sentence is scolding Xiao Wu, and the second sentence is probably scolding Xiao Wu's 2 daughters. The 2 girls were scolded and cried. Cry, cry, cry. You're mourning. Mrs. Wu raised her hand impatiently and slapped her 2 granddaughters hard several times. Wow, Nyo Dan in the front room also cried and was really sad. Mrs. Wu's face changed. "Nyo Dan, what's wrong?" Mrs. Wu had no time to teach Mrs. Wu and her daughter a lesson, and hurried to the front room to coax her precious grandson. Su Pengya continued to sharpen the knife. About half a quarter of an hour later, Mrs. Wu opened the back door of the kitchen and planned to come out for some fresh air. She caught a glimpse of Su Pengya sitting in the snow sharpening a knife. Maybe she was worried that Su Pengya might have heard what she had just done, but she felt a little embarrassed. Next to Su Pengya placed a few pounds of pork ribs and some vegetables that had just been picked from the fields. Xiao Wu walked forward silently, squatted down, and helped Su Pengya pick vegetables. Su Pengya did not ask Xiao Wu what happened, nor did she refuse Xiao Wu's help. She just went into the house and took out 20 copper coins for Xiao Wu after Xiao Wu picked the vegetables and helped her wash the ribs. Little Wu was stunned. "You seem to need this more than food." Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with tears. Her mother was sick, and she wanted to take some eggs back to visit her mother, but was discovered by her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu, who scolded her. She had been living like this for so many years and had long been numb to it, but for some reason, the moment Su Pengya handed her the copper coin, she felt an unspeakable sense of grievance in her heart. She whispered, "I don't go to my parents' house every other day to get things." Su Pengya nodded. "I know." Little Wu's tears fell with a plop. The grievances accumulated over the years fermented in Su Pengya's trust until they completely exploded. Last night, the three little ones urinated too hard and soaked 2 mattresses. In addition, it was snowing and there was no sun, so the mattresses were not completely dry. Tonight, Su Erga still has to sleep with Old Man Su. The 3 little ones got their 3rd chance to sleep with someone they wished for. The 3 little ones waved goodbye to their father proudly and went to Su Pengya's house, holding their little pillows. Su Pengya was about to take a rest, and Su Ergo asked at the door, "Sister, are you asleep?" "No, come in,"
Su Pengya said.
Su Ergo came to ask about tomorrow's business. "Sister, should we go to Jinji to set up a stall, or go to the academy?" Su Pengya thought seriously and said, "Go to Jinji."
Suergo,
Su Pengya looked at him with a smile. "Do you want to go to the academy?" Su Erga said, "There are many students in the academy, so we can definitely sell more than at the entrance of Jinji." Su Pengya smiled and said, "That's not necessarily true. The area around Jinki is full of high-quality customers, so we can sell at a good price and save time." Su Ergu asked again, "Do we give up the academy business?" Su Pengya said, "No, it's just that the sales model needs to change." Thanks to her CEO mother in her previous life, she still has some business ideas in her mind. Su Pengya said to Su Ergu, "It's late, go to bed." Su Ergu nodded. "Well, then remember to call me tomorrow." Su Pengya said with a smile, "Yes." When going to bed, Su Pengya discovered an interesting phenomenon. Including tonight, the 3 little ones have slept with her for a total of 3 nights. The first night it was Dahu who slept next to her, the second night it was Eru, and tonight it was Xiaohu. 3 kids actually know about the rotation system. Big Tiger and Second Tiger had already fallen asleep, but Little Tiger was still trying to keep his eyes open, moving his little head left and right. Su Pengya asked him, "What's wrong?" Xiaohu said, "Xiaofu, Tiger, I won't sleep." He was the youngest, and it was finally his turn to sleep with his mother, but he didn't want to sleep and wanted to stay awake. Su Pengya asked, "Why don't you sleep?" Xiaohu didn't answer. How could Su Pengya know what was in his mind? She turned off the lights, lay down next to Xiaohu, and said seriously, "Close your eyes." Xiaohu closed his eyes obediently, but still couldn't fall asleep. "Mother," Xiaohu called her. Su Pengya pretended to be asleep. Xiaohu stopped barking after 3 times. If you thought he was finally going to sleep, you were wrong. A small bulge appeared in the 3 little ones' quilt. Soon, the small bag moved towards Su Pengya with a puffing sound. Xiaohu crawled into her bed. "Sleep with mom. Don't tell Dahu and Eru." Coincidentally, Dahu and Eru did the same thing. The first thing Su Pengya did when she got up was to look for the children. There was one at the head of the bed, one at the foot of the bed, and one curled up in the corner. After arranging the 3 people, Su Pengya went to Old Man Su's room and called Su Ergu. There's a lot to do today, and she can't handle it all by herself. When Su Ergu went up to the toilet and came to the kitchen, Xiao Wu was there too. He looked stunned. Mrs. Wu hurriedly explained, I have nothing to do, so I came over to help. Su Ergu looked at his sister, and his sister didn't object.
Oh.
He accepted it. Mrs. Wu was a little nervous at first, but Su Ergu just focused on his work and ignored her, so she gradually relaxed. Su Ergu mainly did the rough work, while Xiao Wu helped with washing vegetables, cutting vegetables, and kneading dough. She was efficient in her work, and she could remember everything after Su Pengya only had to explain it once. Xiao Wu and Su Ergu helped, mainly Xiao Wu, who managed to finish the work in the same amount of time despite having twice as much workload as yesterday. Su Pengya was very satisfied. My mother is awake. I have to go over there. Mrs. Wu always keeps an eye on what's going on at home. Su Pengya said, Okay, you go first, and I'll discuss your wages when I come back from town. Xiao Wu shook her head. You have already given it. 20 copper coins. Her husband Lu Ping worked as a laborer in the town. He could not earn that much even if he worked very hard all day. If he was lucky, he could earn 10 or 5 copper coins. Most of the time, he only had 2 meals. I'll come back tomorrow morning. She turned and went out the back door of the kitchen, then turned back again after thinking of something. No, I won't charge you for your work. Su Pengya burst out laughing. Okay, I'll help you take care of the child too.
She sneaked back a second time.
Su Pengya was almost laughing to death at her sneaky look. Before leaving, Su Pengya went to Wei Ting's house. His wound had healed well, and his stitches could be removed tonight. Afterwards, she left another message for Old Man Su. I originally wanted to leave a note, but sadly discovered that all 3 members of the family were illiterate. I write in simplified Chinese characters, and Father Su can't understand them either. After muttering, she said to Wei Ting, When my father wakes up, tell him to go and learn how to grow vegetables from Aunt Qian. Su Pengya went to the market with Su Ergu first. The young butcher has just set up his stall. He was cheated on and was in a bad mood, but life had to go on. Su Pengya came to the stall and asked him with a smile, Have you thought about it? Do you want to split the profits with me, or do you want me to supply the goods? The butcher looked at the fat little village girl who had cheated on him, turned his face away sadly, and said, Share the money. This way, any loss will be hers, and if there is any profit, I'll also have a share.
Su Pengya smiled. Okay.
The butcher frowned and looked at her. You are not surprised at all. You knew I would choose to split the account? Su Pengya spread her hands and said, Because you don't have to take risks when you split the profits. If you make money, you get a share, and if you lose money, it's mine. But I want 37, said the butcher. 2.8. Also, sell your meat to me at half the price. Half. That's too much. Just think of it as the wholesale price. The goods I supply can be sold at a good price. You can do the math and make your money back. The butcher finally agreed. Su Pengya smiled and said, Then let's try selling it for a day. Hope we can have a happy cooperation. After leaving the 2 large jars, Su Pengya and Su Ergu went to Jinji again. Although it was only sold for 2 days, Su Pengya's wife cake had already spread throughout Jinji. Oh, I'm not saying anything. Can you guys at Jinji change up the variety of their dim sum? They're so expensive, and they always have the same few items. The biscuits made by a little village girl are tastier than your biscuits. And the name is even more novel. It's called Wife Cakes. The person who made the complaint was an old customer of Jinji. Shopkeeper's son didn't take it seriously when he heard this. They bought it only because that girl saved a child at Jinji, not because her cakes were delicious. The master chef of their Jinji is a retired chef from the capital, and he worked as an imperial chef in the palace in his early years. Would I lose to a little country girl? Hey, wife cakes are here. The old customer walked out of Jinji without saying a word. Girl, leave a few for me. Wife cake. Huh, so tacky. Shopkeeper's son went to the kitchen coldly. Several chefs were gathering together to taste the cakes. They had to taste the cakes they sold every day themselves, and only sold them if the taste was acceptable. Otherwise, they would rather throw them away than sell them to customers. They are currently trying to improve their shortbread. It smells so good. Shopkeeper's son walked forward and looked at the cakes on the table and said, "Are they newly made? They seem to be different from the previous recipe." The cooks said nothing. Shopkeeper's son took a bite and his eyes lit up. It's soft, sweet, and sticky. Much better than before. Who made it? The cooks looked at each other. One of them plucked up the courage to say, "I bought it from outside. It's the wife cake, made by the little village girl." Shopkeeper's son. In the alley near Jinji, Supongya sold the last wife cake on the tray and prepared to close the stall. "Girl, give me 2 with red bean filling and 1 with pickled mustard greens." A young woman came over and said. Supongya said politely, "Sorry, today's is sold out." The woman pointed at Su Urga's basket and said, "Isn't there more in here?" Supongya said, "These are not for sale." Su Urga leaned close to his sister's ear and whispered, "Sister, there are so many left. Why don't you sell them? You'll know in a moment." Half an hour later, the two stood at the gate of Wudong Academy. The students have already started their classes, and there are not many people outside.
Who are you?
Asked the boy. "It was Shun Chuan who asked us to come here,"
Supongya said.
The boy glanced at the two of them suspiciously. A fat village girl and a poor boy didn't look like they could have a relationship with Mr. Shin.
Yes.
Su Urga said he also said that this academy is owned by his family. Wudong Academy is run by the Shin family, and the only son of the Shin family is called Shin Chuan. This is no secret. The boy still didn't believe them.
Sister.
Su Urga said, "Isn't that man named Shin Chuan a liar to us? He asked us to come here to set up a stall, but when we came, we couldn't even see others."
Can you set up a stall here?
He asked the boy.
No.
The boy refused. Su Urga said to Supongya, "Sister, look." Supongya pondered for a moment. "When I see Shin Chuan, ask him what's going on." Still seeing him? Su Urga curled his lips and muttered, "We can't see him either. We can't even get through the gate." Supongya turned around. "Then take the small door?" Su Urga was startled. "What?" Half a quarter of an hour later, the two arrived at the back door of Wudong Academy. This place is much deserted than the front door, and the doorkeeper is an old man. The uncle sat the farmer on a chair, looking like he was about to fall asleep. Su Urga whispered, "Sister, what if this person doesn't let us in? Try it first." Supongya prepared for the worst. If she couldn't get in through the back door, she would wait in the academy for the students to finish school. "Uncle, I'm looking for Shin Chuan,"
Supongya said to the old man.
The old man opened one eyelid, glanced at her lazily, and closed his eyes again. "What does this mean? Can I come in?" The old man continued to close his eyes and meditate. "If you don't say anything, I'll go in." Supongya paused and said to Su Urgu, "Go and wait at the front door. If Shin Chuan comes out from there, tell him that I will go in to find him." Su Urga said, "Okay, sister." Supongya entered the academy. Wudong Academy was very big, and she actually didn't know where Shin Chuan was. A student wearing a white uniform passed her. She stopped the other party. "Master, have you seen Shin Chuan?" The other party looked at her strangely, wondering whether there was such a chubby girl in the world, or wondering why this fat girl came to Shin Chuan. Supongya smiled. "He bought something from me, and I will deliver it." "I see." The other party nodded and pointed to the southeast. "He should be going to class. If you want to send something, send it to that courtyard."
"Thank you."
Supongya thanked him and walked towards the courtyard pointed by the other party. Along the way, she did not forget to appreciate the scenery along the way. It turns out that this is an ancient academy. It's not as exquisite and glamorous as in movies and TV shows. It's just an ordinary house. From time to time, the sound of masters lecturing and scholars reading loudly could be heard. Supongya listened and arrived at the courtyard unknowingly. A servant was clearing the snow, and he couldn't help but pause when he saw a fat village girl. Supongya said, "I'm looking for Shin Chuan." The servant looked at her deeply, said nothing, turned around and took her into the courtyard. He signaled Supongya to wait in the wing and went out to do things again. Su Pengya put her backpack on the table, sat on a chair, and waited for a while, thinking that she might as well ask her servants when Shin Chuan would be coming. When she left the house, snow began to fall from the sky again, in large tracts, falling silently like goose feathers.
Huh.
Where was that person just now? Why is he missing? Su Pengya had no choice but to go back to the wing and wait. When passing the moon gate at the second entrance, a man's violent coughing sound came from a room in the back row. Shin Chuan, is that you? She asked. The coughing became more severe, accompanied by retching, almost coughing out the lungs. Su Pengya frowned and quickly went to the room. Not Shin Chuan. It was a young man in his early 20s. He was half lying on the edge of the bed. He was coughing and sweating all over his body, his blood was rising, and his whole face was red. Su Pengya quickly came to the bed and helped him sit up, with his legs hanging under the bed. The man's body temperature was on the high side, and Su Pengya could feel a burning heat in her palms. This was much higher than Wei Ting's fever at that time. Su Pengya came out without a first aid kit, so she could only use her hands to measure his forehead temperature. I'm afraid the fever has reached 40 degrees. The man's conscious reaction was very poor, and he couldn't understand what Su Pengya was saying. Su Pengya frowned and checked his pulse again. Based on his breathing sounds, symptoms, and pulse, Su Pengya made a preliminary diagnosis of acute pneumonia. In ancient times, when even colds could be fatal, pneumonia was definitely considered a serious illness. He must have been infected for a few days, and without receiving timely and effective treatment, his condition worsened. If this continues, it is hard to guarantee that complications such as pleurisy will not occur, and in severe cases, it may even be life-threatening. However, she had no medicine to treat pneumonia. As she was thinking about it, she suddenly felt a blur in front of her eyes. She subconsciously closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she saw the pharmacy at the base. She was standing in the internal medicine area. In the medicine cabinet in front of her was a whole row of antibiotics and ribavirin, which were used to treat acute pneumonia. Su Pengya started to take the medicine. This time she didn't see the empty first aid kit, but she brought the small backpack. Oh, and there's Father Su's medicine. She walked quickly to the surgical area, but before she had time to carefully select the medicines, she was out of the pharmacy in a flash. She looked down at the bottle of bone-strengthening granules she had hastily grabbed to make sure she had really gone in. She checked her little backpack again. The medicines are all here. So, she could get the medicine. But why couldn't she get in last time? Was there any special triggering condition? Also, she came out before she finished taking everything. Was there a time limit? Su Pengya couldn't figure it out for a moment, so she simply gave up thinking about it. He took out a thermometer and took his temperature. See, let's just say the fever is 40 degrees. Su Pengya gave him an intramuscular injection of an antipyretic injection and also did a skin test for antibiotics. The skin test reaction was good, so she quickly fed him the medicine. The long servant's expression changed, and he walked forward with a loud shout. What are you doing? Let go of my young master. The anti-inflammatory and antiviral drugs had been taken, and Su Pengya was about to feed him cough syrup. Before the attendant rushed over, she stuffed the last spoonful into his mouth. Then she dodged. The attendant came up empty-handed. Without Su Pengya's support, the man fell sideways on the bed. The attendant's expression changed again. He didn't bother to grab Su Pengya. He turned around and helped the man lie down. Young master. Young master. The antipyretic took effect, and the man began to sweat and felt sticky all over. Chong Sui was even more panicked. He was so sweaty. Why was he sweating like this? Young master. Young master. What's wrong with you? Young master. Don't scare me. Young master, what happened? Dean Shin walked in with a hurried look. He had just finished class and heard Chongping's wailing as soon as he entered the courtyard. Chongping was crying on the man's body. Hearing this, he turned around and looked at Dean Shin with tears streaming down his face. Dean, my young master has been harmed. Dean Shin also changed his face suddenly. Who is your young master? Harmed by? Chongping raised his hand and pointed at Su Pengya, who was trying to reduce his presence. That's her. I didn't. Su Pengya said seriously. Chongping cried. I saw it all. Don't even think about denying it. My young master was fine just now. It was you. You poisoned my young master. Dean Shen then noticed that there was a little chubby girl in the room. She looked like she was a girl from some village. Although their academy was not an important place for government officials, they would not let anyone in casually, let alone this girl entering his courtyard. If something happens to the young master due to his negligence, then he will definitely be blamed for his death. Who are you? How did you get in? He asked coldly. Su Pengya spread his hands. That's how I came in.
Impossible.
Dean Shin dismissed it flatly. You are not a student of the academy, nor a servant of the academy. There is no way that the guard will let you in. Su Pengya said. I came in through the back door. Dean Shin said without hesitation. That's even more impossible. That old man has a bad temper than anyone else. Would he let a little village girl enter the academy for no reason? Dean Shun said sternly. You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to send you to the yamen. Chongping choked up and roared. You harmed my young master. You are so cruel. My young master has no enmity against you. Why did you harm my young master? Tell me. Who sent you here? Su Pengya sighed helplessly. I didn't harm your young master. I was just saving him. He was coughing so hard that he could hardly breathe. He has a serious fever and it will be very dangerous if he is not treated in time. If you don't believe me, just touch and see. Your young master, is the fever gone? Chongping touched his young master's forehead. It's really not that hot anymore. No, the body will get cold even after death. This little fat man just harmed his young master. Stop quibbling. Someone is here. Tie her up. Don't tie it. Don't tie it. Don't tie it. Shun Chuan rushed in hurriedly, stood in front of Su Pengya, and said breathlessly, Listen to me, our people. Our own people. There must be some misunderstanding. Su Pengya tilted her head and glanced at him. Oh, Shin Chuan? Shun Chuan turned around and smiled. Miss Su. Dean Shin frowned. Shun Chuan. What are you doing? Shun Chuan explained. Dad. I asked someone to let her in. I have already said hello to Uncle Chiu and the servants in the yard. Su Pengya nodded. No wonder it went so smoothly just now. Chongping choked up in disbelief and said, Master Shin, my son has no enmity with you. Su Pengya, come on, can you change what Chong Sui said? Shun Chuan said firmly. I will not harm your young master, and neither will Miss Su. She just said she was saving your young master. You believe her. She knows medical skills. As he spoke, he looked into his father's eyes without hesitation. Dad, do you remember what I mentioned to you? The girl who saved the girl who choked her child in Jinji? That was her. Dean Shun's face became even colder. So you found a country girl to treat the young master? Do you still remember my warning? That's nonsense. Shun Chuan hesitated. He didn't ask Miss Su to treat the patient. He hadn't had a chance to mention this issue with Miss Su yet. But explaining this right now seems a bit. Dean Shin said in a deep voice, Shun Chuan, get out of my way quickly. The boy outside the door was already in place, ready to pounce on the fat little village girl at any moment. Shun Chuan was anxious. Dad, can you believe me for once? Dean Shin put his hands behind his back and said sternly, Let me say it for the last time. Get out of the way. Otherwise, I will tie you to the yamen together. Shun Chuan snorted depressedly. You also said that you didn't pick me up. Would you do this to your own son? Dean Shun was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched. Shun Chuan glanced at the door inadvertently. Mr. Jing, you are here. The boy outside the door quickly bowed and saluted. Dean Shin also turned his head subconsciously.
Miss Su, I am offended.
Shun Chuan grabbed Su Pengya's wrist and led her towards the door. Treason! Dean Shun was furious. Shun Chuan pulled Su Pengya and ran away, but no one expected that as soon as he ran out of the house, he retreated back in panic. In front of him were a burly guard and a young man in brocade clothes wearing a 9-section whip. The young man's eyes were cold, and his aura was strong. He was obviously only 16 or 17 years old, but he had the awe-inspiring murderous aura of an iron horse. It was as if he had killed people and drank blood. The moment Shen Chuan saw the other party, he gave up resistance completely. Only one thought ran through his mind. It's over, it's over. Dean Shen was really surprised when he saw the young man in brocade clothes at the door. The rascal doesn't care about human affairs, and now he really meets Mr.
Jing.
Mr. Jing is not easy to get along with. He looks young and is ruthless in his actions. Fortunately, this kid didn't really escape. I hope Mr. Jing can forgive the brat for his own sake. Mr. Jing, you came back just in time. The young master has no enmity with anyone, but someone wants to harm the young master. Chongping began to mourn again. The young man's eyes quickly swept across the scene, stopping for a moment on his unconscious cousin, and then turned to look at the stranger who appeared in the room.
Don't let me go yet.
Dean Shen scolded in a low voice. Shen Chuan was so frightened that he had forgotten that he was still holding Su Pengya's fat wrist. However, Su Pengya calmly took his hand away. Dean Shen said hurriedly, Mr. Jing, please listen to my explanation. Quanzi didn't mean to. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chongping crying. She drugged the young master and almost killed him. It was your son who let her in. And she said it was not intentional.
This.
Dean Shen's scalp felt numb. The misunderstanding is so big. How should we protect our son? At this moment, the shopkeeper of Rongen Hall came over with another doctor named Yang, sweating profusely. The two of them were originally together with the young man in Jean E, but the young man in Jean E suddenly quickened his pace and they were unable to catch up, so they fell behind a few steps. But what did that servant say just now? Someone drugged the nobleman? The shopkeeper of Rongen Hall crossed the threshold and recognized the fat village girl in the room at a glance. It's you. Shopkeeper Chow, do you know her? Dean Shen asked. Shopkeeper Chow looked at Dean Shen. She is a little liar. Last time she went to Rongen Hall to cheat, I found out in time and kicked her out. Dean Shen, why is she here? I just said. To the nobleman, wasn't she the one who drugged her? Dean Shen's expression gave Shopkeeper Chow the answer. Shopkeeper Chow clenched his fist, pointed at Su Pengya's nose and said, I know. No wonder the nobleman's illness never improves. It's you who are always causing trouble in the dark. Dean Shen was unhappy after hearing this. Dr. Dong treated the young master a few days ago. Doesn't Shopkeeper Chow mean that this girl has been here several times? Is their academy so negligent in taking precautions? Or is it his son who lets this girl come here every day to frame the young master? Shen Chuan chuckled and said, Chow, don't spit on others with your blood. You are not good at medical skills. Why should you blame Miss Su? Miss Su just came today. This time, Dean Shen stood by his son. The young man in brocade clothes moved his steps. He didn't speak, but such a slight movement actually intimidated everyone. The room fell silent for a moment. Shen Chuanzhuang glanced at him boldly and saw him walking towards him. Shen Chuan's breath was stagnant and his heart was in his throat. The young man stopped in front of him. He was so nervous that he couldn't breathe. Why are you here? The young man in brocade asked. Shen Chuan stammered and didn't know how to answer. I'm looking for someone.
Su Pengya said.
Shen Chuan was startled, and then he realized that the boy in brocade clothes was talking to Miss Su next to him. What did you give my cousin to eat? The young man in brocade clothes continued. Medicine.
Su Pengya answered.
Do you know medical skills? Know a thing or two. What disease does my cousin have? Lung disease.
Can you cure it?
Able.
How sure are you?
If the patient has no hidden diseases, the chances are great. Okay, you'll treat it. Everyone was shocked. Su Pengya continued, I don't want anyone to disturb me when I'm treating a disease. Especially the one named Chongping was too noisy. The young man in brocade. Yes. No spectators allowed.
Can.
The consultation fee is very expensive.
Okay.
Shopkeeper Chow's face turned ugly, Mr.
Jing.
Don't let others deceive you. She is a liar. Shen Chuan chuckled and said, You are the liar. After receiving so much medical fees from Mr. Jing, you ended up treating people half to death. What qualifications do you have to call others liars? You. Shopkeeper Chow was so choked that his face turned red and his neck became thick. He turned around and looked at the young man in brocade clothes. Mr. Jing, Dr. Yang is a famous doctor I hired from Fucheng. Are you sure you want a little girl from the country to treat the nobleman on his behalf? I have something to say first. If this girl will treat the nobleman if she is cured, our Rong'en Hall will not deal with the aftermath. It will be too late to come to our Rong'en Hall by then. The young man in brocade clothes said expressionlessly, Bai Zhe, see you off. Yes. The guard named Bai Zhe looked at the two shopkeepers. Chow coldly, please.
Ha.
Shopkeeper Chow shook his sleeves and went out without looking back. Dean Shen opened his mouth. Mr. Jing, this matter is not trivial. I hope you will think twice before taking action. The young man in brocade didn't answer his words, but said, my cousin's current situation will probably bother Dean Shen for a few more days. Dean Shen understood that he had made up his mind and said, it's an honor. After leaving the room, Dean Shen frowned and looked at Shen Chuan. Do you know what's going on? Mr. Jing seems to know that village girl. Shen Chuan thought for a while. Dad, when you said that, I remembered that Mr. Jing was also in Jinji that day. He should have met Miss Su. It was a pity to talk about the scene that day. He actually did not witness the process of Su Pongyao rescuing people. He went to the opposite side to find someone and only saw a fat village girl coming out of Jinji. After a while, Mr. Jing also came out. Everyone was talking about the handsome young man who knocked down the crazy horse and the fat village girl who saved the child who was choking. Inside the room, the young man in brocade clothes said to Chongping, go down. Chongping did not dare to disobey the young man in brocade clothes, so he retreated obediently. The young man in brocade looked at Su Pongya. Miss Su? He heard Shen Chuan call her this. Su Pongya hummed and turned her head to look at him. Mr. Jing? She also heard others call him that.
Vinky, he said. Shudaya, she said.
Some things were a mistake, something he wanted to avoid but seemed to be destined to happen. God made a decision for him about the things he was hesitant about. I will pay you the last consultation fee as well. She was talking about how she connected his dislocated arm. Su Pongya did not refuse. Although she didn't take it to heart for these big shots, it was the most difficult thing to repay a favor, so it was better to give him a consultation fee and get both money and goods. I'll leave it to you to take care of my cousin's illness. I'll try my best. Su Pongya and Jingyi agreed to come back tomorrow. After she left with the basket on her back, Jingyi called Bai Zhe. Su Pongya went to the outer hospital to find Shen Chuan, handed him the medicine the patient needed to take, and carefully instructed on the dosage and usage. I can't trust others, so I can only ask you. Besides, this is a secret recipe passed down from my ancestors. Please remember to keep it secret for me. Don't worry, I will. Shen Chuan collected some strange medicines. In return, these cakes are given to you. Su Pongya took out 50 wife cakes wrapped in bamboo leaves from her backpack. This so much? Shen Chuan was shocked. I can't finish it. Su Pongya smiled. If you can't finish it, you can give it to your classmates to try. It is also necessary to build a good relationship with your classmates. In fact, it was originally intended to be given to the students of the academy to taste, but now that there is a great opportunity to sell favors, why not go with the flow? In her previous life, she had always been dissatisfied with her mother's overly smooth businessman style, but when she changed from a well-off eldest lady to a hungry country girl, she realized that being a person who doesn't want to be flattered requires capital. Su Pongya said, the academy is too far away. I may not come to the academy to set up a stall in the future. Shen Chuan was disappointed. Su Pongya smiled. However, if anyone wants to eat, you can make a reservation in advance. As long as the number reaches 10, I will deliver it to you for free. Besides, we can be considered friends. For your sake, I will only charge 9 cents for each booking made by the academy. Wow, you don't have to go out to have pancakes delivered to you, and it's even cheaper by a penny. It's really a bargain when you think about it. Shen Chuan agreed. I'll go tell them right now. Don't forget the wife cake.
Shupanyari maindi.
Oh, yes. Shen Chuan turned back with a smile. picked up a large pile of pancakes, and walked away with the wind on his feet. Su Pengya went to the main entrance of the academy. When he saw her coming out, the boy who had stopped her was stunned. Sister. Su Erga trotted over. Have you seen Shin Chuan? Su Pengya nodded. I saw him, and I gave him the cake. Then we can go back. Su Erga said. Su Pengya shook his head. No rush. Let's go somewhere first. The 3-day period agreed with the doctor has arrived, and she has to go to the doctor's house to pick up the ordered silver needles and medicinal materials. Do you know Chunlu Lane? She asked Su Ergu. I know, it's not far from the market. From here to Chunlu Lane it's about 3 or 4 miles. Su Ergo was not sensitive to numbers, and he estimated the distance between 7 and 8 miles at random. In fact, they walked more than 6 miles. Su Pengya moved her fat little body and was sweating profusely. I have done enough exercise today. Chunlu Lane is an old lane with many cracks on the blue stone floor and green moss growing in the cracks. The two walked carefully and finally came to the door of a house with a wooden sign with the surname Fu. Knock on the door. Su Pengya said.
Hey.
Su Ergu was happy to be ordered around by his fat sister, and he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? He shouted. After a while, the door was slowly opened from the inside. Who is it? An old voice asked impatiently.
Huh?
Su Pengya blinked and looked at her in surprise. She also saw Su Pengya, and her eyebrows jumped. No pickled mustard greens today. That's right, the old lady who opened the door for them was the old woman who sold dried goods in the market. Su Pengya couldn't help but sigh. The town is so small. She met 2 acquaintances in one day. Wait, how do you know my home? The old woman asked with a frown. Su Pengya looked up at the house number on the wall, and it was definitely a family with the surname Fu. Excuse me, is Dr. Fu here? She asked. The old woman snorted unhappily. Why are you looking for my son?
Mom.
Is there anyone here to see the doctor? Dr. Fu came quickly over with a pestle in his hand. He had just been pounding medicine in the backyard.
Dr. Fu.
Su Pengya greeted him. It's Miss Su. Dr. Fu's eyes flickered, and he said to his mother, Mom, it's windy outside. Please go inside and rest first. I will receive you. The old woman pointed at Su Pengya and said to her son, She came to you for treatment. You have to charge her double the consultation fee.
Dr. Fu. Su Pengya.
After the old lady entered the house, Dr. Fu took Su Pengya aside and said, My mother doesn't know that I paid you to buy medicine for wounds, so don't let it slip. I have prepared the silver needles and medicinal materials. Please wait a moment. I will give them to you right away. While waiting for the medicine, Su Pengya took a look at the Fu family's medicine cabinet. The medicines in it might not be very expensive, but there was not a single defective one. This shows that Dr. Fu was very strict in controlling the medicinal materials. We will never sell inferior products as good ones. The pickled mustard greens the old woman sold her were of excellent quality. Miss Su, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Dr. Fu handed a bundle to Su Pengya and said, Please check it. Su Pengya counted the medicinal herbs and did not miss anyone. She paused, then suddenly said, Here are some prescriptions for treating difficult and complicated diseases. Do you want to learn them? Dr. Fu's eyes sparkled, as if he had thought of something. He said, Seriously, do you want to buy more medicine for wounds? Su Pengya smiled. No need. I'll give it to you directly. Dr. Fu, why do I feel like you are up to no good? Soon, Dr. Fu understood that there is no free prescription in the world, and it has a price. In Xinghua village, in the vegetable garden of old Li's house, Qian was teaching people how to farm. The one who taught him was none other than Su Cheng, the bully of the Su family. Qian said that she would never owe anyone anything. She swore in her heart that she would never teach Su Pengya how to farm. The one who came is Su Cheng, not Su Pengya. He can teach. Well, it's definitely not that she is taking advantage of others. This is green onion, this is chives, this is leeks, and this is the garlic sprouts you eat every day. The leaves of garlic sprouts are flat and green onions are round. Su Cheng looked at the green scene with a confused look on his face. What are you doing? Aren't they all green? Pick some chives for me, Qian said. Su Chung decisively plucked a handful of leeks. Qian. The villagers who were watching the fun on the ridge of the field were almost laughing to death. Su Chung was the big bully in the village. He used to be arrogant and domineering. When had he ever made such a fool of himself? Su Chung was so depressed that he was half dead, but he couldn't get angry the fat girl asked him to learn, so he had to learn well. Of course, he didn't come here alone to embarrass himself. He also brought someone with him. Son-in-law, come here, he said to Wei Ting, who was sitting on the edge of the field. Wei Ting pointed at his injured leg with his crutch. Dad, my legs are not convenient for me. Su Chung rarely gave his son-in-law face. You just can't do it, right? Wei Ting. The cost of calling me dad is a bit high. More and more villagers gathered around. Some came to see the father-in-law and son-in-law make a fool of themselves, while others came simply to admire Wei Ting's good looks. There is no other young man as handsome as him in the whole area. Someone also noticed Wei Ting in the Su family's vegetable garden. Mom, who is that person?
Su Jinyang asked.
Sister, what did the doctor say to you in the room? On the way back, Su Ergu asked Su Pangya. Su Pangya panted and said, before answering your question, I think we need to find an ox cart. She walked too much today, and her chubby little legs can't move anymore. Su Ergu hurriedly said, Sister, wait here for me. I'll go to the market to hire a bullock cart. This is the only way. Her chubby body really can't stand the torture. Su Ergu went to the market. Old Li didn't come to town today. It was an ox cart from another village. Then Su Ergu successfully forgot the previous topic. It was already afternoon when the two returned to the village. At the entrance of the village, several villagers were gathering around an ancient well to draw water. When they saw Su Pangya and Su Ergu coming back from outside the village, they were no longer as surprised as they had been a few days before. This family seemed to have suddenly changed their temperament, especially Su Pangya. The villagers saw her collecting firewood in the mountains and washing clothes by the river. She also went out early and came back late every day. It was said that she went to the town to do business. The last time I saw her riding in old Li's ox cart, she gave old Li the fare, said Aunt Wu. I saw it too, said Sun's wife. Aunt Wu said again. Hey, what do you think happened? Why did Su Pangya suddenly become a different person? Could she be possessed by a ghost? Nonsense. Have you ever seen a ghost possess a person like this? The person who spoke was Ms. Zhou, a woman in her early 30s, but she looked a little old, perhaps 40. Aunt Wu. Then why did she? Zhou snorted. What else can I do? I got a good husband. If I had a handsome man like that, I wouldn't be lazy and idle. The villagers burst into laughter. Although it's funny, Su Pangya's husband is so handsome that one's heart will melt at the first sight of him. The Sun family's wife asked, why is Fatty Su so lucky? Zhou said, what's the point of having a good life? It's like a flower stuck in cow dung. It's a pity for the young man. Everyone agreed deeply. I don't allow you to say that about my husband. Su Pangya's sinister little voice suddenly sounded from behind everyone, and she looked up to the sky and sighed. If my husband is cow dung, then what are you men? A cesspool? Everyone. Su Pangya, who had successfully silenced her fellow villagers, left in a good mood. Su Jinyang came over carrying a basket. She greeted the aunties and ladies, and seeing that they looked like they had eaten nothing, she couldn't help but ask, what happened? Zhou looked at Su Pangya's chubby back as she walked away and rolled her eyes coldly. Su Pangya, what's wrong with Daya? Su Jinyang asked. The Su family is a cultured family. Su Jinyang never calls her by the nickname Su Fatya like other people in the village, but always calls her Daya. Zhou cursed, you don't understand what I'm saying. She's just cow dung, but she thinks she's a flower. I don't know how much money she spent to buy such a live-in son-in-law. Doesn't she even know if she's worthy of him? The Sun family's daughter-in-law teased her. She is not worthy of him. But is your daughter worthy of him? The villagers laughed again. Zhou's reputation in the village was not very good. She loved to gossip, but women also liked to listen to gossip. On the one hand, they disliked Zhou, but on the other hand, they always talked to her. She spat, Pa, Pa, Pa. How old is my daughter? Aunt Wu laughed and said, You are 14 now. You can say you are married, but I am afraid that the young man will look down on your daughter. Zhou laughed and said, If you look down on mine, you can look down on yours? In my opinion, let's stop arguing. Looking around the whole town, only Jinyang is worthy of that young man. Su Jinyang blushed and said, Aunt Zhou, please stop joking. He is Daya's husband. It would be bad if it got out. Aunt Wu took the opportunity to retort, Yes, you are thick-skinned and outspoken. Don't let Jinyang get in trouble. Jinyang is looking for a marriage. Right, Jinyang, yeah.
Sujinyan replied vaguely.
At noon, the three little kids ate another dark meal prepared by Old Man Su. When they saw Su Pangya coming back, they threw themselves into her arms, feeling extremely wronged.
Huh?
Where's Grandpa?
She asked.
Farming, said Dahu. Dad, we also farm. Eru added. Yeah. Xiaohu had nothing to add. Su Pangya and Su Erga didn't have lunch. Ergo, go to the kitchen and light the fire. I'm going to go back to the house and change my clothes first. She was drenched in sweat. Okay. Su Ergu quickly went to the kitchen to light a fire. Su Pangya opened the closet and began to look for clothes. After searching for a long time, she found that there were only a few clothes that could be worn. They were either too plain, too colorful, or too tight. I finally found a set of clothes that fit me, but as soon as I put them on, I saw that I was wearing the same clothes as Su Jinyang, who was passing by my house. She looked at Su Jinyang in surprise, and Su Jinyang happened to be looking at her. A sentence automatically floated through Su Pangya's mind. It's not scary to wear the same clothes as others, but it's embarrassing for the ugly one. Neither of them spoke. Su Jinyang walked away with a cold expression. Su Erga grabbed a roasted sweet potato and came to the main room. Sister, Xiao Wu sent over some roasted sweet potatoes. Do you want to fill your stomach first? After he finished speaking, he saw Su Pangya looking at the door, so he also looked over. Oh, it's Su Jinyang. Su Pangya wondered, why am I wearing the same clothes as her? Su Erga's expression was indescribable. Sister, have you forgotten that all your clothes are made according to Su Jinyang's? Really? She did not inherit this memory. Su Erga groaned. When Su Jinyang wears red, you wear red too. When Su Jinyang wears green, you buy green too. You even want to secretly imitate the way Su Jinyang walks 100 times. Su Pangya held her forehead with her hand. This is definitely a case of the ugly woman imitating the beautiful woman. No wonder Su Jinyang looked at her like that just now. Su Erga said weakly, Sister, don't imitate her anymore. I can't do it anymore. Su Pangya looked down at her outfit. But I have no other clothes to wear, so I'll just have to make do with this one for now. Su Pangya ate half a sweet potato and went to the kitchen to cook. She sliced the sweet potatoes, coated them with salty batter with chopped green onions, and fried them in a pan until golden brown. The sweetness of the sweet potatoes and the saltiness of the batter blended perfectly together, making the food crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with the fragrance of green onions and oil. There was extra batter, so she fried another plate of crispy pork. The three little ones were guarding the stove. Su Pangya was frying while they were eating. Their little hands and mouths were busy and greasy. As it was approaching dinner time, the people watching the fun in the fields gradually dispersed, and Qian's eldest granddaughter and youngest grandson came to call her back to eat. It will be there soon, Qian said to her two grandchildren, and picked up 2 water radishes that Su Chung had peeled from the ground, pinched the skin, and handed them to the brother and sister. The 2 of them were playing in the field while eating radishes. The 2 of them were attracted by Wei Ting, who was sitting on the ridge of the field. First, I have never seen Wei Ting. Second, I have never seen such a good-looking person. The child's gaze is direct and honest, and if he wants to look a little longer, he will look clearly. Wei Ting didn't mind and let the 2 children look at him openly. The little girl is called Qiu. She is almost 7 years old, shy and well-behaved. The little boy is called Xuanzi. He is 3 years old, just at the age when he is prone to act like a spoiled child. Xiao Xuanzi started playing with Wei Ting's crutch, and when the adults weren't paying attention, he dragged the crutch and ran away. You little rascal. Qian's face changed drastically, and she trotted towards her grandson with her fist raised. After running across a few ridges of land with his crutches, Xiao Xuanzi suddenly entered the vegetable field of old Su's family. Fong helped catch Xiao Xuanzi and said fiercely, "You're so naughty. If you run again, I will catch you and sell you off." Xiao Xuanzi struggled to jump off her hand, dropped his cane, and ran towards Qian in fear. "Grandma. Grandma Fong wants to sell me." Fong was really angry and amused, and shouted to the panting Qian, "Don't run away. I'll bring it to you." Then he said to his daughter, "Jinyang, pass the cane over." Su Jinyang picked up the crutch on the ground and looked at the Li family's vegetable garden not far away. Fong meant to send it to Qian. After all, it was Qian's grandson who caused the trouble, so she should be responsible for getting it back. But somehow, the first thing Su Jinyang saw was the young man standing on the ridge of the field. The young man was wearing the clothes of an ordinary villager, made of inconspicuous material, but as he sat there, with an upright posture and long legs, he exuded a quiet and special aura. He had delicate features and a perfect profile. Su Jinyang had never seen such a handsome man. "I don't know why I need to use a cane. What are you standing there for?"
Go.
Fong urged. Su Jinyang silently took the crutch to old Li's vegetable garden, but instead of handing it to Qian, she returned it directly to Wei Ting. "Thank you very much." Wei Ting thanked him. The magnetic voice carries a certain innate coldness and alienation. A breeze blew by, stirring the scent of his body. He did not have the sweaty smell of a country bumpkin, only a faint medicinal scent. "Is he injured?" Su Jinyang glanced at his legs calmly.
Jinyang.
After teaching her grandson a lesson, Qian said with a smile, "Are you talking about marriage? I think the people proposing marriage are almost breaking down the door of your Su family. This is the truth. Su Jinyang is the most beautiful and most famous girl in the area. There is no man who doesn't want to marry her." Su Jinyang felt awkward for some reason. "Not yet." Qian said, "Dia is the same age as you, and she's already married. Su Pengya and Su Jinyang have the same surname and are the same age. One is from the younger Su family, and the other is from the older Su family, so they are inevitably compared to each other. However, from childhood to adulthood, Su Pengya has never won. The kids in the village were only willing to play with Su Jinyang, and Su Pengya could only feel envy and jealous. Later, Su Pengya began to imitate Su Jinyang, but unfortunately she was fat and ugly, and her imitation was totally unrecognizable. Qian took Su Jinyang's hand and whispered, "Don't worry. Even a girl like Su Pengya can find a handsome man, and yours will be even better." Su Jinyang glanced at the handsome man standing on the ridge of the field without leaving any trace, and said nothing. As the sun sets, Su Cheng finishes his farming studies for the day. Looking at the vegetable garden that was ruined by Su Cheng, Qian was so angry that she was fuming. Su Cheng coughed lightly. "I'll come again tomorrow." Qian's hair stood on end. "Still coming?" The father-in-law and son-in-law returned home. Su Pengya sat on a small bench at the door, chewing on roasted corn cobs while admiring the three little kids poking at the ant nest. Su Ergu went to fetch water. "Girl, I'm back." As soon as Su Cheng saw the fat girl, the gloom that had tortured him for the entire afternoon due to the green leaves was instantly swept away. "Dad."
Shupanya gritit.
"Grandpa." The three little ones also called out very obediently. "Hey." Su Cheng walked over with a smile on his face and squatted in front of the three people. "What are you playing?" "Unts," said Dahu.
Daya.
Su Cheng turned his head and looked at Su Pengya. "Help my son-in-law." Su Pengya glanced at someone indifferently. "He has hands and feet. Why do you want to help him?"
Daya.
Su Cheng's face was serious. When it comes to dealing with his son-in-law, Su Cheng is always very principled. Su Pengya walked towards Wei Ting reluctantly, pouted her lips, stretched out two chubby fingers, and pinched lightly. Seeing her look of disgust, Wei Ting curled the corners of his lips and pressed his whole body towards her arm. Su Pengya was caught off guard and was almost overwhelmed by him. "Wei Ting," she said sternly. Wei Ting took a deep breath and looked at Su Chung with a melancholy face. Dad, Dia is mean to me.
Supanga.
Su Cheng's face darkened. Dia, you can't bully your son-in-law. Su Pengya's teeth were chattering. You've learned how to tell on someone else, right? Su Pengya smiled and said, you can press it as much as you want. If it gets damaged, it's my fault. Just don't let it get suffocated like last time. After saying this, she did not forget to puff out her little chest. Come on, let's hurt each other. Wei Ting successfully recalled the experience of fainting in someone's arms, and his expression suddenly froze.
Ha!
Su Pengya raised her little head in triumph and very considerately helped the blushing Wei Ting into the house. Dinner consisted of crispy pork with spicy peppers, juicy fried eggs and pork intestines, stir-fried Chinese cabbage and cold shredded radish, and a pot of noodle dumpling soup. The combination of meat and vegetables can replenish iron and blood and is rich in nutrition. No matter how much Wei Ting and Su Pengya quarreled, they had to admit that Su Pengya's cooking skills were excellent. There are many dishes that he never touched before, but sometimes he couldn't stop eating them. Su Ergu finished his last bite of rice and said, Sister, what are we going to eat tomorrow? Su Pengya thought for a moment and said, Pig brain flour?
Wei Ting.
At night, Su Pengya came over to remove Wei Ting's stitches. The wound healed beautifully, leaving only a shallow line. Wei Ting had sutured it before, but not as perfectly as she did. Of course, he is a man, and he doesn't care whether he has scars on his body or not. He was just simply wondering how a country girl could have such superb medical skills. Su Pengya felt that this posture was strange. His long legs are on both sides and forward. Can't go forward. She wanted to lean back, but Wei Ting thought she was about to fall because she couldn't keep her balance, so he kindly held her back.
Supanga.
Su Pengya could only squat where she was. Wei Ting's attention was mainly focused on being alert to the uninvited guests on the roof, and for a moment, he did not notice the awkward posture of the two. His first reaction was that the other party was coming for him and the child. At this moment, the child was playing wildly with Su Ergu in the backyard, and the whole yard was filled with the laughter of the three children. He was prepared to kill someone tonight, but to his surprise, the uninvited guest on the roof showed no signs of attacking. He didn't sense any malice in the other person's aura. The other party just stayed on the roof for a moment and then left quietly. It is unlikely that the other party is alone and is afraid of him, so he doesn't take action. The child was right under the other party's nose. If the other party really tried to grab the child, he would have no time to rescue him. So, what is going on? Who was that person? Was he coming for him? Su Pengya's fat legs were numb from squatting. She felt really uncomfortable, so she grabbed Wei Ting's arm and used the force to stand up. At this moment, Wei Ting lowered his head and asked her, "Could it be directed at you?" Before he uttered the word come, the corner of his lips touched Su Pengya's forehead. "You kissed me?" Su Pengya opened her eyes wide. Wei Ting said calmly, "You bumped into me. It's obvious that you took advantage of me." Su Pengya straightened her back and put her hands on her chubby waist. "My legs are numb, and I can't stand up." "Who told you to lower your head suddenly?" Wei Ting refused to admit that it was his fault. "You took advantage of me, and you flirted with me." Su Pengya's little silver teeth were chattering as she clenched them. "I flirt with you, don't I?" She laughed angrily.
Wei Ting snorted coldly.
Su Pengya was furious, and she was about to get angry. She narrowed her eyes, suddenly leaned over, pushed him against the bed, and quickly kissed him on the face. "This is frivolous," she said with great authority.
Wei Ting froze.
The atmosphere in the room suddenly became wrong. Su Pengya felt a chill on the back of her head. She blinked and slowly turned around. "I saw Old Man Su, Su Ergu, Xiao Wu, and 3 little kids standing at the door in amazement."
Supanya.
This wave is hard to explain. Su Pengya stood up calmly and pretended to straighten Wei Ting's collar. "I told you that your injury is not healed yet, so I told you to take it easy."
Wei Ting.
"Everyone. Aren't you the one who should take it easy?" Su Pengya coughed lightly, and under the indescribable gaze of everyone, she returned to the house in a heroic manner. After closing the door, She fell on the bed and covered her head with a pillow.
Ah.
How embarrassing. That night, the three little ones came to the east room again, holding pillows. Ergo, didn't your mattress dry in the sun? Su Pengya asked Su Ergo in the main room. Su Ergo said sadly, they peed on Daddy's bed again. Did you do this on purpose? Su Pengya asked seriously. The three little ones shook their heads cutely. Su Pengya hesitantly carried the three children into bed one by one. Before dawn the next day, Xiaowu came to help Su Pengya as usual. When she rolled up her sleeves to wash pickled mustard greens, Su Pengya spotted the scars on her arms with her sharp eyes. Did your mother-in-law beat you? This time, Su Pengya didn't intend to pretend not to see it. Mrs. Wu rubbed a handful of pickled mustard greens and hesitated, but still said it was. Yesterday morning, Mrs. Big Wu scolded Mrs. Little Wu for bringing eggs back to her parents' home and took it out on Mrs. Little Wu's two daughters. As far as she could remember, this was not the first time that Xiaowu was beaten, but she never complained outside. Su Pengya lived next door and could always hear the noises of beating and scolding. Su Pengya didn't rush to ask her if she had any other plans for the future, but asked, "Can you come here every day in the future?" Xiaowu nodded. The two families live next door to each other, and she doesn't travel far, so it's no problem for her to come over every day. Su Pengya took out the dough and said, "I'll pay you monthly." Wu said hurriedly, "No wages." Su Pengya said with a smile, "How can you hire someone to do work without paying them?"
I'm not Zhou Paopi.
Zhou, what's that? Mrs. Wu didn't understand. Su Pengya said, "You come here every morning to help me cook, which is very hard work. If the business gets bigger in the future, it will be even harder. In addition, I have to ask you to take care of the three children from time to time. You already have two children, so it's not an easy job either." Mrs. Wu said, "It's okay. Maisie can help me take a look." Maisie is Xiao Wu's eldest daughter. She is 8 years old this year and is very well behaved and sensible. The three little kids were running around the village, and Maisie was the one following them.
Besides,
Da Hu and the others are quite easy to lead. This is not nonsense. The three children have a strong sense of crisis. They never go to dangerous places and will never leave the sight of Xiao Wu or Maisie. He doesn't cry or wet his pants. He will tell you when he is hungry or thirsty and when he wants to go to the bathroom. Although he often made the children in the village cry, he never bullied Maisie and her sister. No matter how easy it is to lead Da Hu and the others, you will not be deducted from your wages. Su Pengya said to Xiao Wu, 20 copper coins a day for now. When the efficiency improves in the future, I will give you more processing fees. Xiao Wu was stunned. 20 coppers? One day? That's more than half an ounce in a month. She earns more than Lu Ping. In addition to the wages, Su Daya also kept a portion of the pancakes and braised dishes she made every day. If she went to the town to buy them, it would cost her a considerable amount of money. Not so much. If you think I give you too much, then dear job well. Because she had to go to the market, Su Pengya left home earlier today. When she got there, Luo Dazhuang had just set up his stall and hadn't hung the meat yet. So early. Luo Dazhuang said, "How were sales yesterday?"
Su Pengya asked.
"Here. They're all sold out. 10 pounds of braised pork and 20 pounds of braised ribs are 30 and 40 cents per pound respectively." When he heard her price, he thought she was crazy. This was just a small town. Did she think it was a provincial capital? Finally, it was sold out. "I tried a pound of braised meat," he said. He said that he did not intend to skimp on the money. The total amount sold was 1 tael of silver and 70 coins. Luo Dazhuang took 20%, so Su Pengya got 850 coins. The cost of meat is 300 won, and the total cost of labor, marinade, etc. does not exceed 50 won. From this perspective, the net profit is half a tael of silver.
Weigh it.
10 caddies of pork intestines, 10 caddies of pork belly, 7 caddies of pork head, and 10 caddies of braised pork elbow. Since it was confirmed that he had been cheated on, Luo Dazhuang has calmed down a lot. He weighed the braised meat one by one and found that it was a little bit higher than what Su Pengya had said. Su Ergo patted his chest and said, We will never be short of weight. What price do you plan to sell it at? Luo Dazhuang asked. The big piece of meat is 30 cents and the rest is 40 cents a pound. Luo Dazhuang was surprised. No way. You're selling pig offal so expensively? Su Pengya said, things are valuable because they are rare. My recipe and taste are worth the price. Well, don't blame me if you can't sell it. Such expensive pig offal.
Yin.
Shopkeeper's son also arrived early today and is now tasting freshly baked dim sum in a private room with several chefs. How is it? Asked Manager Sunday. Several chefs looked at each other and shook their heads. The taste is wrong. It's too sweet, said a cook named Lee. He is a senior chef at Jin Ki and has been working there for more than 10 years. His cooking skills are considered to be quite good. Why is it sweet again? Shopkeeper's son frowned. The previous pot was bland, but this one is sweet again. It's not right? Chef Lee said, I can taste what ingredients she used, but I just can't make it taste like wife cake. Chef Wang said, the cooking time and the ratio of ingredients are also very important. Sometimes a slight difference can lead to a huge error. Isn't our Jinji dim sum always imitated by others, but they can't make it taste like ours? The rest of the people nodded. Shopkeeper's son said unhappily, the problem now is that someone has made it, and it tastes better than Jinji's. Didn't you hear what the customer said? She shouldn't have imitated our shortbread. A new cook said weakly. How come it's not? Shopkeeper's son glared at him. The new cook didn't dare say a word. She must have improved our recipe, said another cook named Lu. Shopkeeper's son said coldly, she can reform, but you can't? A few grown men can't beat a little village girl. If this gets out, how can we, Jinji, put our reputation aside? After all, Jin Ki is a time-honored brand, so it is not likely that the wife cake has a huge impact on it. After all, Xiaoping Village Girl only sells a few of them a day. But it would not be right to say that there was no impact at all. He had heard customers comment more than once that their shortbread was not as delicious as wife cakes. This is a great shame and humiliation. How about we chase her away? Chef Lu suggested. Do you think I don't want to chase you away? Shopkeeper's son rolled his eyes. She saved our Jinji customers. If you chase her away now, what will the customers think? Besides, she wasn't placed at the main entrance of Jinji. She wasn't blocking the road and didn't affect the customers. What excuse do you have to chase her away? Although Manager's son is a bit cunning, he has some business acumen. He knows the importance of the store's image and will never do anything to ruin his reputation. You guys continue to work on the formula, I'll think about it. There was a long queue at the door of Jinji as usual, but soon, an incredible scene happened. As soon as Su Pengya put out her wife cakes, many customers who were queuing at Jinji moved in front of her. So a small long queue also formed here. It is certainly incomparable with Jin Ki, but for a hawker who dares to sell dim sum in front of Jin Ki, it is a rare and unique spectacle.
Girl.
Do you have any chestnuts today? I didn't have any yesterday. A young man in the team poked his head out and asked.
Yes.
Su Pengya said with a smile. Xiao Wu went back to her parents' home and stuffed the copper coins given by Su Pengya into her mother's pocket. Her mother knew that she was having a hard time in her husband's family and refused to take them no matter what. However, she couldn't persuade Xiao Wu, so she let her bring the chestnuts back home. I want to eat chestnuts too, said a little boy. Buy it, I'll buy it for you, an old lady said lovingly. Then she thought of something and asked Su Pengya, they won't be sold out by the time we get there, will they? Su Pengya said with a smile, today I made 40 chestnuts. 20 red beans, 20 mung beans, and 20 pickled plums. Still 100. The grandparents and grandchildren bought the chestnut-filled cake as they wished. Chestnut-filled shortbread is a test of cooking skills. Although it is naturally sweet, it is necessary to add sugar. If you add too much sugar, it will easily cover up its own flavor and make it taste not much different from other sweet fillings. Su Pengya got it just right, perfectly preserving the aroma and sweetness of the chestnuts. It tastes powdery and sticky, with a hint of oiliness from the crispy skin, sweet but not greasy. Milk, it's delicious, said the little boy. The other guests also praised the wife cake with chestnut filling. The 100 were sold out quickly. Su Urga muttered, Sister, he hasn't even eaten a few. Su Pongya couldn't help laughing. I brought it to you. She had other tasks today and couldn't get back to cook at noon, so she brought some food for herself and Urgu and also left some for old man Su and the others. Su Urgu began to rummage in his sister's backpack. This feeling, a little bit of happiness, what's going on? In the past, Su Urgu always gave in to his sister, making people forget that he was also a child who needed love. Su Urgu successfully found a bowl of wife cakes. Sister, you eat too. I'm losing weight, you eat it.
Oh.
Su Urgu stuffed the biscuit into his mouth. After packing up, Su Pongya planned to leave. At this moment, shopkeeper's son came over leisurely. He put his hands behind his back and looked like he was strolling leisurely. Are you sold out? Su Pongya was sure he was talking to her, so she hummed indifferently, sold out. Shopkeeper's son said with a fake smile, You guys always sell things near Jinji. Aren't you stealing business? This is a slap in the face, isn't it? Shopkeeper's son coughed a few times and said, I see that you are a little girl, young, and it is not easy to make a living with your brother. The weather will get colder in the future. Can you open the stall even if it snows heavily? In this case, why don't you sell the cakes to Jinji?
Oh.
Su Pongya looked at him with a little surprise. Shopkeeper's son raised his chin and said, You sell them for 10 cents each, but I see your cakes are only worth 3 or 2 cents. Jinji will sell them for 5 cents, 200 a day. Su Pongya took Su Urgu and left without looking back. Shopkeeper's son. He was ignored by a girl. He stamped his feet in anger. 6 coins. 6 coins will do, right? 7 coins. No more. Hey, you can't sell it for 10 cents, can you? Su Pongya ignored him. The brother and sister went to the academy. This time, the two of them still went through the back door. The gatekeeper is still the same old man. But today, he didn't let it go easily. Instead, he glanced at the half-eaten pancake in Su Urga's hand and said slowly, Give me one. Shurgo. Su Urga didn't know that his sister was here to treat people and thought they were here to do academy business. But sister, our pancakes are sold out. That's all left in the bowl. He even ate half of it and just gave it to the 2 grandfathers. We agreed on one and the old man took 2. Don't talk about martial ethics. We won't be selling it today. Let's go to Xinchuan to get the order list first, and then we'll make it according to the list and send it over tomorrow. Su Pongya explained in detail, not perfunctory, just because Su Urga didn't understand. That's it. In this case, we don't have to wait to sell it here, sister. How did you think of it? Su Pongya snorted. That's what I thought of, maybe.
I'm smart.
The two of them went to Dean Shin's courtyard, and the servants had already ordered the fat little village girl to be let go.
He is.
The servant looked at Su Urgu. My brother.
Please come in.
The servant politely invited the two of them to an elegant side room. The Shin family is not considered wealthy, but after all, they own an academy and are considered a wealthy family in the town. Inside, every table, every chair, every case, and every book is very particular. Ordinary country people would feel somewhat uncomfortable coming here for the first time. Su Pongya planned to let his brother relax and not be restrained. When he turned around, he saw that Su Urgu had fallen asleep on the chair.
Supanga.
Su Pongya went to the patient's room, which was next door. Jingy is here too. He just wiped the sweat off his cousin's face. The presence of sweat means that the high fever is subsiding. You're here, he said. My cousin has a high fever that keeps coming back. Why is that? Su Pongya said. It is normal to have a high fever for 3 to 5 days. Was he able to eat last night, and this morning? Jingy nodded. I ate some white porridge. It seems that there is improvement. At least I can eat now. The doctor at Roman Hall had been treating her for several days, but there was no improvement. As soon as she came, Jingy looked at her deeply and recalled Bai Zai's report last night. She is a little girl from Xinhua village. Her surname is Su. She has a father, a younger brother, and 3 children. The 3 children call her father grandpa and her younger brother uncle, so he must be her son. 3 kids. How old is she? Her husband I stayed in the room and didn't come out. Since Suo is just a countryman, Bai Zai didn't continue to guard him. Who is your master? Jing Yi asked. Su Pengya sighed. My master is very low-key and usually won't let me talk about it, but if you insist on knowing, I can tell you reluctantly. My master's surname is Fu, and he lives in Chunlu Lane. Bai Zai did say that after leaving the academy yesterday, she went to the home of a doctor named Fu in Chunlu Lane. Symbol. Could it be the imperial physician Fu from that year? No, imperial physician Fu had passed away many years ago, and his age did not match that of the doctor.
What?
You don't believe it?
Su Pengya asked.
Jing Yi said calmly. No, I just feel that few doctors are willing to accept female disciples. Su Pengya spread her hands. Isn't it because I am gifted and have an excellent physique? I am a genius that only appears once in a century. She has an excellent physique. Jing Yi looked at her chubby body and the corners of his mouth twitched. Su Pengya said, I am going to start treating the patient. Can you please wait outside? Jing Yi turned and left the room, closing the door for her. Su Pengya said casually, by the way, if you want to know something in the future, you can just ask me directly. There's no need to sneak someone up to my roof. Jing Yi clenched his fist. With Bai Zai's qinggong, he was actually discovered by a little village girl. Su Pengya saw his reaction clearly. Very good. It turned out to be him who did it last night. Su Pengya walked over expressionlessly and fastened the bolt in front of him.
Vinky.
Su Pengya took out the first aid kit from the small backpack. Su Ergo had found this just now, but he did not open the bag. She took out a stethoscope and listened to the other person's heartbeat and breathing sounds and found that there was not much improvement. It seems that the effect of taking medicine is too slow. Su Pengya decided to give him an infusion. He woke up as she was putting a pressure tube on him. He looked at Su Pengya in confusion and astonishment. Su Pengya said softly, I am the doctor invited by Master Jing. I am treating you. It may be a little painful. Please bear with it for a while. The other party nodded and didn't move. Doctors like obedient patients the most. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Then, she missed the needle. This body had no muscle memory from the previous life. The fat boy's fingers pierced according to the force in his mind, but he definitely went too far. Su Pengya looked at him angrily. Well, I might have to get the injection again. The other person smiled weakly and gently, indicating to Su Pengya that he was fine. It wasn't until the 3rd shot that Su Pengya finally got it right. Jing Yi has been standing silently in the corridor. Changping was ordered not to get close and stood far away in the yard, looking at Jing Yi with resentment and at the closed door with worry. Master Jing is really something. How can a young master let a little village girl treat him? If something goes wrong with the treatment, how will Master Jing explain it when he returns to Beijing? The patient's mental state was not good, and he fell asleep again shortly after the infusion. Su Pengya came out twice during the journey, mainly to see if Su Ergo had caught a cold. Jing Yi asked the servant to bring the charcoal basin into the house. The last time Su Pengya came out was an hour later. Shen Chuan came back from get out of class and saw Su Pengya in the corridor. Hey, Miss Su, you're here. He greeted with a smile. Seeing the young man beside him, his smile faded, and he cupped his hands and said, Mr. Jing.
Vinky nodded lightly.
Shen Chuan looked at Su Pengya and then at Jing Yi. Obviously, he wanted to talk to Su Pengya alone. Jing Yi entered his cousin's house expressionlessly. Shen Chuan smiled again and took out a piece of paper and handed it to her. Miss Su, after everyone tasted your pancakes yesterday, they all said they were delicious. A total of 23 people made reservations, and the exact number is written on the list. There should be more, but I'm afraid you can't do it. Su Pengya said. I've made you worry. Shen Chuan thought carefully. If there were too many, her current manpower would indeed be too busy. Shen Chuan said, It's convenient for me too. I no longer have to go all the way to Kam Ki to queue up. Speaking of which, do you only sell wife cakes? Do you have any other snacks?
Yes. Su Pengya said.
Shun Chuan clapped the folding fan in his hand. That's great. The wife cake is delicious, but if I keep eating it, I'm worried that they will get tired of it. It's you who wants to eat it. Su Pengya discovered that this young master from the academy was really a foodie. By the way, there is one kind of medicine for the patient that you don't need to take. You can continue to help feed the rest. After explaining Shin Chuan, Su Pengya woke up Su Ergu, who was drooling from sleep, and walked out of the academy together. Su Pengya didn't recognize him at first sight. She just felt that he looked vaguely familiar. She didn't take it to heart and passed by him with Su Ergu, who was still dazed and sleepy. The other party probably didn't expect that he would be ignored by the siblings. He frowned and said, Su Daya. Shuergo.
Huh?
You can call out their names. Do you really know them? Su Pengya stopped and turned to look at him. Who are you? Su Ergu rubbed his eyes, looked carefully, and froze. Cousin? Old man Su was an orphan and had no sisters. The only person who could be called his cousin was the scholar from the Chin family. What's it called?
How? Yuan?
It's no wonder Su Pengya couldn't remember clearly. The original owner didn't have much interaction with his cousin. Even if they met occasionally, the cousin hardly spoke to the original owner. Chun Hao Yuan looked at the two of them with displeasure. Why are you here? Su Ergu opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Chun Hao Yuan's gaze fell back on Su Pengya's face with a bit of undisguised disgust and unkindness. You came to see me? He asked. What is this guy talking about? Su Pengya looked at Su Ergu beside her with a blank face, saying that she didn't understand what this cousin was talking about. Do I know him well? She asked in a low voice. Su Ergu covered his mouth with his hands and lowered his voice. You used to like my cousin. Have you forgotten? You even gave him a purse, but he refused. Isn't it He Tongsheng whom I like? He Tongsheng came later.
Shupanya.
The brother and sister whispered to each other, and Chun Hao Yuan frowned even more tightly.
Supanga secretly clenched Yopanga's fist.
How many did the original owner like? And the memory is scattered, which is really inconvenient. Chun Hao Yuan said coldly, I heard about you, and He Tongsheng. There was something else in his words. Su Pengya looked at him strangely for a long time before she finally understood what he was implying. He thought she couldn't marry He Tongsheng, so she came to provoke him again. Wait, didn't Chen Feng and Huang tell him that they had a handsome man like Wei Ting after they returned to the village? Even though Chun Hao Yuan is a scholar and has a handsome face, he is still not as good as Wei Ting, okay? Su Pengya took a look at the bag in his hand and understood. Chun Hao Yuan lives in the academy and only has 1 day off in 10 days. He is on holiday today and has no idea that Chen Feng and his wife went to the Su family to make trouble. Su Pengya chuckled and said, Who said I came to see you? Were all the scholars in ancient times so noble? He Tongsheng was, and so was Chun Hao Yuan. Their nostrils were pointed up to the sky. Chun Hao Yuan said in a lofty tone, You'd better not be. Also, the academy is not a place for people like you. Stay in the countryside and farm your land. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. What kind of people are we? Su Ergu was unhappy. Ever since Su Pengya and the Chin family had a falling out, he seemed not to be as wary of the Chin family as before. You know exactly what kind of person you are. Chun Hao Yuan brushed his spotless sleeves. The meaning was obvious. 2 peasants who made a living in the fields, bullies who had no moral integrity, had seriously polluted the holy land of scholars. That's all I have to say. You can do whatever you want. After saying that, Chun Hao Yuan waved his sleeves and left. Su Ergu looked at his back, scratched his head and muttered, Sister, why do I suddenly want to beat him up? Su Pengya, then you go and beat him up? Su Ergu said timidly, I don't dare. He told his father the next day about the last time his uncle and aunt came to their house. After listening, his father didn't say a word, but just went back to the room silently. He couldn't understand his father's attitude towards the Chin family. Let's go. Su Pengya said. Sister, aren't you angry? Su Ergu quickly followed. Su Pengya said calmly, What's there to be angry about? Are we what he says we are? You are still young now, and you will meet many such people in the future. You can't handle them all. Unless he touches your cake, don't waste your energy. What cake? What number? Su Urga scratched his head. Sister, are you going to make a new snack? Is it Urga cake?
Shupanya.
Su Pongya ignored him, but Su Urgu continued the original topic. Sister, when you first fell in love with He Tongsheng, I knew it was because He Tongsheng was also a scholar. In your heart, you are still thinking about your eldest cousin. Su Pongya said, I don't miss him now, so I don't care at all what he thinks of me. She only cares about money. Lots and lots of money. Su Urga nodded seriously. That's right, you have a brother-in-law now. Your brother-in-law is much better looking than those two. Su Pongya, who was not upset by Chen Haoyuan's labeling, clenched her fists with a dark face when she heard Wei Ting's name. Why is it that guy again? I'm so angry. Wei Ting was dragged by Su's father to learn farming from Qian again today. The stitches on his wound have been removed, but he still cannot exert too much force, so old man Su is still the main force. Looking at the vegetable field that was once again destroyed, Qian was so angry that she clenched her fists and trembled all over. Father Su touched his nose angrily. You asked me to pick them. Qian gritted her teeth and said, Are you picking them? You are pulling them out. The kind that can be pulled out by the roots. Old man Su muttered. You said it can be pulled out. You can pull the green onions. Who told you to pull the garlic sprouts too? Qian was so angry that her heart ached. Oh, God. Oh, Earth, let this guy blackmail her. Don't ask her to teach you how to farm. He only extorted a few copper coins from her, but he is going to ruin her half-acre of land by trying to learn how to farm. Come here, Qian said to Wei Ting angrily. Wei Ting sighed and limped over with his crutches. There are more villagers watching today than yesterday. Even people from the neighboring village came. Come and see Su the bully farming, and also come and see the young master of Su the bully's family. Auntie Qian, please have a drink of water first. Wei Ting offered her a bowl of water from Qian's own basket. Qian took the bowl and took a sip, and she felt better. She pointed at some green plants on the ground and asked Wei Ting, What are these? Do you recognize them? Green onions, garlic sprouts, leeks, shallots, radishes, and coriander. Wei Ting called out the names one by one from left to right.
Yeah.
Qian was very satisfied. She glared at Su Cheng and said, Young people are smart and can learn once they are taught. Unlike some people who can't tell the difference between green onions and garlic sprouts even after 100 times. Bully Su has made a fool of himself again. The folks were really laughing to death. Su Cheng's eyes rolled around, and he quickly swapped the positions of several dishes at lightning speed. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Wei Ting. Now, do you still recognize each other? In the other town, Su Pongya thought about her conversation with Jing Yi and felt uneasy, so she went to Chunlu Lane again. When Aunt Fu saw her, her nose was raised to the sky. Why are you here again? Su Pongya pouted. Anyway, I'm not looking for you to buy pickled mustard greens.
Aunt Fu.
So angry. Dr. Fu came out. Mother Aunt Fu said angrily, I told you to charge her double the consultation fee. Did you do it? Dr. Fu said awkwardly, Collect. She was an apprentice. Nominal apprentice. He didn't dare to say the latter sentence. Humph. Aunt Fu thought she had successfully blackmailed Su Pongya and walked into the house very proudly. The toilet is over there. Dr. Fu pointed the way. After Su Urgu went to the toilet, Su Pongya asked about the young man in brocade clothes. Dr. Fu said, Someone was here, a young man with a sword.
Baize, Yink Ypsiloneus bodyguard.
Su Pongya hesitated for a moment and asked, Did he ask you about me?
Dr. Fu said, That's right.
He asked me, Who are you to me? I said you were my apprentice, and then asked him who he was, and he left. She guessed that Jing Yi would investigate her. Fortunately, she had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, she would not be able to explain her medical skills. Next, she thought Dr. Fu would ask her what was going on, who she was, who her master was, and why someone was investigating her. Dr. Fu, however, seemed to be unconcerned and only warned me solemnly, Don't tell my mother. The Fu family's medical skills are passed down to men, not women. If she knew that I accepted a female apprentice, even if it was just a nominal one, she would definitely be furious. Su Pengya touched her chin and said, "Well, I suddenly want to tell her."
Dr. Fu.
The siblings and the father-in-law and son-in-law arrived home at about the same time. Everyone finished a day's work, working hard and happily. Mrs. Qian is unhappy. She was being tortured to death. Su Qing smiled widely. "My daughter, I'm back. My son-in-law is back too. Back home, the father-in-law and son-in-law are in love with each other again." The three little ones followed Mei Zi and Niu Dan to play in the village, and Su Ergu went to call them home for dinner. Su Pengya went into the kitchen and simmered old man Su's Chinese medicine. While waiting for the medicine to take place, she took the bone-strengthening granules she got from the pharmacy to old man Su's room. "What is this?" asked old man Su. Su Pengya said, "Bone-strengthening medicine. It looks like this." Father Su had never seen such a strange medicine before. "It must have cost a lot of money, right? I met a good doctor and sold it to me at a bargain price." Su Pengya said and handed him a money bag. "I have made some money from business in the past few days. You can take these first." Father Su refused. "I don't want it. You take the flowers." Su Pengya said softly, "I have it in my hand, and Ergu also gave it to me. Although it's not a lot, as long as we work hard to do business, it will definitely get better and better in the future." Father Su's throat felt swollen and painful again. He held his daughter's hand and used great willpower to hold back the urge to cry. He choked and said, "Don't worry. Dad will also learn to farm. Leave family." Qian Shi shivered inexplicably while she was eating. Su Pengya hadn't given Father Su acupuncture yet. It wasn't time yet. She went back to the room and took out the list Shin Chuan gave her, intending to see how many were ordered so she could decide how much dough to make tonight. But when she saw the black and white writing in her hand, her expression suddenly stiffened. "She can't read. To be precise, I don't know the writing of this dynasty." Moreover, the ancient characters were written vertically, from top to bottom, from right to left, with no punctuation marks, making it difficult to guess. So sloppy. I should have known that Shun Chuan should be reminded. Little fatty, Su scratched his head angrily. Just when she was going crazy, she turned around and caught a glimpse of Wei Ting sitting at the door enjoying the sunset. Su Pengya's eyes lit up and she strode over. "Wei Ting, are you literate?" Wei Ting sat on the chair and raised his eyes slightly when he heard the words. The afterglow of the setting sun fell into his deep eyes, reflecting dazzling waves like glass.
Su Pengya swallowed.
"It's over. This body's love affair has come back again." She turned away and said coldly, "I'm asking you a question." Wei Ting looked at the back of her head and said indifferently, "I know her." "Really?" Su Pengya turned around and looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Then read the words on it for me." "You can't read?" Wei Ting was surprised. People who know medicine can at least read a little, except for some barefoot doctors who only know a few folk remedies, but it is obvious that her medical skills are much better than those of the barefoot doctors. What's so strange about country people being illiterate? Do you want to read it? Su Pengya shook the list in her hand. Wei Ting asked with a half-smile, "Is this your attitude when asking for help?" Su Pengya gritted her teeth. Wei Ting leaned back in his chair and said in a pretentious tone, "It seems that you don't really want me to read it, so forget it." Su Pengya glared at him angrily, took a deep breath, and smiled slightly. "Husband, you've worked in the fields all day. You must be tired. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Let me get you a glass of water." She quickly poured a cup of tea. "It's a little cool," Wei Ting said.
"Wait."
Su Pengya went into the house and got a cup of hot water.
"Dull,"
Wei Ting said again. "Okay." Su Pengya took it and added some tea leaves. Life was hard at home, and the tea we drank was stale, rough, and tasted astringent. Wei Ting took a sip and didn't want to drink anymore. "Husband, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders." Su Pengya walked around behind him, stretched out a pair of chubby little hands, and began to massage his shoulders and neck. Wei Ting really enjoyed the way someone tried hard to please him. Only someone's hand was indeed very well behaved at first, but as it was pressed, it went in an indescribable direction. Wei Ting's whole body tensed up. "Give it to me." Su Pengya sneered. You little rascal, I can't cure you. Wei Ting had an itchy spot on his waist, which she had discovered a long time ago. Wei Ting pointed at the words on the list and read them to her one by one. Su Pengya listened carefully and unconsciously leaned down slowly behind him, trying to remember the words he read. The girl's warm breath inadvertently fell on his ears, and Wei Ting's voice paused. Why don't you read it anymore? Su Pengya said. Wei Ting continued reading. The wind was cold, and he was hot. When Su Jinyang passed by not far away, she saw the two of them being intimate in the sunset. I have finished reading it, Wei Ting said coldly. Su Pengya lay on the chair, tilted her head, and looked at his perfect profile with a smile. Husband, you are so amazing. Wei Ting looked calm and said with disdain, You say it. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Anyway, I finished reading it. Su Pengya grabbed the list and got up to go into the house. Wei Ting said seriously, The tea is cold. Su Pengya's aura was fully revealed, and she said without even turning her head, Pour it yourself. The three little ones were having fun and refused to come back with Su Ergu. Su Ergu started catching kids, and the three little ones ran away. Su Ergu only had 2 hands, and just as he caught Dahu and Eru, Xiaohu slipped away. Catch the little tiger back, the big tiger ran away. When the big tiger was tucked under his arm, the second tiger stuck out its tongue and ran away slowly. Su Ergu was in a panic. The villagers, who had just watched the father-in-law and son-in-law make a fool of themselves on the ridge of the field, were fortunate enough to witness the youngest bully of the Su family being beaten around by 3 little kids. Oh my god, that ha ha ha. The villagers laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt. When has Su Ergu, who always follows his father around and bullies others, ever been so embarrassed? So silly. Ha ha ha. Su Pengya didn't know about the farce between Su Ergu and the 3 little ones. After Wei Ting read the list to her, she didn't know why he suddenly got angry and went back to the house with a cold face.
I've spoiled you.
Su Pengya curled her lips and snorted, then went to the kitchen to take out the vegetables and wash them. There was not much firewood, so she decided to go to the back mountain to collect some. It was dark in the morning, so she usually took the main road. Now that there was plenty of light, she simply took the small path behind the kitchen, going around the back of the old Su's house and up the mountain. Su Jinyang had already returned home and was sitting in the backyard picking vegetables. From the kitchen came the voices of her mother Fong, her second Aunt Yang, and Zhou talking. Zhou lived next door to the old Su family and would come over to visit whenever she had time. Sister Fong, which family do you want to talk to Jinyang about? Have you decided yet? It was Zhou's voice. Fong said not yet. Zhou was puzzled. Why hasn't it been decided yet? Jinyang is already 16. In the countryside, many girls get married at the age of 14 or 15 when they reach the age of 15, and not many are still unmarried at the age of 16. Second Aunt Yang said, Don't worry, it's not like Jinyang can't get married. No matter how good a girl is, it will be hard for her to get married if she becomes an old maid. Zhou said, Don't let your eyes get dazzled by the choices and delay Jinyang. Fong smiled. Zhou gossiped, There are a lot of people seeking marriage, right? I see matchmakers coming to your house every day. Who are they? The big pillar of the Luo family.
He must be one of them.
Dazuzi, the nephew of the village head, is a down-to-earth and hard-working young man. If Zhou's daughter was not still young, she would have wanted Dazuzi to be her son-in-law. Are there any in town? The wine shop in Yonglu village, his daughter married into the town. She is far inferior to Jinyang, but she was able to marry into the town. Jinyang, before Zhou finished her words, Fong interrupted her coldly. My Jinyang can't learn her behavior. The son of the official originally had a fiancé, but the marriage was ruined by a maid from the inn. Fong added, There are people in town who have come to ask for marriage, but Jinyang's grandfather wants to choose a scholar as his son-in-law. Zhou smiled and said, That's right. Jinyang should marry an educated man. Unlike Su Pengya, who found a handsome man, but she can't read a single word and is learning farming from the old Li family. Su Jinyang recalled the scene where Wei Ting read a letter to Su Pengya. That man was clearly literate. Zhou gossiped for a while and then left. Su Jinyang washed the vegetables she had picked and brought them into the kitchen. Is it snowing? Jinyang closed the door. Fong, who was cooking, said to Su Jinyang. Su Jinyang quietly went to close the back door of the kitchen and bumped into Su Pengya, who was passing by. Su Jinyang's eyes fell on her colorful cotton-padded jacket, and she closed the door coldly. Su Pengya looked down at her clothes. Oh, I forgot to buy new clothes. It started snowing lightly. Su Pengya didn't walk too far. She picked up a bundle of firewood and hurried back. Su Erga finally caught the three little ones, and he successfully became a husky. The three little ones were full of energy and went to the kitchen to find their mother. Mom, Dahu is hungry. Eru is hungry too. Little Axe is the hungriest. Xiaohu lifted up his clothes and patted his dry, round, and deflated, round belly. Su Pengya gently poked his watermelon-like belly. Oh, I'm really hungry. Xiaohu nodded, yeah. Su Pengya burst out laughing. Dahu and Eru also wanted to poke their bellies. Su Pengya was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, so she poked them one by one without favoring any one over the other. Su Pengya made a hot pot with corn and dragon bone soup base tonight. The base was not spicy, but the dipping sauce was spicy. She clapped her hands. It's done. At this moment, there was a heavy knock on the door outside.
Shufati.
Come out here. What are you doing? Why are you yelling? Su Cheng pulled out the bolt with a cold face, and the wind and snow outside the door blew in his face, pouring down Su Cheng's neck. Su Cheng hurriedly pulled at his collar. One, who was standing at the door, saw the door open, raised her fist, and rushed forward. Su Cheng stepped aside, and she missed. Mother! Wan's wife was horrified and glanced at the bully Su Cheng. Seeing that Su Cheng had no intention of attacking her, she plucked up the courage to go into the house and helped Wan, who had fallen to the ground. Mom, are you okay? She asked worriedly. Wan shouted, Where's Su Pengya? Let her out. Let her out. Su Cheng frowned and asked, Why are you looking for my daughter?
Father.
Su Pengya came out from the kitchen. When Mrs. Wan saw her, she was like a mad beast. She pushed away her daughter-in-law who was supporting her, picked up a chair on the ground and smashed it at Su Pengya. Su Cheng was behind Wan, and it was too late for him to grab the chair. As soon as Su Pengya stepped over the threshold, three little guys appeared behind her, and she couldn't hide. She was holding a hot pot in her hands, so she couldn't use her hands to catch or block it. Just as the chair was about to hit her, the door of the small east room suddenly opened. Wei Ting flashed out and slapped her with a palm. Su Pengya, chairs cost money. Wei Ting gritted his teeth and instead used his hands to firmly grasp the chair. Su Pengya breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. The chair is very expensive.
Wei Ting. Wan.
What's wrong with you? Su Cheng stepped forward and stood in front of Wan, saying viciously, How dare you lay a hand on my daughter? Don't think I won't beat you just because you're a woman? Mother! Wan's daughter-in-law hurriedly pulled her mother-in-law aside. The noise was so loud that the villagers came to watch the fun. What's going on? I don't know. Who's in the room? Wang Lizi's mother and his wife. Wang Lizi was the man who had been inappropriately touching Xiao Wu on the ox cart that day. He was kicked off the ox cart by Su Pengya. When Mrs. Wan saw that all the villagers had arrived, she ran out and fell to the ground, beating her chest and stamping her feet and crying, My son, my poor son, Su family, give my son back his life. Wang Lizi's wife also started crying sadly.
What? Shupanya killed Wang Lizi?
When everyone heard the news, they were all shocked. Although the Su family was tyrannical, no one had ever died. How could this be? Su Cheng walked out of the house. Wan. Stop slandering me. When did my daughter kill your son? Wan pointed at Su Pengya in the room and said, I'm not kidding. Your daughter killed him. Su Pengya walked out slowly and said, You said I killed him. Do you have any evidence? Mrs. Wan was extremely emotional. My son has no grudges against anyone, except you. Who else could have killed him if not you? Su Cheng asked impatiently, "When did my daughter become enemies with your son?" Wan pointed at Su Pangya and said angrily, "She kicked my son off the ox cart a while ago." Su Pangya nodded. "Well, it is true, so what? Isn't it too far-fetched to conclude that I am the murderer just based on this?" Mrs. Wan was so excited that she gasped for breath. "You said it yourself. You don't like my son." Su Pangya said, "I did say that." Wan cried to the crowd, "Listen, folks. She admitted it. She doesn't like my son, and she doesn't even let him ride in the ox cart. I don't let your son ride in the ox cart because—" Su Pangya stopped talking halfway.
Why?
"Tell me. You can't tell me. You didn't like my son, so you killed him. You have such a cruel heart." Wan cried until she was hoarse. The way everyone looked at Su Pangya changed. Just because no one was killed in the past, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be any deaths now, right? What's more, their family is the worst bully in the whole village. If it wasn't Su Pangya who killed him, could it be someone else? He can even do something like murder. Why did such a disaster happen to our village? Poor Wang Lizi. Wang Lizi behaved badly and had some bad habits, but it was a human life after all. It was okay if he lost it himself, but it was a bit too much to be killed by someone else. No one wants to live in the same village with a murderer. At this time, another villager said, "The Su family is not from our village. They are from Yonglu village next door." After this incident, in my opinion, in addition to reporting to the police, we also have to drive their family back to Yonglu village. It would be great if we could get rid of these bullies. The village head and Old Li arrived together. After listening to it, the two of them almost understood what was going on. Old Li advised, "Everyone, please be patient. Daya is not that kind of person. She won't kill anyone." "Old Li, why are you speaking up for Su Daya? Did she do you some favor? If he hadn't benefited him, why would he let his wife teach the Su family how to farm?" Yes, the Li family and the Su family have been getting really close these days. "Old Li, what good did she do for you? Wang Lizi is a human life. Don't protect a murderer." Old Li was furious after hearing these insults. He pointed at those people and said, "I don't know who is a murderer or not. I only know that if it wasn't for Daya, your New Year's goods would have been snatched away by the hooligans in town." Old Li told the whole story of Su Pangya's vicious fight with Zhang Dao. Su Cheng said, "That's right. The Su family offended Zhang Dao because of this. We even went to the clinic and had a fight with Zhang Dao. My hand was injured." Everyone looked at each other. There were a lot of New Year's goods that day. If that was true, they would owe Su Pangya a favor. Wan gritted her teeth and said, "You are in the same group with her. Of course you are on her side. Besides you guys, who else has seen that group of people in town? It's all up to you to say it." "Everyone. That seems to make sense." Wan continued, "What kind of person is Su Pangya? She is lucky enough not to extort money from the villagers. How can she help them? Old Li, you took advantage of yourself. But you dragged the whole village into this." Old Li was very anxious. "Everything I said was true. If there is even a single lie, let me be struck by lightning and die a miserable death." After this solemn oath was uttered, everyone fell silent. In fact, they knew Old Li's character well. Otherwise, they would not have trusted Old Li to buy New Year's goods for them. Because the incident happened suddenly and was related to Su Pangya, they began to have some doubts. But Lao Li swore such a poisonous oath. Did they really blame Su Pangya wrongly? Wan said angrily, "Even if she really helped you get your things back, so what? It's true that she has a grudge against my son." "Old Li, you were there that day. It was your ox cart. Tell us yourself, did she kick my son off?"
This.
Old Li couldn't deny it. "Aunt Wan." Little Wu squeezed in from behind the villagers. She pinched her sleeves tightly and said palely, "I was there that day. Daya kicked your son off the ox cart because Su Pangya interrupted her coldly. Mr. Wu, when is it your turn to interfere in my Su Daya's affairs?"
Daya.
Xiao Wu looked at Su Pangya with red eyes. She understood that Su Daya did it on purpose. Su Daya stopped her from telling the truth because she was worried that her reputation would be damaged and she would be criticized in the future. But she couldn't just watch Su Daya being slandered as a murderer. She didn't believe that Su Daya was that kind of person. Su Pengya walked directly to Mrs. Wan, and in the bitter snow, she looked down at her. You know your son's character very well. How many people want to beat him to death? You yourself often cursed at him, saying that if you had known you would have such a useless son, you would have drowned him in the river. Wan scolded. I'm his mother. How could I possibly kill my own son? Su Pengya spread her hands. Who knows? Yuan was so angry that she fell backwards. Su Pengya looked at Wan and said, You keep saying that I am the murderer. Then let me ask you, when did your son die? Who found him? What was the murder weapon? Who saw me kill him? Wan said he was found by Qin Yang. Chun at the back door of my house when it just started snowing. His body was still warm. Su Pengya had been observing Wan's expression, and she knew that Wan was not lying. The village had asked, Su Daya, where were you when it first snowed? Su Pengya said, I'm on my way to the back mountain to collect firewood. The village had asked, Is there anyone who can testify for you? Su Pengya's gaze passed over the crowd and fell on Su Jinyang, who was at the outermost position. Who? Asked the village head. Su Pengya said seriously, I went to the back mountain to collect firewood once, and heard Wang Lizi say that the girl from the old Su family was really pretty, and if I could touch her a few times, I would have earned everything in my life. I suspect that Wang Lizi went to provoke Su Jinyang and was killed by Su Jinyang by mistake.
What?
Everyone was shocked. Fong turned around and said, Su Fatty, don't throw dirty water on my daughter. Wang Lizi doesn't dare to provoke my daughter. My daughter didn't kill Wang Lizi. Jinyang hasn't left since she came back from the fields. She has been working at home. Our whole family can testify to this. Su Pengya folded her arms and said calmly, You are a family, so you will naturally testify for her. Very good. The words they used to refute Su Pengya just now were used by Su Pengya on Su Jinyang exactly the same way. They didn't believe that Su Jinyang would kill someone, but Mrs. Wan didn't even jump out to refute it.
Could it be that
there was really something behind it? The reason why Mrs. Wan was silent was because her son did covet Su Jinyang. Zhou snorted. How can a woman possibly kill Wang Lizi? Do you think everyone is like you, a fat man with brute force? Su Chung said fiercely. Who are you calling fat? Believe it or not, I will beat you up. Zhou shrank back. Su Pengya said, Then she has an accomplice. Su Jinyang clenched her fingers and said, Stop arguing. When Wang Lizi got into trouble, I was helping in the kitchen at home. My mother said it was snowing, so she asked me to close the back door of the kitchen. Su Daya, didn't you see it? Fong said hurriedly, Yes. I asked Jinyang to close the door. Su Pengya looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Oh, that person is you. It was snowing and I couldn't see clearly. I thought it was your sister Yunyang. Wang said, Yunyang is at her husband's house. She's about to give birth and she's in a bad condition. She can't come back at all. All the villagers know about this. Su Jinyang said to the head of the village, With Su Daya testifying for me, my suspicion has been cleared, right? Of course. The village head nodded. So, the two of you were near your home at the time, so the murderer was neither you nor Su Daya. Wan cried out again. Who killed my son? This question. Su Pengya's eyes swept across and fell on Wan's daughter-in-law Chunya. Why not ask your daughter-in-law? Chunya shuddered. Su Pengya looked at her with a half-smile. Chunya, you told your mother-in-law that Wang Lizi and I have a grudge, right? I went to the back hill to collect firewood by myself just now, and you saw me, right? Wan said. Su Pengya, what do you want to say? Su Pengya said, Aunt Wan, your son's death is closely related to your daughter-in-law. She deliberately picked a time when no one could testify for me to slander me. But man proposes, God disposes. Su Jinyang saw me when she went to close the back door of the kitchen. Daya is right. Su Cheng always trusted his fat daughter, without reservation. Mr. Wan, the body was found by your daughter-in-law. It was still warm when she found it. Maybe she just killed your son. Wan suddenly looked at Chunya. Chunya's face turned pale, and she waved her hands hurriedly. Mom.
No.
It wasn't me. I didn't kill Datsai. I swear. I didn't. Wang Lizi, also known as Wang Datsai. She said she didn't kill anyone, but the cold sweat on her face showed that she was guilty. Su Pongyao looked at her deeply and said, even if you didn't kill him, you should know who the murderer is. Wan grabbed Chunya's arm tightly and said, tell me, who is the murderer?
Tell me.
Tell me quickly. Chunya was pinched so hard that tears came out. I can't say.
Tell me quickly.
Who killed my son? Yeah, Chunya, just tell me, right? Don't take the blame for others. Chunya, don't be stupid. Just tell me, it's your man who died. This is a blood feud. You are not in some shameful relationship with the murderer, are you? Otherwise, why would that person kill your man, and you keep it a secret for him? The villagers gradually began to have malicious speculations from their initial kind advice. It's not their fault. Chunya's behavior is just too abnormal. Wan began to doubt. She pinched Chunya's arm hard and said, tell me, who is that wild man? Chunya burst into tears but refused to reveal who the murderer was. Su Pongyao looked into the distance and said, stop fighting. The murderer is coming. Murderer? Everyone looked in the direction Su Pongyao pointed. The two were followed by 3 little bullies. The man walked slowly and Su Erga showed his bully nature and kicked him on the ace. I haven't eaten yet, go. Wang Lizi. He screamed in surprise. Aunt Lu. The corpse is coming back. Everyone scattered in a rush. Aunt Lu jumped 3 feet high and landed behind Su Cheng. Unexpectedly, Su Cheng also hid behind his fat daughter. Aunt Lu, who was hiding from loneliness. Su Pongyao. Dad, are you afraid of ghosts? Su Cheng. No. Dad is just worried that you're scared. Don't worry. Dad will always be your strongest support.
Shupanya.
Su Erga sighed. Why are you hiding? Wang Lizi is not dead. The villagers looked at each other in bewilderment. Only his biological mother, Mrs. Wan, came to her son in a daze and touched his face with her hand. Hot.
Warm.
Breathing. What's going on? He clearly died just now. Su Erga snorted. I'm holding it in. Wan grabbed his wrist and said, I have a pulse. I can feel it now. I couldn't feel it just now. Su Erga casually threw a small iron ball to the ground. Put this thing under your armpits, and it will temporarily kill a person's pulse. What a trivial trick. The villagers breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't a fake corpse. What happened to Wang Lizi? He was alive and well. Why did he pretend to be dead and frame others? Wan Shi was so shameless that she didn't distinguish right from wrong, right? Everyone collectively forgot that they also wanted to drive Xiao Su's family out of the village. The village head asked seriously, Wang Datsai, why did you do this? Wang Lizi remained silent. The head of the village said solemnly, everyone go. Wang Datsai, Wan Shi, Chunya, come to my house. This means that their entire family will be tried separately. The crowd was not going to disperse so easily, and they rushed to the headman's house to watch the fun. Su Cheng also went there to beat up that rascal, even though that rascal had already been beaten up by Su Ergu. Su Ergu came to Su Pongyao with a smile and said, Sister, was I handsome just now? Su Pongyao, who taught you? Su Ergu, that brother-in-law. Wei Ting had not been in the main room for a long time. She thought he was indifferent to her affairs and went back to his room to rest, but she didn't expect that Su Pongyao. How does he know that Wang Lizi is not dead? Su Ergu, I don't know. I only found out when I went there. My brother-in-law said we should go to the crime scene and the body to look for clues. Wei Ting was a much smarter and more meticulous guy than she had imagined. Su Pongyao looked around and asked, where are the others? Su Erga pointed back and said, it's behind us. My brother-in-law walked slowly and was afraid that something might happen to you, so he asked me to bring Wang Lizi over first. Wei Ting's injuries have not been completely healed, and he still needs to stay in bed to rest. When he gets out of bed occasionally, he can only walk slowly with the help of a cane. When I went to Wang Lizi's house, I walked too fast and my legs became swollen all of a sudden. On the way home, the snow was getting heavier. When Su Pongyao found him, he was sitting on a big rock under an old locust tree, with his crutch leaning against the side. Normally, This stone is a place where many villagers chat and gossip. Supongya never thought it was anything special. However, when she sat on it tonight, she seemed to have a certain artistic conception. He has broad shoulders and a narrow waist, an upright posture and long legs. Really, he looks so evil. Supongya muttered and walked forward. What are you doing sitting here? Wei Ting said calmly. See the scenery?
Supongya.
Supongya sat down next to him. Wei Ting glanced at her strangely. What? Supongya looked toward the pitch-black night. Look at the scenery. Aren't you cold? Wei Ting asked. Supongya spread her hands. I am fat, so I am not afraid of the cold. You ask me this. Are you cold yourself? Wei Ting snorted and didn't answer. Supongya touched his hand. Wei Ting frowned. What? Supongya said, your hands are frozen like this. Why don't you go back? Let's go. If you sit down again, you'll become popsicles. As she stood up, she went to get Wei Ting's crutch and unexpectedly found that it was broken.
You.
She was stunned for a moment, then looked at his legs. Did you fall?
No.
Wei Ting said expressionlessly. Supongya squatted down, lifted up his left trouser leg, looked at his bloody knee, and said, You still say you didn't fall. The wound on his left calf was very deep. Although it was only a surface suture, it would still take some time to fully recover. Now, not only has my calf not healed, but my knee has also been bruised and peeled. Don't sit there, go back and apply the medicine. Supongya stood up, put away the broken crutch with one hand, and stretched out the other hand in front of him. Seeing that Wei Ting didn't move, she shook her chubby little hand. It's just a broken leg. You don't expect me to carry you, do you? I'm just a delicate girl. How can I carry a grown man like you? Wei Ting looked at her with a complicated expression. Wei Ting finally held her hand, and the two of them walked home step by step in the snowy wind. After walking a few steps, Supongya said, Okay, I take back what I said. I'm a 200-pound fat man. I can't be crushed. Don't be afraid to use your strength. Excessive pressure on your injured leg will make the injury worse. Wei Ting hesitated for a moment and leaned a little closer to her. Supongya thought about what happened tonight, coughed lightly, and said proudly, In fact, even if you didn't help me today, I could still get away. I found an alibi for myself. Wei Ting snorted. Who said I helped you? I was helping ergo. Don't be so self-indulgent. Supongya said, Haha, who is being sentimental? Ergo is my brother. Do I need your help? Wei Ting said calmly. He calls me brother-in-law. Supongya said, If I call you brother-in-law, you're his brother-in-law? Then if I call you husband, are you my husband? Wei Ting said, That depends on how you shout. Supongya stopped, looked at him deeply, and smiled. Husband Wei Ting. It's really hard to hear. A basin of cold water was poured on her, and Supongya's face turned dark instantly. The two continued walking forward, and when they passed by the old Su's house, they met Su Jinyoung, who came out to pour water. Su Jinyoung looked at the two people who were supporting each other walking forward in the wind and snow, and suddenly called out to Supongya.
Shudaya.
She put down the basin and walked quickly to the two of them. Supongya looked at her in confusion. What's the matter? I have the impression that I didn't have much friendship with this village beauty. She looked down on me, and all the friends she liked tried to curry favor with her. Su Jinyoung looked a little nervous. She deliberately avoided looking at Wei Ting and stared at Supongya and said, Why did you slander me just now? There is clearly nothing between Wang Lizi and me. Are you deliberately destroying my reputation? How did I offend you? The village girl is a little angry. Supongya smiled and said, If I don't say that, would you be willing to stand up and provide an alibi for me? Su Jinyoung's breathing stagnated, and she glanced at Wei Ting from the corner of her eyes. Of course I can.
Supongya sneered. Su Jinyoung, do you think I'm blonde?
The village had just asked who can prove my innocence, and you dragged your mother away. How can you explain this? Su Jinyoung flatly denied. I didn't drag my mother away. Supongya looked up at the sky speechlessly. You have the mouth. You can say whatever you want. Su Jinyoung's face was full of disappointment. Su Daya, you've always been jealous of me and against me since childhood. I don't care about you, but I never thought that you would use this method to retaliate against me. Su Pengya looked at her in confusion. No. Su Jinyoung, what's wrong with you today? Su Jinyoung lowered her eyes and said, forget it. Right and wrong are in the hearts of the people. You know what you have done. I have said all. I hope you will not do stupid things again in the future. After saying that, she turned around and left without any nostalgia. A cool breeze blew by, bringing with it the faint scent of rouge on her body. After walking about 3 steps, she turned around and looked Su Pengya up and down. Also, don't imitate me in dressing. After saying that, this time he really left. Su Jinyoung is sick. Expose her shortcomings in front of Wei Ting? Baffling. Su Pengya brushed the snow off her body, raised her eyes, and saw Wei Ting staring at her without blinking. She said confidently, what are you looking at? It's just a few clothes. Can she wear them? But I can't? You seem to have lost weight. Wei Ting said. Su Pengya was startled. Huh? Wei Ting pointed at her cuffs and said, it was tight here before. When you changed the bandage for me, it left a red mark. Su Pengya blinked. Why are you observing me so carefully? Wei Ting sneered. I was warning you against hiding hidden weapons. A woman's mood will definitely be very happy when she is praised for losing weight, and she won't care even if Wei Ting scold her. Su Pengya lowered her head and touched her belly. Now that you mention it, I think my clothes really don't feel as full anymore. Wei Ting, I've really lost weight. She looked up at him, her eyes sparkling, a smile of joy from the bottom of her heart flashing in her eyes. What did you do just now? At the old Su's house, Fong had just come out of her room and ran into Su Jinyoung, closing the door. Su Jinyoung pointed to the wooden basin in her hand and said, pour water. Did you put on powder? Fong smelled the scent of rouge on her daughter's body. Su Jinyoung lowered her eyebrows and said, no, my ears were frozen. I put some cold cream on them. Fong nodded and said, I seem to hear you talking to someone just now. Su Jinyoung said, I ran into Su Daya and talked to her for a while. Fong said unhappily, what did you say to her? She even framed you tonight. Su Jinyoung didn't say anything. Fong thought, is she married? I think Su Pengya is different from before. She is smarter now. Look at what she said to Juan tonight. She is not tongue-tied at all. I heard that she even went to town to do business. Su Jinyoung whispered, what kind of business can she do? Don't believe everything you hear. Fong said, really? Someone saw her going to town with their guzi in the morning and coming back with a lot of bags at noon. If she didn't make money, where did she get the money to buy the rice and meat? And they haven't come to the village to extort money recently. Su Jinyoung leaned the basin against the wall and said, don't we still have the betrothal gifts that the He family has returned? That money is enough for them to squander for a while. After squandering it all, they will extort money from everywhere like before. Fong felt that her daughter's words made sense and sighed. Oh, what a sin! How could our village be plagued by this family of disaster? At the Su family, the 3 little ones were standing under the corridor, looking eagerly in the direction of Wang Lizi's house. No matter how Su Ergu was coaxed, he wouldn't go in. The sky was dark and the snow was heavy. When Su Pengya and Wei Ting returned home, they saw 3 little snowmen with anxious eyes. Wei Ting's hard-hearted heart suddenly softened. Finally, it was not in vain that I raised these little guys. Just as he was about to walk towards them, he saw 3 people running towards him and rushing towards Su Pengya in unison. Dahu and Eru each held one of her hands. Xiaohu was a step slower and wanted to pull her clothes but couldn't. So he simply used his hands and feet to hug Su Pengya's legs and made a Xiaohu brand leg pendant. Wei Ting's mouth twitched. These little rascals. Old man Su hadn't come back yet, so Su Pengya let the 3 children eat dinner first. She went to the small east room to treat Wei Ting's wound. Wei Ting was no longer surprised by her strange medicines for injuries. As soon as she started practicing medicine, she seemed like a different person. She lost her usual bad temper and frivolity and became serious and rigorous. Su Pengya stood up, took off her gloves, and said, you don't need stitches, but the old wound hasn't healed yet, and you've got a new one. Your left calf is swollen again. Do you need me to remind you to rest more?
Yeah. Wei Ting responded indifferently.
After a while, seeing that she didn't leave, he asked anything else? While Su Pengya was packing up the iodine and cotton swabs, she said nonchalantly that Su Jinyang, she is the most beautiful girl in our village. Although she is a little bit inferior to me. But I still need to remind you in a friendly way that you are now my nominal husband, so don't cheat on me, even if you think about it. Otherwise, I will lose face. Wei Ting looked at the proud little fat peacock in front of him and curled his lips. Well, she's prettier than you. Su Pengya hit him with a pillow. Scumbag. Someone's frustrated look really made Wei Ting feel good.
What's so good about it?
He didn't even watch it. Main room. After finishing their meal, the three little ones slid down from their chairs and looked innocently at Su Ergu, who was guarding them.
Uncle, I miss Grandpa,
said Dahu. Su Ergu said, My father will be back soon. Grandfather.
I want Grandpa. Grandfather.
Su Ergu. It's snowing so hard. You can't go out. My sister won't let you go out.
Grandpa.
The three little ones were so aggrieved that they were about to cry. Su Ergu surrendered. Okay, I'll go and call him back, okay? After Su Ergu went out, the three little ones immediately came to Su Pengya's house holding small pillows. Su Pengya is packing the first aid kit. Mom, Dahu is trapped. Eru is also sleepy. Little Axe, little Axe is the most sleepy. You are the hungriest when you are hungry, and you are the most sleepy when you are sleepy. Su Pengya said with a smile. Go to sleep if you are sleepy. Dahu pointed at Su Cheng's room and said, Grandpa is not here. Eru pointed at Erguzi's room and said, Uncle, he's not here either. It's so dark. Xiaohu's frightened expression was exaggerated. They are all out, and I don't know when they will be back. Su Pengya held her forehead and sighed, pulling back the quilt. All right, come up. The three little ones climbed onto the bed, lay down under the quilt obediently, and fell asleep contentedly. About half an hour later, the father and son came back covered in snow. Su Pengya hurried forward to pat the snow off the two of them. Did you find out? What did Wang Lizi say?
Close the door.
Old man Su instructed Su Ergu.
Hey.
Su Ergu inserted the bolt with his almost frozen fingers. Old man Su came to the brazier and while warming himself by the fire, he told the story of Wang Lizi. It was Zhang Dao who did it. It turned out that all this was Zhang Dao's idea. After Zhang Dao was beaten up by the three tyrants of the Su family, he had been holding a grudge against them, but he didn't have the courage to go and provoke them. By chance, he met Wang Lizi, who came to gamble in the gambling house. How much money did Wang Lizi have? He lost it all in a few moves. Zhang Dao lent him some silver, and in return, he did something for Zhang Dao. At first, Wang Lizi did not dare to offend the bully of the Su family, but on the one hand, he owed Zhang Dao money, and Zhang Dao threatened him that if he did not obey, he would leave one hand. Secondly, Zhang Dao told him that the fifth master of the capital would protect them, so even if they were found out, the Su family would not dare to do anything to them. As planned, Wang Lizi pretended to be dead and made a big deal out of it, forcing the villagers to send Su Pengya to the government office. Zhang Dao knows some brothers in the yamen, and Su Pengya will be in trouble then. Even if Wang Lizi miraculously woke up a few days later, Su Pengya would have been tortured beyond recognition in prison. I have to say, this move is really insidious. If Su Pengya and Wei Ting hadn't resolved the issue in time, the consequences would have been disastrous. Old man Su and Su Ergu beat Wang Lizi up so badly that he was only half alive. He had to leave his life to fate. He didn't deserve to live a good life after doing such a wicked thing. As for Zhang Dao, Su Ergu gritted his teeth and said, I will kill him tomorrow. What are you waiting for tomorrow? Su Cheng angrily grabbed his weapon, took Su Ergu with him, and rushed to the town overnight in the wind and snow. He dared to plot against his daughter like this. Even if he had to fight Zhang Dao for his life, he would kill that rascal. Zhang, come out here.
Su Cheng kicked open Zhang Dao's door.
In the following days, Su Cheng would go to Zhang Dao's house every day with his weapon and wait there. Maybe Zhang Dao was frightened, but he never dared to return to the town. Su Pengya's business was booming, and her wife cakes became a little famous on the street. 100 cakes a day were not enough to sell, so Su Pengya did not increase the quantity, but added 2 new snacks: chestnut cake and egg yolk pastry. Every time the stall is opened, all the goods are sold out in less than an hour. Shopkeeper's son came to see her several times, just wanting to buy her recipe, but Su Pengya refused. The academy's orders are increasing, and the same is true for the braised food business. Her prices were really not cheap, but she still sold them. And because the braised food business was so good, the butcher's own pork business also flourished a lot. This is for today. Luo Dazhuang handed 2 strings of copper coins to Su Pengya. Su Pengya counted the money and gave it to Su Ergu to keep. Luo Dazhuang said, "These are the last few days of business. The market will be closed soon and will not reopen until the 15th day of the first lunar month next year." The atmosphere of the new year in ancient times was much more intense than in previous lives. Basically, shops and stalls would start to close one after another in the middle of the 12th lunar month, and the latest would not be later than the little new year. "After I finish these few days' business, I will come back on the 16th day of the first lunar month," she said to Luo Dazhuang. Luo Dazhuang originally wanted to say that he might not open on the 16th day of the first lunar month, but when he met the expectant eyes of the chubby girl, he swallowed his words. "Okay." Luo Dazhuang seemed to pick up a piece of pork belly casually. "There are not many customers in the market. This probably can't be sold. You can take it back. This is top-quality pork belly. It's not even noon yet. How could it not be sold?" Su Pengya saw through it, but didn't say anything. She accepted the pork belly and handed him a bag of snacks. It was not a return gift for the pork belly, but something she had prepared early in the morning. The way people get along with each other is very mysterious. Some people cooperate because of interests, while others cooperate because of their compatible personalities. "I'm leaving first." Su Pengya said goodbye to him. Luo Dazhuang opened his mouth, but finally decided to call her. "Well, if I didn't choose to split the bill with you, what kind of supply price would you give me?" Su Pengya thought about it seriously. "It should be 5 cents less per pound than the current selling price." "Is this the lowest supply price you mentioned? Only 5 cents less?" Most of the little girl's braised dishes were sold at 40 per pound. After splitting the profits 20% to 80%, he could get 8 won. The cheapest piece of meat was 30 cents a pound, and he got 6 cents, which was definitely more than 5 cents. Luo Dazhuang was so thankful. "Fortunately, I chose to split the account." Su Pengya smiled. "Yes, you are very smart." No, it's not Luo Dazhuang who is smart. It was Su Pengya who told him a white lie. The actual supply price was only half of the selling price. The reason why Su Pengya didn't tell him this was because telling him would be of no use and would only increase his regret. After all, it is impossible for her to change the way of cooperation in the short term. Making people regret may bring a temporary sense of satisfaction, but it is not conducive to cooperation. If he brings emotions that he shouldn't have, disagreements and conflicts will be inevitable over time. Seeing that his business was good now, he wanted a reassurance that he would not regret it, so she gave him this reassurance. Su Pengya collected the bill and went to the academy last. After a period of contact, Su Pengya had learned from the man's surname that he was Xiang, and she called him Mr. Xiang. The rales in the lungs are gone, and the recovery is good. Su Pengya took the stethoscope off her ear. "No need for injections anymore, just take medicine instead. The fact of the infusion cannot be concealed. After all, it is impossible for him to be in a coma every time." He did ask Su Pengya what kind of medical skills this was, but Su Pengya just said that it was passed down from her master, and she didn't want to say more. The world is so big that there are always great people and hermits. Whether he believed it or not, she said so. Fortunately, he never questioned her medical skills again after that. Master Xiang smiled gently. "This time it is really thanks to Miss Su. If it weren't for Miss Su's excellent medical skills, I'm afraid I would be in great danger." Su Pengya said politely. "No. Good fortune will come to those who are lucky." Mr. Xiang asked, "Will Miss Su come over tomorrow?" Su Pengya said, "I won't come tomorrow. I'll prescribe a prescription for you and come back to check on you in 3 days. He no longer had to take Western medicine, but instead used Chinese medicine to relieve asthma and cough, restore blood and qi, and warm and nourish the body, and the effect was better. Is that so? Master Xiang sighed regretfully. What's wrong? 3 days later. I don't know if I'll still be in Xinhua town. Are you leaving? Su Pengya asked. Mr. Xiang was silent. Su Pengya thought about it and nodded. Yes, from your accent. You don't sound like a local. Mr. Xiang said, to be honest, I am from the capital. Jing Yi frowned at the door, not quite agreeing with his cousin revealing his origins. Su Pengya opened her almond-shaped eyes slightly and said, Beijing City. I have never been there in my life. What is Beijing City like? Mr. Xiang smiled faintly. It's big, prosperous, with many shops, wide streets, and there are new and interesting people and things, but also dirt and filth that never sees the light of day. Su Pengya said thoughtfully, It sounds like a complicated place. Master Xiang looked at the chubby girl beside him tenderly. Miss Su, are you interested in going to the capital? Jing Yi's handsome brows furrowed even more tightly. What does my cousin mean? Does he want to take her back to Beijing? Su Pengya shook her head. Not yet. She was still at the stage of making ends meet, so where would she get the money and capital to travel around the imperial city? The capital must be very far away, right? Given your current physical condition, it is not suitable for you to travel by boat or train. If possible, I hope you can recover completely before continuing your journey. This is the truth. His foundation is weaker than that of ordinary people, and adult pneumonia is not a minor illness. Mr. Xiang smiled and said, Since Miss Su said so, it's okay for me to stay a little longer. Jing Yi outside the door had a complicated expression. That's the best. Su Pengya handed him a prescription. Follow this prescription and go to Dr. Fu's house in Chunlu Lane to get the medicine. His herbs are of high quality, cost-effective, and fair to everyone. Okay. Master Xiang unfolded the handwriting and took a look. Miss Su, did you write this recipe yourself? Su Pengya said seriously. Of course I wrote it.
Why?
Do you think I can't write? Mr. Xiang smiled and said, No, it's just that Miss Su has a beautiful handwriting, and I was amazed at it for a moment. Su Pengya curled her lips secretly, thinking that this was the only skill that the guy had. Master Xiang said, Chongping, go get the consultation fee. Yes. Chongping agreed. He didn't like Su Pengya and glared at her as he walked. Su Pengya didn't care about the little attendant at all. Su Pengya looked at Mr. Xiang and said, You're quite easy to talk to, unlike your icy-faced brother. He has the same bad temper as someone I know. He always has a cold face, as if someone owes him money. Jing Yi's face turned as black as charcoal. As soon as it became public, some people couldn't wait to make trouble and used different accounts to give me 1-star rating. I just want to ask, even if you lower my rating to 0, will it be shown on the app? If you change a few more accounts, you will get more fans for me. The copyright owner will not check whether they are black fans or red fans. They will only look at the number of fans and the fan value. You added 2 at once yesterday, so it was worth 400 fans. If you don't want to increase my followers, I'll teach you a way you can choose to use one account to keep buying 1-star valuation tickets. For example, buy 1,000 tickets. The author gets a share of the extra money spent on the evaluation tickets. 2 yuan per ticket, I get 1 yuan. A total of 1,000 yuan. By the way, I get an extra number 1. In this way, you can enjoy giving 1 star, and I can make money too. Su Pengya didn't know that Jing Yi was right at the door. Master Xiang glanced at the direction of the door and chuckled. Yes, Jing Yi has a bad temper. I'll teach him a lesson for you later. Su Pengya waved her chubby hands and said, No, he is your cousin after all. Don't make you brothers unhappy because of an outsider like me. He is a little cold to me, but he is very good to you. After Su Pengya left, Jing Yi walked in. Cousin, are you really not going back to Beijing? Mr. Xiang didn't say anything, but handed Jing Yi a secret letter. After Jing Yi opened it and read it, his expression became serious. Actually, Master Xiang said, all the people we sent out have failed. We cannot return until the mission is completed, and recuperating is a perfect excuse that will not arouse suspicion from the capital. Jing Yi hesitated to speak. Mr. Xiang asked, "What's wrong?" Jing Yi said bluntly, "You revealed too much to her." Mr. Xiang smiled and said, "You mean I told her that I was from the capital? If she was trying to get close to me, she wouldn't look so natural when I told her I was from the capital." Jing Yi suddenly realized, so my cousin was testing her. Mr. Xiang gently stroked the prescription left by Su Pengya. Her medical skills are too questionable. My aunt was also unfortunately infected with lung disease back then. The treatment process was much more difficult, longer and more dangerous than mine. But as of now, it seems I'm overly concerned. She was not sent by any force to get close to me. She is just a little girl who has received guidance from an expert. It's the little woman. She's married.
Vink Yi corrected.
Mr. Xiang frowned in surprise. She's not that old yet, so she's already married? Jing, haha, more than just getting married. All the babies were born, 3. After Su Pengya received the consultation fee, he went to the front room to find Xin Chuan. Xin Chuan still gave her the list of snacks ordered for tomorrow. Su Pengya took the list and gave him 3 taels of silver. "What is this?" Xin Chuan asked. "Commission."
Shupanya. Ah?
Xin Chuan didn't understand. "What gold?" Su Pengya said, "I can't let your help be free, so just treat it as a reward. You helped me order snacks and took care of Mr. Xiang's medicine. I never had time to thank you properly." Xin Chuan waved his hand. "It's just a little effort. If you say this, it's a big deal. Am I the kind of person who only cares about money? Besides, my father wishes that I would show my face in front of the young master more often. I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. This time you cured the young master's illness, and my father is very grateful to you. But he just didn't say it." Su Pengya muttered, "That young master." Xin Chuan looked around and whispered, "It's a big deal. Have you noticed it too? It's a pity that no matter how I ask, my father refuses to reveal his identity. Curiosity killed the cat, and the less you know about some things, the better." Su Pengya smiled. "Take it. Otherwise, I won't dare to ask you for help in the future." Seeing Su Pengya's insistence, Xin Chuan had no choice but to accept it. Even though he is the dean's son, in fact his father is very strict. He only has 500 coins a month as pocket money. Counting what his mother secretly gave him, it's less than 1 tael. The feeling of making money seems pretty good. The two of them went to wake up Su Ergu in the side room. Su Ergu seemed to regard the academy as a good place to catch up on his sleep. He stretched out on a chair and slept soundly. Su Pengya slapped his silly brother awake. Su Ergu wiped his saliva and said in a daze, "Sister, is the list ready?" Su Pengya said, "You can go back now. Master Shen, take your leave. Farewell." Xin Chuan suddenly thought of something and called Su Pengya. "By the way, Miss Su, do you know a student named Chen Haoyuan? I heard from the old man that once you two talked for a long time at the entrance of the academy. The old man he talks about is the old man at the back door of the academy who always looks for Su Ergu to steal a pancake." Su Pengya asked, "Is something wrong?" Xin Chuan said, "The academy has several recommended places to study in Fucheng. My father is considering choosing one from Chen Haoyuan and another student." Su Pengya took the sleepy Su Ergu out of the academy. Chen Haoyuan had just bought ink ingots from the study across the street when he saw the 2 siblings at the entrance of the college. He frowned fiercely, with a hint of disgust in his eyes. The classmate followed his gaze and said, "Hey, aren't those the brother and sister who sell dim sum? Recently, many people in the academy have ordered their dim sum. I've tried it once, and it tastes just as good as Gene Keys, and it's even cheaper than Gene Keys. Brother Chen, do you want to buy some dim sum too?"
No.
Chen Haoyuan said lightly. He already knew that Su Pengya came to the academy to sell snacks. Among the 4 classes of scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans, the status of merchants was very low. Chen Haoyuan looked down upon the peddlers who reeked of money from the bottom of his heart. Besides, what good can that pair of siblings produce? Better than Gene Keys? I don't know who spread this rumor. Chen Haoyuan warned, "Don't buy food carelessly in the future. Be careful not to get an upset stomach." My classmate said, "No, The snacks they sell are delicious and not irritating, and they are especially filling. Chun Haoyuan said calmly, "You have never eaten anything good." It happened that at this time, Dean Shin also came down from the study. He was on the second floor just now, and students usually can't go up there.
Dean.
The classmate noticed Dean Shin first and immediately turned around and saluted. Chun Haoyuan quickly gathered his thoughts and turned around to salute respectfully. "Dean, what are you doing standing at someone's door?"
Dean Shun asked.
We're just looking at the brother and sister selling snacks." The classmate replied. It couldn't be said that they were talking about others behind their backs. Dean Shin looked at Su Pengya and Su Ergu who were walking away, and then asked, "Do you know them?" The classmate shook his head. "It's not like we know each other. I just ate the wife cakes they sell." Dean Shun's eyes fell on Chun Haoyuan's face. Chun Haoyuan calmed down and said seriously, "I don't know him either." Dean Shun returned to the courtyard and first visited Mr. Xiang, who had just recovered from a serious illness. He learned that he still needed to cultivate in the academy for a while. Dean Shun said it was his honor. He immediately ordered his servants to prepare New Year's goods. The New Year celebrations with his own family must be different from those of the young master staying here to celebrate the New Year. "Father." Dean Shin just came out of the study and met Shin Chuan, who was smiling. Dean Shin looked at the dirt and snow on someone's feet and said coldly, "Where have you been?" Shin Chuan said, "No, wasn't it that I was tired from studying and walked around? I know it will be next autumn." Dean Shin just couldn't understand. Shouldn't scholars be dedicated to their duties and have no distractions? Why is his son like a monkey, running around all day long? If his son's knowledge hadn't been adulterated, he would have tied him up and whipped him 10 or 8 times. Shun Chuan smiled mysteriously. "Dad, let me tell you some news." Dean Shin was so annoyed by his ungrateful behavior that he didn't inherit it from him at all. Dean Shun said sternly, "Say it." Su Pengya and Su Ergu went to the food store near the market. On the way, Su Ergu asked his sister excitedly, "Sister, how many more days can we sell?" 3 days at most.
Supanya grot.
The new year is approaching, and there are fewer and fewer customers in the town. Their business seems to be unaffected, mainly because there are many repeat customers. Everyone is thinking about buying New Year's goods, but once the small New Year is over, almost no one comes out to buy. It's only been 3 days. Su Ergu was disappointed. Su Pengya looked at him funny. "Do you like selling cakes so much?"
"Yeah." Suergo nariz.
Su Pengya said, "You're freezing and being criticized. Don't you feel tired and annoyed? In the summer, it's hot and sunny. Don't you think it's better to just lie at home?" Su Ergu shook his head like a rattle. "But I'll be hungry if I lie down at home." Su Pengya sighed with emotion and raised her hand to touch the back of his head. "I will never let you go hungry again." With the launch of new products, the types of ingredients they need are increasing. Yesterday, she ordered 20 kilograms of glutinous rice flour, 30 kilograms of sugar, 50 kilograms of flour, and 100 duck eggs in the shop. The salted egg yolks used in the egg yolk pastry were pickled by her herself. She didn't know if there were any salted duck eggs for sale in the capital, but there were none in the town anyway. As soon as egg yolk pastry came out, it immediately became everyone's new favorite. However, due to the high cost of egg yolk pastry, the price was only 25 won each, and the student reservation price was 23 won. This price is still cheaper than Kam Ki's dim sum, so it sells very well. The two came to the grain shop and unexpectedly met their Aunt Huang. Ever since she was rejected by Xiao Su's family last time, Huang has been holding a grudge against Su Pengya. She has been thinking about how to get back at her, but coincidentally, this fat guy came to her doorstep. "Hey, who is it? Isn't this the little ungrateful wolf who can never be tamed?" Hearing Huang's sarcastic words, Su Pengya couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Huang asked with a serious face. Su Pengya smiled and said, "If I laugh at my aunt for not being able to speak, then don't say anything, so as not to embarrass the son of the scholar." Huang was so angry that she fell backwards. Su Pengya said bluntly, "What do you mean by I? My aunt didn't give birth to me, and she didn't raise me, so how come I'm an ungrateful person? Aren't you more like an aunt?" Huang had experienced this girl's sharp tongue before, but after experiencing it again, she was still very angry. She pointed at Su Pengya's nose and said, You don't be so arrogant, you little girl. Your cousin is going to the capital to study soon. When he passes the imperial examination, you will be in trouble. If you pass the exam to become a scholar, you won't have to kneel before the county magistrate. If you pass the exam to become a jiren, it will be even more glorious. Thinking of this, Huang's mood finally calmed down a little. She straightened her back and said, You silly girl. Just wait and see. The first thing your cousin will do after he passes the imperial examination is to drive you out of town. Drive him out of town. What a big tone. However, scholars in this dynasty were indeed very rare and powerful, especially in a remote town like this. They were extremely rare, and if one appeared, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he turned from a carp into a dragon. Could it be that Chen Haoyuan could really pass the imperial examination? Su Pengya's pensive look undoubtedly appeared to Huang as a sign of guilt and fear. Huang was very proud. You have offended me. Now you know how powerful I am.
Girl.
It's too late to regret now. Even if you beg me on your knees, I will never agree to your marriage with Erlang.
Who wants to be your daughter-in-law?
Is Wei Ting not handsome anymore? Or is Wei Ting's waist in bad condition? However, what Huang said was right. After Chen Haoyuan passed the imperial examination, the life of the Su family would not be easy. Huang said to the shop owner, You don't do business with her. When my son becomes a jiren in the future, he will come to your house to buy things. After saying that, she walked away triumphantly. Su Erga snorted, I haven't passed the exam yet, but I'm already using you. Boss, give it to me. He handed the purse to the boss. But the boss didn't answer. What's wrong? Su Ergo asked. The boss's eyes flickered and he stammered, You guys should take the money back. We have no more flour. We have sold all of it. How could there be nothing?
Su Pengya asked.
The boss said, It's sold out this morning. Su Pengya said, I reserved it yesterday. You should sell it to me first. The boss was panicked by Su Pengya's look. He turned around to sort out the food bags. Anyway, go buy some somewhere else. I don't have any left here. Su Ergu said angrily, Hey, business should be honest. You don't sell the flour you promised us. What do you want us to use to make cakes? You didn't really believe her? Her son is just a scholar. With no luck, who knows if he can win the exam? The boss said in embarrassment, I can't help it. Girl, please go buy it somewhere else. You forget it, Ergu, let's go. Su Pengya took Su Ergu out of the shop. Su Ergu complained, Sister, why did you stop me? How could he, a grown man, be frightened by a woman? It's not Huang. Su Pengya said. Su Ergu adapted very quickly to the change in Su Pengya's address and felt extremely comfortable. Su Ergu asked in confusion, If it's not her, then what's going on? Why did the boss go back on his word and not sell it to us? Su Pengya had a guess in her mind. She thought about it and said, Let's go and ask in other shops. There were already quite a few people selling flour at the market. All of them were folks from various villages. But as the new year was approaching, they stopped setting up stalls, so Su Pengya came to the shops to buy flour. Su Pengya remembered that there were 2 more nearby. However, when they went to buy, they were all told that they were sold out. Isn't that bag of white flour? Su Ergu asked, pointing at a bag of flour in front of the counter. The owner of this restaurant smiled awkwardly and said, That was reserved by someone else, and the money has been paid. What about this? Su Ergu found another bag of flour behind the rice jar. Why are you hiding it? The boss smiled stiffly. I ate it at home. It's almost Chinese New Year. The 2 came out of the 3rd shop. Su Ergu finally couldn't help it. Sister, what's going on? In the past Chinese New Year, flour wasn't so hard to buy. Yes, it's not a year of disaster or famine, and the price of grain is stable. There shouldn't be a shortage of supplies. Moreover, rice and wheat are not out of stock, only flour is out of stock. It's really strange. Su Ergu said, I remember now. There is also a rice and flour shop at the West End, but it's a bit far. Sister, wait here for me. I'll go buy some. As he spoke, he picked up the backpack and was ready to leave. Su Pengya shook her head. No need. No one will sell it to us. Su Ergu was furious. We're just doing our business? Who are we bothering? Hey, Miss Su, Brother Su, what a coincidence. On the street ahead, shopkeeper's son leisurely got off the carriage and walked towards the two of them with a smile. He glanced at the brother and sister who were wearing linen cotton clothes and empty-handed in the cold wind, and the smile in his eyes became even stronger. Are you here to buy things too?
It seems that you didn't buy anything.
Is it because the new year is coming soon and the store is out of stock? What's it got to do with you? Su Ergo asked back unhappily. Shopkeeper's son said with a smile. Brother Su, don't be so angry. We are all businessmen, and harmony brings wealth. Su Ergo said unhappily. Who wants to make money with you? Shopkeeper's son looked at Su Pengya standing beside him again. Compared to her furious brother, the chubby country girl seemed much calmer. She didn't seem surprised to see him, as if she had expected him to appear here at any time. Miss Su, what do you want to buy? If you can't find it, tell me. I'm happy to help you. Shopkeeper's son said in a high-sounding manner. Su Pengya said calmly. Isn't it a bit too shameless for you to say this? It's you. It's you who did it. You didn't allow the shop to sell flour to us. Su Ergu on the side finally reacted. Shopkeeper's son's smile faded a little, but he did not deny it anymore. After all, only opponents of equal strength are worth repeated and careful testing, but when dealing with two ants, there is no need to be cautious at all. In the past, he valued Jean Ji's reputation, and since the chubby village girl was in the limelight of saving people, he thought of buying her recipe. Unexpectedly, she rejected me mercilessly. Shopkeeper's son could see that although Su Ergu was a male, the one who really made the decision was this chubby village girl. He looked at Su Pengya and smiled meaningfully. Some people don't know how to be polite. They don't accept my toast and drink the wine for punishment. Miss Su, what do you think? Su Pengya said bluntly. Tell me, what do you want? Shopkeeper's son put his hands behind his back and said proudly, my Jinji has been open in Xinhua town for 21 years. I don't know how many colleagues have gone. Business these days is easy or difficult depending on how it is done and who does it. For example, Miss Su, you have the ability and skills, but unfortunately, you are just a village girl. Anyone on the street can easily kill you. Do you believe that as long as I, son, say a word from now on, no one within 100 miles will dare to sell flour to you? A good cook cannot cook without rice. Without flour, what can you use to make cakes? Su Ergu said angrily, hey, you are such a vicious person. How can we hinder Jinji by selling our cakes? You still have so many customers. Business is still so good. I don't see you making less money. This is both right and wrong. It is true that Su Pengya's production is limited, and Jean Qi's sales have not been greatly affected in the short term. What is wrong is that Jean Qi's reputation is declining. After customers have tried the dim sum sold by Su Pengya, they will feel that the dim sum sold by Jean Qi is not worth the price at all. You do so much just for the recipe. Su Pengya hit the nail on the head. Shopkeeper's son's thoughts were exposed, and he was embarrassed for a moment. Alas, how can I respond to this? I, son, have always wanted to make a good relationship with Miss Su, but Miss Su has never given me a chance. Now the boss has heard a little bit of the news, and I can't explain it to the boss. Su Pengya said, I am not interested in your internal affairs of Jinji. If you are just after the formula. Su Pengya paused when she said this. Shopkeeper's son showed a smile of gradual success. Then I may disappoint you. Shopkeeper's son suspected that he had heard it wrong. What did this girl say? To disappoint him? Things have come to this point. Is she still not going to compromise? He looked at Su Pengya suspiciously. What do you mean? Su Ergu shouted. What my sister meant is that we won't sell the formula. Shopkeeper's son shook his head. Girl, you are too young. You probably haven't experienced the consequences of not accepting a toast. Don't think that just because I've been polite to you time and again, you really think I have no temper. Su Pengya had experienced manager son's temper as early as the first time he went to Jinji to save the child. This person is not a good person. He only cares about business and will do anything to achieve his goal. He is the one who smiles and the one who is cunning. He has made an indispensable contribution to Gene Key's continued success in business over the years. He has talent, but in terms of character, he lacks a bit of humanity. Su Erga took a few steps forward and stood in front of Su Pengya. He said to shopkeeper's son, "Who are you trying to scare? If you are mean to my sister again, I will beat you up." "Brother Su, who are you calling little brother? Are you calling me little brother? My sister said she won't sell it to you. Even if you ask her 100 times, she still won't sell it to you." Shopkeeper's son's smile turned cold again. "Miss Su, are you sure you want to go against Jinji?" Su Pengya smiled faintly. "So in the eyes of shopkeeper's son, I, a little village girl, am qualified to go against the majestic Jinji. Is shopkeeper's son praising me, or is he lowering the status of Jinji?" Shopkeeper's son's expression froze for a moment. That's right, he was just a country vendor, and Jinji wouldn't be interested in him. It's like a fierce tiger. How could it care about an ant on the ground? But he cared about it, not only cared about it, but also felt like a thorn in his throat. Su Pengya looked at him and said, "You just said it yourself. Harmony brings wealth, but I just disagreed to sell the formula to you, and you made things difficult for us. Is it true that in your Jinji, doing business is not about mutual consent, but forced buying and selling?" Shopkeeper's son's expression became even uglier. "This girl is so eloquent that I can't even win an argument with her. However, I am not here to reason with her today." Shopkeeper's son said in a deep voice, "Girl, I will ask you one last time. Do you want to sell the formula or not?" Su Pengya said calmly, "No. Even if you ask me 100 times, I still won't sell it." Shopkeeper's son's eyes turned cold. "It seems that you are planning to go down a dead end." Su Erga's crisis instinct from years of fighting made him realize that something was wrong. "What do you want to do?" he shouted. Shopkeeper's son snorted coldly and made a gesture. 7 or 8 big men immediately jumped out from the alley blocked by the carriage. They all looked ferocious and looked as if they were going to beat people into the mud. "Mr. Sun, do you want to fight?" "He can do this." Su Ergu rolled up his sleeves and said, "Sister, let me do it. I haven't fought for a long time, and I'm itching to fight." There was no tricks at all. They just used their bodies as sandbags and pressed down on Su Ergu one after another. Su Ergu was pinned to the ground and unable to move. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Let me go. Fight me fair and square if you dare." Su Ergu's fighting ability was not that weak, but that was based on the fact that both sides were fighting seriously. This group of people acted like scoundrels and did not give Su Ergu any chance to attack. The side of his face was pressed into the cold snow, and his teeth were chattering. He struggled unwillingly. But the more he struggled, the tighter the human sandbag on his body pressed. This was not a time of turmoil, but it was not a time of peace and prosperity, where people could leave their doors unlocked at night. Without some tricks and underhanded ways, how could Jinji be the only one in the town? Su Pengya had a ball of anger burning in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She is very calm. So calm that it makes people feel cold-blooded. Somehow, shopkeeper's son, who was clearly in control of the situation, felt inexplicably startled when he saw this little country girl.
"Misu,"
he spoke. Su Pengya said calmly, "Let my brother go, and I will sell you the formula." Su Ergu was shocked. "Sister." Shopkeeper's son smiled brightly. "Wouldn't it be fine if you had said so earlier?" His smile faded, and he looked coldly at the men who were holding down Su Ergu. "How did you treat Brother Su? Did I ask you to do it?"
"Ouch."
Misunderstanding. The leading man was the first to stand up and pushed his brothers away. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way." Several human sandbags rose from Su Ergu's body. The big man in the lead smiled and stretched out his hand to Su Ergu. "Little brother, are you okay? It was just a misunderstanding. I apologize to you." Su Ergu glared at him coldly, ignored the hand he extended, and instead got up and walked to Su Pengya. "Sister, don't sell it," shopkeeper's son said with a smile. "Oh, it's freezing cold, Miss Su. Shall we talk in the carriage?" Su Pengya refused. "No need. I'm too fat, and I'm afraid your carriage can't fit me. Shopkeeper's son. Shopkeeper's son knew that the other party was angry that he had bullied her brother, but he couldn't do anything about it, right? If this girl had just obeyed him earlier, no one would have to suffer, right? Shopkeeper's son said. Miss Su Pongya said, "Stop talking nonsense. I can sell you the formula, but the price must satisfy me, otherwise you can't get the formula." Shopkeeper's son seemed to have heard a huge joke and even changed his address. "Girl, do you think you are still qualified to negotiate with me now?" Su Pongya said sternly, "Shopkeeper's son, this is not a condition. It is my bottom line. I would rather stop doing dim sum business than sell my unique recipe at a low price. If you think you can buy something better, just ignore what I said." 10 taels, said Shopkeeper Sunday. Su Pongya glanced at him and asked, "Which formula do you want to buy?" Shopkeeper's son held up his fingers. 3. Wife cake, chestnut cake, egg yolk cake. He wants them all. Su Pongya said, 10 taels. I earned it back in 10 days. Your price is too shameless. 15 taels. No more. Shopkeeper's son said, "Miss Su, don't blame me for not reminding you. It's better to have business than no business. Don't act on impulse and do something that will ruin your future just for the sake of a little bit of pride." Su Pongya was not threatened by his words and remained calm. "Do you think I'm helpless if my flour is cut off? As long as I can buy wheat, I can make flour myself.
Or do you think
Your Jinji is so powerful that it can even control the wheat of the whole town? Controlling wheat, how is that possible? The ingredients that Jin Ki purchases are flour, not wheat. The most they can do is control the flour supplier, but they can't reach that far." Shopkeeper's son snorted coldly. "Girl, you said it was easy. Do you really think it's that easy to do?" Su Pongya said calmly, "That's why I'm here to negotiate with you. If you push me too far, I'd rather suffer a little more, be a little more tired, or even sell less, than give up the formula. This little fat country girl." Shopkeeper's son clenched his fists and said, "Name your price." 20 taels.
Su Pongya said.
Shopkeeper's son narrowed his eyes. "A recipe."
Shopkeeper's
Shopkeeper's son's face darkened. One recipe costs 20, so 3 recipes would cost 60, right? The recipe they bought from the capital city had never been priced this high. Shopkeeper's son said angrily, 25 taels for 3 recipes. "Girl, don't think too highly of yourself. So, what if you can make flour? I have plenty of ways to make your business fail." 50 taels. 30. Su Pongya said coldly, 45. 1 copper less. I won't do it. Shopkeeper's son's face darkened. Seeing that the situation was not good, the big men on the side rubbed their hands and surrounded the brother and sister. The meaning couldn't be more obvious. If you continue to be arrogant, you will get a beating. But Su Pongya did not give in at all and bit off 45 taels. This was at least 25 taels more than manager's son had expected. After all, he brought so many people with him, he actually wanted to rob people openly, so giving 20 taels was just a hush money. But this pair of brother and sister are really stubborn. Shopkeeper's son threatened, "Girl, don't be ungrateful." Su Pongya said calmly, "Let's fight, but you will never get the formula." The leading man came over with his hands rubbed. "Master son, leave this to the brothers. I promise to get the formula for you." Shopkeeper's son raised his hand to stop him and said to Su Pongya, 45 taels is 45 taels, deal." A quarter of an hour later, the brother and sister left. Shopkeeper's son got on the carriage and looked at the list in his hand, which was dictated by Su Pongya and written by him personally, and he smiled knowingly. The leading man stood outside and opened the curtain. "Master son, did you get it?" Shopkeeper's son dusted off the 3 recipes in his hand and said with a proud smile, "Finally I got it. It wasn't easy." The big man laughed and said, "Look at what you said. She's just a country girl. It's just a matter of moving your fingers to scare her. In the past, you, grandpa's son, were magnanimous and didn't really fight her. Today, bring us brothers with you. The little fat girl is so scared that she dares not move." On the surface, this statement is praising manager's son, but in reality it is flattering himself, and not in a very clever way. Shopkeeper's son is a seasoned man. How could he not hear this? He was in a good mood today and didn't bother to care. The big man asked hesitantly, Master Son, this recipe, can it be fake? Shopkeeper's son glared at him and said, What are you thinking? If she dares to give me a fake recipe, I will cut off her flower immediately. The big man chuckled and said, You are right. I forgot about this. On the way back, Su Ergu didn't say a word. His silence made people forget that he was a little bully who used to follow his father Su to do whatever he wanted. It was almost afternoon when they arrived at the village. Wei Ting and Old Man Su were working in the fields, and the 3 children went to play in the village. Mei Zi and Niu Den also went. Because of the matter of selling the recipe, Su Ergu didn't eat a single bite of the food that Su Pengya brought with her. He went straight into his room. Su Pengya thought about it and decided to make him his favorite braised pork with preserved vegetables. The pork belly and fermented black beans are ready. Just braising them. Then soak the pickled mustard greens, place them on a plate, and put them in the steamer. It will be ready soon. Su Pengya chopped some green onions and sprinkled them on the dish. She was planning to ask Su Ergu to come and eat it, but after thinking about it, she directly brought the braised pork with preserved vegetables to his room. Su Ergu sat on the bed alone, depressed. After traveling through time for so long, this silly little brother has always been carefree. This is the first time Su Pengya sees him so sad. Su Pengya knocked on the door. Ergu, it's time to eat. Su Ergu leaned inward and wiped his face with his sleeve. Su Pengya walked forward and looked at the back of his head strangely. Are you crying? I don't. Su Ergu said with a sob. I really cried. She didn't cry when she was beaten with a stick for her. She didn't cry when she was pressed to the ground and rubbed. She didn't cry when she had to take a cold shower and was so hungry that her eyes turned black. She just sold a few recipes. The child cried. Su Pengya does business to make a living, so to her it doesn't make much difference whether she sells snacks or recipes. Su Ergu is different. He really likes selling cakes. When the recipe was taken away, it felt like someone had cut out a piece of your heart. He turned his face away stubbornly and raised his head so as not to let his sister see him crying. Su Pengya sat down next to him and gently hooked his finger. Are you blaming me for selling the recipe? Su Ergu couldn't stop crying. No, it's my fault. If I hadn't been caught by them, you wouldn't have handed over the formula. Su Pengya sighed. This. How should I explain it to you? Whether I catch you or not, I will sell the formula. First, I don't want you to get hurt in the slightest. Second, I have my own plans. Su Ergu cried. You're talking nonsense. You obviously don't want to sell it. Su Pengya said softly, Really? I'm not lying to you. I didn't let go before because I was waiting for a chance to raise the price. If I sell it easily, Jinji's people will think they've made a loss, and if they want to cooperate with me again in the future, they will lower the price to the death. But if I sell it when I'm pushed into a desperate situation, no matter what price I bid, it will seem like my bottom price. After all, everyone likes to take advantage of others, so just treat it as a marketing and negotiation method. It's just that I didn't expect them to act so quickly. Does it still hurt? Su Pengya raised her hand to touch Su Ergu's cheek. Su Ergu wiped his tears. My heart aches.
Shobanya.
Su Pengya asked. Did you understand what I just said? I understand. The recipe is gone. Su Ergu burst into tears. Su Pengya, you're listening to this for nothing. There will be no more cakes to sell from now on. Su Ergu was extremely sad and felt that his life had no direction. Su Pengya said patiently, You can sell them. Jinji sells Jinji's products and we sell ours. There is no conflict. Besides, even if they get the recipe, they won't be able to make them better than us. On the contrary, they might even bring fame to these dim sum. Besides, the market is so big that we can't divide it all. Don't forget that we still have the business of the academy. But it will be eaten up soon. Our family will be poor again. Su Ergu cried so sadly.
No.
Su Pengya quickly diverted his attention. Don't you like to eat preserved vegetable and pork? I made a big plate, all for you. I can't eat. Su Ergu sniffed and looked at his sister with tears in his eyes. Sister, what did you do? Su Pengya smiled and handed him a large plate of braised pork with preserved vegetables and a pair of chopsticks. Eat it while it's hot. It will get greasy when it gets cold. Sister, you eat too. I don't want to eat, so you eat it. She wants to lose weight.
Oh.
Su Urgu wiped away his tears and began to eat with a sob. After a short while of coaxing his brother, Su Pengya broke out in a sweat. It's a physical job to coax people. After all, who is the child? They are harder to coax than 3 little kids. Su Pengya was about to go back to the house to change clothes. When she turned around, she saw 3 little kids standing at the door, with their round little heads sticking out, looking inside. Very good, Urgu. Your image is gone. From now on you are the crybaby uncle. Su Urgu had been crying for so long and had exhausted a lot of energy. At the moment, he was concentrating on eating dry meat and did not notice the 3 little ones eavesdropping in the corner. Su Pengya took the 3 kids to the main room. Maisie didn't go far away, but kept watching them at the door. Only when she saw Su Pengya did she shyly go back. I don't know where the 3 little ones went to play, but they were sweating all over. Su Pengya brought over a dry towel and wiped the 3 of them one by one. Are you hungry? She asked. In the past, the 3 of them would have nodded in unison. But this time, the 3 of them looked at her straight. What's wrong? She wondered. The 3 of them didn't say anything and ran back to Su Urgu's house. Su Pengya thought they were going to look for Su Urgu, so she went back to the house and changed into fresh clothes without thinking much. As soon as I opened the door and was about to go to the kitchen, I saw 3 little kids standing in a row at the door, holding their own small bags.
For Mom, said Dahu.
Eru, give it to Mother too. Eru said. And Xiaofu, who? Xiaohu also stuffed his small bag to Su Pengya. Su Pengya looked confused. Do you want to leave your luggage with me? When she first met the 3 little ones, each of them was holding a small bag like this in their arms. They were arranged to live in Su Urgu's house, so the luggage was also placed there. The 3 men pulled Su Pengya into the house and motioned for her to open the bag. Su Pengya put 3 small bundles on the table. Do you want to change clothes? She asked as she casually opened the first bundle. It's Xiaohu's. Xiaohu stood on tiptoe, rummaged in the bag, and pulled out a small cotton vest. Su Pengya thought he was going to wear this one, and was about to take it over for him to change into, when she saw his little hand scratching at his little cotton vest. I dug out a few small pieces of silver. He threw away the small cotton vest, grabbed a pair of small cotton pants, and started to pick at them. He dug out a few small pieces of silver. Xiaohu dug out a dozen small pieces of silver in total, and Su Pengya's eyes widened.
Mom.
Eru also wanted to open the small bag. Su Pengya opened it for him in a daze. He didn't pick at the cracks in clothes like Xiaohu did. Instead, he directly unbuttoned his small pocket and took out 2 gold leaves.
Shupanya?
Dahu's is even worse. His tiger head hat had 2 layers. After taking off the inner layer, he shook out 5 shiny, white silver bills. Then, he took off his shoes and majestically dug out a black token from under the insole. Shupanya. Su Pengya opened her mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. The case is solved, the case is solved. Father Su didn't find a single copper coin on Wei Ting, so it turned out to be in the hands of you little guys? No, these scattered small coins and silver bills of different denominations didn't seem to be given by Wei Ting, but more like they hoarded them on weekdays. Su Pengya didn't really understand why the word hoard was used. It was just a hunch. Their extraordinary sense of crisis sometimes makes people feel that they are not children who grew up carefree. The carefree attitude is particularly evident in Nyo Dan next door, while Maisie, who is always dependent on others for her life, seems much more sensible. To verify her guess, she asked, "Does this money belong to your father?" The 3 of them shook their heads. "Does your father know?" The 3 shook their heads again. "It seems that I have hoarded it, and it has not run away." Are you the 3 little squirrels? The kind that hoards money? It sounds funny, but Su Pengya feels sad. What did these 3 little guys go through to develop such a sense of crisis and the habit of hoarding small changes? Did they just hear what Su Urgu said and thought that the family had no money and were worried that she would starve, so they took out all the little money they had saved with great difficulty and gave it to her. Supongya's heart felt like it was being rubbed hard by a big, hot hand. She looked at the three little ones who wanted to give her all their belongings, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Of course, she couldn't take their small change. Not to mention that she still has money to spend for the time being. Even if she doesn't have money, she can't be greedy for having several children. She gently pushed the small change on the table back, touched the three people's heads, and said softly, "Dahu, erhu xiaohu, take your small change back." "For Mom," said Dahu. Xiaohu waved his hand seriously. "Mom, I'm not hungry." Supongya is not a very sentimental person, but perhaps it's because of the special constitution of her body. Her eyes suddenly felt a little hot. She hugged the three little ones and said softly, "I won't be hungry. I have money." The three didn't believe it. Supongya had no choice but to take out the money she earned from selling the recipes, as well as the medical fees she earned from Master Xiangwell. "The vest for the medical fees will fall off in front of you three first." The three of them counted the silver ingots carefully. After they were sure that their mother had a lot of money and had no shortage of it, they nodded reluctantly with satisfaction. Supongya looked at the three people who looked worried and said jokingly, "Keep the money. I'll come back to you for more money when I run out of money." The three of them thought about it and decided that it was feasible, so they temporarily took the small amount of money back. However, the ugly black card was forgotten by Da, who with a look of disgust. The three of them returned to Su Erga's room, chased his uncle out, and hid the small bag with great difficulty. In the afternoon, snow started falling again. When Wei Ting and Su Qing came back from the fields, the three little ones were already asleep, and it was unclear whether they were taking a nap or a nap. The two of them entered the house covered in snow. As his body gradually recovered, Wei Ting's complexion also improved a lot, and he looked more and more dignified and handsome. Su Cheng's appearance was actually quite good. If it weren't for her bad reputation, there would be countless people who would want to be her and Air Guzi's stepmother. "Dad, didn't I tell you not to take him with you? He broke his leg, so you should use less force." It was the last time he went back to catch Wang Lizi that he fell. His knee was broken and his calf injury almost recurred. Father Su's eyes flashed, and he touched his tall nose bridge. "My son-in-law wants to go. If you don't believe me, ask." Supongya turned to Wei Ting. "Wei Ting.
Oh,
I'm so hungry. Is there any food in the kitchen?" Old man Su slipped away decisively. Only Supongya and Wei Ting were left in the main room. Somehow, the atmosphere suddenly became strange. Wei Ting's aura is directly proportional to his recovery, and his powerful presence is becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. He stood with his back to the light. His angular eyebrows and eyes were slightly shrouded in darkness, and his pair of calm and sharp eyes were like a blade waiting to be unsheathed, full of cold and sharp edge. He looked at Supongya. Supongya also looked at him. "What?" He pointed behind Supongya with the new crutch made by Su Cheng. "You're blocking me from entering the house."
Oh.
Supongya turned around and went into his room.
Wei Ting.
Wei Ting thought she was here to change his medicine, so he followed her into the house without saying anything. As soon as he sat down, Supongya took out a token and handed it to him. "Is it yours?" The moment he saw the token, Wei Ting's expression changed instantly. "Where did you find it?" Supongya took the token back, placed it on her palm, and patted it gently. "Tell me first, what is this?" Wei Ting looked at her deeply, and his expression suddenly relaxed. This was one of the most important keepsakes he had. He thought it had fallen into the hands of that group of people, but who would have thought it was in her hands? "The three of them gave it to you?" He clearly remembered that the group of people stole his bag. If the token was still there, then there was only one possibility. The three brats hid it. "No, I picked it up myself."
Oh.
It was the kid who gave it to him. The kid took his token and didn't give it to him, but gave it to a girl he met halfway. "That's too much." Wei Ting said calmly, "I picked it up by myself. If you have the guts, claim it yourself." Supongya shook her head proudly. "Don't bully me for being illiterate. I have learned a lot of words these days." Wei Ting curled his lips. Oh, you mean the names on the list? Those are just a few words? Su Pengya's face darkened. These days, she had learned a lot of words under the pretext of asking Wei Ting to read a list, but he actually said, "Just a few words?" Who was he looking down on? As if he had noticed her anger, Wei Ting smiled and glanced at the token in her hand with a raised eyebrow. You recognize it. She knows. A hammer. If she knew him, would she still come and ask him? Su Pengya took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Forget it if you don't tell me. At worst, I will ask Shin Chuan early tomorrow morning." After that, she took the token, turned around, and left. Wei Ting had already heard about Shin Chuan from Su Ergu, a young boy who was the son of the dean of a small academy. Wei Ting said nonchalantly, "If you don't want to die, just ask." Su Xiao took a small step and looked at him suspiciously. "Don't scare me." Wei Ting smiled coldly. "If you dare to gamble with the lives of your whole family, I won't stop you." Su Pengya's chubby fists clenched loudly. "I will figure it out one day. Until then, this thing will be kept by me. It's up to you." Wei Tinghun leaned against the head of the bed carelessly, moved his injured leg up, and began to close his eyes and rest. Su Pengya wanted to beat him up. Forget it. No matter what, at least he has a handle in his hand. The more he acts as if he doesn't care, the more it proves that this thing is important to him. After Su Pengya went out, Wei Ting slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were cold. He must find a chance to get the token back. Su Pengya went to the kitchen to eat a corn cob and started to cook dinner for her family. Ever since Wei Ting said she had lost weight a little bit, her confidence in losing weight has greatly increased. She has not touched refined carbohydrates for many days and has mostly eaten whole grains as her staple food. She plans to steam a pot of sweet potato and brown rice tonight. When she was halfway through cutting the sweet potato cubes, 3 little kids hurriedly ran in from the back door of the kitchen and threw themselves into her arms one by one, looking frightened. "What's wrong?" she asked. Before the 3 of them could speak, a stern shout came from the next room. "Eat. You only know how to eat." It was Xiao Meizi's crying. "Mrs. Wu is beating the eldest wife's child again. Grandma, stop hitting your sister." Meizi tried to stop the fight, but unfortunately not only did she fail to stop Da Wu, but she was beaten up by Da Wu instead. "Eat Maltos, Grandma Wu, and beat him." Da Wu gestured. The cause of the incident was that Xiao Meizi ate a piece of ox egg malt candy, and when Mrs. Wu found out, she beat her. But this was just the surface that the children saw. The real reason was that Lu Ping came back from the town for the new year and did not bring back much wages. Mrs. Wu was dissatisfied and took advantage of the situation to vent her anger on Xiao Meizi, who was only 3 years old. At this moment, the man in the family was out. Xiao was collecting clothes in the front yard. When she heard her 2 daughters crying, she quickly put down the work at hand and went to the kitchen. This time, Xiao Wu did not swallow her anger as she did in the past, but argued with her mother-in-law. "Mother, little Maisie only ate half a piece of candy. Is it necessary for you to be so harsh? Oh, your man is back and someone is backing you up, so you dare to talk back to your mother-in-law, right? Do you know how expensive Maltos is? How dare a loser to eat it? Are you worried about Sister Maisie?" Su Pengya asked the 3 kids. The 3 little ones nodded honestly. The 8-year-old Maisie is like a sensible parent and will take care of the 3 little ones together with Xiao Wu. After all, this is the Lu family's family affair. Unless Lu Ping's family stands up for themselves, Su Pengya can help them once or twice, but she can't help them for a lifetime. They are all useless. They don't make much money, and they just add money-losing things to the family. I think they shouldn't even cook dinner. They'll just starve. Every word that Big Wu said pierced little Wu's heart like a needle. That's right, she couldn't give birth to a son. So she deserved to be ashamed, deserved to be treated like a captive, deserved to cause her 2 daughters to be beaten and scolded. She wanted to go back to her parents' home, but even her family advised her to just be patient and endure it. But recently, she couldn't stand it any longer. Little Wu's sudden repression and silence made Big Wu feel strange. "You are mute," Mrs. Wu shouted. "Mother." Little Wu hugged her 2 trembling daughters and whispered, "If you really don't like us, We can separate. Mrs. Wu's face changed, and she pointed at her nose and said, "What did you say?" Xiao Wu mustered up her courage, looked at her mother-in-law with tears in her eyes, but stubbornly. "I say, let's divide the family." Mrs. Wu cursed. "Your father and I are still alive, and you dare to mention dividing the family? Do you want to curse us to death? You are such a ruthless person. As long as parents are alive, the family remains together. This is the custom in the countryside. What's more, if the family really splits up, Lu Ping won't get his wages, and there will be no one to do the housework." Big Mrs. Wu grabbed the rolling pin and hit little Mrs. Wu hard.
Monda me ziskremid.
Suddenly, a chubby little hand grabbed Wu's rolling pin. Mrs. Wu looked back and said, "Pengya Su?" She gritted her teeth and moved her arms. Su Pengya easily grasped the rolling pin. "What? You still want to attack me?" Of course, Mrs. Wu didn't dare to attack Su Pengya. Su Pengya coldly snatched the rolling pin from her hand, with a look of hostility and impatience. This is what it means to bully the weak and fear the strong. Su Pengya knocked on the door with a rolling pin and said to Mrs. Wu indifferently, "Hey, Mr. Wu, I asked you to wash clothes, but you ran away halfway through?" Mrs. Wu lowered her head and said nothing. "If she doesn't want to wash, you go wash it." Su Pengya pointed at Mrs. Wu fiercely. "Da Wu is not going." What happened to Su Pengya? She hasn't done evil for a while. Why is she back to her old ways? Mrs. Wu turned around, grabbed a rag, and wiped the stove vigorously. Little Wu went to Su's house from the back door of the kitchen in a depressed mood, and the two children followed her. Mrs. Wu wanted to keep the two younger ones, but Su Pengya gave her a cold look and she kept silent. The man at home might be able to calm her down a little, but she herself didn't dare to confront Su Pengya. Su Pengya left. Mrs. Wu looked over there stealthily. Su Pengya threw the rolling pin back, and it hit Mrs. Wu squarely on the head. Ouch! A big bump immediately appeared on Mrs. Wu's forehead. Su family. The Mei sisters sat on small stools in the kitchen, and they had stopped crying. The three little ones generously took out their own snacks to treat the two of them. Maisie didn't eat any. Little Maisie was very satisfied and snuggled in her sister's arms to eat. Little Wu sat behind the stove and helped add firewood into the stove. Su Pengya continued to cut sweet potatoes. "Have you really decided to split up?"
Su Pengya asked.
The three little ones and little Maisie were busy eating snacks, while Big Maisie glanced at her mother. Xiao Wu nodded calmly. "Yes, it's decided." If it were in the past, she would not have dared to leave the Lu family. Not only would she and Lu Ping be gossiped about by the villagers, but they would also face the situation of having nowhere to go. Mrs. Wu asked, after the separation, "Will you still want me to work in your house?" Su Pengya said without hesitation, "Yes." Such an excellent employee, one is worth three. Why not want him? Xiao Wu seemed to have some understanding of where her confidence in dividing the family business came from. If it weren't for Su Daya, she might never have dared to mention separating from the Lu family in her entire life. Su Pengya said, "If Lu Ping doesn't mind, you can come to my place and try it for 2 days." Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. "You mean, do you want to hire Lu Ping to do the work?" "It depends on whether he can do it." Su Pengya didn't say anything definite. Mrs. Wu said hurriedly, Of course. He is very hardworking. If both of them can find a job, then raising 2 children will not be a problem." Su Pengya hummed, then thought of something and asked, "Have you ever mentioned the separation of the family to Lu Ping?" Xiao Wu said, "I mentioned it and he didn't object." It goes without saying that it is difficult and frustrating for a stepson to make a living under his stepmother. In Su Pengya's memory, Lu Ping was an honest man who was diligent and able to endure hardships, but he was a little bit eccentric. However, he never despised Xiao Wu for not being able to give birth to a son. He loved his 2 daughters very much, and the couple had a good relationship. That's it. Mrs. Wu hesitated to speak. "What is it?"
Su Pengya asked.
Mrs. Wu bit her lip and whispered, "If we really separate from the Lu family, it will cause a lot of trouble. If I come to your house to work, it may cause trouble for you." Su Pengya shrugged her round shoulders. "Oh, you mean reputation?"
"Does our Su family have that?"
Little Wu Little Wu stayed at Xiao Su's house until her father-in-law and her husband came back. Although her father-in-law was partial to the second wife, with him and Lu Ping around, Big Wu was more restrained and would not beat her and the child to death. Su Pengya did not hide Xiao Wu's affairs from her family. After all, she might hire the couple to work openly in the future, so she had to inform her family. After listening to Su Pengya's words, Father Su probably thought of the past when he and his wife had cut ties with the Qin family. He was silent for a long time before he sighed. It's better to separate the family. Affected by the sale of the recipe, Su Ergu was not in a good mood and ate one bowl less dinner than usual. Seeing how pitiful he was, the three little kids sighed, climbed onto the bed with pillows in their arms, and decided to sleep with him tonight to comfort their Uncle Ergu. The family went to bed one after another, but Su Pengya didn't sleep. She went to the kitchen, cleaned up the dishes, and then prepared the ingredients needed for tomorrow. Then she took out the dough that had been fermented in the afternoon. Since it had been kept near the stove and the temperature was higher than outside, it had now fermented. In addition, the hind leg meat in the pot was also cooked. She took it out and put it on the chopping board and took out the rolling pin from the cupboard. I've seen people rolling noodles, rolling dumpling wrappers, and rolling meat. It was truly the first time for a young lady to get into a bridal sedan.
Huh?
You didn't sleep? Su Pengya looked up inadvertently and saw Wei Ting standing at the door in a daze. Wei Ting subtly restrained his expression and walked in with a cane. I'm a little hungry. Su Pengya said, You came at the right time. Help me add some firewood. I thought that based on this guy's personality, he would definitely reject her with disdain, but unexpectedly, he quietly sat down on the small stool in front of the stove. He put his crutch aside, took the dry firewood from behind him, and threw it in one by one. Su Pengya raised her eyebrows in surprise. You are so obedient tonight. Wei Ting asked, Is there anything to eat? Su Pengya continued to roll the meat. Yes, but you have to wait a while. I'm not done yet. Wei Ting began a long wait. Su Pengya flattened the cooked lean meat piece by piece, and then tore it into mincemeat bit by bit. Wei Ting looked at her strangely. Not only did she possess medical skills he had never heard of, she also often cooked dishes and snacks he had never eaten before. This is probably a new trick. I don't know what it tastes like. Normally, he just ate, but this was the first time he watched her cook properly. She looked very serious when she was cooking, but her seriousness was quite different from when she was practicing medicine. Do you like cooking? Because it's very stress-relieving.
What are you talking about?
Yes, this woman often uttered words that he couldn't understand. Su Pengya puts the shredded meat into the pot, adds salt, sugar, and a little soy sauce, stir-fry until it becomes fluffy, and then serves.
Try it.
She handed the plate to Wei Ting. Chopsticks. Wei Ting said. So particular. Su Pengya curled her lips, turned around, took out a pair of clean chopsticks from the cupboard, and handed them to him. Wei Ting picked up a handful of mincemeat and tasted it slowly. How does it taste? Su Pengya asked him. He chewed it carefully. It was salty, sweet, and crunchy. Not too greasy, but not too dry either. It was hard to describe its specific texture, but the taste was very novel and unique. He couldn't help but take another bite, and the more he chewed, the more delicious it became. What is this? He asked. Meat floss. Su Pengya said with a smile. How is it? Doesn't it taste good? It's okay. Wei Ting said calmly. Su Pengya had expected that this guy would pour cold water on her.
She was used to it.
She snorted and brought back a large plate of meat floss. Wei Ting stretched out his chopsticks, but missed the target. Su Pengya held the plate and raised her eyebrows at someone, saying, If you say it's delicious, I'll give it all to you. Wei Ting said expressionlessly, Childish. Humph. Su Pengya shook her head proudly, put down the meat floss, and brought out a bowl of chestnut filling. This bowl of chestnuts was made by Xiao Wu when she took refuge here just now. They are pounded very densely and finely. The most important thing is that Xiao Wu does her work cleanly enough, which fully meets her standard of mild misophobia. Su Pengya loves this employee too much. Su Pengya fried a chestnut meat floss pancake and let Wei Ting taste it. How is it?
She asked.
It seems a bit too salty, and I can't taste the chestnut flavor, said Wei Ting. Then I'll put less meat floss. She made another one. Too sweet. Wei Ting said. Too much sugar. She reduced the amount of sugar and chestnuts and handed the third pancake to Wei Ting. How about this one? After tasting it carefully, Wei Ting said, the filling is just right, but the skin is a little hard. Su Pengya thought for a moment and said, the fire is too big. Put less firewood. Next, she made egg yolk pork floss filling, candy date pork floss filling, and red bean and mung bean pork floss filling. Wei Ting ate too much and died. Will this woman ever stop? How long will she continue like this? Which one is the most delicious? Su Pengya asked him with her little cat face covered in flour. To be honest, Wei Ting's image was not much better than hers. His face was blackened by the stove ash, but he didn't know it. That's about right, he said. Su Pengya asked again, which one do you think Ergu will like the most? Wei Ting was surprised. Did you make this for Ergu? I tinkered with it for most of the night, just for Su Ergu? Perhaps it was because it was late at night, and everyone was asleep, and people's inner defenses were lowered in the narrow space, so Su Pengya told Wei Ting about selling the formula. My mother gave my gift to her merchant when I was very young. In order to do business, she used my things to please the merchant.
I was very sad at that time.
Wei Ting said, the recipe is yours. You're selling your own stuff. Su Pengya said, same. In her opinion, it was just a few formulas. She had many more in her mind, and she could get new ones after selling the old ones. Perhaps her mother had the same idea as she does today. It was just a small gift. At worst, she could buy her one when she made money in the future, or even a better one. You made so many snacks just to make Erga happy? Su Pengya nodded, sat down on the small stool next to him, and murmured, I will be sad for a long time. The firelight from the stove reflected in her melancholy eyes, making her look a little lonely. Wei Ting turned his head and looked at her. At this moment, I suddenly felt that she was a poor little thing. Poor chubby little thing. Su Pengya continued to work on it. She wanted to create a unique flavor. Wei Ting was willing to risk his life to accompany her. The two of them took turns trying the food and were half full. In the second half of the night, she finally finished her work and sat next to Wei Ting to rest. Xiaobang felt sleepy all of a sudden. She tilted her head and fell asleep on Wei Ting's shoulder. Wei Ting frowned, raised his slender jade-like fingertips and poked her head over. Her head shook, and she leaned in again. Wei Ting poked again, and she leaned in again. This happened several times, and she didn't move her head away, so his shoulder was hurt. Wei Ting let out a long sigh and said coldly, Hey, Su Daya, wake up. Su Pengya was sleeping soundly.
Sudaya.
It's daybreak, time for business. No matter how Wei Ting called her, the only response she got was her even breathing. I have finally waited until now. Wei Ting looked at Su Pengya, who was leaning on his shoulder with an indifferent expression, and raised his hand to untie the purse around her waist. He did not find the token in his purse. Strange, where is it? He looked in her sleeve pocket again, but there was nothing there either. Did he put it in his arms? Wei Ting glanced at her slightly rising and falling chest, frowned and looked away. The experience of being suffocated and fainted came to his mind, and he felt a little embarrassed. But it is important to find the token. He gritted his teeth secretly and put his hand into her cotton coat. Su Pengya suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Wei Ting blankly, then looked at the hand that reached into her clothes. You touched me? Wei Ting's eyelashes trembled, and seeing that she was obviously not awake yet, he said calmly, No, you're just dreaming. Su Pengya, who was in a daze, uttered in a daze, I am dreaming. Then she'll touch it back. Does this woman know what she is doing? Even in a dream, you can't just pull a man's belt casually, right? What kind of dream did she think she was having? If Su Pengya was awake, she would definitely retort him without hesitation. Didn't you start it first? Unfortunately, this body was too weak. Su Pengya had been up all night, and her current state was not much different from sleepwalking. Wei Ting grabbed her chubby hands and yelled through gritted teeth, Su Daya. Su Pengya stared at him and looked down. Wow. She quickly broke free from Wei Ting's hand and reached down with her little claws. Wei Ting's face turned pale, and he struck her unconscious with a knife. Su Pengya slept until dawn. She looked at the sunlight coming through the window paper, and her head was a little buzzing. This feeling is just like having a blackout from drinking the night before. Very weird. Ida, wasn't I in the kitchen making pancakes? How come you're sleeping in my bed? She scratched her head, really not understanding it.
Ah.
Don't steal my cake. It was Su Urga's voice. Su Pengya came back to her senses with a start. It's time to go to the stall. Oh no. The snacks are not ready yet. She hurriedly threw off the quilt and got up, her clothes neatly arranged. Could it be that she was too tired last night and went back to her room and fell asleep on the bed? The three little ones were fighting with Su Urga for the cakes in the kitchen. Although they were small, they had 6 little claws. Su Urga was distracted and could not win.
Mine.
Old man Su slapped his son on the slap and passed the plate to the 3 little kids. Wei Ting was sitting in the backyard wiping his crutches, with a cold and terrifying aura. Those who knew him said he was wiping a walking stick, while those who didn't thought he was wiping a bow and arrow. Su Pengya came up to him and looked down at him. Whiting.
Do what?
Su Pengya seemed to be thinking, when I saw you, I suddenly remembered a dream I had last night. Wei Ting paused while wiping his cane and said coldly, I'm not interested in your dream. Su Pengya walked around to squat in front of him, looking up at him. But I dreamed of you. You touched me. Wei Ting glanced at her coldly. Is it possible for me to touch you? Su Pengya said. I also think it's unlikely. Not to mention that Wei Ting has no interest in her. Even if he does, given his personality, he probably wouldn't do such a thing as taking advantage of someone's misfortune. It's all because my body is in such poor condition. When I feel sleepy, I feel like I'm drunk and I can't stand it at all. I really miss my body in my previous life. Su Pengya recalled it and still felt something was wrong. But it's quite detailed. Worried that he didn't understand, she added, I ripped your pants. She glanced at him with her eyes. Why can I have such a clear dream? Wei Ting interrupted her coldly. Why don't you know what's going on? Su Pengya thought about it seriously and said, well, that's right. I've seen it.
Whiting?
Su Pengya seemed to be thoughtful. Did I touch it at all? The dream ended at such an inappropriate time. Wei Ting was about to explode with anger. Not only did he stay up all night in vain, but so many things also went wrong. The most important thing was that in the end, he didn't find his token on her or in the room. Where did this girl hide the token? While having breakfast, Su Pengya discovered that Wei Ting's leg was becoming more lame. She looked at Father Su and said seriously, Father, I told you that his leg injury hasn't healed yet and he can't get out of bed. Look how lame he is. Wei Ting glanced at Su Pengya coldly and took a big bite of the bread in his hand. Father Su looked at his son-in-law's leg, bewildered. No, he was fine when he came back yesterday. How come his leg became so lame after a night? Did you go to carry a pig in the middle of the night? Achoo! Su Pengya turned around and sneezed. Su Pengya got up late and set up her stall later than usual, so old Lee sent the siblings on a bullock cart. Su Pengya paid for the taxi fare out of her own pocket, but old Lee refused to take it. Recently, the Su family has been sending many things to their house. Qian's basket has never been empty since she came back from the fields. There are vegetables grown by themselves, as well as cakes and meat sent by the Su family. Although Su Chung wasted a lot of money on the vegetable garden, those vegetables could still be sold at the market. At most, they would not look good and would only cost a few copper coins less. What Su Pengya gave him was not something that could be bought with the money for vegetables. The family has been well off recently, and my daughter-in-law's pregnancy and complexion have improved a lot. The midwife said that this baby will definitely be another big fat boy. Next time. Old Lee stuffed the copper coin back into Su Pengya's hand and drove away with the ox cart. Su Pengya smiled and said, Thank you very much, Uncle Lee. As usual, the two of them went to Luo Dazhuang's stall to deliver the goods, collected the money for the jars and vegetables from yesterday, and then walked towards Jinji. Su Urga said, Sister, were the pancakes you made this morning really made for me? Su Pengya said, Yes, do you like it? Su Urga said excitedly, I like it. It's better than the previous snacks. What are they called? Su Pengya said Erga biscuits. Su Ergu was startled and looked at his sister in disbelief. Is it really Ergabing? Yeah. Su Pengya nodded with a smile. Su Ergu was overwhelmed with emotion. Then, can we sell Erga cakes? Of course you can, as long as you are willing. Su Pengya stopped and looked at him seriously. Besides, I won't sell the formula. Su Erga's mood was completely healed. He is only 13 this year, and is basically a teenager. I will be sad about simple things, and I will be happy for a tiny reward. He walked down the street, smiling like a little fool.
Yin Yi.
The chefs in the kitchen made 3 kinds of dim sum for Su Pengya according to the recipe brought back by Manager Sunday. Everyone tried the food one by one. Tasty. It's definitely better than what we did. It turns out that we made the wrong method of making the puff pastry. If we follow her recipe, it will be more oily and delicate. It's just what is it? Asked shopkeeper Sunday. It's almost there, said a cook. The chef said nothing. In his opinion, it's not just a little bit different, but a lot different. Is there really something wrong with the prescription? Shopkeeper's son asked nervously. 45 taels of silver was not a small amount of money. If he bought a fake prescription, he would be held responsible. The recipe is correct, said the master chef. With his experience, he could naturally tell that the other party had not tampered with the recipe. The difference in taste is caused by the uneven fermentation time and temperature of the dough. It takes talent to do anything. Some people are born with a keen sense of taste and can taste flavors that ordinary people cannot. That's what he is like, so he is very good at this job. But obviously, that girl's talent was no worse than his. The taste of the chestnut cake and wife cake is not too different from the one sold by that girl. I should be able to make up for it by making more and practicing more. What really made him frown was the last dish, egg yolk pastry. The egg yolk pastry is completely different from the one sold by the country girls. Is this also a question of heat? Asked shopkeeper Sunday. Master Chin said, it's not the heat, it's the ingredients. Shopkeeper Sun said, we use the freshest and finest ingredients in town. The downside of Jin Ki is that it is expensive, but they never skimp on the ingredients. Is it the egg yolk? A cook said, the recipe says salted egg yolk, but we added salt and it still doesn't taste right. The egg yolks in the snacks sold by Su Pengya have a crunchy, oily, salty, and fragrant texture, while their egg yolks are tasteless, bland, and dry. Is there any for sale in town? Asked a cook. No, said the chef. What about the provincial capital? Asked Manager Sunday. The master shook his head. We don't have it in Fuching either. This kind of salted eggs are only for the dignitaries in the capital, and ordinary Shaozhou counties can't sell it. That's not right. Shopkeeper's son wondered. This stuff is only sold in the capital. Could it be that the girl got it from the capital? The stall opened late today, and the regular customers were impatient. Are you distracted? I've already sold 2 pots of Jinji. Shun Chuan said dully. Su Pengya asked, hey, why did you come here today? Passing by. Shun Chuan said.
Oh.
Su Pengya wrapped 5 egg yolk cakes and handed them to the lady in front of her. Your snacks are 100 yuan. The cost of egg yolk cake is high, 10 cents more than wife cake and chestnut cake. Here, the list. Shun Chuan handed her the list he had packed all the way. Su Pengya was surprised. Did you come here specially to deliver the list to me? Actually, no need. After we finish the business here, we will go to the academy to get it ourselves. Shun Chuan said angrily. I told you that I was passing by, and I just brought it to you. Su Pengya asked. Are you a little angry today, and are you at odds with the dean again? When Shun Chuan was told the central issue, he sighed. He insists on letting me go to Fuching to study after spring. I don't want to go. This is a family matter of the Shin family, and it is inconvenient for Su Pengya to comment on it. Here you go. Su Pengya wrapped a family photo of snacks for him. It's for you, no charge. What for? Shun Chuan asked.
Comfort you.
Su Pengya said seriously. Shun Chuan. Shun Chuan coughed lightly. I am a grown man, and I need comfort from a little girl like you. Here you go. He threw a small piece of silver to Su Pengya. No need to look for it. I am happy today. He wants to destroy his father's fortune. Defeated hard. After losing his fortune, Mr. Shin left in a swaggering manner. Su Pengya handed the money to Su Ergu and put it away. Do you understand? Su Ergu shook his head in shock. I don't understand. Why did Mr. Shin give more money when her sister didn't want money? Su Pengya patted him on the shoulder. Learn slowly. The flow of people on the street was obviously much less than the previous days. In addition, they arrived too late. Many customers waited for a long time, thinking that they would not be out today. Sister, the sales are a bit slow today. Su Ergu said. It's okay. In business, it's normal to have ups and downs. Su Pengya's attitude was very good. He was probably a fat man with a broad heart and was not anxious at all. The money she had on hand, not counting the money she earned from the snack and braised food business, included 45 taels from selling recipes and 30 taels from the consultation fee given by Mr.
Xiang.
So she didn't have to worry about going hungry in the short term. However, business always needs to be expanded slowly. If she wants to expand the production scale, she will have to invest more capital. In addition, the house is old. This house was built when Chun and old man Su got married. More than 10 years have passed, and the walls are cracked, the roof is wrinkled, and it leaks wind and rain. She plans to put house building on the agenda after the spring. With this calculation, the money earned will have to be spent before it can even warm up to the present. Just as he was thinking about it, shopkeeper's son walked over to Jinji leisurely with his hands behind his back. Hey, Miss Su, you're here to set up a stall again. He came up to the two of them, glanced at the snacks on Su Pengya's tray, and said with a smile, business isn't very good today. Su Ergu was not happy with the shopkeeper's son who was forcing them to buy the formula. Why are you here again? I'm warning you. I don't have any formula to sell to you. I won't sell it to you in the future. I'm not here to buy the formula. I'm here to ask for your money back. What money do you want to return? You took the prescription away. Are you trying to blackmail us? Su Ergu knows all too well the tricks of extortion. Shopkeeper's son took out a paper recipe from his wide sleeves, waved it in front of Su Pengya, and said, You sold me a fake recipe. Even if we bring the case to the government, you are still in the wrong. Su Pengya said, I said it myself. You wrote it yourself. Unless you wrote it wrong, there will be no problem with the formula. Shopkeeper's son said, but the snacks I made according to your recipe taste different from the ones you sell. Su Pengya looked puzzled. Really? Shopkeeper's son waved behind him, and a waiter came running over carrying a plate of egg yolk pastry. Try it yourself. Shopkeeper's son said. Su Pengya broke open the egg yolk pastry and said, No need to taste it, it's definitely different from what I made. Shopkeeper's son said coldly, You admitted it. Su Pengya said, but I also followed the recipe strictly. It's not the recipe that's the problem. You bought the wrong ingredients. Don't blame me. Shopkeeper's son gritted his teeth secretly. This girl is really not easy to scare. An ordinary person would have panicked and lost his mind if questioned by him like that, but this girl was unusually calm. Is she really a teenage village girl? Su Pengya said sternly, Shopkeeper's son, we're open to do business. If you are really willing to learn from me, I can do you a favor. If you want to blackmail me, I advise you to give up. I sold you the formula not because I am afraid of you. I set up a stall in front of your Jinji and did steal some of your business. We see each other every day, so it's not too much. I just regard it as a good relationship. But try to bully us again. In business negotiations, one must be thick-skinned and have strong aura. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not, it's enough to make people believe that you have it. This was the experience that shopkeeper's son had acquired after working for decades, but he never expected that it could be easily mastered by a little girl. It must be said that shopkeeper's son now really has a new respect for Su Pengya. Of course, with a hint of gnashing of teeth. Shopkeeper's son said with a fake smile, Okay, as long as you are willing to tell me where you bought your ingredients, I will believe you. Su Pengya raised her eyebrows. Is this your attitude when asking for help? Su Ergu, why does it sound like what my brother-in-law said? Shopkeeper's son. Shopkeeper's son laughed exaggeratedly and asked, Excuse me, Miss Su, where do you buy your salted egg yolks? Don't tell him it's from the capital. If this girl has supply from the capital, would she still worry that he'll cut off the flour supply to the town? Su Pengya said calmly. Oh, you mean that one? I made it myself. Shopkeeper's son was startled. You made it yourself? What do you mean it's not that difficult? If all the chefs in the town hear what you said, they will all come and beat you to death. Su Pengya said generously, since we have worked together before, if you want the salted egg recipe, I can sell it to you at a low price. Jinji sells dim sum, not ingredients. Who the Hades wants a salted egg recipe? According to that, do they have to grind their own flour, fry their own sesame oil, plant their own star anise, and dry their own peppercorns? Then they can buy the recipes for sugar and official salt, and they'll be done. Well, then death is not far away. In short, Gene Key does not make its own ingredients. Shopkeeper's son said reluctantly, I don't want the recipe, but if you have extra salted eggs, you can sell them to me. The fish is hooked. Does Shopkeeper's son really think that everything will be fine if he buys her recipe? That was just the beginning of another business. You know, it's not so easy to take advantage of a little country girl. Su Pengya didn't care whether manager's son could see through her or not. After all, even if he did, there was nothing he could do to her. He needed ingredients for egg yolk pastry, and she was the only one in town who could make it. Unless he gave up the snack, he would have to buy it from her. He had already spent 15 taels of silver on this recipe. Would he be willing to give it up? Would he be able to explain it to his employer? How did that saying go? Good hunters often appear as prey. From the moment Shopkeeper's son set his eyes on her recipe, the current situation was doomed. Of course, Shopkeeper's son has another option to purchase goods from a farther place. But if he could, why would he come to her? It was obvious that the cost of buying from other places was far higher than the budget that Shopkeeper's son could use for ingredients. In the end, Su Pengya agreed to supply Gene Key at the price of 8 cents per salted egg yolk, which made much more money than selling the recipe. After the first batch of orders came in the spring, Shopkeeper's son suggested trying the food first and paying only if he was satisfied. Su Pengya understood that manager's son wanted to take advantage of the new year to ask around and see if there were other supply channels. The dim sum was sold out at noon. Over the next 2 days, there were almost no customers on the street, and most of the shops were closed. After selling the last cake, Su Pengya clapped her hands and said, closing the stall, this year's business is done. Su Ergu was still not satisfied. So fast. It's not fast anymore. It's already afternoon. In the past, when he set up the stall, all the goods could be sold out in less than half an hour, and it never exceeded noon. Su Pengya continued, tomorrow is the little new year. You can see that there is no one on the street and the market is about to close. Let's hurry up and buy some more things. Sister, what do you want to buy?
Su Ergu asked.
I want to buy some peanuts and see if there's anything missing for the New Year's goods.
Su Pengya said.
Su Ergu said happily, I like eating peanuts. Peanuts are indeed good. They can be fried, made into peanut crisps, and made into peanut butter. Peanut butter is a good nutrient for weight loss. It can not only replenish the high-quality fats needed by the body, but also enhance the feeling of fullness. 1 spoonful of it will make you so sick that you can't eat for a long time. Unfortunately, when they arrived at the market, the peanut seller had already closed a stall. There won't be any more stalls this year. Su Ergu looked at the mostly empty market and said, Sister, there are no more peanuts to buy. Su Pengya sighed with regret. Suddenly, an idea flashed to her mind. If I can't buy it, I can buy it there. Su Ergu scratched his head. Sister, where are you talking about? Quarter of an hour later, the two walked through the thick snow and arrived at Chunlu Lane. The door of the Fu family was closed. Su Pengya hid her hands in her warm sleeves, too lazy to take them out, so she called her brother, Ergu, knock on the door.
Oh.
Su Ergu knocked on the wooden door. Is anyone there?
Dr. Fu.
It's us. No response. Is he not at home? Is he out seeing patients? Shuergu mater. Su Pengya said, Mrs. Fu is not at the stall, and Dr. Fu is not here, so she should be here, keep knocking. Su Ergu continued to knock on the door. Annie Fu. It's us. Are you home? Can you hear us? Perhaps they were making too much noise and disturbed the neighbors next door, so a woman in her early 30s opened the door of her house and walked out. She looked at the brother and sister and frowned. Stop knocking. Stop knocking. Dr. Fu is out seeing patients. He's not here. Su Pengya asked politely. We are looking for Aunt Fu. Is she here? The woman said indifferently, I don't know about that. The old woman never interacts with anyone. Who knows her whereabouts? She said that and went into the house. Something is wrong.
Supanya frowned.
When she went to Luo Dazhuang to settle the bill in the morning, she didn't see Aunt Fu. She was not there in the afternoon either. She hadn't been at the stall all day. Where could she have gone if she was not at home? Ergo, get in. Su Erdu was stunned. Ah? Sister, this is not good, right? Don't we stop extorting money? Su Pengya asked curiously. What does this have to do with extortion? Su Erga's expression was even more indescribable. Do you want to steal money? Su Pengya held her forehead in her hand speechlessly. I asked you to go in and see if Aunt Fu is here. Oh. Su Erga scratched his head angrily. The brother and sister do the same thing, but Su Pengya usually only scratches her head when she's angry. Su Erga said, Then I'll go in.
Supanya varned. Bekaraful.
Okay. Su Erga kicked his feet, grabbed the wall with both hands, and easily climbed into the yard. After a while, Su Ergu opened the dilapidated door with a bang. Sister, Aunt Fu is in trouble. Su Erga found Aunt Fu in the open space in the backyard. She was lying in the snow with signs of a struggle beneath her body. There were scattered winnowing baskets and pickled plums beside her. What's that smell?
Shuergo sniffed. Kitchen.
Su Pengya said. Su Erga rushed to the kitchen and took a look. Oh my God. The pot is burnt through. Su Pengya squatted down. It seemed that Aunt Fu was planning to take the washed pickled mustard greens to the kitchen to cook, but it was icy and snowy, and she slipped and fell. She tried to get up by herself, but perhaps because she was too old or perhaps because she fell too hard, she failed. Dr. Fu was not around, and her relationship with the neighbors was not harmonious. Finally, she fainted in the snow. Sister, is Aunt Fu still breathing? Please move aside. I will move her into the house. Don't touch her yet. Let me check her out. To rule out any physical injuries or fractures. Su Pengya began to examine her. There were slight abrasions on her forehead and palms with no obvious signs of bleeding, but her left leg was fractured. You're seriously injured. Su Pengya sighed. Ergo, go to the kitchen and find some dry firewood. You need the flat and long ones. If you don't have any, just chop a few. Good.
Shuergo agreed.
Old Man Su is a martial artist, so getting injured is common, and he handles minor injuries himself. He had been following his father for many years, so he had seen a little bit and understood what kind of board his sister wanted. Soon he had chopped off several pieces. Sister, do you think it's enough? Su Pengya glanced at it and said, That's enough. Go to that warehouse. I remember there are clean strips of cloth hanging on the shelf on the left. Su Erga said, Sister, you even remember this. Su Pengya said seriously, Hurry up. She is frozen. It will be dangerous if she doesn't go into the house.
Hey.
Su Pengya performed a simple breaking operation on Aunt Fu's legs. Be careful when you lift them later. People who are frozen are prone to secondary fractures. Su Erga brought an old door panel over. The brother and sister carefully used the door panel to carry the person back to Aunt Fu's bed. Aunt Fu's condition is very bad. The first step in rescuing a hypothermic patient is to remove him from the low-temperature environment and frozen objects. Su Pengya quickly took off her cold clothes. Ergo, go to the kitchen and light a brazier. Hurry. Boil a few more buckets of hot water.
Shuergo, pot.
Su Pengya, go borrow some from the neighbors. Be polite. Become. Su Erga turned around and walked out. The biting wind and snow seemed to come down in an instant, mercilessly hitting Su Erga's face. Su Erga didn't close his mouth and took a deep breath of snow, choking. Cough, cough, cough. Tui, tui, tui. He spat out the snow in his mouth in disgust and knocked on the door next door. The person who opened the door was the woman who had just spoken to them. The woman was sweeping the floor with a broom covered in snow in her hand. What's wrong? The woman asked. Perhaps he didn't like Aunt Fu. After learning that the siblings were here to see Aunt Fu, he didn't treat them very well. Su Ergu remembered his sister's advice and said politely, Madam, do you have any extra pots at home? I would like to borrow some from you. Su Ergu is fierce when he is a bully, but when he is well-behaved, he is actually a very pleasing young man. His tone is gentle, so he is quite likable. The woman coughed lightly and said indifferently, Why do you want to borrow the pot? Su Ergu said truthfully, Mrs. Fu next door fainted, and the pot at home burned through. I wanted to use the pot as an excuse to boil some hot water for her. Fainted? The woman was shocked. Wasn't she in good health? Su Ergu scratched his head. Maybe the snow was too slippery. He fell accidentally, and then he fainted from the cold. The woman frowned, turned into the house, and took a big pot for Su Ergu. Then she looked at Su Ergu deeply, as if she was wondering how someone could help such a bad-tempered old woman. Haven't you been scolded enough by her? To be honest, if it weren't for Dr. Fu, who would be willing to bother with that old woman? Who are you to her? The woman asked. We are here to buy peanuts from her, said Su Ergu. The woman said no more. Su Ergu took the pot to the kitchen and quickly boiled some hot water. Inside the house, Su Pengya took off the old woman's clothes that were wet by the snow and put the splint on her leg again. Su Pengya was very careful throughout the whole process, but she could still feel that Aunt Fu's breathing was becoming more and more abnormal. She felt Aunt Fu's pulse, opened her eyelids, and looked at the bottom of her eyes. Could it be? Su Pengya had a guess in her heart. She took out the first aid kit from the small backpack. She was supposed to go for a follow-up visit for Mr. Seong today, so she took the first aid kit with her before leaving. The first aid kit contains a stethoscope and a blood pressure monitor. Aunt Fu had a slight abrasion on her left arm. She tied the air cuff of the blood pressure monitor on Aunt Fu's right arm, inserted the earpiece of the stethoscope into it, and while pumping air and increasing the pressure, she observed the data from the blood pressure monitor. As expected, Aunt Fu's blood pressure is very high. Su Pengya didn't know Aunt Fu's medical history and was not sure whether this was a one-time increase in blood pressure caused by frostbite or whether her blood pressure was originally high. In either case, the patient's blood pressure must be lowered immediately. I'll take this opportunity to try to see if I can get into the pharmacy. Su Pengya closed her eyes. When I opened my eyes, I found myself still in the same place. No way, someone is going to die, can you please stop? High blood pressure plus frostbite shock is very dangerous. Much more dangerous than what happened to Mr. Seong. Su Pengya tried many times without success. Just when she was about to give up, she saw herself entering the pharmacy. Standing in front of the medicine cabinet in the cardiology area, Su Pengya was confused. Are you on 2G? The response is so slow. Complaints aside, Su Pengya did not forget to take medicine, including blood pressure medication, diuretics, potassium chloride, and Father Su's medicine. It's a rare opportunity to come in, so the thought just flashed through my mind and my eyes blurred. She came out. Su Pengya's face turned dark. I managed to get a bottle of bone-strengthening granules last time, but this time even they are gone. It's really tight.
Su Pengya Juliet her lips.
In fact, she didn't fully understand what was going on. After all, she had only been in there 3 times. If she wanted to figure out the pattern, she would probably have to try a few more times. Let's treat Aunt Fu first. In the kitchen, Arguzi lit the brazier and boiled the hot water. Su Pengya used a water bag to fill a few hot water bottles to warm Aunt Fu's body, and Aunt Fu finally regained a little consciousness. She opened her eyes stiffly and with difficulty, and saw Su Pengya busying around the house.
It's you.
I'm so frozen that I can't even speak clearly. Su Pengya greeted. It's me, Aunt Fu. Aunt Fu couldn't move, but Su Pengya could easily infer from her rolling eyes that she was rolling her eyes at her. He can even roll his eyes, so it seems he won't die. Su Pengya helped her up slightly, put a pillow behind her, and brought a glass of water and a cup of pills. Since you are awake, take the medicine. Aunt Fu continued to roll her eyes stubbornly and slowly. Su Pengya stuffed the medicine directly into her mouth and scooped a few spoonfuls of warm water to feed her. In her case, Taking antihypertensive drugs alone is not enough. She also needs to take diuretics and potassium chloride. Aunt Fu was fed a stomach full of strange medicine, and her eyes rolled back. Su Pengya said, "Can you speak now? If you can't, nodding and blinking will do. I need to know your medical history, so that I can give you more accurate treatment later." Aunt Fu, my own son is a doctor. Why would I need you to treat him? Besides, what medical skills can a little girl know?
Come on.
Su Pengya asked. First question, do you often feel dizzy and have chest tightness, shortness of breath, and numbness in your limbs? Aunt Fu was stunned, and her disdainful expression froze. It seems so. Su Pengya nodded and continued. Do the above symptoms mostly occur in the morning and evening? Aunt Fu's expression became even more surprised. It seems like it's the same again. Su Pengya realized that she had guessed right again. If Aunt Fu's condition is not controlled, it may easily lead to cardiovascular diseases such as angina pectoris, and in severe cases may even cause cerebral infarction and myocardial infarction. Her fall this time might have been caused by dizziness due to high blood pressure. Fortunately, she and Ergu came to buy peanuts, otherwise it would have been so cold, and she would have frozen to death if not died of illness. Look at you, there's someone living next door. Wouldn't you scream if you fell down? You'd rather freeze to death than call for help. What a stubborn person you are. Su Pengya cherishes her life very much, especially after dying once. She can realize the preciousness of life even more. I don't know if it was because Su Pengya's words touched her or because she was shocked by the aura emanating from Su Pengya, but Aunt Fu rarely did not retort to Su Pengya. When Su Pengya handed 2 white pills and a spoonful of warm water to her mouth, she cooperated and took them. That's more like it. Su Pengya put down the cup with satisfaction. Her words were a little emotional just now, not only out of anger at the patient's unwillingness to fight for his life, but also because she was thinking of old man Su, who was separated from Chen after returning from a mission. He has not yet gotten over the shadow of that year. And there was herself. She would never be able to return to the 21st century alive. In that world, she is a dead person. Su Pengya is not someone who will always indulge in negative emotions. She has strong ability to adjust herself. She quickly got back to the point. Why don't you ask me what I gave you to eat? Aunt Fu's body had recovered, and she could speak more fluently, but her attitude was still lukewarm. Aunt Fu said coldly, "What can you say? Do you really think your folk remedies can cure people?" She has seen a lot of folk remedies in the countryside, and many of them have killed people. Su Pengya didn't argue with her. Facts speak louder than words. When blood pressure is high, the person's body must feel uncomfortable. After a while, the medicine took effect, and she felt better. Then she realized how effective and magical her folk remedy was. Su Pengya continued, "You haven't told Dr. Fu about your condition, have you? Do you think headaches and dizziness are trivial? Are the numbness in your limbs caused by sitting for too long? Or are you just hiding your illness and avoiding seeing a doctor?" Aunt Fu said impatiently, "Why are you talking so much today?" Su Pengya said, "I talk more because I care about you." Aunt Fu said unhappily, "Who wants you to care? Is your care worth anything? Look at this weird temper. Compared with you, Wei Ting and Jing Yi are nothing. They both have cold personalities. Aunt Fu is really hot-tempered and has a particularly sharp tongue. No wonder the neighbors are afraid of her scolding. But if you say that she is a bad person, Su Pengya does not agree. I have dealt with the Fu family more than once or twice. I originally thought that Dr. Fu's medicinal materials were of high quality and not adulterated because of his high medical ethics. But if you pay close attention, you will find that the things sold by Aunt Fu are also first-class and genuine. Her dried goods are the best in the market, and the scales are the most complete. There is no shortage of weight, and in fact, they are usually a little extra. Dr. Fu saw many patients, but did not earn much money, many of whom were poor people who could not afford the consultation fees. But Aunt Fu, who had a bad temper and cursed all the neighbors, never said anything about it. Su Pengya snorted. "I won't argue with you anymore. I'm going to cook." Aunt Fu scolded, "You still want to cook in my house?" Su Pengya put her hands on her hips and said, "I've been busy for so long. I'm cold and hungry. What's wrong with having a meal?" Hit me if you dare. Aunt Fu looked at her leg in a splint, and her wrinkles seemed to tremble with anger. Su Pengya smiled triumphantly, clapped her hands, and said, "Okay, don't be angry. Lie down and take a nap. This will help the medicine take effect faster." Efficacy?
Oh.
A little girl who sells stewed food and snacks really thinks that she can cure her vertigo for many years with a random folk remedy? At most, she believes that this girl is not deliberately poisoning her, but if she says it is effective, she will never believe it. Su Pengya went to the kitchen and cooked a pot of seaweed and egg drop glutinous rice porridge. Seaweed replenishes potassium and diuresis, which can help lower blood pressure. Glutinous rice nourishes yin and kidney, improves eyesight, and promotes blood circulation, which is also helpful to relieve Aunt Fu's current symptoms. In addition, she made a few pickled mustard greens pancakes for her and Su Urga to eat. Man is iron and food is steel. She will not be polite to Aunt Fu. She washed the pot and returned it to her neighbor, taking a basket of dry goods with her. "These are gifts from Aunt Fu. Please accept them," Su Pengya said with a smile. The woman looked at the basket full of big, beautiful dried mushrooms and thought about making a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms for her husband and son in the evening, so she couldn't bear to refuse. "If you have any problem, just call me. Dr. Fu will go out to see patients. Sometimes he will not be back for 3 to 5 days. No one is willing to go to those remote villages where there is no money to earn and the roads are difficult to travel. Only Dr. Fu is willing to be the scapegoat." Su Pengya sighed. "Alas, wasn't it Aunt Fu who asked me to go?" Aunt Fu said that she would rather suffer a little than let the poor people not be able to afford medical treatment. The woman recalled that the sharp-tongued old woman had never made things difficult for poor patients. Even though she had scolded everyone on the street, she neither refused to treat nor kicked anyone out who could not afford the medicine. Thinking of this, the woman remained silent. Su Pengya smiled and said, "Anyway, I'd like to thank you on behalf of Aunt Fu." Afterwards, Su Pengya returned to the Fu family, filled another basket of dry goods, and delivered it to another neighbor. Annie Fu said that it has been exposed to the sun for too long. The weather is so humid that it will go bad if it is not eaten. If you don't mind, you can use it to make soup. It is very nutritious. In the evening, Su Pengya walked away panting, carrying a sack of peanuts. Aunt Fu sat on the bed and glared at him. "What did you take again?" Su Pengya said confidently, "Medicine money and consultation fee."
Aunt Fu. Oh.
She was cheated. She exchanged a country folk recipe for a bag of peanuts from her boss. She lost a lot of money. She lost a lot of money. At night, 2 incredible things happened in the Fu family. The first thing was that Aunt Fu's symptoms were alleviated. Her symptoms of palpitations and shortness of breath disappeared. Her headaches were gone. Her vertigo was greatly relieved, and her limbs were no longer numb. The second thing was that a neighbor who never interacted with her suddenly came to her door. One brought her a bowl of hot chicken and mushroom stew and helped her go to the toilet. Another one helped her to refill the brazier and left a bowl of white fungus soup and some steamed buns with preserved vegetables. They all said they would come to see her tomorrow. Aunt Fu felt like she had seen a ghost. Su Urga was not very thoughtful. He just thought his sister had hit Aunt Fu with 2 boards. This martial artist knew a little bit. It was not surprising. As for feeding medicine or something like that, he didn't see it. It was completely dark when the 2 returned to the village. Old man Su was a little anxious. Although Zhang Dao was no longer in town, and no one else could deal with the siblings, he was still worried that his children would not come back. When he went to the village entrance to look for the 17th time, he finally saw the shadow of the fat girl.
Daya.
He heaved a sigh of relief, feeling relieved. "Why are you back so late?" Su Urga told what happened at Aunt Fu's house. "I extorted a sack of peanuts from her." Su Chengchong gave his fat daughter a thumbs up. "She is worthy of being my daughter."
Supanya.
The 3 little ones hadn't seen their mother for the whole day, and they all looked listless. "This is..." Su Pengya stood at the door, looked at the 3 little ones, and then looked at Su Cheng. Su Cheng sighed. "I've been waiting for you for a whole day, but you didn't even want to eat dinner. That's because you made it so bad." Su Pengya didn't expect to come back so late, so She only left lunch in the kitchen. Soo Chung had to contribute the dark cuisine for dinner. Soo Pongya thought of her childhood, when she would always wait for Ms. Lee downstairs with eager eyes. Ms. Lee, her mother in her previous life. But she could never wait, and even if she did, Ms. Lee could not stay at home for more than 10 minutes and left in a hurry. She raised her little head and looked at Ms. Lee like a spinning top that couldn't stop. She once locked herself in the room out of spite, waiting for Ms. Lee to come and coax her. However, when she opened the door and went out again, Ms. Lee had already left, and she was the only one left at home with the nanny who was taking care of her. Soo Pongya came behind the 3 kids and poked their shoulders one by one with her chubby index finger. Big tiger, second tiger, little tiger, I'm back. The 3 did not move. Soo Pongya smiled and said, "What's the matter? Did I come back too late?" The 3 of them remained silent. Soo Pongya pulled the 3 people over one by one. The little bodies turned around, but the little heads were twisted to the side stubbornly, and the little expressions looked extremely aggrieved. If Ms. Lee had pushed open the door that she had not locked, she would have seen herself like this, right? Are you mad at Mom? Talk to Mom, okay? Even though I have accepted that they call me Mother, I still feel a little uncomfortable calling myself Mother. Dahu said sullenly, I'm so sad. Eru is sad too. Eru said aggrievedly. Xiaohu covered his heart and said with great pain, Xiaofu, I asked the saddest. You actually said you were sad. Where did you learn that word when you were so young? It's so cute when a child speaks like an adult. Soo Pongya said, I was wrong today. I should have come back earlier. The more she spoke, the more aggrieved the 3 of them felt, and their eyes became red. It's still different. She couldn't cry in her previous life, and no matter how sad she was, she had no tears. Soo Pongya bent down and kissed each of the 3 people on their cheeks. Don't be angry anymore, okay? I'll take you to town to play tomorrow. The moment they were kissed, the 3 of them blushed instantly. No matter how hard they tried to remain cool and aggrieved, they couldn't hold it back. The 3 of them were so shy that they stumbled around, fell all over the floor, and then covered their shy little faces and climbed up. I'm going to find Nyo Dand to show off. Looking at the 3 people running away, Soo Pongya laughed out loud. In the other room, Wei Ting frowned deeply as he looked at the 3 little brats whose style was getting more and more crooked. No one was full for dinner, mainly because Su Cheng's cooking was too bad. Soo Pongya cooked a pot of noodle dumpling soup with bacon and chopped some vegetables. The family couldn't stop eating, and the 3 kids even licked the plates clean. Su Ergu went to wash the dishes, and Soo Pongya started making peanut butter. There's no mill at home, but Old Lee has one. Soo Pongya planned to go and borrow it herself, but Soo Chung felt sorry for his daughter and didn't want her to go move the mill so late at night, so he had to bite the bullet and go to her house in person. Recently, Soo Chung always went to the town to block Zhongdao and rarely came to learn farming. Qian had some free time and was feeling happy, but when she opened the door, she saw the bully Sue again. There's no land to plant. She slammed the door. Soo Chung, who was frustrated, said. Soo Chung knocked on the door resignedly. I came to borrow the millstone. I will return it to you after I use it. Behind the door, no response. Are you refusing to lend me money? Soo Chung touched his nose in dismay. If he had known this earlier, he would have farmed well. Suddenly, the door opened and a millstone was thrown out.
Bang!
The door closed again.
Shucheng.
Old Lee had 2 kinds of mills, large and small. He let someone else borrow the big mill first and gave Soo Chung the small mill, which was not too heavy and Soo Chung could move it with his left hand. But Soo Chung deserved a beating, so he used his right hand.
Huh.
My right hand doesn't hurt anymore. The last time he fought with Zhang Dao, his hand injury relapsed. His hand would tremble if he exerted a little force, and he would suffer from excruciating pain at night. He didn't care, but for him, he got used to the pain after a while. But since when did he stop feeling pain? Could it be the bottle of medicine his daughter gave him? Soo Chung returned home with a lot of doubts and the small mill he borrowed from Old Lee's house. Soo Pongya was sitting in the backyard with Su Ergu and Wei Ting, peeling peanuts. Wei Ting was enslaved by her. Girl, come here. Su Cheng put down the mill and spoke to Su Pengya. Oh, here it comes. Su Pengya stood up and glared at Wei Ting. Peel it well. Don't be lazy.
Wei Ting, here.
A pair of hands that were used to kill enemies in battle were used to peel peanuts. Dad, what's wrong? Su Pengya came to Su Cheng's house. Su Cheng shook his right hand and said happily, Look. See. What?
Su Pengya looked confused.
Su Cheng said in surprise, Dad's wrist doesn't hurt anymore. Su Pengya was startled and quickly held up Su Cheng's right wrist, pressing gently on various places. Is it really not painful anymore? How about here? It doesn't hurt. Here? It doesn't hurt. Su Pengya pressed them one by one. Except for the Like and Taiyuan acupuncture points, there was a slight numbness and tingling sensation when pressed. This was not the case before. She hasn't officially treated Su yet. She just took a bottle of bone-strengthening granules. Could it be said that the bone-strengthening granules developed by the base are not only effective in supplementing calcium and strengthening bones? Can it also repair nerve damage? This is definitely a big surprise and discovery. Su Pengya said seriously, Dad, let me test the strength of your wrist. Don't hold on. If it hurts or feels uncomfortable, just tell me to stop.
Su Cheng responded, Okay.
Su Pengya gently pressed Father Su's wrist and increased the strength little by little. You must say it if it hurts. I will. My daughter understands how to care for others, which is very comforting to my heart. When Su Pengya increased his strength for the 4th time, Father Su frowned slightly. Does it hurt? Su Pengya quickly stopped. It's a little numb, said Old Man Su. Then let's stop here for now. Su Pengya withdrew her hand. The result of this test was much better than expected. I thought that Mr. Su's hand injury would have to undergo a series of complicated treatments before seeing any improvement. But a bottle of bone-strengthening granules gave her hope. His damaged nerve tissue was slowly recovering. If she was 50% sure that he would recover before, now she was 80% sure. There was a reason why the pharmacy was so stingy. I'm afraid that all the regular prescription drugs she took would not be as valuable as a bottle of black technology bone-strengthening granules. It's a good deal. It's a good deal. Hee. Su Pengya felt like she had gotten a great bargain. Su Cheng looked at the fat girl who was grinning foolishly and couldn't help but shudder. Dia, don't scare Dad. The kitchen to make peanut butter, and Dad Su was forced to join the peanut shelling team voluntarily. Sister, I've finished peeling a basin of peanuts. Su Ergu put a basin of peanuts on the stove. Do you want to peel more?
Yes.
Su Pengya said, paused, and then said, It's too cold outside. Come in and peel it. Okay. Su Ergu went outside and brought in a sack of peanuts, and also brought his brother-in-law and father-in. The father-in-law and son-in-law were among those who were forced to peel peanuts. They were passive and lazy, and often needed supervisor Su Ergu to remind them. Wei Ting was young and had quick hands. When Old Man Su had only peeled a dozen peanuts, he already had a full bowl. Old Man Su took advantage of the situation and quickly swapped the 2 bowls. Su Pengya turned around, her eyes wide open. Wei Ting, why did you only peel so few? Father Su waved his hands and said, Oh, don't blame my son-in-law. I peeled it too fast. Wei Ting, that really, can you still have some shame? The relationship between the father-in-law and the son-in-law can easily capsize. Su Pengya poured the peanut kernels into the hot pot and stir-fried them over low heat without adding oil, which was a great test of the speed of stir-frying. The 3 little guys came back from showing off next door and gathered around the stove to watch Su Pengya fry peanuts. The whole family gathered in the kitchen illuminated by fire and oil lamps. The cold wind was howling outside, but everyone felt that it was a warm winter. When the peanut skin becomes darker in color and the peanut kernel turns slightly yellow, it is almost ready to be served. Put it in a sieve and shake it to remove the skin. Rub the remaining skin with your hands. Su Pengya cleaned and dried the stone mill, gave half of it to Wei Ting to grind, and put the other half into the garlic mortar. Su Ergu didn't understand and asked, Sister, what are you doing? Su Pengya patiently said to her brother, I'm also making peanut butter. I just want to try it out to see if it's more fragrant when it's ground or pounded. Su Ergo was very motivated, but Su Laudi and Wei Ting wanted to slack off again. Father Su pretended to say, "Oh, my hand hurts." "Su Pengya, you can use your left hand to grind it. It's just a small grinder. It doesn't take much effort." Wei Ting stretched out his long legs wrapped in gauze. "My legs." "Su Pengya, you don't need your legs to pound peanuts." The father-in-law and son-in-law continued to be forced to work. To make stone-ground peanut butter, first grind it twice with a mill, add cold water and stir it, then put it back into the mill and grind it a few more times. The more times you grind it, the finer the butter will be. Su Pengya asked her father to grind the soup into half with grains for adults to eat, and the other half with smooth texture for the 3 children to eat. This smoothness is relative. It is not the completely smooth texture of the previous life, and it still has a small amount of particles. Su Pengya continued to fry peanuts and took on the role of production supervisor. Su Ergu peels the peanut shells and the skins of the peanut kernels and supervises Su Laudi and Wei Ting at the same time, so he can be called the workshop director. San Shao is only in the quality inspection department. He is responsible for tasting the peanuts fried by Su Pengya, the peanut butter ground by Su Laudi, and the peanut paste mashed by Wei Ting. The family has a clear division of labor. In the blink of an eye, only half of the sack of peanuts was left. The rich aroma of peanuts filled the entire kitchen, warm and crispy, and even the Liu family next door could smell it. He was lying in bed, drooling over the aroma. What did the Su family do again? Who knows? Nyo Dan's father turned his back to he, and drooled uncontrollably. The Su family seemed to have changed their luck and suddenly had meat to eat. They ate meat every day, and every meal. At first, he thought it was just some lard residue that had been refined. After all, Su Pengya loved to eat this. Until one day, he ran into Su Ergo holding a sausage in his mouth, chewing it while drying a yard of bacon. At that moment, he was sure that the Su family really had meat to eat. It's not lard residue, nor is it just for Su Pengya to eat alone. It's the kind that the whole family can enjoy. He was so greedy that she patted her husband on the shoulder and said, "Dad, didn't our family buy a few pounds of meat? Go talk to Mom tomorrow and ask us to make some dumplings." Lewin said impatiently, "Meat is for New Year's Day. If you are not afraid of being scolded by your mother, go and talk to her yourself." He lay down angrily and muttered, "How dare I say that?" To be honest, Lewin also wanted to eat meat, but the eldest wife had been arguing about splitting up the family property recently, and his parents were in a bad mood, so he didn't dare to ask for it. He smiled again and said, "Let Nyodan go and ask him. Mother loves Nyodan and will definitely do it." Nyodan, who was lying between the two of them, had already fallen asleep and had no idea that his parents had set their sights on him. Lewin was somewhat tempted, but after a moment's hesitation he refused. "Forget it. Mom will make it for Nyodan, but she can't make many. Nyodan can't even eat enough." That's true. It's not that Mrs. Wu only loves her grandson and doesn't love her own son. It's just that the family only has the conditions for this.
Hey.
Lewin suddenly thought of Xiao Wu. Doesn't my eldest sister-in-law often babysit for Xiao Su's family? Ask her to ask Su Pengya for some. He asked, "Will Su Pengya give it to you?" Su Pengya, this little bully, has always been the one to blackmail others. Getting her to spit out something is harder than climbing to the sky. Although Old Li testified that she helped Old Li to get back the New Year's goods from the villagers, who knows what really happened? Lewin saw that the Su family gave benefits to Old Li. Maybe Old Li was bribed by the Su family. Therefore, after listening to his doubts, Lewin was not sure. He said irritably, "Isn't it your fault? When Su Pengya was accused of murder, why didn't you say a few words for her?" Old Li said it. "Su Pengya took a lot of things to Old Li's house. I saw it all." He snorted. "You were there that night too. Why didn't you tell me?" Lewin choked. He couldn't win the argument with he. Just as he was about to yell in anger, his mother in the main room spoke first. "What are you making so much noise for in the middle of the night? Can't you let me sleep?"
Eat, eat, eat.
All you know is eating. Are you going to reincarnate after eating? I don't know whether he was scolding Lewin and he or Su Pengya's family next door. In the kitchen, the whole family was so busy that no one could hear any random shouting. Even if she heard it, she wouldn't take it to heart and would just think that Mrs. Wu was just going crazy. Stone ground peanut butter is rich in moisture, smooth and delicate. Peanut butter pounded with a stone pestle is more like peanut paste, thick and dense. Both taste good, but the three kids prefer the stone ground one, which is more juicy and less choking. Su Pengya prefers the ones pounded with a stone pestle. The stone mill grinds the peanuts into loose pieces, and the aroma is dispersed. Pounding the peanuts is like tamping the earth, crushing and pressing it over and over again. After repeated hammering, the oil and aroma of the peanuts seem to be pressed into every molecule of the food. With one bite, the doubled fat and aroma explode between your lips and teeth. This is truly pure natural peanut butter that is sugar-free, salt-free, and contains no thickeners or hydrogenated vegetable oils. It is so delicious. Su Pengya smacked her lips with satisfaction, pointed at the garlic mortar in Wei Ting's hand, and said, "That's enough of the stone grinders. We'll make this later." Su Pengya leaned down and arrogantly looked at someone sitting on a small stool. "Yes. You just found out?" Wei Ting took a deep breath and repeated his old trick. "Dad, Dia bullied me." Su Pengya said after a second, "Dad, if he doesn't want to pound it, you can take the remaining ones to the stone mill. Dad, you can grind it." Su Chung decisively cut off his son-in-law's request for his life. "Son-in-law, I also think that pounded peanuts are more fragrant. Pound them a little more."
Wei Ting.
Wei Ting discovered that once it came to work, this cheap father-in-law was unreliable. The three little ones began to rub their eyes. "The child is sleepy," Old Man Su said to Su Pengya. Su Pengya put down the stirrer, looked at the three people and said, "Are we going to sleep?" The three of them shook their heads. "Duh, who said I don't want to sleep?" Er yawned. "Let's play." "Still playing? It's already midnight." Su Pengya looked at Xiaohu again. "What about you?" Xiaohu didn't say anything, but just stretched out his little arms towards Su Pengya. Su Pengya picked up the little guy. Xiaohu fell asleep in her arms in seconds. Soon after, Dahu and Eru couldn't hold on any longer and walked unsteadily. Old Man Su and Su Ergu each carried the sleepy little kids back to the house. "Let's play," Eru said. Fell asleep. Who was more tenacious, and held on until he entered the main hall. He pointed out Su Pengya's room to Su Ergu, indicating that he wanted to sleep there, and then he tilted his head and fell asleep. In the kitchen, Su Pengya and Wei Ting continued her peanut butter business. Halfway through, Su Pengya suddenly had an idea and took out the roasted sesame seeds from the cupboard and added them into Wei Ting's garlic mortar.
Wei Ting frowned.
Su Pengya smiled and said, "Sesame seeds ground with a stone mill are more fragrant. But you are strong, so the ones you pound should be pretty good too. This is called sesame peanut butter." Wei Ting glanced at her and didn't want to talk at all. Su Pengya added, "Oh, by the way, you can make a separate bowl of sesame paste." Wei Ting put the stone pestle into the garlic mortar and said, "Are you done yet?" Su Pengya smiled. "Not over." It was not easy to discover that he had the skill, so of course I had to make the best use of it. Without exaggeration or understatement, Wei Ting is indeed a martial artist. He has mastered the control of strength to perfection. He can grind the sesame paste as finely as he wants, and the sesame paste he makes is really no different from that ground by stone. Men and women work together, and the work is not tiring. Su Pengya frying peanuts while humming a little tune. Wei Ting looked at her enjoying herself and really didn't understand what was so enjoyable about this kind of thing. Wei Ting's physique is too strong, and he can endure the injury much better than Su Pengya. In the end, Su Pengya couldn't bear it anymore and decided to do the rest tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day to go to the town for a follow-up visit for Mr. Xiang. Before going to bed, Su Pengya put the necessary medicines into the first aid kit and checked the token in the invisible interlayer. This compartment is very hidden, and people who don't know about first aid kits can't find it. In the main room, Wei Ting was shrouded in darkness and saw everything through the crack in the door. No wonder he couldn't find it. It turned out that she had hidden it in that strange little bag. Su Pengya placed the first aid kit on the bedside, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Wei Ting waited until she could hear her even breathing, then he quietly opened the door and came to the bed. Su Pengya turned over and placed one of her chubby little arms on the first aid kit. Wei Ting frowned, stretched out his slender jade-like hand, pulled open the quilt, and carefully lifted up her chubby little arm. Su Pengya had just taken a shower. Her body was soft and warm, and when she touched his cold fingertips, she was immediately awakened by a start. The tall figure was so close, and the warm breath in the dark night was infinitely magnified, not to mention the cold touch on her arm.
Someone.
Alarm bells rang in her heart. Wei Ting knew martial arts, but Su Pengya suddenly woke up, and being caught on the spot made him feel guilty, so he subconsciously froze for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Anyway, it was so dark at night that she probably didn't see clearly. When asked about it, she just said she was dreaming again. But as soon as he moved, Su Pengya whispered, Wei Ting? Wei Ting's body stiffened. Is it really you? Su Pengya spoke again, this time with an affirmative tone. Wei Ting was stunned. It was pitch dark and he didn't say a word, so how did this girl recognize him? Wei Ting began to use the same trick for the second time tonight. You are dreaming. Su Pengya said without hesitation. You are dreaming. I am wide awake. Su Pengya was indeed very awake tonight. She had a follow-up visit tomorrow. Having learned from her previous experience of oversleeping, she did not let herself get too sleepy tonight. Besides, Wei Ting's hands are so cold. It's very refreshing, okay?
Wait.
Su Pengya grabbed Wei Ting's wrist, which made Wei Ting, who was about to get up, fall towards her again. He tried to support himself on his elbows so as not to touch her. Wei Ting closed his eyes and pulled his body upwards, but still inevitably touched a soft patch. Su Pengya had no idea what he was going through at the moment. She remembered something, and her expression became serious. I didn't dream last time, did I? You are dreaming, Wei Ting said sternly. Su Pengya asked. You didn't even ask me which time it was? What dream I had?
Wei Ting.
Should I check the almanac before getting up today? Su Pengya looked distressed. Great. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. What kind of person am I? Don't get me wrong. Wei Ting was speechless. Su Pengya laughed and said, I misunderstood? I caught you in the act. And you still dare to quibble. It's not what you think. Wei Ting had a headache. Su Pengya's eyes were chilly. What's that? You've been caught twice.
And
I see you're really strong. That's because of you. Wei Ting looked down, quickly looked away, and swallowed the words in his mouth. His face flushed, and he said, Let me go and let me get up. Su Pengya grabbed his wrist tightly. Don't think I don't know. You won't admit it if I let you go. You can't leave until you explain yourself clearly. At this point, in order to prove his innocence, Wei Ting had no choice but to tell the truth. I'm looking for the token. Who told you to take my things and not return them to me? I have no choice but to come and get it myself, Su Pengya said sternly. Taking something without asking is considered stealing. Wei Ting gritted his teeth. That's my own thing. You HIT seem so. Su Pengya blinked. You eat my food. Drink my water. Live in my house. Give me your token. Wei Ting said calmly. I didn't agree to give it to you. Su Pengya said fiercely and domineeringly. In the E and D, IT has to be the same. You and the token, which one will be given to me? You choose it yourself. No, how did the topic get to this point? It's different from what she expected. Shouldn't Wei Ting deny it or be forced to admit that he gave her the token? In that case, he came here to steal her things tonight. No, the original intention was not to ask him to admit whether he stole or not. Why did the quarrel go so far? I didn't perform well. Unfortunately, Wei Ting did not give her a chance to turn the tide. I'll give it to you. Can you return the token to me? The night blurred his outline and the indifference in his tone. His low and magnetic voice inexplicably made people's hearts soften in this silent world. Su Pengya understood that this body's love affair had come back again. She is the one who failed at the critical moment. Wei Ting was determined to get the token back, but Su Pongyao refused to hand it over, and the two were stuck in a stalemate. Whiting.
Chopanya suddenly spoke.
Explain.
Wei Ting responded coldly.
Su Pongyao groaned and recalled seriously. If I wasn't dreaming last time, then did I touch it?
Wei Ting.
Wei Ting was ultimately unable to get the token back because Xiaohu peed. Su Pongyao acted promptly, and when Xiaohu moved around in the quilt, she quickly pulled the little guy out and stuffed him into Wei Ting's arms. Wei Ting was not so lucky. He didn't even realize what was happening before a wave of love from his son rolled through his chest. The little tiger felt very comfortable even in his sleep after peeing. He raised his little chin in enjoyment and looked so proud while sleeping. Wei Ting went out with a gloomy face.
Ah!
Su Pongyao laughed so hard that she fell on the bed. Before dawn, Su Pongyao climbed out of the soft quilt. I don't know if it was because the fat girl was not afraid of the cold or because of the 3 small hot water bottles, but she slept very warmly. There was a heavy snow last night, and the door was blocked. There was thick ice on the flagstones in the backyard, which made it dangerous for children to step on them. Su Pongyao swept the snow and shoveled the ice and worked up a sweat, but finally, she cleared the hidden dangers in the backyard. This year's business ended yesterday. She didn't have to set up the stall today, but she still had to go to town. First, she was not sure whether Dr. Fu had returned, so she had to go see Aunt Fu. Second, it was time for Master Xiang to come back for a follow-up visit. She poached 2 eggs, drained them and spread a thin layer of peanut butter on them, blanched a few cabbage leaves, and added a corn cob to the mix for her current weight. This was a nutritious and hearty fat-reducing breakfast. She steamed some big meat buns for her family and kept them in the pot. She then carried the 3 sleeping little ones to Su Erga's place, and then carried the basket on her back and went out. The road was covered with thick snow, making it very difficult to walk. In weather like this, I usually don't go out unless I have something important to do. But Su Pongyao unexpectedly met her Aunt Huang and cousin Chun Hao Yuan at the entrance of the village. Huang's outfit today was quite special. She wore a brand new cotton padded jacket and a very rare silver hairpin. Although it is obviously silver-plated, it is considered a very formal outfit in the countryside. Looking at Chun Hao Yuan again, he was on vacation and took off his blue academy uniform and put on a decent gray and white gown. In the Zhou dynasty, clothing was very particular and could not exceed one's social status. For example, most common people wore shorts and could only wear cloth clothes. Otherwise, how could they be called common people? The long gown is a status symbol for scholars or wealthy families. Chun Hao Yuan belongs to the former. Clothes make the man, and this applies to both men and women. Half of Chun Hao Yuan's good looks come from his handsome face, and the other half comes from his dignified and appropriate long gown and court uniform. Su Pongyao had only seen Wei Ting, a man whose stunning looks couldn't be concealed even by a coarse linen shirt. Huang was holding a basket covered tightly with cotton cloth in her hand. It looked heavy, and Huang had a hard time lifting it. Chun Hao Yuan, standing aside, had nothing in his hands. Chun Hao Yuan is a scholar, and his family spoils him and doesn't let him do any work. Su Pongyao thinks that boys should be like Ergu, who is tough and not too spoiled. It was obvious from the looks of Huang and Chun Hao Yuan that they were not here to look for the Su family. As for who they were looking for, Su Pongyao was not interested. She walked away expressionless. Huang was so angry that she said sarcastically, "Did you become blind and dumb after celebrating the New Year? You can't even call me aunt, right? This aunt is very arrogant now." Su Pongyao glanced at her and didn't bother to pay attention to her. She forgot that today is Little New Year. She has to go early and come back early. She can't let the 3 little ones wait and suffer. Huang was ignored again. She felt like she was punching cotton. She was so angry that she jumped up and down and blocked Su Pengyao's way. "You stupid girl. Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Su Pengyao said calmly. "I don't want to bother with you, can't you see that? You are asking for trouble, just like this."
"What?
Didn't you lose face enough last time? Do you still want to continue? Some people never know what is good for them and always want to be scolded early in the morning. Do you really think I'm afraid of her? Where does her sense of superiority come from? Huang thought of the time when she went to Xiao Su's house to sell her son but failed and was ridiculed instead, and her face turned red and her neck became thick. What's wrong with this girl? She's completely different from before. Chun Haoyuan frowned. Dia, my mother is your elder. How can you speak rudely to your elders? Su Pengya smiled faintly. Brother Xiaozai, your mother keeps calling me a dead girl, and she calls me blind and dumb, but you didn't even say a word. It's my turn to say a few words, and it's considered as speaking rudely to the elders? Oh, your mother is the elder. She scolds me, humiliates me, and I should bear it. If she puts a knife to my neck one day, should I just let her chop it off obediently? Chun Haoyuan was choked. At this time, Fong and Su Jinyang came to the well to fetch water. It's Xiao Gu and Chen Xiao Kai. Dia is here too. Fong greeted. Su Pengya glanced at a few people and guessed why Huang came. He is most likely here to propose marriage to Su Jinyang. Su Pengya guessed correctly. Huang had indeed come today for her son's marriage. Huang didn't want to lose face in front of her future in-laws, so she pulled her son and said sarcastically, "Forget it. Howard, you're going to study in the capital. Don't bother with your cousin. Your cousin can't read a single word, and she won't understand even if you tell her the truth." Fong smelled the gunpowder between them, and she advised, "It's early in the morning. If you have anything to say, talk it out nicely." Huang said, "I would like to talk to you nicely, but not everyone is like your Jinyang, who is sensible, virtuous, and smart. Some people are just lazy and good at eating and working, and they can't even compare to Jinyang's skills." After Huang finished speaking, she turned around and found that Su Pengya had already walked away. She didn't know whether Su Pengya heard what she had just said. When Su Pengya scolded her, she listened to every word. It was so annoying. Why did Su Pengya leave when it was her turn to scold her? Was her scolding in vain? Huang felt so upset. Fong continued to play the role of peacemaker. "I don't think Dia is that kind of person. Dia has become much more sensible recently." Huang chuckled and said, "She's half as sensible as Jinyang, so I don't worry about her. After all, she is my sister-in-law's own flesh and blood. I originally thought that when Howard goes to the capital to study, I will take care of her a little bit. Is Mr. Chen really going to the provincial capital to study?" This was the second time Huang brought up this topic, and Fong had no choice but to pay attention. Huang said, "Isn't that right? Only those who can pass the imperial examination are qualified to be recommended to the provincial capital." Chun Haoyuan didn't say anything, as if he had tacitly accepted that he would be able to pass the imperial examination. Fong's attitude towards the two of them suddenly underwent a qualitative change. Originally, with Su Jinyang's appearance and reputation, she would have no problem marrying into a good family, but even the best family had never produced a Jiren scholar. That this marriage is likely to be settled. Fong smiled and said, "It's cold, let's go home and talk." At this point, Huang finally felt relieved. The stupid girl didn't take her seriously, thinking she was great for marrying a handsome man, but he was still just a farmer? Was he as capable as her son? Her son is a future Jiren. Su Pengya had no idea of Huang's rich inner drama. Today's schedule was a bit tight, and the road was difficult to travel on. If she wanted to come back early, she had to rush to the town as soon as possible. She didn't have time to listen to Huang's madness all the time. Today is the Chinese New Year's Eve. Most of the shops on the street are closed, but festive spring couplets and blessing characters are posted on the doors. In ancient times, paper was very expensive, and it was even more expensive to ask scholars to write spring festival couplets, so it was rare to see anyone posting couplets in the village. As far as Su Pengya could remember, she had posted it once or twice when Chen was still alive, but never again after she died. Su Pengya suddenly wanted to buy 2 pairs of couplets, but unfortunately there were none left. When Su Pengya arrived at Chunlu Lane, the gate of Fu's house was ajar, and there were a few small footprints in the snow. Su Pengya immediately concluded that Dr. Fu still had not returned last night. "Aunt Fu, I'm here." Su Pengya pushed open the gate and went to Aunt Fu's room. Aunt Fu was sitting on the bed taking medicine. As soon as she heard Su Pengya's voice, A look of embarrassment and panic flashed across her face. She quickly put the medicine box on a stool beside her and turned to look inside the bed. But suddenly, he felt that it was not appropriate to leave the medicine box outside, so he hid it under the quilt. When Supongya stepped over the threshold, she had already turned her head to the inside and gave Supongya a willful look with her face, as if she didn't recognize anyone. Supongya came to the bed with amusement. "Annie Fu, how do you feel today?"
You won't die.
Aunt Fu said unhappily. Supongya smiled and said, "Oh, you're full of energy. It seems that the medicine is working well. You don't feel uncomfortable now, right? Your face looks rosier. Did you sleep well last night?" Aunt Fu snorted. "What's so good about that? Can't you see my leg is broken?" Supongya said, "I gave you some painkillers." The painkillers were what Wei Ting hadn't used up. Wei Ting was not afraid of pain, so Supongya saved the painkillers. "Humph," Aunt Fu said stubbornly. "Your medicine has no effect." "No effect? Then where is the medicine I left for you?" Supongya asked, looking at the empty stool. Aunt Fu said, "Throw it away." Supongya pursed her lips and tried to hold back her smile.
What are you laughing at?
Aunt Fu glared at her. Supongya pouted and motioned Aunt Fu to take a look at her quilt. Aunt Fu looked down and saw that the quilt was not covered properly, revealing a few pills.
Ah!
It's time to laugh. Supongya will not miss the opportunity to make the old lady suffer socially. Aunt Fu's face turned the color of liver. To be honest, she did not believe that the medicines Supongya gave her could have miraculous effects at first. First, Supongya is just a country girl, and it is impossible for her to know medicine. Second, those strange pills were something she had never seen before. Her husband and son were both doctors. Even though she was not a doctor, she had learned more than others. But she had never seen a treatment method like Supongya's. But at night, her panic and palpitations disappeared, her headache was relieved, and when she shook her head, she did not feel dizzy as usual. As for the pain in my legs, it wasn't too obvious. When she woke up and it was daybreak, she realized that she had had a good sleep. She couldn't remember the last time she had a full night's sleep. As people age, they are bound to have some ailments. They don't become terminally ill all of a sudden, but get worse little by little over time. This is the law of birth, aging, illness, and death. You can't cure it. Her husband had been practicing medicine for many years and had treated countless patients, but in the end, didn't he still die of illness? My husband's initial symptoms were the same as mine. He tried countless prescriptions, which did work at first, but soon became less effective. In the end, no prescription worked. Supongya took out a stethoscope and a sphygmomanometer to measure her blood pressure. You've just gotten better. Don't be so pessimistic. Your mood is also very important. Aunt Fu's condition needs long-term control, but as long as it is controlled properly, she can still live a long and healthy life. In her previous life, the old lady living upstairs from her was also a patient with hypertension. She was over 80 years old and enjoyed playing with her grandchildren every day. Aunt Fu witnessed her husband's death. Her will was broken by repeated disappointments, and she didn't want to experience it again a second time. Therefore, even if there was some improvement, she would not believe that she could recover completely. Supongya understood the patient's mentality, and she was not in a hurry to convince her with words. She thought that the outcome would become clear over time. Supongya smiled and said, "Have you had breakfast? The neighbors sent it to you? Isn't it delicious?" "Aunt Fu, you're making so much noise." When Supongya came out of Aunt Fu's house, there was an extra bag of sesame seeds in her backpack. There is also a consultation fee for follow-up visits. Then, Supongya went to Wudong Academy again. Mr. Xiang was much more cooperative and allowed Supongya to check him obediently. "I'm recovering very well," Supongya said. "Keep taking the herbs. Eat a light diet. Don't indulge in eating and drinking during the new year. Also, don't drink alcohol." Mr. Xiang smiled gently. "Okay." Chongping on the side rolled his eyes and asked, "Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my young master like that?" Supongya pointed at Chongping and complained, "He's rolling his eyes at me." Mr. Xiang said seriously, Then I will dig out his eyes and make amends to Miss Sue. Chongping was so scared that he did splits.
Well,
Are you a sick beauty? So cruel? Su Pengya said in a daze. It's not necessary. Mr. Xiang's condition is stable, so Su Pengya will not stay any longer. Before leaving, she took out 2 boxes of snacks from her small backpack and gave them to him. This is Mr. Xiang looked at Su Pengya in confusion. Su Pengya smiled. Today is Xiaonian. I made some snacks myself. I hope you don't mind. Chongping glanced at Su Pengya, and this time, he didn't dare to roll his eyes. Mr. Xiang accepted it readily. Miss Su, it's thoughtful. Thank you very much. In fact, how could Su Pengya remember Xiaonian? He had given her too much for the consultation and medicine last time, so she just gave him a small token of appreciation. I really have to thank Mrs. Huang for reminding her that today is the Little New Year. Even though it wasn't a valuable item, a man of his status as a rich or noble man didn't care about those valuables at all. The treasure he bought with all his belongings might not be worth mentioning in his eyes. On the contrary, the snacks made by hand seem more sincere. Why are there 2 boxes? Mr. Xiang asked casually. 1 box is yours and 1 is Jingyi's. Su Pengya said. Jingyi, Mr. Xiang smiled. You can call him by his name smoothly. Su Pengya spread his hands. He's young. What would he call him if he didn't call him by his name? Mr. Xiang asked, Am I very old? No. Why do you care about this? You only said your last name was Xiang, but you didn't say who you were. Chonghua,
he said. Huh?
Su Pengya was startled. My words. He smiled warmly. Ancient people had surnames, given names, and prefixes such as Shenchuan, whose prefix was Qinghe. In this imaginary dynasty, there does not seem to be a strict boundary between names and names. It is normal for peers to call each other by names, and there is no disrespect. Scholars are very polite and usually call them by their surname or given name. For example, a classmate may call Shen Chuan Mr. Shen or Brother Qinghe. Of course, it is not wrong to call him Shen Chuan. Does he mean that she can call him Xiang Chonghua from now on? Or Chonghua? Su Pengya blinked and said seriously and seriously. Oh. Not long after Su Pengya left, Jing Yi came in covered in wind and snow. Mr. Xiang is writing. Jing Yi came to him and asked, Cousin, are you testing her today too?
No.
Mr. Xiang continued to write. Jing Yi asked again. Then why did you tell her your name? Mr. Xiang glanced at Chongping, who was sweeping snow outside the door. Chongping shuddered and hid aside. You've become more capable now. You've learned how to complain to Jing Yi. Master Xiang smiled faintly. She's not a venomous snake or a ferocious beast. There's no need to be so defensive against her. Jing Yi frowned and said, Then there's no need to trust her so much. Mr. Xiang pushed a box of snacks on the table to his side. Here. What? Jing Yi asked. A gift for the Little New Year, said Master Xiang. Jing Yi asked curiously, Didn't the Little New Year end yesterday? The capital celebrates the Little New Year on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, and the Qingzhou area celebrates today. Mr. Xiang finished speaking and added, Miss Su made it herself. Jing Yi had no prejudice against Su Pengya herself. He just didn't want his cousin to trust an outsider too much. He took a bite. How does it taste? Asked Mr. Xiang. Jing Yi said truthfully, It's delicious. No worse than what the imperial chef makes. Mr. Xiang smiled and said, It's rare. I remember you don't like sweets. Jing Yi thought for a while and said, It's because they didn't cook it well. Jing Yi gasped, You want your calligraphy to be lost among the people? If someone in the palace knew about it, he would be furious. After Su Pengya came out of Mr. Xiang's wing, he went to the study room in the front yard to see if Shen Chuan was there. She walked all the way, but didn't see any study open. She thought that Shen Chuan might have some red paper in his hand, so she asked Shen Chuan to buy some. However, her arrival was unlucky. Dean Shen took Shen Chuan back to his father-in-law's house to celebrate the new year. Su Pengya left the academy regretfully. The old man called her. No pancakes today, Su Pengya said seriously. The old man raised his finger and said, 1 cake, 1 red paper.
Shopanya.
Half a minute later, Supongya proudly walked out of the back door holding 10 pieces of red paper. The cleaning boy asked in a low voice, "Didn't the master tell you to give the paper directly to Miss Su?" The old man took a bite of the egg yolk pastry and said, "Yeah. So what? The pancakes smell so good." It snowed again this morning, but fortunately it only snowed for a short while and didn't affect Supongya's pace too much. It was noon when Supongya arrived at the village. At this time, most villagers were at home, but most of the village gathered at Old Su's house, surrounding it so tightly that no one could get in or out.
Sister.
"You're back." Su Urgu, who was fetching water at the entrance of the village, saw his own sister and insisted on following him to fetch water. In fact, he came to the entrance of the village to wait for Supongya. 3 little cubs rushed towards Supongya. Supongya bent down and let the 3 little guys bump into her. She touched the heads of the 3 little ones, Big Tiger, 2 Tigers, and Little Tiger. After getting along for a while, she can now tell who is who, even if they don't count. The 3 little ones who were called the right name were so happy that they rushed to rub their hair against her palm. Mom. Supongya has gradually become accustomed to this title and no longer forcibly corrects it. After she moved the 3 people's little heads, she touched their little hands again. "Is it cold?" The 3 of them shook their heads. "It's not cold." "Wait, mother, it's not cold at all." Su Urga's water was ready, and the family began to walk back. Did something happen to the Su family?
Supongya asked.
Su Urga snorted. "My eldest cousin is writing Chinese characters for good fortune and couplets for the Su family. The village head and the Su family's relatives are also there, and he said that if there are any extras later, they will be given away to the villagers for free. Everyone wants to see if they can grab a pair of couplets. If they can't, they can grab a Chinese character for good fortune. Couplets in the town are very expensive. In addition to the cost of red paper, one also has to pay the person who writes the couplet a little hard-earned money, commonly known as pen and ink money. This move by Huang and Chen Haoyuan was a grand one, earning enough face for the Su family. Fong and Yang came out to put up couplets, with happy faces. The villagers surrounded them and praised them non-stop. At this time, Aunt Wu squeezed out of Old Su's house holding her crying grandson. The adults loved the spring festival couplets, but the children didn't want them, so Aunt Wu had no choice but to leave first. When she saw the brother and sister, she hurriedly said, "Pangya,
Egu.
Chun Shiotsai is writing couplets. Go and get one. He is your cousin. He will definitely give it to you." Su Urga rolled his eyes. "Who wants the couplet written by that guy?" Aunt Wu shouted to the old Su family, "Mr. Chen, Fatty Urgu is here to ask you for couplets." As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers immediately looked towards the brother and sister. "Didn't they say that after finishing writing about Zhang's family, it would be our turn?" "Yeah. Why is there another person who wants couplets? Is this the end?" "He's Mr. Chen's cousin." Supongya said, "Everyone has misunderstood. We are not here to ask for couplets. We are just passing by." Huang found an opportunity to show off. She smiled smugly and sarcastically. "If you want it, just say so. As relatives, our Chen family can still afford a pair of couplets." Supongya said calmly, "I said I don't want it." Aunt Wu advised, "Pangya, don't be so stubborn. Your aunt said she gave it to you. Why don't you want it?" Supongya said arrogantly, "I look down on you." What did Supongya say? She didn't look down on him? She actually looked down on the couplet written by Chun Shiotsai. Supongya's words successfully attracted everyone's attention. However, everyone did not think that these were her sincere words. On the contrary, they just thought that she was just speaking angrily.
Who is Chun Haoyuan?
He is a scholar who is more powerful than He Tongsheng. It is difficult to find a second one in the surrounding area. Let's talk about this couplet. In the countryside, where people can only afford to eat 2 meals a day except during the busy farming season, it is as rare as meat. Who doesn't want to ask for a pair of stickers during the new year? Alas, I heard that the relationship between the 2 families is not good.
It was so ugly last time. A villager said.
It tells the story of Huang and her husband Chinfeng going to Xiao Su's house to propose marriage to their illegitimate son and Su Pengya. However, Su Pengya and her new handsome husband slapped Chinfeng and his wife in the face in public. If it were me, I wouldn't have the face to ask for couplets. The scholar's wife didn't bother with her and generously gave her a couplet, but she didn't want it? I already said I was too ashamed to ask for it. Several villagers started talking one after another. Last time at the door of Xiao Su's house, these people did not have this kind of expression. Instead, they kept out of the matter and watched the fun without thinking it was a big deal. It's just that the situation has changed. In order to get the couplet written by Chen Xiuzai, everyone almost unanimously sided with Huang. Huang was very flattered by the word tolerance and magnanimity. The last 3 or 2 couplets were going to be given away anyway. If she could gain a good reputation and pat the girl's face at the same time, there was no reason for her to disagree. She sighed in a pretentious manner. Stop talking, everyone. My sister-in-law passed away early. Without her mother to look after her, it's inevitable that she's a little immature. As her aunt, can I really argue with a child? This statement is almost like saying that Su Pengya was born by a mother but not raised by her. Huang thought she had made a good point and said magnanimously, "Forget it, Fatty, I won't embarrass you. Just call me aunt and I'll give you this couplet."
Ah, really?
Then what should we do? Yeah, I've been waiting all day. I'm so sorry. Pengya is Haogur's cousin after all. I won't look at it. Huang was only halfway through her words when she turned around and found Fatty Su was gone. This girl, she left before she could even finish her words. You stupid girl. Stop right there. Huang was so angry that she was shaking. Su Pengya held the 3 little ones by the hand and said slowly, "Ergo, tell her that I don't want the couplet written by Chen Haoyuan, even if he pays me." Su Erga turned around and shouted, "My sister said, we don't want the couplet written by Chen Haoyuan, even if he pays for it." Huang extended her index finger, put her hands on her hips and angrily cursed. You girl. You're just being stubborn. Are you being tough?
Su Pengya laughed angrily.
Let's not talk about what kind of person Chen Haoyuan is. Just his handwriting, she could see clearly the couplets that Fong and Yang had posted just now. They were far inferior to Wei Ting's. It was no exaggeration to say that comparing his calligraphy with Wei Ting's was simply a leap of faith. Ergo, let's write the couplets ourselves when we get back. Su Erga turned around again and shouted, "My sister said, let's go back and write the couplets ourselves." Taidan. Huang called a relative's child from the old Su family and handed him a piece of red paper. Here, take it to the young Su family and tell them that it's from me, their aunt who gave it to them. Aren't they supposed to write the couplets themselves? If they don't have paper, they won't be able to write. Don't blame me, their aunt, for not being able to afford a piece of paper. Is this a question of whether you can afford a piece of paper? You are really vicious. Knowing that Su Pengya couldn't write a couplet at all, you just wanted to show off, but you still wanted to send her a piece of paper? Now, she didn't even have the opportunity to say I want to write, but I have no paper. The villagers were amazed in their hearts, but could not say anything on the surface. They were still waiting to ask for Mr. Chen's couplet. Sister, please listen to my advice and just forget it. Fong said. Huang said with a smile, I really have no other intention. If she can't write it, it would be good to use it to cut window grills, isn't it? When it came to this matter, Mrs. Fong couldn't persuade her anymore, so she could only let Taidan send the red paper to Xiao Su's house. Unexpectedly, after a while, 10-year-old Taidan came back holding the red paper. Fatya said no, she has it herself. Just now she said she wrote couplets, but the villagers didn't believe it. Now she said she had red paper, and the villagers didn't believe it even more. Huang said, Oh, forget it. I am an aunt after all. Why would I be angry with a little girl? Brother Hao, write a couplet and send it to Daya. The gift of couplets is a lie, but the joke about going to see Su Fatya is true. This time, Huang is going to fight Su Fatya to the end. Su Jinmyong, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Daya can't write, but she has a husband-in-law. Huang said sarcastically, You mean the one who followed the Li family to learn farming? He is just an embroidered pillow. good-looking but useless. He can read. Su Jinyang paused and explained, I saw him reading a letter to Dia. Huang said disdainfully, who knows if he is just reading nonsense? If he really knows how to read, can he learn to farm? Zhou, who lived next door to the old Su family, agreed. Yes, if he has that ability, how can he become Su Pengya's son-in-law? This time the villagers really couldn't refute it. Although they admitted that Wei Ting was handsome, that was only his appearance. His ability was definitely not as good as Qin Xiucai's. Su Jinyang frowned and went to her room silently. Xiao Su's house. Su Ergu poured the water in the bucket into the water tank and continued to fetch water at the village entrance. Su Pengya knocked on Wei Ting's door.
Come in.
Wei Ting said. Su Pengya walked in with a smile on her face. Wei Ting wiped the dagger at the bedside. The dagger was taken from him by old man Su when he tied him up and was returned to him later. Su Pengya looked at the blade that was flashing with cold light and almost instinctively felt a murderous aura. This dagger is very sharp. From the very beginning, the two of them had been in a situation where you didn't trust me, and I also doubted you. So Wei Ting was too lazy to pretend to be harmless in front of her. Wei Ting continued to wipe the dagger. What are you doing here? Su Pengya said, don't worry, I'm not looking for you to crush peanuts. Today is the little new year, so I'll let you take a day off. She came to the bedside and handed the hot tea in her left hand to Wei Ting. Are you thirsty? Seeing that Wei Ting didn't say anything, he handed him a plate of egg yolk pastry in his right hand and asked, are you hungry? Is your shoulder sore? Does your waist hurt? Hearing this familiar line, Wei Ting didn't even ask her if she had something to ask for again. Instead, he said directly, why? You want to throw it away after use again? You have also learned to sum up your experience.
Su Pengya muttered to herself.
She smiled slightly, put down the snacks and hot tea, patted his shoulder, and said like a brother, look at you, what are you talking about? Wei Ting said calmly, human words.
Su Pengya.
Su Pengya smiled and said, no. I promise not to throw it away this time. How can I bear to throw away a handsome husband like you when I haven't even eaten him yet? Listen, does this sound like something a girl would say? Wei Ting was choked by her shameless and bold words and gritted his teeth and said, what a mess you think about all day long. Su Pengya said seriously, I don't allow you to say that about yourself.
Wei Ting.
Su Pengya's purpose was actually very simple, which was to ask Wei Ting to write couplets. Su Pengya smiled and said, it's almost Chinese New Year. It would be so festive if we put up 2 pairs of couplets. Wei Ting said coldly, I don't want to write now. I'll write it tomorrow. Su Pengya hurriedly said, Today? Wei Ting asked, why does it have to be today? Su Pengya's eyes rolled around. Because today is the little new year? Wei Ting chuckled and said, I think you made a bet with someone?
Su Pengya blinked. Oh.
You know?
How could they not know?
Su Ergu's loud voice was heard by people in the next village. Su Ergu had already said the harsh words, and Su Pengya was now in a difficult situation. If she couldn't come up with a pair of couplets, she would lose face. Will you write?
No.
Wei Ting refused. Su Pengya narrowed her eyes dangerously. Are you really not going to write it? Wei Ting said calmly, if you say you won't write it, then don't write it. Su Pengya put her hands on her hips and said, you really want to see me embarrassed, right? Don't forget, you are my husband. If I lose face, you won't be any better off. Wei Ting said calmly, I don't care.
Su Pengya.
Just as Su Pengya was gritting her teeth, someone knocked on the back door of the kitchen. Su Pengya thought it was Xiao Wu who came over, so she glared at Wei Ting angrily and turned to open the door. But who knew that it was Su Jinyang who came? Su Jinyang was wearing a brand new light pink floral cotton coat and a white embroidered jacket. To be honest, the pink she wore was not the authentic kind, which was very picky about people's skin color. If the foundation is slightly worse, it will most likely appear dark and earthy. But Su Jinyang's beauty can hold up. The most beautiful flower in the whole area is not called that for nothing. Why are you coming to my house? Su Pengya asked indifferently. She didn't think that she and Su Jinyang could have any private interactions. Su Jinyang's sudden visit clearly showed that she came for no reason. Su Jinyang glanced in the direction of the courtyard and the main hall. Are you alone in your home? Who are you looking for? Su Pengya's logic was clear, and she didn't waste any more words with him. Su Jinyang frowned, not knowing whether it was because she disliked Su Pengya's attitude or for some other reason. Here you go. Su Jinyang uncovered the cloth on the basket and handed a roll of red paper to Su Pengya. Su Pengya unfolded it and saw that it was actually a couplet. Su Pengya looked at her strangely. Su Jinyang, what do you mean? Su Jinyang said, Su Daya, I am here to help you. You don't have to be so hostile to me. Her voice was a little loud. Su Pengya raised her eyebrows. You, Su Jinyang, help me? Su Jinyang was ostracized as a child, and she never asked her friends in the village to play with her. Why did she suddenly become so kind? Su Jinyang said sternly, You just contradicted your aunt in front of so many people. She will come to laugh at you soon. You can use this couplet. It is not as good as Mr. Chen's. After all, I bought it from the town. It is enough to deal with your aunt. The village girl's behavior is really strange. I scolded her last time, and now I come to help her again. Su Jinyang continued, Go and tell your husband and ask him to say that he wrote it. That should help. Su Pengya folded her arms and said, Su Jinyang, my aunt is your future mother-in-law. Why don't you side with her and secretly come to help me? Su Jinyang frowned and said, My marriage has not been decided yet, so I may not marry into the Chen family. Su Pengya raised her eyebrows. Oh, is that what your family means too? Just worry about yourself. Your aunt will be here soon. It's up to you whether you want to abandon this person or not. After that, Su Jinyang left without looking back, regardless of whether Su Pengya wanted to accept the couplet or not. She seemed to be walking very fast, but in fact, she had been paying attention to the movements of Xiao Su's family. She heard Su Pengya close the back door, and the man's face flashed through her mind, and her heart was pounding. He should have heard it, right? He knew that I was here to help, right? Would he be grateful to me? Su Pengya took the couplet to Wei Ting's house. Wei Ting was still wiping the dagger. Su Pengya said, It's already shiny. No need to wipe it. Wei Ting said, I like it. Su Pengya curled her lips and threw the couplet on the table in front of him.
What?
Wei Ting asked. Su Pengya said, The couplet was given by Su Jinyang. How strange. She obviously has a bad relationship with me and even exposed my shortcomings in front of you last time, but today she comes to help me. You didn't ask her why. To be honest, Wei Ting was not very interested. Su Pengya spread her hands and said, I did ask. I told her that my aunt is your future mother-in-law. Shouldn't you help her? Guess what she said? She said that she might not marry Chen Xiaocai. What is Su Jinyang up to? Oh, and she also told me to make sure I said it was you who wrote the couplet. She was very thoughtful. We are a family of 3 that can't read, and you are the only son-in-law from another place who can tell this lie. Wei Ting said, The ink of the couplet I just wrote is wet. In this weather, it won't dry in half a day. Su Pengya looked thoughtful. You are right. Then even if Su Jinyang gave it to me, it would be useless. I will still be exposed. I thought she was so smart, but it turns out she is just like that. Wei Ting looked at a certain chubby girl and said, With your brain, how can you do business? You are so stupid. Su Pengya stood up and said angrily, Who are you calling stupid? You won't write it anyway. I will be laughed at if I can't produce it. So, what if I am exposed? It doesn't matter.
Bang!
She slammed the door and went out. Bring it here, Wei Ting said in a deep voice. Pour your own water. Get your own food.
Paper.
What did you say, husband? Su Pengya switched to a lowly voice in a second, pushed the door open a crack, stuck her little head in, and blinked at him. No one can change his expression so quickly. Wei Ting's mouth twitched, and he asked coldly, Will you write the couplet or not? My husband is the best. Su Pengya smiled and went to the main room to get the red paper. The writing brush and ink were bought when he wrote the medicine for Mr. Xiong and had been kept in Wei Ting's room ever since. Grind the ink, Wei Ting said expressionlessly. Okay. Su Pengya agreed, with a smile. She took out the inkstone and ink block, and while grinding the ink, she said earnestly, I think Su Jinyang may not have deliberately wanted me to be exposed. She was probably just eager to help others and didn't think too much. We still have to be grateful to her, especially you, my husband. Don't have a bad impression of her because of this incident. Wei Ting glanced at her with a complicated expression. This girl, does she understand everything in her heart? Su Pengya shook her head decisively and sobbed. I don't understand anything. I'm just an innocent poor kid. Huang kept his word and really came to the door with a pair of freshly written couplets. Just as Wei Ting said, it was cold and the ink dried slowly. Huang didn't want to get herself covered in ink, so she let Tai Dan and the other child hold the ink in their hands. The ink was still wet when it came over. The first line of the couplet written by Chun Haoyuan is Flying Snow welcomes the new year, and the second line is Firecrackers welcome the new year, and the horizontal banner reads, Auspicious snow brings a good harvest. In addition to the two children holding couplets, there were also many villagers who came to watch the fun when they went to Xiao Su's house with Huang. Huang came to avenge her previous humiliation, and she wished that as many people as possible would come. Zhou, who lived next door to the old Su family, also came to join in the fun. Zhou was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. Before Huang could say anything, she started shouting, Pengya Su, come out quickly. Your aunt has brought you a couplet. The villagers surrounded the door of Xiao Su's house. Those who didn't know the situation thought that Su Pengya was getting married again. Su Pengya walked out slowly, holding a half-eaten corn cob. She glanced at everyone and fell on Zhou's high cheekbones. She said, My aunt gave me a couplet. Why are you so excited? Was it for you? Or did you want to wait until I didn't want it and then pick it up for yourself? Yu Zhou's little secret was exposed, and she felt embarrassed immediately. The person who loves to gossip the most in the village is Zhou. If it weren't for the three bullies in Su Pengya's family, Zhou couldn't afford to offend them, and who knows what would have happened to Su Pengya. Of course, it's not that she didn't make any arrangements, but she just didn't dare to go too far. Su Pengya had a very bad impression of this person, so she would not show any mercy to her. Zhou's first shot was a dud. It was really useless. Fortunately, Huang didn't expect Zhou to help her in any way. She came prepared, and it was enough for her to crush this girl to death by herself. She looked at Su Pengya and said with a sigh, Dia, I know that what you just said was all in anger. How can you write a couplet? If you could write, you would have posted it long ago. Su Pengya shook her head secretly. You guys are terrible at making tea, and your rhetoric is very poor. Compared to Ms. Li, you are all trash. They are truly powerful figures in the business world. Even if Su Pengya only learns a tiny bit of their skills, it is enough to defeat this group of people. What if I take it out? Su Pengya didn't waste time talking to Huang and went straight to the point. Does what my aunt just said still count? Huang sneered. Oh, of course it counts. If you can write it, I'll chop off your head. Doesn't she know the Su family yet? She can't tell apart any characters except banknotes. Writing couplets? Maybe in the next life. Okay. Su Pengya nodded and said to Su Ergu, who was carrying water, take the machete. Okay. Su Ergu put down the bucket and quickly took a butcher knife. Sister, I can't find my machete. Can I use a butcher knife? Everyone was shocked. Huang's face turned pale. Su Dia, you want to kill someone? Su Pengya said. No, it was my aunt who wanted to chop off her head. I was afraid you didn't have a knife, so I prepared it for you. Huang said coldly. Su Dia, you are talking about couplets now. What nonsense. Ergu. Su Pengya said, go to your brother-in-law's room and get the couplets. There are couplets in my brother-in-law's room? Su Ergu went in confused and came out confused, with half of the couplet hanging on each arm. Everyone was shocked. No way. Did the Su family really write the couplet?
Impossible.
Huang would never believe that someone from the Su family could write a couplet and write it well. She couldn't read, but she could count. There are obviously more words on this couplet than the one written by her son. Huang said sharply, You bought it in town, right? That's right.
It must be like that.
I ran into you going to town this morning. You want to buy couplets, right? Su Pengya's fat fingertips lightly tapped the couplet. Open your eyes and see clearly. The ink isn't even dry yet. The villagers came forward to watch. Don't touch it, Su Ergu said fiercely. Everyone quickly retracted their outstretched fingers. They could see clearly that the ink was moist and gave off a strong scent of ink, and it was obvious that it had just been written. And because they were so close, they made a new discovery. The couplet paper from Xiao Su's family seems to have a more correct color than that of Mr. Chen's couplet paper. It is also thicker. Also, it does not become hairy or fade. The color doesn't fade. The youngest son of the village head couldn't help but touch it. It really doesn't fade. Chun Hao Yuan used the most common red paper, the kind that was colored with a bracket. The quality of the dye was not good, so when he bought it back, the color faded severely. Tai Dan and another child who was holding the couplets had their hands and sleeves all red. In addition, Chun Hao Yuan's red paper has rough texture and thin texture. The red paper that Su Pengya brought back from the academy was ordered by Dean Shin from Fuqing at a great expense. The bottom paper is rice paper, using the best dye technology, and has an extra thick layer, which is naturally smooth and not soaked. Does not fade, and the color is more vermilion and pure. Dean Shun bought it for Mr. Xiang, but he couldn't bear to use it himself. Shun Chuan was so prodigal that he took 10 of them and asked the old man to give them to Su Pengya. Even a fool can see that Xiao Su's couplet paper is more than 1 grade higher than Qin Xiuzai's. What the villagers were thinking was I heard that Su Pengya and Su Ergu were doing business in the town. Could it be that they really made money? But Huang's inner drama is no. This is not true. Huang's face turned green and red, and she was about to explode. Yu, who knows what you wrote? Can you call it a couplet if you just scribble on it? Then if I buy some paper and scribble on it, can that make up the number? Su Pengya smiled and said, It doesn't matter if my aunt can't read. I'll read it to you. First line, all the lakes and seas are covered with spring colors. Second line, all the rivers and mountains are shining. Horizontal banner, all things are renewed. She had learned some characters recently, and this couplet happened to be within the scope of her knowledge. If Wei Ting wrote one more new character, she would not be able to recognize it completely. Everyone gasped. They must have seen a ghost. Su Pengya recited the couplet. Su Pengya, learned to read? Is this still the same fat bully who extorts money all day long and is lazy and greedy? Oh my God. Oh my God. Did the sow climb up the tree? Or did the sun rise from the west? Mom, I want to go home. Everyone was shocked. No one in the village spoke for a long time. Su Pengya likes this effect of if you don't believe me, I will blind you all. She raised her chin, put her hands behind her back, and said proudly, My husband taught me. Okay, actually she learned it secretly. Wei Ting was not so kind as to teach her. Huang didn't believe it. How could this girl be so lucky? She got a son-in-law who looked like a fairy and was actually a scholar? No, being able to write does not mean you are an educated person. Some people only learned a few words in their early years, but in the end they still have to dig in the fields for a living. She had heard from the old Su family that Su Chung and his new son-in-law often went to the Qian family to farm. If he really has the talent to write couplets, wouldn't he be able to earn more money by just copying books for others than by farming? Huang immediately concluded that the words on the couplet were not proper words. Even if they were just like those written by peasants in the countryside who had only received a few years of education. They were pieced together here and there, and who knew what they were about. As for Su Pengya, she must not have learned the words on the spot, but memorized them in advance. She thought there must be something mysterious here, whether it was Huang's paranoia or she couldn't bear to see others have an easy life. She said to Tai Dan, Go, call Hao Gur over. Let him recognize what was written on the couplet. Tai Dan went there obediently. Su Pengya laughed out loud when she heard that. Su Pengya raised her eyebrows and said, I'm laughing at you for being stupid. Huang had someone come to expose her for writing fake couplets, but when Chen Haoyuan came and saw Wei Ting's handwriting, wouldn't he be so autistic? Do you want to call the head of the village as well? Su Pengya asked provocatively. The villagers are illiterate, so they don't believe whatever Chen Haoyuan says. She remembered that Li Zheng was literate and a fairly fair person. Huang snorted. Call them if you want. Who's afraid of who? Do you expect the head of the village to protect you?
Impossible.
Oh, this is how Huang thinks. She thought that she called the head of the village because she wanted him to protect the villagers. The villagers were also led astray by Huang. At first, they thought that Su Pengya was fearless and that the words on the couplet were probably not written randomly. But after hearing what Huang said, they thought that Su Pengya was asking the head of the village to do a favor for the Su family. Will the village head agree? This drama is becoming more and more fascinating. The head of the village lived next door to old Li's house, and the two of them came here together. Unlike the time when Mrs. Wan and Wang Lizi's wife came to make trouble, old Li was illiterate, so he had no right to interrupt today. He was just very worried about Dia. He saw the changes in Xiao Su's family and really didn't want them to be maliciously slandered again. Guo Lijing. Chen Haoyuan also came over and greeted him. The head of the village nodded politely. Mr. Chen. Mom, what happened? Chen Haoyuan asked Huang. At the door, Su Ergo had already used paste to paste the red-bottomed black-lettered couplet on his wall, and the banner was also pasted properly. Huang pointed and said, Look, what's written on that couplet? Chen Haoyuan looked over. It's okay if you don't look at it, but once you look, you'll be stunned. Seeing her son's reaction, Huang couldn't help but urge him, Brother Hao, what's the matter?
Speak.
Did you write nonsense? It doesn't make sense. The villagers' attention was all focused on Chen Haoyuan. To be honest, they really couldn't read, but somehow, the couplets of the Su family were more pleasing to the eye than those of Mr. Chen. My brother-in-law wrote it, Su Erga said, straightening his back. What did you write? Huang continued to ask her son. Chen Haoyuan was so astonished by the calligraphy on the couplet that he was speechless. His throat seemed to be blocked by a ball of cotton, and he couldn't utter a single word. He boasted of his outstanding calligraphy and was often praised by teachers. However, if his calligraphy was compared with the calligraphy on the couplet, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it pales in comparison. The village head beside him read out with great pride, Spring is everywhere. All the rivers and mountains are shining. Everything is renewed. Well written, well written. Everyone looked at each other. The village head and Su Pengya read exactly the same thing. The village head also praised the couplet for being well written. When Chen Xiaozai wrote the couplet just now, the village head also praised it, but his attitude was not so intense. Village head, is this couplet real? A villager asked. Are there fake couplets? The village head looked puzzled. The Sun family's wife said, just now, Chen Xiaozai's mother said that the couplets of the Su family are a mess of scribbles and nonsense. The head of the village said solemnly, if this couplet is nonsense, then someone else's couplet is also nonsense. Someone who is that person, it must be Chen Xiaozai. So, in the head of the village, this couplet is more exquisite than the one by Chen Xiaozai. The calligraphy is good, the artistic conception is good, and the paper is good. It is so good that the head of the village was at a loss for words.
Son.
Huang placed her last bit of hope on Chen Haoyuan. His son was a scholar, the most learned, and his words carried the most weight. As long as his son said that the couplets of the Su family were wrong, then they were wrong. Chen Haoyuan was unwilling to admit that his handwriting was not as good as that of a country bumpkin, but the cold sweat on his forehead betrayed him. Su Pengya would not miss the opportunity to slap Chen Xiaozai in the face. It was because he always acted so self-righteously, as if he was the most powerful person in the world, and everyone else was just a toad in the pond. Hey, cousin, why are you silent? Is it because my husband's couplets are so good that you feel inferior to him? The villagers didn't understand what feeling ashamed of oneself meant, but Chen Xiaozai looked up in astonishment. At this moment, he truly felt that Su Dia was different. In the past, Su Daya could not get anything out of her even with 3 sticks. She would just hit him when she got angry, and if she really wanted to scold him, she would just say some uneducated words.
Could it be that?
All this was taught by that rumored cousin's husband? Isn't he just a peasant? A sister. He definitely can't write as well as my brother-in-law. Su Ergu is a complete little fanboy. The brother and sister sang the same tune, making Huang and Chen Xiaotsai extremely embarrassed. Huang said, "You are from the same village, so of course you should speak up for your own people." This is an accusation that the village head's comments are unfair and deliberately biased towards the Su family. The villagers were unhappy to hear this.
Huang was also stupid.
In order to get the couplet written by Mr. Chen himself, everyone tried their best to curry favor with Huang. Even the villagers who usually just watch the fun were almost all helping her to laugh at Su Pengya's joke. If the village is biased, then aren't they? They are clearly biased towards the Huang family, but Huang slams them down and says they only protect people from their own village. They admit that the Chen family's couplets are fragrant, but they are here to seek good luck, not to be disliked. They really take themselves for granted. Huang realized that he had said the wrong thing, but it was too late. The folks were no longer on her side. Seeing Huang's own death, Su Pengya shouted in her heart that it was what she deserved. After all, the head of the village was not a serious scholar, and his ability to appreciate was limited. He said that Wei Ting's couplet was well written, but it was not very convincing. Huang thought so too. Her son is the only scholar here. As long as her son doesn't recognize it, the couplets of Xiao Su's family mean nothing. Look, there's a carriage coming over there. A villager pointed in the direction of the village entrance and said, "Seeing a carriage in Xinghua village is probably equivalent to a xiaoli coming from the ravine in the previous life. That is quite strange. Are you here to see Li Zheng?" The carriage did not go to Zheng's house, but stopped directly at the door of Xiao Su's house. "Li Zheng, is it looking for you?" said the Sun family's daughter-in-law. Li Zheng shook his head. He did not recognize this carriage and had never seen the driver. Of all the people present, only Chen Haoyuan recognized it. It was Dean Shun's carriage, and the driver was a boy from the academy. The only one who can have a relationship with the academy is himself.
Could it be that?
You are here to find yourself? So, who is in the carriage? Dean? No. The dean will not come here in person. But what if? Does the dean value him so much that he wants to visit him personally?
Snap.
The car curtain was opened by a folding fan, and a young man wearing a sky-blue gown jumped out of the car. He is tall, with handsome eyebrows. There is a youthful spirit and heroic spirit in his eyebrows, and he also has the scholarly atmosphere of a scholar. But it doesn't make people feel noble. He wore expensive clothes, a jade belt around his waist, and a piece of Hetian jade pendant with a smooth texture. At first glance, he is the son of a wealthy family. Huang asked in a low voice, "Brother Hao, who is he?" Chen Haoyuan frowned and said, "Dean Shin's son." Huang was shocked. "Your dean's son? Is he here to see you, Brother Hao?" The dean's son personally visited the house and found Xinghua village from Yanglu village. How shameful is this?
Get your face back.
Got it back. Mrs. Huang pulled Chen Haoyuan forward with a smile on her face and said excitedly, "Mr. Shen, you are here to see my son. My son is here." You're here too. Shen Chuan glanced at Chen Haoyuan in surprise. These words made Huang and Chen Haoyuan's heart skip a beat. From what Shen Chuan said, he wasn't here to find her son, him? "I'm looking for Miss Su." Shen Chuan asked, "Is this Miss Su's home?" Shen Chuan was surrounded by villagers and did not see Su Pengya, who was leisurely eating corn cobs behind the crowd. When the villagers heard this, they did not immediately think of Su Pengya. After all, when it comes to Su Fatya, she is Su Bully. The only one called Miss Su is Su Jinyang from the old Su family. At this moment, Mrs. Fong came here with Su Jinyang. Mrs. Zhou hurriedly waved to the two of them. "Jinyang, there is a young master looking for you."
"Who are you?"
she asked Shen Chuan. "Oh, I'm from Wudong Academy. My name is Shen Chuan." Shen Chuan was very polite and did not look down upon the other party, because she was a countrywoman. He is from the same academy as Chen Xiaozai. You look so handsome. I thought I heard Chen Xiaozai say just now that he is the dean's son. Why did the dean's son come to Jinyang? Could it be that he also came to Jinyang to propose marriage? Su Jinyang and Fong came to the crowd and heard the villagers' discussions. Fong's expression was startled. Su Jinyang also looked at the other party in surprise. Shen Chuan's appearance and bearing were not to be criticized. Although he was not as incredible as Wei Ting, he was more than one order of magnitude higher than Chen Hao. Besides, he is the dean's son. What a noble status this is. If he really came to propose marriage to the Su family Fong, and Su Jinyang's hearts jumped. Shen Chuan said, "You are mistaken. The person I am looking for is not her, but Su Daya."
What? Shudaya?
Let me. Su Pengya patted the villagers blocking the door casually. Everyone gave way to a path in a daze. Shen Chuan finally saw her. His eyes lit up, and he stepped forward and said, "Miss Su, it's really your family. It seems I'm not wrong. But is your family doing some happy event? Why are there so many people here?"
Alas.
Su Pengya sighed, "There is no happy event. I just posted a couplet. Shen Chuan, you came just in time. Please help me see how the couplet goes. On a first-name basis. Do they know each other? Pretty familiar. Is this really the Su Daya they know?" The villagers were all dumbfounded and shocked. Chen Haoyuan was no less shocked than everyone else. If you don't know, you will be fearless, but he understands. He had been studying in the academy for 5 years, but he still couldn't directly call Mr. Shen Chuan. It's not that they are inferior, it's that they are not that close to each other. After Shen Chuan finished appreciating it carefully, he couldn't hide his admiration and said, "Which expert did you ask to write your couplet? The words are very elegant. The meaning is also good. Compared to this one?" Su Pengya pointed to the couplet in Tiedan's hand. Shen Chuan didn't know it was written by Chen Haoyuan, so he took a look and said bluntly, "Is this comparable? This one is far worse than the one posted on your wall. Did you hear that?" The young master of Wudong Academy said it himself. Chen Xiaozai's couplets are not as good as those of Xiao Su's family. Now no one will be wronged anymore. Li Zheng nodded with satisfaction. He just said, "Xiao Su's couplets are better written."
His vision is right.
Mrs. Huang was anxious. "Mr. Shen, how can you speak for outsiders? In the future, if you and my son go to Fuqing to study together, in the words of you scholars, that is, fellow villagers and classmates, we must take care of each other." Shen Chuan gave Huang a strange look. "Eh? Don't you know? Chen Haoyuan is not on the list of people going to Fuqing this time." Huang said without thinking, "How can I not have my son? It's impossible." Shen Chuan said, "What did I lie to you for? The list came down a few days ago. Students going to Fuqing have been notified to go to Fuqing Road Diversion. Chen Haoyuan has not received any news. He thought that the list would not be posted until spring. Is this the truth?"
Why?
He couldn't accept it. Shen Chuan sighed. "I'm also very confused. I obviously told my father that you are Miss Su's cousin." The way everyone looked at the mother and son completely changed. Mr. Huang has been bragging all morning. Chen Haoyuan is going to Fuqing to take the imperial examination. How will it end now? Chen Haoyuan's face was burning, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Chen Xiaozai, don't be discouraged. Whether you go to Fuqing to study or not is not the most important thing. As long as you study hard, you will always get ahead one day. Li Zheng was comforting Chen Haoyuan regardless of past grudges, but in Chen Haoyuan's ears, it was the same as ridicule. He didn't say a word, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Chen Haoyuan looked at Su Pengya, who was talking to Shen Chuan as if there was no one around, and a guess suddenly flashed in his heart.
Shudaya.
Did you do something behind my back?" Su Pengya paused while nibbling on the corn cob and looked at him in confusion. Is the demon named Chen stunned? If you can't get a spot, blame her for tampering? She has this free time, so why not make more cakes? Shen Chuan didn't expect that Chen Haoyuan would slander his cousins so much. Why did he lose the election to marry Miss Su? How did he become a cousin? Su Pengya said strangely. Chen Haoyuan, are you okay? You can't choose, so you have to rely on me? Chen Haoyuan said in disgust. If it weren't for you, how could I have lost the election? Su Pengya said calmly. How do I know? I'm not from your academy. Chen Haoyuan gritted his teeth. You are so despicable. As soon as he finished speaking, Father Su walked out with a livid face after taking care of the 3 little beetles. He strode up to Chen Haoyuan and, without saying a word, he waved his hand and gave Chen Haoyuan a slap in the face. Snap! Su Cheng showed no mercy with the slap and slapped Chen Haoyuan directly to the ground. Everyone was so shocked that the scene suddenly fell silent. The villagers could not possibly know the things that happened between Su Cheng and the Chen family. Although Su Cheng looked bad, he was not bad to the Chen family and could even be said to have given them whatever they wanted. He beat the scholar from the Chen family. It was the first time for him to do so on New Year's Day. Brother Hao, Huang, who had fainted on the ground, suddenly jumped up. Everyone's mouth twitched. Could he be pretending to faint? Huang was so embarrassed that she decided to pretend to be unconscious to get away with it. But now that her son was beaten, she couldn't care less to continue pretending. She quickly helped her son sit up. Seeing her son's face swollen and the corner of his mouth broken, she was so angry that she pointed at Su Cheng and shouted, Su, are you crazy? Why did you hit my son? Su Cheng said coldly, I have tolerated your family for a long time. You know how many troubles you have caused, and how much money you have asked for. I don't bother with you because of Su Nyang. After all, the Chen family gave birth to Su Nyang, and I am repaying her debt as a child. But over the years, I have repaid the debt of giving birth and raising her. Don't even think about bullying my and Su Nyang's children again. From now on, our Su family has nothing to do with your Chen family. This slap is just a small lesson. If you dare to come to my house and cause trouble next time, I will give you more than just a slap. Su Cheng's attitude tore off the last fig leaf of the Su and Chen families. The reason why the Huang family dared to cause trouble again and again was because Su Cheng, as the head of the family, had never fallen out with the Chen family. No matter how much trouble Su Pengya made, she was just a girl. Huang didn't really take Su Pengya seriously. In Huang's opinion, what really played a decisive role was Su Cheng's attitude. And Su Cheng will never break up with a Chen family in his life. Huang was wrong from the beginning. It is true that Su Cheng tolerated the Chen family, but in Su Cheng's heart, his daughter was the most important. In the past, the Chen family only made things difficult for him, not for his daughter. Now that the Chen family has bullied his daughter again and again, it would be strange if he could endure this. Su Pengya gave old man Su a thumbs up in her heart. So handsome. We should draw a clear line with the Chen family. He asked Su Pengya excitedly, Sister, can I beat them up in the future? He thought his voice was very soft, but Huang heard every word. Huang's body shuddered. Is this the end? After the big one beats the small one, here comes the next? You Su family members, just wait. My son is a scholar. He doesn't even have to kneel when he sees the county magistrate. You beat my son, and this matter will not be let go. After Huang finished bluffing and making threats, she helped the distraught Chen Xiaotsai up and walked away in disgrace amid the laughter of the villagers. All right, everyone go away. What's so good to see? Old man Su waved his hands impatiently at the villagers. Su Erga pointed to the couplets on the wall and said, Dad, we have couplets posted at home. My brother-in-law wrote them. Father Su raised his chin in a second and said to the villagers, Oh, then just watch as you like. You can watch as long as you want. The more things that make you proud, the better. Are there more couplets? Yes, Dad. Su Erga said, brother-in-law has written several copies. Su Cheng put his hands behind his back and said very generously, Take them all out. If any of the villagers are interested. Everyone's eyes lit up. Su Cheng, just look at me twice. Everyone. Shun Chuan came to Su Pengya today for 2 things. The first thing was to give something away, and the second thing was to give something away. Shen Chuan picked up another big bundle from the carriage. I just came back from my grandpa's house. My father asked me to bring you my grandpa's house specialties. Dean Shen? Su Pengya was confused. Shen Chuan smiled and said, he didn't say it himself, but when I offered to send you some, he didn't object. From what I know about my father, this is tacit consent. Seeing that Su Pengya was still confused, he explained, didn't I mention it to you before? You saved Mr. Xiang, which solved my father's urgent need and created many opportunities for me to get close to Mr. Xiang. My dad keeps it in mind.
Supanya, oh.
Shen Chuan handed her a brocade box. Besides, when I was leaving the academy, I met Mr. Jing who wanted to give you a couplet, so I brought it to him. It is Mr. Xiang's calligraphy treasure, and even my father is envious of it. You have to collect it carefully. Okay. Su Pengya took it. Rich people are different, and a pair of couplets is packed in such an exquisite brocade box. Su Xiao carefully said, it would be better if you came earlier so that I don't have to work hard to please that guy Wei Ting. Shen Chuan looked at the couplets on the wall and said thoughtfully, but I see that your couplets are also pretty good, on par with Mr. Xiang's. This evaluation is very rare. After all, Mr. Xiang's calligraphy was personally praised by Dean Shen. Su Pengya was not proficient in calligraphy. She could tell that the difference was so big that it would be difficult to tell the difference between brothers. Who wrote it? Shen Chuan asked curiously. Oh, alone.
Su Pengya said lightly.
Jing Yi had investigated her, but Shen Chuan had not, and she had never mentioned it herself. Therefore, Shen Chuan did not know about her unexpected marriage and always referred to her as Miss Su. In Xiaodong's room, Wei Ting, who was writing a couplet, snorted coldly. Hee, does this mean that you don't throw it away after you use it? A woman's mouth is a liar. Wei Ting casually glanced at the three little boys scribbling around the table, curled his lips, and shouted unhurriedly, Madam, the little tiger peed. He waved his little hands and spoke seriously to Su Pengya. I know. Su Pengya touched his little head and said to him, Dahu and Eru, go and help Uncle Ergu put up the couplets. The three of them put down the papers and pens that were scattered all over the table and left in a flash. The couplet has been written, and Wei Ting is now writing the word fu. Su Pengya slapped the table and said fiercely, Wei Ting, what do you mean? Wei Ting continued to write leisurely, my lover left? Su Pengya narrowed her eyes slightly. What? Are you jealous? Wei Ting sneered. Oh, you're overthinking. I just think everything must be fair. I'm not allowed to attract bees and butterflies in the village, and you can't even think about messing around with flowers outside. Su Pengya clenched her chubby fist again. Rational analysis showed that although she had no particular feelings for Shen Chuan and had no plans to fall in love at the moment, Shen Chuan obviously had no intention of doing so either. But just in case, she meant just in case there were developments between her and Shen Chuan other than business, and Shen Chuan would actually be a good candidate. Now it's better. The seeds haven't grown yet, so Wei Ting has to dig up the seeds first. Su Pengya's true nature as a bully showed. Be careful. I won't be able to get married one day. I really depend on you. Wei Ting said calmly, you can't rely on me. In the afternoon, the peanuts and sesame seeds at home were ground. Su Ergu went to old Li's house to return the millstone. Su Pengya asked him to bring a pair of couplets for Chinese characters for Fu and a large piece of red paper for cutting window decorations. Don't forget the headman's family and Aunt Lu's family either. Li Zheng is the village official, so we have to establish a good relationship with him. Aunt Lu's land was right next to Li's. When Old Man Su was learning farming from Qian, he accidentally damaged other people's land. When Chen Haoyuan was writing couplets at Old Su's house, Aunt Lu and Qian did not go to watch. They thought they could only envy others, but they never expected that they would have the same experience at home. Compared with others, they also have more Fu characters and red paper for cutting window decorations. In comparison, the Chen family's work is totally inferior. Qian and Aunt Lu didn't know how to cut paper cuts, so they came to Su Pengya, who helped them cut them. They looked delicate and festive. I didn't expect that Fatty had this skill. Aunt Lu's mother-in-law sighed sincerely. "She's very capable," said the Sun family's daughter-in-law, who came to visit. "She went to town to sell pancakes and made a lot of money. I heard from Lu An's wife that she eats meat every meal, which makes them so greedy. Who would have thought that the Su family, who once made a living by extorting money, could go to town to do business seriously? This is either a case of evil spirits or sheer luck." Aunt Lu thought for a moment and said, "We have found a good son-in-law." The Sun family's wife muttered, "Young Master Wei is handsome and literate. Why did he marry into the Su family? Is there something wrong with him?" Aunt Lu glared at her and said, "Why are you the same as Zhou? You can't stand seeing others having a good time, right?" The Sun family's wife said, "I just said it casually. Is it necessary to get so angry? You can say whatever you want, just don't come to my house." Aunt Lu drove the man away. In the past, the mother-in-law would have said something to Aunt Lu, but looking at the couplets and red paper on the table, the mother-in-law remained silent. During that day, the discussion about Xiao Su's family in the village never stopped. Some people talked about it. Some said it well, some said it badly, some said it was envious, some said it was jealous, some said it was amazing, and some said they were questioning. The old Su family was unusually quiet. Chen Haoyuan had a problem with the quota, and the mother and son had lost face in the village. Old Master Su regretted agreeing to the marriage this morning. Su Jinyang locked herself in the room. Her family members thought she was just worried about her marriage, but only Su Jinyang herself knew that she had lost all face today. From childhood to adulthood, she has never lost to Su Pengya in anything. But today, in front of all the villagers, she lost. When everyone thought that the young master of the academy was looking for her, and she thought so too, the other party called Su Pengya's name. At that moment, she became a complete joke. Su Jinyang didn't even think about how many jokes like this Su Pengya had experienced in the past. She was used to being proud, so once Su Pengya, who she compared to a pile of mud, helped her up the wall, her mentality became unbalanced. She also didn't understand why Su Pengya could marry a man as outstanding as Wei Zilangjian. And why did Su Pengya know the young master of the academy? It seemed that Su Pengya became lucky overnight. Su Jinyang attributed everything to Su Pengya's luck, but she had no idea how much effort Su Pengya had put in privately that ordinary people could not imagine. It snowed heavily for 3 days in a row. Every day, Su Pengya braved the biting snow and trudged back and forth between the village and Chunlu Lane. The fat man is just not afraid of the cold, not afraid of being tired. Su Pengya collapsed in the snow several times, gasping for breath. Aunt Fu started out cursing, but in the end she was silent. She watched the chubby girl's face and ears turn red and frostbitten, all because of her, an old woman whose half-body was buried in the soil. The day before New Year's Eve, Dr. Fu finally returned from his medical visits. After learning what happened at home, he almost knelt down to Su Pengya. Su Pengya waved her hands. All right, it's no big deal. I paid for the consultation. What a big bag of peanuts, plus a bowl of sesame seeds. It smells so good." No amount of medical fees could buy Miss Su's treatment and care for his mother. He remembered this kindness. At noon, the heavy snow stopped for an hour, and when Su Pengya was halfway there, it started falling again. Su Pengya's face was so cold that it hurt, and her back was sweating. As we approached the village, we heard the sound of hurried horse hooves not far away. This place is very close to the official road, and occasionally there would be merchants passing by, but Su Pengya didn't pay much attention and continued on her way. But her luck today was really bad, as she tripped over a large rock covered by snow. Her chubby little body fell to the ground in the snow, and she fell flat on her face. To make matters worse, the things in the backpack were scattered all over the floor. She reached out to pick them up, but accidentally. The broken bamboo strips cut 2 long cuts on her left index and middle fingers. Blood gushed out. Her fingers were connected to her heart, and the pain nerves in her body were awakened instantly. The pain was multiplied, and she gasped. Can't cry, can't cry.
Hold on.
A tall figure walked towards her on the thick snow, taking 1 deep step and 1 shallow step. He stood behind her for a moment, bending over to pick up the things she had dropped. So stupid,
he said.
Su Pengya's head was buzzing with pain, and only when she heard a familiar voice did she realize someone was approaching. She raised her head and met those cold eyes. This body's instinct to feel pain and cry easily came up, and I couldn't help but satisfy it. Su Pengya cried loudly. Wutabai, it hurts so much. Waiting, etc.
Waiting.
Su Pengya's body froze, and her crying stopped abruptly. She opened her red eyes wide and tried hard to suppress her crying instinct. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of this guy. Waiting said calmly, if you want to cry, just cry. No one will laugh at you. Really? She asked tearfully, her voice choking with sobs. Waiting leaned over to look at her at eye level, curled his lips, and said mischievously, it's fake. Shubanya. Can she kill this guy now? Having caught a little crybaby in the act, Wei-Ting felt very proud. Su Pengya moved her ace sitting in the snow, turned her back to Xiaobang, and gave him an angry slap on the back of his head. Looking at the little fat peacock who was angry with him, Wei-Ting almost laughed out loud. However, when he saw the blood on the ground, he stopped laughing. Is this girl injured? He thought she had fallen in the snow, made a mess, felt cold and wronged, and that was why she started crying in anger. He came to Su Pengya on crutches and said, let me see it. I won't show it to you. Su Pengya covered her wound tightly, turned around, and continued to face him with her back. She had just cried, and her voice was hoarse and choked with sobs. She was obviously angry, but Wei-Ting could hear a hint of grievance in her voice. Or there is a kind of grievance that Wei-Ting thinks you are wronged. Wei-Ting sighed, put his crutches aside, knelt on one knee in the snow, and said to her, I was wrong, okay? Why would a grown man bother with a little fat girl? Su Pengya turned around and asked him coldly, then tell me, where did you go wrong?
Waiting.
Wei-Ting thought about it seriously. My mistake is that I shouldn't laugh at you? Su Pengya instantly exploded. So you really laughed at me just now? Wei-Ting subconsciously denied it. I didn't laugh at you. Su Pengya got angry again. So you lied when you admitted your mistake?
Waiting.
What kind of a life-threatening question is this? Wei-Ting took a deep breath, pulled her wrist, took her right hand away, looked at her injured index and middle fingers on her left hand, and asked, did you bring medicine? Humph. Su Pengya turned her face away proudly, her eyes calmly sweeping over the small backpack beside her. Wei-Ting glanced at her, grabbed the backpack, found her first aid kit, and unzipped it. He didn't know what the design was, but he had seen her open it this way. He began to search. Su Pengya raised her chin and said, don't try to take advantage of this opportunity to find the token. It's not there. Wei-Ting didn't say anything, but took out a cotton swab and saline solution. He naturally couldn't name these two things, but she had used them to treat his wounds many times. He has learned it by watching. He cleaned her wound and applied medicine on it. Su Pengya's eyes were filled with tears because of the pain, but she tried hard not to cry to someone. You are a strange person, Wei-Ting said.
What's weird about me?
Su Pengya asked unhappily. You seem to be more afraid of pain than ordinary people. Wei-Ting went straight to the point. Su Pengya was really shocked this time. Was Wei-Ting's observation so careful? Did he find this? The reason why Wei-Ting said this was because through his observations during this period, he found that Su Daya was not a delicate person. In fact, in many things, she was more able to endure hardships and forbearance than the soldiers in the barracks. Su Pengya corrected him. I'm not afraid of pain. I can't stand the pain. Wei-Ting asked, is there any difference? Su Pengya said seriously, of course I do. I can't stand the pain because my pain nerves are well developed, and the pain is infinitely magnified. It's innate. It's not that I'm afraid psychologically. Well, there is also a little instinctive avoidance and fear, but she will overcome it one day. Another word appeared that Wei-Ting had never heard of. Wei-Ting looked at her deeply, said nothing, and bandaged her wound. You made them so ugly, Su Pengya said, looking at the two big dumplings in her hands. Wei-Ting said coldly, it's good enough that someone bandaged you, and you still complain? Su Pengya snorted. I can bandage it myself. Wei Ting chuckled and said, "Why didn't you say anything just now?" Su Pengyao raised her eyebrows and said, "I'm very happy to let you work."
Wei Ting.
At this moment, two black-clad guards rode past the two men on horseback, their horses' hooves splashing flying snow that almost hit them. One of the people who had already walked away looked back, as if thinking of something. "What's wrong?" asked the companion. "That person looks familiar." When his companion looked back, the wind and snow were so strong that he could only vaguely see two figures, a chubby country girl and a man in cloth. "You must have seen it wrong. How could there be any acquaintances in such a remote place?" The black-clad guard thought for a moment and said, "Maybe I really saw it wrong. That gentleman should be in the capital. Why did he come to a remote village in Qingzhou and stay with a little village girl and behave intimately with her? Don't forget, he is the famous god of killing. No woman can get close to him. Not only the noble ladies in the capital, but also the princesses of the royal family, let alone a fat little girl from the country." His companion advised, "Let's go quickly. Don't keep the young marquis waiting for too long." "What's wrong with you?" Su Pengyao looked at Wei Ting, who had stood up but suddenly squatted down to check her injured hand. "Are you looking at how ugly you wrapped your hand?" "Nothing." Wei Ting grabbed the small backpack beside him and stood up with the help of a cane. "Let's go back." "Can we go? My injury is my hand, not my foot. Besides, if I can't walk, can you still carry me?" Su Pengyao glanced at his injured leg. "The meaning is very clear. Can you memorize it?" Wei Ting understood her expression and returned her look. "It's not my fault that I can't carry it, right? Shobanya." I really want to beat him to death. The two of them walked home in the snow. Su Pengyao asked, "Why do I meet you here? Are you here to pick me up?" Wei Ting, "Yes." Su Pengyao sneered, "You lied again. I used to take the village road, but today it snowed too heavily. There was too much snow on the village road and I was afraid of walking into the ditch, so I took the long way and took the official road." Wei Ting didn't say anything. Su Pengyao continued, "The place where you had the accident is nearby. Did you bury some treasure here?" Wei Ting said without hesitation, "No." Su Pengyao narrowed her eyes. After putting away her things at home, Su Pengyao took a short-handled shovel and quietly went out. "You will know if you have buried the treasure or not by digging." Su Pengyao came to the place where Su Laodi and Su Ergu attacked Wei Ting. The traces of the fight were long gone, and the dilapidated carriages were taken back by the nearby villagers to be burned as firewood. Su Pengyao looked at the ice and snow on the ground and wondered, if she were Wei Ting, where would she hide her belongings in a critical moment? There are official roads on the north and south ends, a small forest on the east, and a field of crops across a ditch on the west. We can't bury the property in the field. If we just plow the field or dig up a few vegetables, the property will be exposed. The forest is about 30 steps away. Dahu and the others are in the carriage, so he can't go too far.
Ditch.
The ditches are dry in winter, making it a great place to hide things. Of course, this is just Su Pengyao's initial guess, and whether it is correct or not still needs to be verified through practice. It's time to verify the conjecture. Su Pengyao came to the edge of the ditch, picked a spot at random, rolled up her sleeves, and started digging. To be honest, Wei Ting's bandage was a bit ugly, but it was very thick, and it didn't hurt at all when he grabbed the shovel. Su Pengyao squatted on the ground with her chubby body, digging and digging. As she dug, she looked back from time to time to see if Wei Ting had caught up with her. "Looks just like a sneaky little fat squirrel."
"No."
She frowned. "Keep digging." When she dug the third pit, she suddenly felt a terrible murderous aura coming. "Who is it?" A man's stern voice came from behind. It wasn't Wei Ting's voice. "Stay calm and don't panic." Su Pengyao squatted on the ground and turned her head calmly. Aren't these the two men in black riding their horses on the official road just now?" Su Pengyao pretended not to be impressed and asked, "Who are you?" The other party was also surprised. "Isn't this the chubby country girl from before? Why is she here?" Su Pengyao took the initiative and said seriously, "I am asking you a question. You look unfamiliar. You don't look like people from the nearby village. Who are you?" The two exchanged glances. The square-faced guard who had just noticed Wei Ting looked at Su Pengya and said, "We're just passing by. What are you, a girl, doing squatting on the roadside in the snow? What do you care about me?" Su Pengya said fiercely. Sometimes, the more confident a person is, the less likely he is to be suspicious. She stood up, brushed off the snow on the shovel, and said with a depressed look, "I hate you so much. You scared away all the prey. I won't dig anymore." The square-faced guard asked suspiciously, "What prey is buried in the snow?" Su Pengya put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "I am digging earthworms. I am going to use them as bait to catch pheasants in the woods. You guys are making so much noise. You guys may kill all the pheasants. They both." "Who is noisier?" the companion whispered. "She looks like a nearby villager. Should we ask her?" The square-faced man pondered for a moment and rejected the idea. "Forget it. Don't alert the enemy." Su Pengya took the shovel and left. The two had already dispelled their doubts about her, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. Su Pengya's personal purse leaked, and a shiny black token fell into the snow with a plop. The scene was quiet. Su Pengya bent down her fat waist, picked up the token, and stuffed it into her arms. The two guards' hands were empty. A murderous look instantly appeared in the eyes of the two men. The square-faced man said coldly, "Hand over that thing just now." Su Pengya pretended to be confused even though she knew the answer. "What is that?" "I don't understand." The square-faced man pulled out a piece of the sword from his waist and threatened, "Girl, don't be ungrateful. Hand it over or I'll kill you." Su Pengya said, "In broad daylight, you are burning, killing, and looting. Do you have any respect for the law? I warn you, if I shout, the whole village will be able to hear it." The square-faced man pressed her acupoints. "Shopanya?" The square-faced man said to his companion, "You come." The companion asked, "Why me?" They just saw the little village girl put the thing into her arms. What happened? At this moment, a young man in a black cloak with silver edges walked over with a cold expression. Su Pengya took a closer look.
Ving Yi?
Jing Yi also saw Su Pengya, and his handsome brows frowned. Two black-clad guards bowed respectfully to him. "Young Marquis." Su Pengya's eyes widened. The square-faced man reported, "Young Marquis, there is a suspicious person here." Before he finished saying the word "Ren," Jing Yi raised his hand and untied the acupuncture points for Su Pengya. Su Pengya was finally able to speak and move. She said incredulously, "Jing Yi, are you the Marquis?" This time, it was the two guards' turn to be dumbfounded. Did the little village girl just call their young master by his name? The young master knows her?
Ving Yi fronet.
Although he didn't want to reveal his identity, his subordinates had already revealed it, so he couldn't lie and say that he was not that person. "What's going on?" he asked Su Pengya. Su Pengya quickly complained, "They too robbed me." "No, it's him." The square-faced man and his companion spoke at the same time. The square-faced man looked at his companion with a dark face. "Are you so anxious to betray me?" The companion coughed lightly and said, "I didn't do anything." The square-faced man came to Jing Yi and whispered a few words. Su Pengya couldn't hear what he said, but she could guess that he was mentioning the token to Jing Yi. Jing Yi raised his hand. The square-faced man took 3 steps back. Jing Yi looked at Su Pengya and said, "Miss Su, please take out the things you just brought and show them to me." The square-faced man said, "That's clearly not it." Su Pengya said, "This is all I have." The square-faced man frowned. "You're talking nonsense." Su Pengya straightened her back and said, "If you don't believe me, come and search." Jing Yi had a complicated expression. "Miss Su, I'm sorry." Really? She was Mr. Xiang's savior after all, and she had also taken over Jing Yi's arm, but all of this was not worth a token. "What on earth is that token?" "Jing Yi, I am a woman," Su Pengya said seriously. "Is Hongwon here?" Jing Yi asked the two of them. "Here." The square-faced man put his index finger and thumb into his mouth and whistled to the sky. Not long after, a woman in red came walking on the snow, leaped into the air, knelt on one knee in front of Jing Yi, and saluted. "Hongwon greets the young Marquis." Su Pengya's first reaction. how handsome. Second reaction, it's over, barbecue. I can't avoid the body search. A quarter of an hour later, Hongwon and Su Pengya came out of the woods one after another. Hongwon presented the things she found to Jingyi with both hands. Please have a look, young Marquis. Jingyi opened the handkerchief and took a look. Cake? Yes. Hongwon said, this is the only thing I found. Jingyi looked coldly at the two black-clad guards standing beside him. The two of them trembled. The square-faced man said, Young Marquis, I really saw it. It is indeed what we have been looking for. What about you? Jing-yi asked another person. Another person recalled it carefully and said, It looks like that to me too. Hongwon was unhappy. What do you mean? Do you suspect that I missed something, or do you suspect that I am protecting her? Hongwon is a secret guard. She is good at martial arts and concealment, and her alertness and carefulness are beyond the reach of ordinary masters. She didn't care what the two guys saw. After all, she searched the house inside and out, and there was indeed nothing suspicious on the little village girl. Jing-yi broke the pancake. It's just a pancake, there's nothing fishy about it. The square-faced man was very puzzled. I did see her put it in her arms. Hongwon said calmly, Maybe you saw it wrong, it's just a pancake. The square-faced man opened his mouth. Hongwon snorted coldly. If you don't believe it, go search it again yourself. Hongwon was not speaking for Su Pengya. She was confident in her own search methods, and she would not miss any blind spots. Jing-yi also believed in Hongwon's ability. If the thing was really on Miss Su's body, then there was no way Hongwon could not find it. As for shielding Miss Su, that is simply a fantasy. Jing-yi waited there until Su Pengya came out after putting on her clothes, and then apologized to her in person. Su Pengya said angrily, I thought we were friends, but you didn't trust me at all. It's not surprising when you think about it. You are a young marquis, and I am just a little village girl. I am marrying up. See you in the rivers and lakes. After saying that, Su Pengya left without looking back. Jing-yi hesitated as he looked at the broken cake in his hand, and pinched a treasure bag in his left palm that he had not given away in time. His expression darkened. Su Pengya kept walking back, and when she was sure that she was far away from the sight of Jing-yi and others, her tense body finally relaxed. She let out a long breath. It was so thrilling. Jing-yi's age would have been just a high school student in his previous life, but I didn't expect him to be so calm and meticulous. Of course, she wasn't really angry with Jing-yi, but if she wasn't so angry, she would appear suspicious. She thought she would be exposed this time, but the pharmacy appeared at the critical moment. Although it was only a moment, it was enough for her to put the token in. In Hongwon's view, she just covered her chest and felt dizzy for a moment. Hongwon asked her what was wrong. She said to Hongwon, I didn't have breakfast because I went to town for a medical consultation. I'm almost fainting from hunger. I managed to bring a pancake with me, but you treated it as stolen goods. Successfully concealed the truth. This level has been passed. The pharmacy deserves credit for this. All in all, she went to the pharmacy 4 times. The first time was to heal Wei Ting's injuries, the second time was to treat Xiang Gongzi's lung disease. She also gave old man Su a bottle of bone-strengthening granules, and the third time was to rescue Aunt Fu. The fourth time was just now.
Could it be that?
The trigger conditions of the pharmacy are various emergencies? What are the criteria? Originally, she thought that the pharmacy would only appear in emergency medical situations, but how to explain what happened today? Too many doubts flashed through her mind, and Su Pengya felt that she needed to figure them out. Not only because it is a thick and big golden finger, but also because it is the only remaining connection between him and that world. Maybe one day, I can return to that world through it. The premise is that her corpse has not been cremated after arriving home. Su Pengya went straight into her room and began to figure out how to get into the pharmacy. The first 2 times, I was confused, like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. I took the medicine out without realizing it. Aunt Fu. I had a strong desire to enter that time, but I tried several times. What are you mumbling about? Wei Ting's voice suddenly rang out at the door. Su Pengya shuddered and turned to him with a dark face. Why are you eavesdropping on me? Wei Ting knocked on the door calmly. The door is open.
Shupanya.
Su Pengya stuffed the shovel under the bed without leaving any trace, and said, I didn't dig up your treasure. Wei Ting looked at her deeply and said in a cold tone, Ergo is calling you. Elder sister Su Ergo was yelling for a sister at the entrance of the village, and the whole village could hear it, which shows how serious Su Pengya's trance was just now. Wei Ting naturally didn't know what happened on the official road. He looked at the exposed shovel and said mockingly, It seems that you are disappointed that you didn't dig anything. Su Pengya glared at him and said, One day, I will dig it out. Su Pengya went to the entrance of the village and found Su Ergu, who was running around anxiously. What's wrong? Su Ergu said anxiously. Da Hu, Hu, and Xiao Hu are missing.
Su Pengya said, Why didn't you see me?
Tell me clearly. Su Ergu scratched his head and said, It's time for dinner. I told them to go back and eat, and Juzi happened to come over to get some water. We chatted for a while, and when I turned around, they were gone. Su Pengya sighed. I know, I'll go find it. You go back first. The little guys must not want to be caught by Su Ergu, so they hid somewhere else again. Su Pengya guessed correctly. The three little ones did hide and play hide and seek with their uncle, and only went back with their uncle after they were found. The three people's safety range has gradually expanded from their own home and Lu Shan's home next door to an entire row of villages. In one sentence, getting bolder and bolder, the three of them hid in a small pile of firewood behind the Su family's kitchen. These were the wood that were cut before the snow started. We had originally intended to use them to repair the house, but due to the bad weather we had to put them aside. The older kids couldn't get in, but the three of them were smaller, so each one of them found its way in. The three of them squatted in the firewood pile and waited for a while, but Uncle Ergu didn't show up, so they ran out on their own. Just at this moment, Su Jinyang pushed the door open to pour water. She saw the three little ones next to the firewood pile at a glance. The three of them were wearing thick cotton padded jackets with a layer of blue smocks on the outside. The smock was what Su Pengya wore when she was a child. Old Man Su took it out and put it on the three little ones. This way it doesn't matter if they get dirty while playing, they can just change their overalls every day. The three of them were cute, with big eyes and long eyelashes. There were no prettier children in the village. There are none in town either. At least Su Jinyang had never seen it. Su Jinyang knew that they were Wei Ting's children. She poured the water, put down the basin, walked in front of the three people, bent down, and gently patted the snow on their coats. The three of them looked at her with their dark eyes wide open. The three little ones don't want to warm themselves by the fire. They just want to play hide and seek. It was the first time that Su Jinyang observed the three children up close. Just like their father, they looked prettier the closer she looked. I heard that he was very naughty and always made the children in the village cry. It must be that Su Pengya doesn't know how to educate them. If she were their mother, she will teach them well, and very well. What are your names? Su Jinyang asked softly. The three of them didn't speak. Su Jinyang didn't really not know their names. She just wanted to get them to talk. Isn't that how all communication between adults and children starts? Seeing that they didn't say anything, Su Jinyang didn't get discouraged, but continued to ask gently, Who is the big tiger? Who is the second tiger? And who is the little tiger? The three of them remained silent. Su Jinyang thought about it, turned and went into the house, secretly took a piece of maltose from home, broke it into 3 small pieces, walked out, and handed it to them. The Su family's conditions were considered good in the village, but something as precious as maltose was only eaten by their own family members, and it was rare for them to give it to the children in the village. Here, she said with a smile. She is pretty and speaks gently, and all the children in the village like her very much. Plus, this is maltose, and there is no child who doesn't like to eat candy. She held it forward again and said, This is caramel. It's delicious. Of course, the 3 little ones knew about maltose, and Nyo Dan used it to tempt them. The 3 didn't answer. Su Jinyang asked, What's wrong? Don't you like it? Or does your father not allow you to eat it? Big tiger. Second tiger. Little tiger. Su Pengya's voice came from the front. The three little ones' eyes lit up, and they decisively spread their feet and ran out of the old Sue's house and the alley next door. Su Jinyoung followed for a few steps and saw the three of them throwing themselves into Su Pengya's arms like young swallows, and their three little heads rubbed against Su Pengya's body. "Where did you go to play? You look sweaty all over," Su Pengya said while touching Dahu's head. Dahu raised his hand and pointed. "Over there, hide. Era wants one too." Era stretched his little head over. Xiaofu. Xiaofu. It was so hard for Xiaohu to survive between his two brothers. Su Pengya didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and touched everyone's head. Dahu turned around, pointed at his back, and said in a baby voice, "And here too." When Su was young, she often touched their backs to see if they were sweating. Su Pengya touched this and that with amusement. The three little kids raised their chins, looking so proud. Su Pengya said, "You are soaked with sweat. Go back and change clothes and eat." The three of them nodded and followed Su Pengya away in a hop and skip. The way the three of them were having fun was completely different from how they appeared in front of Su Jinyoung and the other villagers. "Are you eating anything?" Su Pengya asked.
No.
The three little ones shook their heads. Su Jinyoung looked at the backs of the people leaving and clenched the candy in her hand. Su Pengya was obviously targeting her on purpose and not allowing her to have a good relationship with Wei Ting's three children. Su Pengya had no idea that Su Jinyoung gave candies to the three little ones. The reason she asked this was because a few days ago the three little ones followed the older children in the village to eat some wild fruits from the back mountain. The children in the village have been eating it since they were young, and they're used to it and have no discomfort. The three little ones had stomachaches all night. From then on, Su Pengya no longer let them eat outside food. "Mother." The three little ones noticed Su Pengya's fingers that were wrapped like rice dumplings. Su Pengya said with an "oh" and said calmly, "It's just for fun." The three little ones blinked cutely. A quarter of an hour later, each little kid had two small dumplings wrapped in his hands. The three of them went to the next door to find Nyo Dan and show off the fingers that their mother had wrapped for them. Unfortunately, Nyo Dan was not in the mood to compete with them today. There was another quarrel at home about the separation of the family property between the uncle and the aunt. Grandpa Lu Shan was very angry, and Grandma scolded him all morning and was still scolding him. "I raised you with all my heart and soul, and this is how you repay me. I know I'm not your biological mother. After all, we are separated by a layer of belly. I don't expect you to be filial to me, but you can't curse me to death. You two rascals. Are you trying to curse me and your father to death?" Mrs. Wu started to cry as she spoke. "It's not easy for me to be someone's stepmother all these years. How have I let you down? How can I be justified in this?" Did Mrs. Wu really forget how harshly she treated Lu Ping? He started cutting grass for pigs at the age of 5, worked in the fields at the age of 6, and slept in the cowshed in the middle of winter. He never sought medical advice when he was sick. If Lu Ping hadn't been lucky, he would have died many years ago. Lu Ping went to the town to work as a laborer, working without a rest from winter to summer, and all the hard-earned money went into the hands of Mrs. Wu. So how did Mrs. Wu get the nerve to say that she was not worthy of Lu Ping? "Did you instigate this?" Seeing that Lu Ping refused to give in, Mrs. Wu immediately turned her attention to Mrs. Wu. She walked over and slapped Xiao Wu in the face.
Bah!
The sound of a crisp slap rang out in the main hall. The one who got beaten was not Xiao Wu, but Lu Ping, who rushed over to stand in front of Xiao Wu. Lu Ping was hit hard, and his face swelled up immediately. Looking at the slap mark on Lu Ping's face, Mrs. Wu was stunned. Lu Shan, who was sitting on the chair, frowned fiercely. "Master, Mrs. Wu looked back at Lu Shan, then at Lu Ping, who looked stubborn. She wanted to say that she didn't want to hit Lu Ping, but the atmosphere in the room suddenly became so depressing that she couldn't speak. No matter what, Lu Ping is the eldest son in the family. As his stepmother, she can exploit him in every way she can, but she cannot hit him. You two kneel down," Lu Shan said to his son and daughter-in-law. Lu Ping and Xiao Wu knelt down with their heads down. Lu Shan said seriously, "I will ask you one last time. Do you really want to split up?" "Yes," said Lu Ping. Brother. Sister-in-law. Don't be impulsive. He put down the spatula and came over from the kitchen, saying to Lu Ping and Xiao Wu, "It's New Year's Day. Why are you making a fuss about dividing the family? Hurry up and apologize to your parents. Our family is harmonious. Please stop making trouble. I know that Luan was injured a while ago and couldn't go out to work, so he was a burden to you. I apologize to you here. It won't happen again in the future." His words avoided the main point. How could the first wife's grievances only occur in the past few months? But she couldn't say that the whole family had always been exploiting the first wife, right? Mrs. He did not want to divide the family. Even though Lu Ping's wages did not fall into her hands, Mrs. Wu always favored the second branch and spent a lot of money on Luan and Nyo Dan. And she can get some benefits from the help of her husband and son. The adults quarreled so loudly that Nyo Dan was scared and started crying in the kitchen. The three little kids came to show off their fingers, but Nyo Dan felt a little embarrassed to do so after crying like that. "Fingers," said Da Hu.
Just show off.
"It's my mother's fault," Eris said. "If his elder brother shows off, he should show off too. You didn't." Xiao Hushun finished off. "Nyo Dan, you suddenly can't cry anymore, right?" The three of them ran back to their kitchen, where Su Pengya was cooking bacon.
Mom, Ido,
said Dahu. Su Pengya thought the three of them were craving for the bacon in the pot, so she said softly, "It's not cooked yet. Wait a moment." Children are at the age of playing and exploring, so it is normal for them to mess around here and there. Su Pengya did not refuse, and went back to the east room to cut 3 pieces of clean gauze for them. The three of them took it and played with it happily. Su Pengya smiled and continued cooking.
Ha!
"Where's the child?" Old Man Su came in with a load of chopped firewood. He had clearly heard the voices of a few little guys just now. "What happened to your hand?" He saw Su Pengya's index finger wrapped like a rice dumpling. "Nothing, just an accidental scratch." Su Pengya said. They went to look for Nyo Dan. "Are you really okay?" He knew his fat daughter very well. She would cry for half a day just because of a small cut. "It's okay," Wei Ting wrapped it. It was wrapped so tightly, it looked very serious. "My son-in-law is so thoughtful," said Old Man Su. Su Pengya, "Hello, have you missed the point? I'll go check on the kids." Father Su went around to the back door of Lu's house and took a look. He saw 3 little guys wrapping something around Nyo Dan's hands. Nyo Dan's hands were twitching, as if he had just cried. Father Su automatically imagined a scene of bullying by a little bully and nodded with satisfaction. He felt relieved that the 3 little guys were not harmed, and went home to continue chopping wood. The quarrel in the Lu family became more and more intense. Lu Shan even threw the chair, and Nyo Dan was frightened and burst into tears again. The 3 little ones grunted over and slammed the front door of the kitchen together. Nyo Dan was stunned. Is this also possible? This is the bad thing about living in the countryside. Whenever there is any trouble in someone's house, most of the village will come to watch the fun. Upon learning that they were actually trying to split up the family, everyone tried to persuade Lu Ping to stop. Although they also knew that the eldest wife had a hard time in the Lu family, the saying still applies. As long as the parents are alive, the family will not be divided. Whenever there is a division, it is always extremely ugly. Lu Shan felt that he couldn't afford to lose this person. If you want to split up, you have to die. Oh, Brother Ping, listen to your aunt's advice. Who will be the one who gets the best out of this division of the family? If you don't think about yourself, think about the 2 children as well. Yes, life has become difficult since the family split up. 1 pot of rice cannot support 2 families. What grudges can't be resolved? Why do you have to go to the stage of splitting up the family? Yes, your eldest son has had a hard time, but you are the eldest son. Which eldest son didn't go through this? The villagers criticized the rebellious couple from the moral high ground. Aunt Shou is right. The eldest son is the head of the family, so he has to work harder than the second son. Su Pengya walked in with big strides. Everyone looked at her strangely, not understanding why she came here to join in the fun. Su Pengya put her hands behind her back and said in a leisurely manner, "I think Lu Ping is really ungrateful. He just did more hard labor and worked like a captive for others. Why did he feel wronged? And Xiaowu is the boss of the family. She does all the laundry, cooking, sweeping, and chopping wood. As the eldest daughter-in-law, this is what she should do. Everyone, why does this sound weird? However, Su Pengya's words successfully reminded everyone, or rather, broke the window paper that they had never dared to tear. Lu Ping worked as a laborer in the town. In order to get more work, he could only go home a few times a year. He worked so hard. How did the Lu family treat his wife and children? Little Mrs. Wu does the work of the whole family and even has to go to the fields to farm during the busy farming season. In comparison, Mrs. He and Mrs. Wu have much more free time. Their 2 children were dressed in rags and were skinny, far inferior to Niu Dan, the son of the second wife. Mrs. Wu told everyone how much she loved Lu Ping, and she was not so heartfelt even to her own son. Yes, she was expressing her distress with words. He said everything he should say, but didn't do anything he should do. This is Mr. Wu. In everyone's heart, it's not that they can't tell right from wrong, but it's similar to the principle of it's better to tear down a temple than to ruin a marriage. Advising others to separate will be criticized. They are not that stubborn. Lu Shan said in a deep voice, Su Pengya, this is our Lu family's family affair. It is not your turn to make decisions. After all, Lu Shan is a grandfather. He would not be so timid when facing a little bully from the Su family, especially in front of the whole village. He had to save some face. Su Pengya didn't care whether he was timid or not. She wasn't here to scare people with her tonnage. She said sarcastically, Grandpa Lu, it's better to break up with such an unfilial son. Lu Shan finally realized that this girl was here to cause trouble. The Su family hadn't extorted money from anyone for a while, so he thought they had turned over a new leaf, but it turned out they were still just a bunch of rascals. Lu Shan said coldly, Lu Ping is my son. Unless I die, he can't leave this family. Su Pengya let out a long sigh. Oh, I feel relieved with your words. The villagers were confused. What did Su Pengya mean? Su Pengya smiled and said, You just said that Lu Ping is your biological son. Unless you die, he can't even think of splitting the family property. In that case, you should pay off the debt Lu Ping owes. The villagers stared in amazement. What kind of development is this? Lu Shan frowned. Lu Ping was also confused. Xiaowu glanced at Su Pengya. She knew Su Pengya best. Although she didn't know what Su Pengya wanted to do, she believed in Su Pengya. Su Pengya, you want to extort money again, right? The one who spoke was he from the second house. Su Pengya took out an IOU from her wide sleeves, dusted it off gently, and showed it to the Lu family and fellow villagers. This is the IOU signed by Lu Ping himself, with his fingerprints on it. He owes me 30 taels in total. 18 taels of interest, a total of 48 taels. You, the Lu family, pay me back quickly. Lu Ping. What am I? Xiaowu pinched Lu Ping. Lu Ping's voice was interrupted, and Xiaowu hurriedly said, Didn't we agree to give him some time? Lu Ping looked at Xiaowu as if he had seen a ghost. Xiaowu's words indirectly verified Su Pengya's extortion. No, it can't be called extortion if there is an IOU. Su Pengya secretly admired that Mrs. Wu did not disappoint her and was very sensible. Su Pengya said fiercely, But you also promised to give me some interest in advance. Did you give it to me? Little Wu hesitated and said, We really can't take it out. Su Pengya pointed at Lu Shan and said, If you two can't take it out, ask your father for it. Mrs. Wu's expression suddenly changed. She didn't want to pay off the debt for the first wife. What on earth is going on? Lu Shan was angry. I guess you two haven't told your families yet. Okay, I'll tell you then.
Su Pengya smiled slowly.
A while ago, Lu Ping was carrying sacks for people in the town. He accidentally broke the jade pendant of a noble scholar. The jade pendant was originally worth 50 taels. It happened that I was doing business nearby, and Mr. Shen from Wudong Academy was also there. Mr. Shen, for his sake, Lu Ping was only allowed to pay 30 taels. I paid 6 cents in advance, written clearly in black and white, Mr. Shen, if you are a witness. If you don't believe it, you can go to Wudong Academy to ask him for confirmation. After moving Mr. Shen from the academy, Who dares not to believe it? They saw with their own eyes that Mr. Shin came to give Su Pengya a New Year gift. Su Pengya does have a relationship with Mr. Shin. As for why Su Fatya is so kind poo. 6 cents profit. Is this a good intention? This is to blackmail the Liu family to death. Still the same fatty Su, still the same little bully. Su Pengya stretched out her chubby hand and hooked it. How about it? Pay back the money. Liu Shan was so angry that his blood boiled up. He suppressed his anger and looked at Liu Ping, who was kneeling on the ground. Is everything she said true? Su Pengya raised her eyebrows and said, I told you, if you don't believe me, you can go to Xinchuan for verification. There are Liu Ping's fingerprints on it and Xinchuan's on them. Okay, it actually belongs to Wei Ting and Su Ergu. Liu Shan called his youngest son. Go and invite Li Zheng. Su Pengya didn't panic at all. After Li Zheng came over, he carefully checked the IOU. According to what is written on it, it is indeed owed 30 taels of capital, 6 cents of interest, and a daily interest of 1,800 taels. What was owed 10 days ago, as of today, happens to be 18 taels of profit. This is consistent with what Su Pengya said. Su Pengya asked, Li Zheng, Liu Ping is from the Liu family. The Liu family should help him pay off his debts, right? The village head frowned and thought for a moment. That's how it should be. Mrs. Wu's eyes went dark. She staggered and fell to the ground, slapping her thighs with both hands and crying, What kind of sin have I committed? 48 taels. 48 taels. Even if I sold her, I still couldn't pay it back. If I had known this, I would have agreed to split the family. Liu Ping only earned 100 copper coins a month, less than half a tael of silver at most, and the profit a day was nearly 2 taels. How long would it take to pay it back? In other words, the Liu family cannot afford to pay it back even if they lose everything they have. Liu Shan's face was also devastated. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He asked Liu Ping, such an important matter. Why didn't you tell your family? Liu Ping, Su Pengya laughed and said, Luckily I discovered it in time. If I had been a step later, you would have separated from our family and you wouldn't be able to pay the Liu family back. On your own. Humph. I'm afraid you'll have to pay it back in your next life. Grandpa Liu, I remember you always have a coffin book. It's time to take it out. When the villagers heard this, they suddenly realized. Could it be that Brother Ping is trying to split up the family just because he doesn't want to burden his family? He wanted to bear the debt himself, rather than have his whole family dragged down by him. Su Fatty, you're dreaming. The one who spoke was Mrs. Wu. If anyone wanted to touch her and Liu Shan's coffin money, she would be the first one to disagree. Su Pengya smiled faintly. If you don't want to hand over the coffin, that's fine. Then you can use something valuable as a substitute. Valuable things? Fields? Land? Farmers in the countryside are like rootless duckweed without fields. At this moment, the eldest wife's little girl came over crying. She had just woken up, and Maisie came out of the house without anyone watching her.
Mom.
She opened her little arms and asked for her mother. Xiao Wu held her daughter tightly in her arms. Maisie came out to hug her sister, but her sister refused to go with her. Mrs. Wu's eyes flashed, and she said to Su Pengya, I'll sell these 2 girls to you. Everyone was dumbfounded. This old man even sold his granddaughter for money. Liu Ping was shocked. Mom. Su Pengya said with a look of disdain. What are these 2 girls worth? Otherwise, you can use your grandson to pay off the debt. Niu Dan is white and fat. For the sake of being neighbors, I'll give him 5 taels. You can't sell my son, he screamed without thinking. Niu Dan is not only the treasure of the second wife, but also the apple of Liu Shan and Mrs. Wu's eyes. Not to mention that Mrs. He disagrees. The 2 elders are reluctant to let him go. But one of the coffin money, land, and cow eggs must be used to pay off the debt. To be precise, it is used to offset the interest. Even if they sold their entire family, they still couldn't raise 48 taels. He cried, Dad.
Mom.
Let my eldest brother and the others divide the money. It's not our debt. Why should we pay it back? Su Pengya said, Wow, what you said makes it sound like they didn't earn any money for the family or help with the housework. With just one sentence, he was choked to death. All of Liu Ping's wages were handed over to Mrs. Wu. Mrs. Wu's mother was sick, and Mrs. Wu was not allowed to take even an egg back to her parents' home. Why can't Lu Ping's entire family pay off the debt together? Aunt Lu said while eating melon seeds, Brother Ping, don't divide the family. Let your family help pay it back together. Su Pengya said calmly, have you thought about it? Do you want to pay it back together without splitting up, or let them pay it back on their own after splitting up? Divide the family, he said, Dad.
Mom.
If this family is not divided, Luan and I can't live anymore, we won't live anymore, Mrs. Wu's mouth moved. She also wants to split the family. She looked at the head of the household. Lu Shan is now in a difficult situation. He was the one who said he did not want to split the family, but Lu Ping owed so much debt, and if he did not split the family, he would have to pay for Lu Ping. But he didn't want to pay, and couldn't afford the money. Aunt Lu said again, Uncle Lu, if it really doesn't work out, you can just divide the family. There are two major surnames in the village, Lu and Wu. These two surnames have the largest number of people, but they are not closely related by blood, and those who are related are only within 5 generations. Old Li glanced at Su Pengya, sighed, and said to Lu Shan, Old Lu, let's split up the family. It's difficult for you too. The development of the matter to this point was really beyond the expectations of the villagers. Lu Ping proposed to separate because he didn't want to burden his family. Just for this filial piety, no one could spit at him. On the contrary, the Lu family was in a difficult position. After all, Lu Ping was the eldest son in the family. Although it was wrong to owe debts, he didn't do it on purpose. Besides, he gave all the wages he earned over the years to his family. Shouldn't the family take some money out to pay off his debts? Lu Shan had a complicated look on his face. The head of the village. You make your own decision. The village head said, looking at Su Pengya, Dia, give me a favor. No matter who pays the debt, you should give me some more time. Su Pengya said slowly, I can extend the time limit, but the interest cannot be reduced. 1 tael and 8 cents a day. Mrs. Wu's temples throbbed. Divide, divide, divide the family. Such a huge debt would cost her life. Lu Shan looked at the couple in the second room again and asked, Do you also agree to split up the family? He looked at her man and gritted her teeth. Separate the family. Luan? Lu Shan asked his youngest son. Luan said with a stiff face, Since my elder brother and his wife insist on dividing it, I have nothing to say. Lu Shan sighed and said, Then let's ask Guo Lijing to be a witness and divide the family property. He said to Lu Ping and Xiao Wu, Your mothers and my coffins will not be moved. The remaining coffins will be divided into 2 parts, with the first and second wives each taking half. This way of dividing the money is very considerate of the eldest wife. The rule is that the coffin itself should not be moved, but the rest of the money should be divided equally between the 2 elders and each wife. Lu Shan was essentially giving up his share to the Wu family. In the past, Mrs. Wu would not have agreed, but she was anxious to get rid of the debt of 48 taels, so she didn't say a word. Lu Shan continued, We have 5 acres of land in total, and the 2 acres on the east side belong to you. Luan opened his mouth and said, Those are the most fertile 2 acres of land. He glared at him and told him to stop talking, otherwise the division of the family would be ruined, and who would pay the debt? Lu Shan added, I've given you the best land, but I won't share the houses. If you really don't have a place to stay, you can clean up the ancestral house next to the fish pond and live there. This means that the ancestral house is also divided among the eldest son's wives. Lu Shan said, If you are dissatisfied with anything, please raise it while the head of the village and the villagers are here. It will be useless if you raise it after the distribution is completed. That's all.
Thank you, Dad.
Lu Ping brought Little Wu to kowtow to Lu Shan and Big Wu. They had never thought they would get so much, and they thought they would be kicked out and not be able to take a penny with them. The 2 prepared for the worst. Xiao Wu knew in her heart that if it weren't for Su Pengya today, they really wouldn't get even half a penny. The next thing is to write certificates, move, and other matters. Su Pengya is a bully, so of course she can't stay to help Xiao Wu, as that would ruin her character. However, just as she turned to leave, the village had called her back. Dia, I remembered your husband can write. Can you ask him to help write it for you? Dividing the family property is not just a few empty words. The transfer of land and houses requires going to the government office to go through formalities. Moreover, the specific method of dividing the family property must be written down in black and white to avoid disputes in the future.
Okay.
Su Pangya agreed generously. We, the Su family, will give the head of the village face. The village head was very relieved. Su Pangya went to find Wei Ting and told him about the successful division of the Lu family's eldest branch, mainly to show off her own wisdom. She sat opposite Wei Ting, resting her elbows on the table, holding her chin with both hands, and said proudly, "What do you think? Am I awesome? I told you this method would work." She was referring to the use of a fake IOU to facilitate the separation of the family property. Wei Ting chuckled and said, "You can only scare these country folks. If you really take them to the government office to compare handprints, you'll be exposed." Su Pangya snorted. "I just bet they won't go to the yamen." "Are you kidding me?" Shin Chuan asked her to move out. Which villager would think she was lying? The folks in the village didn't have a strong legal awareness. If they really wanted a certificate, they would go to Shin Chuan for verification, and Shin Chuan would definitely not expose her. Wei Ting took a pen and paper and began to write down the details of the family separation. He had never seen such a woman. She didn't care about her reputation at all. It didn't matter how others scolded her. If they said she was a bully, she would just act like a little bully. It's quite squeaky. Stupid? No, what she did today was by no means a bit of cleverness. She had a thorough understanding of people's minds, and it would not be an exaggeration to call her resourceful. Not stupid? She has a silly energy about her that is like a moth to the flame for the people around her. Have you finished writing? I'll take it away when you're done. Su Pangya grabbed the documents on the table, shook her head, and walked out proudly. Not long after, 3 little kids came to look for their dad. They wanted their dad to write on their fingers. Wei Ting looked at the fingers of several people wrapped like dumplings, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Why do you have to learn everything that girl does? Of course he knew that the 3 kids were not hurt, because she would tell him if they were hurt. Right what? He asked. No need to complain,
Xiaohu said.
Wei Ting thought about it and wrote 3 names on the gazda, Hu, Hu, and Xiaohu. The 3 of them shook their heads and walked out in a heroic manner. Wei Ting. The people from the government office had gone back to celebrate the new year, and the formalities had to be completed after the new year. However, the documents for the division of the family were clearly written, and under the witness of the head of the village, Lu Shan and Lu Ping signed and pressed their fingerprints. This matter can be considered settled. After the fun was over, the villagers dispersed. Lu Ping and Xiao Wu did not suffer any criticism, but the Lu family suffered a lot. In the past, when there was a family division, no matter who was at fault, it was almost one-sided on the side of the main family. The only ones who were able to live on their own without being criticized were Lu Ping and Xiao Wu. Mrs. Wu and Mrs. He stared at Mrs. Wu, fearing that she would take away one more thing from the house. Xiao Wu was too busy to thank Su Pangya, but she whispered to Lu Ping about the help Su Pangya had given her during this period. Lu Ping was shocked after hearing this. He had some idea of what happened today, but he didn't expect that this was not the first time Su Pangya had helped him. This is too hard to believe. That's Fatty Su, a female bully who is feared by everyone in the area. Xiao Wu said, Pangya is our benefactor. We must repay her well in the future. Lu Ping patted his chest and said, Don't worry, my wife. I will repay her for her hard work. At this time, Su Pangya didn't know that Lu Ping, who seemed mediocre in talent, would really repay her kindness one day in the future. Su Pangya was cutting bacon in the kitchen. The 3 little ones gathered in front of the stove, each grabbing a piece of shiny bacon and nibbling on it in small bites. She was humming a cheerful little tune, and the 3 little ones followed the rhythm, nodding their heads from side to side while eating. This scene is somewhat heartwarming. Wei Ting had never seen the 3 little guys so happy. They had been living in dire straits since they were born. It was only after coming to Xiao Su's house that they seemed to have found the long-lost stability. When Su Pangya looked up, her eyes met Wei Ting's. She was about to tease Wei Ting, but Wei Ting spoke first. It's just helping someone divide up a family. Why are you so happy about it? Su Pengya snorted and continued cutting vegetables. What do you know? I'm helping my employees solve their worries. Wei Ting smiled coldly. Oh, that's a nice thought. Su Pengya was cutting vegetables and raised her eyebrows. She is also very beautiful, right? Hu, Erhu, and Xiaohu? The three little ones nodded. Mother is the most beautiful. Neuviexchen. Little rascals. Wei Ting felt that if they continued like this, they would forget whose sons they were. Su Pengya glanced at the stove and said to Wei Ting, You've come just in time. Add some firewood. The dead branch broke. This is how people in the countryside break dead branches, but if people in the capital saw this, they would probably be shocked. The great killing god who became famous at a young age broke the enemy's spine, strangled the enemy's throat, stepped on thousands of dead bones, waded through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and his hands were soaked with countless thick blood. At this time, he was willing to sit in a dilapidated kitchen house and act as a countryman. Shuck a corn cob.
Shupanyagrot.
Wei Ting went to wash his hands and began to peel the corn cobs. Su Pengya, I also need a bucket of water. Wei Ting went to fetch water again. No, is this guy so obedient today? Su Pengya looked him up and down. To be honest, she would feel abnormal if he and Father Su were not passive and slacking off for a day. Mom, you're full. Xiaohu couldn't eat anymore, so he held up half a piece of lean bacon and looked at Su Pengya longingly. He ate the fat part because the fat part was easy to chew, and the thin part was a bit hard for his little teeth to bite. I'm going to gain weight again. Su Pengya sighed and ate the food from the little hand that Xiaohu handed over. Among the three, only Dahu finished eating, and Eru gave his share to Su Pengya. The bit of meat floss that fell on the stove was also eaten by Su Pengya. Wei Ting looked at how she interacted with the three children. His eyes moved, but he didn't say anything. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. This is Su Pengya's first year in ancient times, and she takes it very seriously. In their previous life, Ms. Li and academician Su would only get together on the day of the New Year's Eve dinner. Unfortunately, even so, there was never a New Year atmosphere in their family. The three of them ate the New Year's Eve dinner prepared by the nanny, watched the live broadcast of the Spring Festival Gala, stayed up until 12 o'clock, and then had some dumplings or a bowl of white fungus soup, and the New Year was over. Throughout the evening, Ms. Li and academician Su exchanged no more than 10 sentences. As the only child in the family, she could still chatter away in her early years, but when she grew up, she became an emotionless New Year machine like them. At noon, Su Pengya cooked bacon and corn rice. The bacon was stewed until very soft, and its salty fragrance was perfectly blended with the sweetness of the corn. With a little glutinous rice added, it tasted sticky. The three little kids loved it. The whole family was busy eating, and the big pot of bacon rice was finished in the blink of an eye. Su Xiao ate only 60% full. This is all she could eat if she wanted to lose weight. Even though she was only 60% full, the portion was actually not that small. She was going to cook some rice crust soup to fill her stomach. When she opened the lid of the pot, Xiaobang was shocked. No way? It was all gone? I made enough for 2 meals. Are you guys eating too much? Su Pengya felt that she had to work harder to make money. Otherwise, the speed at which she earned would most likely not be able to keep up with the speed at which the family could eat. In the afternoon, Su Pengya planned to make some fried food. She washed the table in the main room clean and sprinkled flour on it. She remembered that when she was a child in her previous life, she went to her grandmother's house in the countryside. Her grandmother used a door panel as a table, and the whole family gathered together to work, and they worked very quickly. There are not many people in this family now, so a table is enough. Su Erga learned how to do it and followed suit, making 10 small twists in one breath. Old man Su and Wei Ting don't have this talent. They're playing mahjong instead of manhwa. Su Pengya was furious. I finally rolled the dough into noodles. And you rolled it into a ball again.
Mom.
Who held up the ugly little twist he had made. Su Pengya took a look and said, The children are better at rubbing than you. Su Pengya gave them a job that required less skills, making dumplings. Cut the thin dough into small diamond-shaped pieces, make a cut in the middle, and pass a corner of the diamond-shaped dough through the cut. This will make the dumplings her grandmother used to make for her when she was a child. Wei Ting was responsible for cutting and carving, while Father Su was responsible for threading. It must be said that Wei Ting's knife skills are really good. His movements are neat and tidy, not an inch more or less, not a single millimeter off. Su Pengya's eyes widened as she leaned over to admire the artwork cut by Wei Ting and whispered, "Have you practiced it before?"
Yeah, I've practiced.
Wei Ting held the knife with his slender jade-like fingers and easily cut a cut of exactly the same length and angle. When killing someone, you must not only find the vital point, and if the angle and depth are off by even a point, you won't be able to kill the person.
Chupanya.
Old Man Su, who was sitting opposite the two of them, was threading noodles with great effort, which was also a way to exercise his right hand. His right hand is becoming more and more flexible. The 80% certainty becomes 100% certainty. Su Pengya believes that 1 or 2 more bottles of the pharmacy's black technology bone strengthening granules will definitely be able to completely cure the disease. Su Pengya took the fried dough twists and dumplings to the oil pan in the kitchen and fried them until golden and crispy. She added sesame seeds to half of them. The aroma of the mixture of butter and sesame spread to most of the village. She called Su Ergu and sent some fried food and dumplings to Lu Ping and Xiaowu. Old Li's family and Aunt Lu's family also sent a bowl each. Oh, and here's this. Su Pengya took a few window decorations and blessing characters and gave them to Su Ergu. The reason why it was not given to Xiaowu earlier was because the family had not been divided. If it was given to her, it would have been snatched away by Do Wu and the second wife. There is no trouble now. Su Ergu was very agile, braving the cold wind and snow, running at a whirlwind, as expected of a tough kid who grew up taking cold showers. When he came back, Su Ergu had 2 large baskets of fresh vegetables and a sack of plum chestnuts in his hands. On New Year's Eve, Su Pengya got up earlier than she did business. She is going to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. When other people have a reunion party at noon, most of them skip breakfast or just have a quick bite. Their family can't do that. They have to work until they are full. Wei Ting's injuries are no longer serious. Apart from spicy food, he doesn't need to be too strict with other foods. Then Su Pengya discovered sadly that this guy's appetite had increased since he started to eat more. There is one more person to eat at home. Su Pengya made braised Christian carp. The fish was caught by Su Ergu in the river. Braised pig trotters stewed with lotus root. The lotus root was dug by Su Ergu in the fish pond, and wild vegetable egg pancakes. The wild vegetables were dug by Su Ergu in the back mountain. There are also steamed preserved meats, pork liver, sausage, spare ribs, and some stir-fried side dishes. Old Man Su never expected that he would be able to have such a sumptuous family reunion dinner in his lifetime. It would have been great if his wife was still alive. She will definitely be pleased. Grandpa, eat some ribs. Dahu picked up a large piece of ribs and gave it to him. Eat some meat. Era gave him the meat from his bowl. Xiaohu learned. Zizuanji.
Zen, Zu, Wan, Zi.
Old Man Su taught with great patience. Pig, pill a few. Little Tiger studied very hard. Big Tiger stuck out his tongue. Little Tiger is so stupid. Xiaohu waved his hand seriously. Xiaofu is not stupid. Eru also said, stupid. Xiaohu said, not stupid. Eru is a fence-sitter. Well, not stupid. Dahu, just stupid. Xiaohu, not stupid. The 3 little guys started quarreling. The main forces were Big Tiger and Little Tiger, while Second Tiger was trying to smooth things over. Okay, stop making noise. Old Man Su's tears had been wiped away by the 3 little guys. After he calmed the 3 people down and thought about continuing to sadly remember his wife, he found that his emotions were incoherent. They weren't so noisy before. Wei Ting seemed to be talking to himself, or to Su Pengya beside him. Su Pengya glanced at the 3 little ones who were apparently no longer quarreling but kept sticking their tongues out and making faces at each other, smiled, and said, arguing? I don't think so. Without their chattering, this new year would be so lonely. At night, Su Pengya took out the big red lantern she made and asked Wei Ting to hang it up. Su Ergu cut a basket of bamboos from somewhere, built a pile of firewood in the open space in front of the door, and threw the bamboos in one by one. The burning bamboo made a crackling sound, like firecrackers. The three little ones had never seen firecrackers before, and their first reaction was fear. They jumped into Su Pengya's arms. Su Pengya smiled and said, "It's okay, they're firecrackers, very fun." As she spoke, she threw one into the fire herself. When Sanshao saw Su Pengya also playing, he was no longer afraid. More firecrackers. More firecrackers. The three of them ran over and took Su Ergu's hands and said. Su Ergu was a little reluctant. "Dad, I only cut this much, don't throw it all away." "I know." Su Ching said this, but he threw the bamboo sticks without mercy, making Su Er feel so painful. "Hu, Xiao Hu, Grandpa will help you throw the bamboo sticks."
Come.
Su Ching picked them up one by one, grabbed their soft little hands, and threw the bamboo sticks in. Snap!
Snap. Bang, bang, bang.
The three little ones screamed with excitement as they heard the firecrackers they had exploded. It's Little Axe's turn. It's Little Axe's turn. Xiao Hu went to shake Old Man Su's thigh, strongly protesting that his brothers had already played 2 rounds. It's just that Old Man Su can't tell the three little ones apart and often picks up the wrong ones. Okay. It's Xiao Hu's turn. Old Man Su put Dahe down. Turning around, he hugged 2 tigers again. Xiao Hu clenched his fists, flapped his arms backwards, and said madly, "Grandpa, I am the little axe." Wei Ting stood in the corridor, watching the scene quietly, with a hint of tenderness and complexity in his eyes. They were happy here, but one day, he would take them away. The few of them were having so much fun that they forgot everything else, but Su Pengya quietly entered the house. Wei Ting's house. She closed the door quietly. This was originally a small warehouse. The door latch broke a long time ago and has never been repaired. However, the whole family is setting off firecrackers outside now, so they probably won't come over. The original owner had weighed himself with that scale. Otherwise, he would not have known that he weighed 200 pounds. A large hanging scale requires 2 people to lift the large scale beam and 1 person to hold the weight. This is not a problem for Su Pengya. She found a weighing rod and placed it between 2 cabinets and hung a hanging basket. This basket is of really good quality. It can hold 200 kilograms. Isn't this scale really used to weigh pigs? Su Pengya hung the heavy weight, first at the 200 gene position. She had been losing weight for a month, so she should have weighed less than 200 pounds. However, she was wearing such thick clothes and shoes that she must have weighed several pounds. It is worth mentioning that the ancient gene liang was different from the modern one. It was not 10 liang per gene, but 16 liang per gene. Otherwise, how could it be said that half a gene was 8 liang? As for the specific weight, it has varied over dynasties. Take the fictional Great Zhou Kingdom, for example. She once measured it with a measuring cup she brought from the pharmacy. 1 liang here is 30 grams, and 1 gene is 480 grams. So, strictly speaking, she weighs less than 200 kilograms. I lost 8 pounds out of thin air. I'm so smart. Su Pengya raised her chin proudly, shook off her fat body, and began to weigh herself. Weighing oneself is a technical job, and it is natural that she failed several times along the way. Fortunately, she is considered a half-engineering expert. After trying here and there and sweating profusely, she finally weighed herself. 185. She lost 15 pounds. No, she also lost her clothes. When weighing, no piece of clothing is innocent. Su Pengya took off her clothes decisively. On the scale. On the other side, Xiao Hu was sleepy, so he took Wei Ting's hand and looked for Su Pengya everywhere. "Mom, I want Mom," he said in a baby voice. Dahu and Eru were still in high spirits, having a great time setting off firecrackers with Su Laodai and Su Ergu. Xiao Hu went to Su Pengya's house first. "Mother." Then went to the kitchen at the back. "Mother."
No.
He raised his head and looked at Wei Ting aggrievedly. "I want my mother." The doors of Su Ergu and Su Laodi's rooms were open, and it was pitch black inside. Obviously no one was there. Only Wei Ting's door was closed, with a faint candlelight visible from under the crack. Wei Ting said to Xiao Hu, "Your mother is in my room." After saying this, Wei Ting was even surprised. What did he mean by in his room? Could it be that after living here for so long, he really regarded this place as his own home?
Mom.
Xiao Hu tried to push the door, but couldn't. He looked at Wei Ting. "Dad, open it. This door is a bit old, and the door hinge is a bit stiff." Just because a child can't push it doesn't mean Wei Ting can't push it either. Su Pengya had just stripped herself down to her belly band and shorts when she heard the sound of little Tiger's baby chirping. No, wait a minute, she screamed, but it was too late. The door was pushed open by Wei Ting. She couldn't let Wei Ting and the children see her like this. It would have a very bad impact. In a hurry, Su Pengya's potential was stimulated, and she launched a wave of counterattacks. She rushed to the bed, pulled open Wei Ting's quilt, and got in majestically. Boom! The bamboo bed collapsed. Xiao Hu was stunned. Wei Ting looked at the scattered clothes on the ground, then at the bed that was crushed by Su Pengya, and a certain girl lying in the ruins, wrapped only in a quilt with two white and tender chubby legs exposed. "You climbed into my bed in the middle of the night?" "Su Pengya, that I can explain. That this is the process." Su Pengya told Wei Ting in detail about the weighing process. Of course, she said this after she was dressed, and Xiao Hu was sleeping soundly in her arms. Wei Ting didn't say anything. Su Pengya said, "Don't disbelieve it, look. The scale is still there." It would be a lie to say that it wasn't embarrassing to make such a big mistake. Who could have thought that a scale could go wrong? "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Wei Ting asked. "That's right." Su Pengya said, "You skinny people can't understand the pain of us fat people." She is very strict about weight. Su Pengya waved her hand. "Forget it. You won't understand, even if I tell you. How could you expect a man with a mermaid line and 8-pack abs to understand the twists and turns and difficulties she went through on her weight loss journey?" "I understand," Wei Ting said. "Do you really understand?" Su Pengya opened her eyes wide.
Yeah. Wei Ting nodded.
Su Pengya's expression relaxed. "Then tonight, you and Ergo will have to squeeze in. I'll fix the bed tomorrow. If I can't fix it, just be patient for a few more days. I'll buy you a bed after the new year." "Daughter. Son-in-law. The firecrackers are all gone. I'm so hungry." Father Su came over quickly and said, "Huh? You two are here. Is Xiao Hu asleep?" He looked at the little kid in his daughter's arms and lowered his voice unconsciously. Su Pengya touched Xiao Hu's smooth forehead and said, "We just went to bed. Aren't Dahu and Eru sleepy yet?" Father Su smiled and said, "I'm having fun. I'm out chopping bamboo again. I went there with Su Ergu. What are you two doing sitting in the room?" Old man Su felt that the atmosphere was weird. Wei Ting sighed. "Dad, Dia ran into my room and broke my bed."
Su Pengya said, I
am weighing on the bed." Father Su looked at his fat daughter in astonishment, then at his handsome son-in-law, and suddenly understood something. His fat daughter looks just like her mother back then. Back then, he was a young boy who was too shy to look at his wife on their wedding night. In the end, his wife quickly no, it has to be him, that's him. I will never admit that I was the one who was pushed down. As soon as Su Pengya saw his father's expression, he knew that he was thinking wrongly.
Dad.
You misunderstood. It's not what you think. She looked at Wei Ting and said fiercely, "Explain it clearly to my father." Wei Ting sighed. "Well, just tell me to move into your room. Why bother breaking a bed?" "Shupanya?" Wei Ting moved into Su Pengya's house. Su Pengya followed him, holding the sleeping Xiao Hu in her arms, gritting her teeth. Wei Ting smiled faintly. "Then I sleep outside tonight?" "Humph." Su Pengya didn't want to pay attention to him. Su Pengya gently put Xiao Hu into the bed. Although she was very angry, she was very gentle when treating the child. Habit is a terrible thing. Even if there is no blood relationship, some things will be engraved in your bones as you get along with each other. After Su Pengya covered Xiao Hu with a quilt, She turned around to tidy up the half-cut paper cuts on the table. Wei Ting pinched the little guy's face. Xiaohu was suddenly woken up by the pinch. Then he turned his head and saw Su Pengya busy at the table. When mother is around, this is mother's house. Xiaohu closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully again. Wei Ting, who was severely despised by his son, twitched his mouth and said, "Little rascal." Su Pengya kept collecting them and decided to cut the remaining ones. She sat down at the table, cutting paper cuts while proudly saying, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You want to get the token back? I promise you, you can't get it. Even if there's a distance between you and me, you'll never know where the token is." "What distance?" Wei Ting asked. Su Pengya glanced at him and said indifferently, "It's the shortest distance between a man and a woman." She kept uttering words he had never heard of before. At first, Wei Ting thought they were the dialect of the area, but later he gradually discovered that she was the only one saying those strange words. Wei Ting wondered what was going on with her head and why it was so different from that of a normal person. "It's really boring to drive to an ancient person who can't understand you." Su Pengya changed the subject. "You don't want to sleep? You didn't sleep either?" Wei Ting asked back. Su Pengya snorted. "I'm cutting window flowers and staying up all night."
What?
"Are you going to accompany me?"
Wei Ting, here.
Su Pengya knew exactly what Wei Ting was thinking. He wanted to keep her awake to find the token, but he was dreaming. The token was in the pharmacy, and she couldn't even get it herself. But then again, she had never expected Wei Ting to do this. What's this guy's bottom line? Or is he willing to sacrifice himself just to get the token back? How cruel to yourself. Fortunately, such people are not enemies. Some people are ruthless to their enemies, but not so ruthless to themselves. Of course, this also indirectly verified the importance of the token, and Su Pengya couldn't help but become more curious. What on earth is it? Why do Wei Ting and Jing you want it so badly? Does it belong to Wei Ting? If it does, then Jing is trying to steal it from Wei Ting. Wei Ting looked at her, puzzled at one moment, bitter and resentful at another. His expression was even more interesting than Xiaohu's. "I got the cut," he said in a cold voice. "I won't." Su Pengya came back to her senses without stopping and continued to cut paper cuts. She finished cutting all of them in a short while, took a few pieces to Old Man Su's room, and pasted the window paper cuts together with him. "Sister." Su Ergu came back. He didn't chop bamboo, but he was holding a sleeping child in one hand. Su Ergu looked very aggrieved. "Sister, they sleep too much." A second ago, Dahu and Eru were still in the snow, roaring with excitement. The next second, the two of them stretched out their arms towards Su Ergu. "Uncle, hug me." He thought the two little guys were tired from walking, so he picked them up. But once they were in his arms, they tilted their heads and fell asleep. He hadn't even finished chopping the bamboo, and he had been carrying two small weights all the way, so his arms were about to break. Woo-woo. No way. They are the ones who are going to cut bamboo. Today, it's Erguzi who is feeling aggrieved. Su Pengya laughed out loud. Su Ergu said aggrievedly, "Sister, you're still laughing." Okay, I won't laugh at you anymore." Su Pengya patted his shoulder. "Ha ha ha ha. Shuergo." Old Man Su took the child in. The little guy was sleeping soundly, with rosy cheeks. I don't know what he was dreaming about. He was babbling with his little mouth and his eyebrows raised. He looked very proud in his dream. The more Father Su looked at it, the more he liked it. He didn't say it, but he actually loved the three little ones very much. The most obvious manifestation was that he was not so stingy with them anymore. "I used to be reluctant to buy candied haws for the three of them, but now I'm willing to buy a string. 3 people eat 1 skewer. Buy 3 skewers for Su Pengya, so she can eat them all by herself. The world is big, but my daughter is the most important." Old Man Su took the child to Su Ergu's room and took Xiaohu from Su Pengya's room with him. The remaining window paper cuts were given to Su Ergu and Wei Ting to paste, while Su Pengya went to the kitchen to cook a midnight snack. "I've lost so much weight. I should reward myself. Just eat some dumplings with peanut butter." No, it's dumplings dipped in peanut butter. Su Pengya made cornmeal steamed dumplings with shrimp. The shrimps were dried shrimps bought from Aunt Fu. They were 80% to 90% dry and had a light flavor of sea salt. Some locals couldn't get used to it, so they didn't sell very well. But Su Pengya likes it very much. The shrimp steamed dumplings she made have thin skin and rich fillings. They are high in protein and low in carbohydrates, making them very suitable for consumption during the fat loss period. It is also suitable for a family of cooks. Sister, I'm not full, said Su Ergu. He was at the age of growing up, and his appetite was the most terrible. Wait, it's coming soon. Su Pengya served the mutton noodle soup from the pot. 3 grown men, 1 bowl each. When Wei Ting saw the bowl of mutton noodle soup, his expression suddenly froze. Sister, what kind of meat is this?
Su Ergu asked.
Mutton. Su Pengya wrote this. Mutton is hard to buy. If she hadn't known Luo Dazhuang, she wouldn't be able to buy it at all. And she only bought 3 kilograms. She removed the mutton smell very cleanly, retaining the freshness of the mutton to the greatest extent. She also sprinkled a light layer of pepper, which was spicy, but not hot. After 1 bite, my whole body was warmed up. Su Ergu and Su Laodai were eating until they were sweating profusely and couldn't stop. Wei Ting looked at the mutton noodle soup in his bowl, but did not pick up his chopsticks for a long time. You don't want to eat?
Su Pengya asked.
Wei Ting moved his mouth. Where did you learn this dish?
MRS. Fu taught me.
Su Pengya said calmly. She has a bad temper, but she can cook a lot of dishes. I learned a lot. Sister. No wonder your cooking skills have become so good. The truth actually has something to do with Mr. Xiang. When Wei Ting first came to the village, his accent was similar to that of Mr. Xiang. Since Mr. Xiang was from the capital, Su Pengya boldly guessed that perhaps Wei Ting also came from the capital. She asked Mr. Xiang about some of the customs and habits of the capital, including the mutton noodle soup that is a must-have on New Year's Eve. Judging from Wei Ting's reaction, I guessed right. You are from the capital. How did you get chased here? Wei Ting took a sip of the mutton noodle soup, and in a trance, he actually had the illusion that he was back home to celebrate the New Year. Sister, can you make mutton soup again tomorrow?
Su Ergu asked.
No problem. The remaining 1.5 pounds of mutton was originally intended to be used to make dumplings, but since Ergu wanted to eat mutton soup, let's make soup. Oh, I ate so happily. Father Su leaned back in his chair, rubbing his round belly. Who dared to say that his daughter couldn't do anything? Her cooking skills were much better than those of the famous chefs he met when he was traveling around the country. Wei Ting also felt a little unsatisfied. Maybe it was another illusion, but the mutton soup she made him taste the flavor of home. At midnight, after staying up all night, the family returned to their rooms to rest. Wei Ting had earlier roomed separately from Su Pengya. The first reason was that Wei Ting's injuries were too severe and it would be easier for him to recover alone. The second reason was something that old man Su never told him. He was worried that his son-in-law was so seriously injured. What if he died? Well, it turned out that he was worrying too much. The son-in-law is alive and well. In the East Room, the young couple who finally slept together sat on the edge of the bed with a calm look on their faces. Inside or outside? Su Pengya asked expressionlessly. Whatever.
Wei Ting replied expressionlessly.
If you need to get up at night, sleep outside and don't disturb me. My kidneys are fine, no need. Then I'll sleep outside. I wake up early. Su Pengya pulled back the quilt, and Wei Ting lay down before her and said calmly, I changed my mind. I'll sleep outside. Su Pengya curled her lips, took off her shoes, stood up, and stepped over him.
Wei Ting.
Su Pengya wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, rolled herself up a few times with a huff, and said seriously, each of you should cover yourself with 1 quilt. Don't grab mine if you're cold. Wei Ting said calmly, mind your own business. This guy. Su Pengya rolled her eyes at him. Move over a little. Wei Ting said in a cold tone. Su Pengya gave him another death stare, and angrily moved forward until she was close to the wall. But soon, she frowned and moved back panting, closer than before. almost squeezing Wei Ting. Wei Ting frowned. What are you doing? Su Pengyao raised her eyebrows and smiled. I've thought about it. This is my bed. I can sleep wherever I like. Right next to you. What's the matter? If you have the guts, sleep on the floor. Sharing the same bed, if you round it off, she slept with him. This body has extremely high sleep quality. Wei Ting was about to say something to her when he heard her even and steady breathing. You fell asleep so quickly. Are you a child? Really asleep?
Shudaya?
Su Pengyao guessed correctly. Wei Ting actually came for the token. He could feel that his leg injury was not serious, and he would soon be able to get rid of the crutches completely, and then he would be able to take the children away. But before he left, he had to get the token back. There was heavy snow outside, but it didn't feel cold inside. Screaming in the middle of the night. Wei Ting woke up instantly and opened his eyes, which were as cold as a knife. He subconsciously looked at the candlestick on the table. Because it was New Year's Eve, they did not extinguish the candles before going to bed. What surprised Wei Ting was that the candle was this long before he went to bed, and it was still this long now. In other words, not much time had passed did this woman give him a sleeping pill that made him fall asleep so quickly. The screams continued, but they were quite far away. Wei Ting was a martial artist, so he could only hear them sporadically. He hesitated for a moment and shook Su Pengyao's shoulder. Wake up, something happened. Su Pengyao slept so soundly that she didn't know what day it was and had long forgotten that Wei Ting was lying next to her. She pressed Wei Ting into her arms and patted his back gently. Xiaohu, stop making trouble.
Wei Ting.
Fortunately, I reacted quickly and held my breath in time, so I didn't pass out. But precisely because I didn't feel suffocated, I could feel the softness and fragrance firsthand. Wei Ting's face flushed, and he quickly took away her chubby arm, sat up straight, and said seriously, something seems to have happened at old Li's house. What did you say? What happened in old Li's house? Su Pengyao woke up from her nap. Someone is screaming. Wei Ting said, it's a scream. The Su family lives at the end of the village, while the Li family lives at the head of the village. It is true that Wei Ting's hearing is too good. Otherwise, even if it were a master from the imperial palace, he might not be awakened by such a distant sound in his sleep. Su Pengyao couldn't hear it. But she did not doubt that Wei Ting was lying to her or had heard it wrong. There are endless quarrels between them, but there is also unspoken trust. Su Pengyao hurried to put on her clothes. The situation was urgent, so she didn't bother to show off and just climbed over Wei Ting. The sweet fragrance of the young girl once again entered Wei Ting's nose. Wei Ting's eyes moved, and he turned his head slightly. Su Pengyao grabbed the cotton coat, turned around, and saw Wei Ting also lifted the quilt and got out of bed. What are you doing? She asked. I'll go with you and take a look. Wei Ting said. Are your legs okay? No problem. Su Pengyao didn't refuse again. Wei Ting was still not used to the knotted buttons in the countryside, and it took him a long time to button them every time. After Su Pengyao put on her clothes, he still frowned and struggled with the buttons. I'll do it. Su Pengyao stepped forward and said, raise your arms. Wei Ting raised his arms obediently. Su Pengyao buttoned his buttons one by one carefully and skillfully, and then grabbed the belt and fastened it for him. The two of them neither got married nor consummated their marriage, but at this moment, for the first time in their lives, they looked like a real couple. The wife was tidying up her husband's clothes. Su Pengyao's attention was all on old Li's house, and she didn't notice for a moment that the two of them were behaving a little too intimately. Wei Ting looked at the chubby girl who was changing his clothes for him wholeheartedly. Let's go, Su Pengyao said. Finished. Ready to go. Wei Ting shut up. Su Pengyao handed him the cane, and seeing that he looked like someone owed him money, she asked, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Wei Ting walked out with a cane and a cold look. At this time, the villagers in the village had already fallen asleep, except for the old Su family who seemed to be still awake. From a distance, the two heard the woman's screams and the child's sad and frightened cries. It's Qiu and I, Wei Ting said. He was often dragged by Su Cheng to find Qian to learn how to farm. He had met Qian and old Li's grandchildren. The grandson was 3 years old and was named Xuanzi. The granddaughter was 7 years old and was named Xiaoanai. The one who is crying loudly at this moment is Xiaoanai. The screaming woman was, as expected, Xiaoanai and Xuanzi's mother, Xiao Zhao. The headman's house was next door, and he and his wife were also awakened. When Su Pengya and Wei Ting arrived, he had just come out of bed with his cotton coat only half-buttoned. Dia, young Master Wei? The village head was very surprised. In the past, the head of the village called Wei Ting Tinger just like the other villagers. Later, after witnessing Wei Ting's talent, he felt a sense of respect in his heart and changed his way of addressing him. Village head. Wei Ting also greeted him. "Why are you here?" asked the head of the village. Wei Ting said, "We heard something was happening at the Li family, so we came over to take a look. You can hear it even though you live so far away? What kind of ears do you have? He lives next door and was only woken up at this moment, okay?" Wei Ting went to knock on the door, and as soon as he raised his hand, the door was opened. The one who opened the door was Old Li. When Old Li first saw 4 people standing at the door, he was shocked. "Uncle Li, it's us,"
Su Pengya said.
Old Li wiped the cold sweat from his face and asked, "Dia?
Tingat.
Lijing? Why are you here? What happened to my sister-in-law?" Su Pengya asked. The word sister-in-law showed that she was not estranged from Old Li. Old Li wiped his red eyes. Xuanzi fell down in the afternoon, and she went to pick him up and bumped herself. She was fine at first, but something went wrong at night. The head of the village's face changed. "I'm afraid Xiao Zhao is about to give birth." He hurriedly said, "Why don't you go and get a midwife?" "That's the problem. The midwife, did I ask on?" When his daughter-in-law first felt uncomfortable in her stomach, it was already dark and Old Li went to ask for a midwife. The midwife came, but as soon as she entered the village, she was intercepted. "Who is it? In our village, apart from Xuanzi and Qiani's mother, is there anyone else who wants to give birth?" "He is the village head. How could he not know?" "The old Su family?" Su Pengya asked. Wei Ting had almost guessed it. As they walked along the way just now, only the people from the old Su family were not asleep. If there was any family in the village giving birth, it could only be the old Su family. The head of the village thought for a moment and said, "Grandpa Su's family is not pregnant." "Yunyang?" Su Pengya asked again. Old Li nodded again. Yunyang is Su Jin Nyang's elder sister. She married and moved to another village 3 years ago. She got pregnant this spring and went back to her parents' home to visit her relatives on August 15th with her belly bulging. The village head has an impression of this incident. She's back for the new year? The Su family's reputation is well known in the village, and Old Li did not expect Su Yunyang to do this. Old Li said, the midwife did come to take a look and said that Xuanzi's mother didn't have an attack yet. She went to Yunyang first and said she would come back after Xuanzi's mother had an attack. The fact is that once you go there, you can't be invited back. The midwife was from He Tongxing's village. Since they lived close together, she naturally knew the situation of the old Su family. Su Yunyang was married to the grandson of the head of Qianshui village, and she had a younger sister-in-law who was a young lady in the town. How can a small Zhao family be compared to her? "What are you doing standing at the door?"
"Go call the midwife."
It was Qian's voice. "I'll go first," Old Li said to the 3 of them, and went to Old Su's house in the wind and snow. Old Li came back quickly, his face full of anxiety and frustration. Yunyang is also giving birth, and the midwife can't leave. Su Pengya said, "Uncle Li, let me take a look."
"You?"
Old Li looked at Su Pengya in surprise. Even though he understood that Su Dia had grown up and was no longer the lazy little bully, she was still not capable of delivering a baby.
"I'm afraid,"
Wei Ting said. "Uncle Li, please let Dia try. Dia knows medical skills." The village head and Old Li said in unison, "You didn't know medical skills? In order to save people, I can no longer wear my medical vest." Su Pengya said seriously, "I met a doctor in the town and he taught me some medical skills." The head of the village said, "Dia, giving birth is no joke." "I'm not joking. If you don't believe me, ask Wei Ting. I know medicine, right, husband?" She looked at Wei Ting standing aside. Wei Ting didn't ruin her reputation. He nodded and said, Daya's medical skills are comparable to many famous doctors I have seen. Is this guy praising her? This is the first time in the history of the world. Su Pengya straightened her back. The head of the village had great respect for scholars. Wei Ting had good handwriting and wrote good couplets. In his mind, he was a descendant of a scholarly family. He believed what Wei Ting said. But Xiao Zhao is the daughter-in-law of the Li family after all. Old Li. He turned his head and looked at Old Li, who seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. Old Li was in great trouble. At his age, how could he not understand that giving birth to a child was like walking through the gates of Hades? He also wished he could trust Wei Ting and Daya, but the person lying in the room was his daughter-in-law, the mother of his 2 grandchildren. If anything goes wrong, the 2 kids will be left without a mother. Su Pengya understood his dilemma. If it were her, she probably wouldn't believe that a little bully who had been doing evil for many years could actually deliver a baby. But this is different from Jinji. She can't use force. She sighed softly and said patiently, Uncle Li, you can't hire another midwife anyway, so why don't you let me try? Let Daya try. Wei Ting said, Daya is a girl, let her go in and help. Even if she doesn't deliver the baby, it would be good for her to take care of Chio and I. These words were like a stepping stone, which immediately loosened the defenses in Old Li's heart. Yes, his son was chopping wood and boiling water in the kitchen, and Qian was the only one in the room. She had to take care of her daughter-in-law who was about to give birth, and to comfort her crying granddaughter. She was already in a state of confusion.
Su Pengya nodded secretly.
Although Wei Ting was a martial artist, he was not stupid. She had learned the rhetoric today. Old Li took Su Pengya to his daughter-in-law's room. Wei Ting and the village had stayed in the main room waiting. Will the disaster turn out well? Asked the head of the village anxiously. Wei Ting didn't say anything. Even though Su Daya is an excellent doctor, giving birth is a very dangerous thing. If Da Hu and his mother hadn't given birth to them, she wouldn't have known. Qian's voice interrupted Wei Ting's thoughts. Wei Ting and the village had looked in the direction of the sound at the same time. Qian left the house, blocked Su Pengya at the door, and said to Old Li, I told you to find a midwife. Look what you found. She's just a little girl. Are you crazy to ask her to deliver Chunchio's baby? Old Li was embarrassed.
Su Pengya sighed.
Alas, did you listen to Wei Ting's words in vain? As soon as she met Aunt Qian, she told him everything. The first few sentences could really be omitted. Now I can't even get in. How can I deliver the baby for Xiao Zhao? After a period of time, Aunt Qian has changed her mind about the Su family, but this does not mean that she'll hand over her daughter-in-law's life to Su Pengya. Su Pengya is at most a little bully who has turned over a new leaf. Delivering a baby? Impossible. Su Pengya now learned Wei Ting's words. Aunt Qian, I won't do anything else but go in to see Chio and I and say a few words to my sister-in-law. My sister-in-law can't fall asleep now. Qian's heart skipped a beat. That's right, when a woman gives birth, she falls asleep and never wakes up. Su Pengya clenched her chubby fists and said, Look how fierce I am. If I stand there, she will definitely not be sleepy anymore. I will scare the baby out. It was impossible to scare the child out, but Qian could see that Su Pengya was really here to help. After all, her husband was just a farmer who had been digging for food all his life, and she was just an ignorant village woman. How could she really remain calm after something like this happened? I was so panicked that I was at a loss. Does she really want to believe Su Pengya? When it comes to trust in Su Pengya, Old Li is more trustworthy. After all, he has witnessed with his own eyes how hard Su Pengya tried to deal with the bad guys in order to protect the New Year's goods for him and his fellow villagers. Qian felt that this family was not as bad as before, and there was a tendency for improvement. After all, she was too traumatized by the former Su family, and deep down she couldn't let her daughter-in-law's life be handed over to a little bully. Don't make trouble. Go back. She finally made a difficult decision. Xiaoyong's father, go to the kitchen to boil some water and ask your son to go to town to see if he can get a doctor from the clinic. The head of the village spoke up. The doctor is not good at delivering babies either. There is a sequence in learning, and there are specializations in skills. Doctors treat illnesses, and midwives deliver babies. Qian pointed at Su Pengya and asked, "Is she a midwife? How dare you let her in?" Mother Chioni's crying came from the inner room. Qian's face changed, and she turned around, lifted the curtain, and went into the house. Old Li and the head of the village also took a step forward. This was an instinctive reaction to help, but they were men and could not watch a woman give birth, so they had to hold back. Su Pengya went straight into the house. She came to the bedside, glanced at Xiao Zhao, who was sweating profusely and looking pale, then grabbed her wrist and took her pulse. "What are you doing here?" Qian scolded. Su Pengya asked, "How long has she not eaten?" "What?" Qian didn't hear clearly for a moment. Su Pengya changed her words. "I'm asking, how long has she not eaten?" Qian was stunned and said, "Yes, it's been a while. I hit my waist on the table and haven't eaten since then. It hurts, I feel uncomfortable and can't eat at all." Su Pengya immediately said, "Go make her a bowl of sugar water." After she said that, she took out the first aid kit from the small backpack, unzipped it, and put on a pair of sterile gloves. When she practiced medicine, she seemed like a different person, emitting a rigorous and serious aura in her every move. The words that were about to come out of Qian's throat, "Get out of here, and don't cause any more trouble," suddenly got stuck in her throat. This kind of Su Pengya is undoubtedly unfamiliar. She has an irresistible majesty, but not the kind of bullying attitude. "It's best to add 2 poached eggs," Su Pengya added. Qian went there in a daze. She herself couldn't explain why she listened to Su Pengya. Su Pengya said to Chiu and I, who was crying out of breath, "Don't worry, your mother is just hungry. She will have strength after eating something. Chiu and I, can you go get some eggs for Grandma first?" Chiu and I nodded with tears in her eyes. Yes. She obediently went to get the eggs. Su Pengya first used clean gauze to wipe the sweat off Xiao Zhao's cheeks and neck. "Did your water break?" she asked softly. Xiao Zhao nodded weakly. Su Pengya touched her belly and said, "The fetus is in the right position. I just took your pulse and it's very good. You'll be fine. Don't scare yourself. This is not a difficult birth. Even if I don't come, you can give birth on your own." From a clinical point of view, Xiao Zhao's fetus is full term and is not considered premature if it is born now. The reason why Xiao Zhao's birth was difficult was that it is not easy for women to give birth. Second, she had a knock in the evening and had an attack at night, so she thought she had a miscarriage and that this pregnancy might be lost. Due to tension and excessive psychological pressure, she couldn't eat, which caused her to be exhausted and have low blood sugar. Su Pengya said softly, "It takes strength to give birth to a child. You have to eat, understand?" Xiao Zhao choked up and nodded. Su Pengya's eyes and voice were so gentle, with a reassuring power that made her unconsciously think of her mother. Xiao Zhao had never been to school and had no knowledge of literature. She didn't know how to express her feelings at the moment. In short, she just wanted to cry. Not the sad kind of crying. This is Su Pengya. She should be scared. But what her heart fell back to reality. Qian cooked a bowl of sugar water eggs and fed it to her daughter-in-law. It was strange. She just cooked a bowl of sugar water eggs. Why did her daughter-in-law stop crying? It seemed that she was no longer worried about not being able to give birth, and she ate hard. She would not eat at night no matter what she said. Qian gave Su Pengya a strange look. Could it be that it was this girl's credit? After eating the sugar-coated eggs, Xiao Zhao finally had the strength to give birth to a child. "I'll ask you to push harder in a moment, and you will." Xiao Zhao nodded. "The contractions are coming." Su Pengya said, "Breathe in." "Very good. Push harder." Qian, who was standing by, was stunned. She had given birth to a child herself and had also seen her daughter-in-law give birth. Even though she didn't quite understand the ins and outs of it, some things were in common. This seems to be how midwives deliver babies. Su Pengya really understands. After not doing anything naughty for a while, did Su Pengya secretly learn to be a midwife? Outside the house, old Li and his son were as anxious as ants on a hot pot, pacing around in the main room. "Mom, Has Chunxiu given birth yet? Li Xiaoyong asked. Qian said, stop arguing. Go away. You're making dumplings like this. They'll come out when you say so. Li Xiaoyong shut his mouth in dismay. The head of the village seemed to be silent and calm, but in fact he was very nervous. Wei Ting was the only calm person in the main room. Is it that young Master Wei doesn't care? No, if he really didn't care, he wouldn't have come with Dia. Young Master Wei was not panicked at all. He must have confidence in Dia's medical skills. In this case, he should trust Dia more. The head of the village was overthinking. Wei Ting just felt that it was useless to overthink, and he could not help much. It would be better to wait for news quietly, at least not to make things worse. Xiao Zhao's delivery has reached the final stage. She held Su Pengya's hand tightly, using up the last bit of strength as a mother. As it turned out, Xiao Zhao had indeed scared herself at first. After Su Pengya came to deliver her baby, the process went very smoothly. With a loud cry, everyone's heart fell at ease. It's a big fat boy. Su Pengya wrapped the child and held him in Xiao Zhao's arms. You are so brave. Little Zhao's eyes were red. Old Li was waiting outside the door anxiously. Old woman, please bring her out quickly so I can take a look. Is Chunxiu okay?
I'm fine.
Xiao Zhao's voice was so soft that no one outside could hear it. Chunxiu, Li Xiaoyong called her. Xiao Zhao wanted to agree, but she really didn't have the strength. Chunxiu, you must be exhausted. I'll go make you something to eat. Seeing her daughter-in-law like this, Qian felt a little distressed. I'll take the child out first, and you can have a good rest. Thank you, mother. Xiao Zhao said weakly. Qian picked up the newborn baby and said, as a mother-in-law, I should thank you for adding another child to the family. Okay, stop talking and take a nap. Xiao Zhao nodded slightly. The next hour is very critical, and the mother's heart rate and blood pressure must be observed, as well as whether there is any postpartum hemorrhage. This is also called the fourth stage of labor. Su Pengya stayed in the room. Seeing that Su Pengya did not leave, Qian said nothing this time. She carried the child to the door, and just as she was about to open the curtain, she turned back. Fat girl, thank you so much. If it weren't for Su Pengya today, Chunxiu would never have been able to give birth to this baby. Whether you say Chunxiu was frightened or her whole family was in a panic, Chunxiu's condition took a turn for the better after Su Pengya came. She would not think that the credit did not belong to Su Pengya just because Su Pengya said that Xiao Zhao could have given birth naturally herself. She kept this incident in mind. Su Pengya waved her hand. No thanks for your kindness. Wei Ting's mouth twitched. Is this how this sentence is used? How can you say that you don't need to thank someone for a great favor? Soon, Wei Ting realized that Su Pengya did not use the wrong sentence. She was really just going with the flow. Su Pengya said seriously, if you really want to thank me, after the spring, my father and my husband will be in charge. Aunt Qian must teach them how to farm. Qian stumbled while holding her little grandson and almost fell. Su Pengya stayed in the house for a full hour, and it was almost dawn. Xiao Zhao had already fallen asleep peacefully, and her condition was very stable. Su Pengya can finally go back. She walked out with 2 big dark circles under her eyes and her body stiff. This really wasn't a body that could stay up all night. She pinched herself so many times that her legs were swollen. After learning that the mother and child were safe, Li went back first. Only Wei Ting, Old Li, and Li Xiaoyong were left in the main room. When Old Li saw Su Pengya coming out, he quickly said, Dia, eat first and then go back. Your Aunt Qian is going to cook it. It'll be ready soon. Aunt Qian shouted in the kitchen, fearing that Su Pengya would leave just like that. After a tiring night, at least you can treat me to a meal. Su Pengya said nothing. Old Li looked at her blankly. Dia. Su Pengya fell face down with a bang.
Dia?
Old Li's face changed drastically. Wei Ting reacted quickly, grabbed the mattress that Li Xiaoyong brought over, and threw it over. Su Pengya fell on the soft mattress. Old Li and Li Xiaoyong both breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Su Pengya almost fell on her face. Being so fat is already miserable enough. If you get disfigured again, you really won't be able to survive. Old Li was terrified. What happened to Daya?
Daya.
Wei Ting came over with a cane, checked Su Pengyao's breath, and said to Old Li and Li Xiaoyong, "It's okay. She's asleep." Old Li.
Li Xiaoyong.
Wei Ting had seen her ability to fall asleep in seconds, so he was very calm. He put his crutches aside. Old Li hurriedly said, "Xiaoyong, quickly help Wei Xilingjin to carry Fatty into the house." "Okay." Li Xiaoyong came over to help. Wei Ting said, "No need. I'll take her back." As he said that, he helped Su Pengyao up, turned around, and carried her on his back. Seeing that Wei Ting actually carried Su Pengyao on his back, the father and son were stunned. "Sorry for soiling your mattress," said Wei Ting. Old Li came back to his senses instantly and said in a terrified tone, "That's too polite. Today, it's all thanks to Daya. It's no big deal to dirty a mattress. Even tearing down his house would be fine." Wei Ting carried Su Pengyao away on his back. Li Xiaorong said, "Dad, am I seeing things? Isn't young Master Wei's leg lame? How can he still carry Fatty?" Old Li slapped his forehead and said, "Oh my. Look at my brain. It's all messed up from being nervous all night. Go and help. And give young Master Wei his walking stick." Li Xiaoyong chased out the door with his crutches. Wei Ting asked him to help deliver the crutches home and not to bother him anymore. There are differences between men and women, but Li Xiaoyong did not insist on it. Besides, even if he wanted to carry her, he couldn't carry Su Pengyao, who weighed 200 kilograms. Mr. Wei is so awesome. Wei Ting carried Su Pengyao back to the East Room. Su Pengyao was sleeping soundly, not waking up at all. Wei Ting was not so lucky. Not only did he not get the token, but his leg, which had almost healed, was once again overloaded. Looking at the heartless little fat girl, Wei Ting gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. The plan to leave will have to be postponed again. Su Pengyao was unaware of Wei Ting's gnashing of teeth. She pushed her limits tonight, much harder than the night she made peanut butter. However, her hard work was not in vain. She entered the pharmacy again. This time, she came to the pharmacy's lounge. On the clean and tidy table was a bottle of medicine she had never seen before. Multivitamins? This should be for her. She has been losing weight recently. In addition to doing a lot of physical labor, her dietary intake has also decreased, which makes her prone to lack of various nutrients. Su Pengyao pinched her double chin suspiciously. There has never been anything like this before.
Could it be
a reward for me? Are you rewarding me for helping to deliver Xiao Zhao's baby? Or are you rewarding me for my efforts to lose weight these days? It can't be a reward for me sleeping with Wei Ting. Sleeping in the same bed is also sleeping. No objection accepted. Never mind why, as long as it exists, it's good. Ever since witnessing the effectiveness of the black technology bone strengthening granules, Su Pengyao no longer dares to underestimate these seemingly ordinary health products. What's more, vitamins are indeed a good thing in winter when there is a severe lack of fruit. I wonder if children can eat it. If they can, she wants to give some to the 3 little ones. Su Pengyao put away the vitamins, paused, and suddenly sighed. But vitamin supplements alone are not enough. I do so much work every day, and I consume a lot of energy. Recently, I always feel a little cramp in my calves at night. I don't know if it's because of calcium deficiency. I have to find some calcium tablets. Calcium tablets, calcium tablets.
She strolled around looking around.
After strolling for a while, I came to the familiar medicine cabinet.
Huh.
Where are the calcium tablets? She pretended to search, and suddenly, she grabbed a bottle of bone-strengthening granules. As expected, she was blasted out again. Wei Ting was awakened by Su Pengyao's devilish laughter. His first reaction was, "What the Hades is this girl doing in the middle of the night? No, it's already daybreak." The second reaction was, he actually fell asleep next to this girl again? This is not like him. Even when he was with the 3 little ones, he always remained alert and didn't dare to let himself fall asleep completely. Of course, he was not on guard against the 3 little guys, but on guard against others hurting them. In short, he is a very cautious person. It is really hard to justify falling into a deep sleep twice in a row beside a woman. Wei Ting, you are so nice. Su Pengya turned around and naturally gave Wei Ting a side lying bear hug. Wei Ting's body stiffened. What did this have to do with Wei Ting? Su Pengya was simply too happy to find a way to celebrate, so she was lucky enough to use Wei Ting as a free human-shaped pillow. Then, Su Pengya fell asleep again. Even snoring sounds came, and Wei Ting frowned slightly. Su Daya, don't push your luck. Take your hand away. Who did you hear that? Wei Ting frowned and took her limp, chubby arm away. She got on again. He took it away. She came up. This happened several times before Wei Ting fell asleep. When Su Pengya woke up, it was already noon. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to reach under the mattress on the inside of the bed. After she came out of the pharmacy, she stuffed the bone-strengthening granules and multivitamins here.
Exist.
I'm not just dreaming, I'm really in. A wonderful day starts with getting some free stuff from the pharmacy. I feel so happy. Wei Ting woke up earlier than Su Pengya. From the main room came the voices of him talking to the three little kids, as well as Old Man Su and Su Ergu. The whole family got up. Well, it's noon now. If I don't get up, I'll be too hungry to sleep. Su Pengya first studied the bottle of multivitamins, which were in the form of gummy candies and not recommended for children under 3 years old. That means the three little ones can't eat it. In addition, the bottle clearly states that it is for ladies only, so Old Man Su and Su Ergu cannot eat it. It looked like it was indeed for her. Su Pengya took 2 orange gummies and ate them according to the dosage marked on the bottle. It tastes sweet and sour and is quite delicious. Old Li came to Xiao Su's house, carrying a basket of red eggs, and told her about how Su Pengya helped Xiao Zhao give birth. When he heard that it was the medical skills learned by Lang Zhong in the town, Old Man Su had no doubts at all. Su Erga suddenly understood. It must be Dr. Fu, right? No wonder every time I go there, my sister talks to him alone for a long time. It's Dr. Fu, who is teaching my sister medical skills. Father Su is proud. My daughter is so amazing. Only Wei Ting remained silent. Su Daya clearly got to know Dr. Fu after she went to the town to do business, but before that, she had already been treating his legs. He could almost conclude that her medical skills were not taught by Dr. Fu. Why would she lie? Even. Why did he hide it from his own father and brother? What secrets does she have? For the first time, Wei Ting became seriously curious about Su Pengya. As soon as Su Pengya came out, the 3 little kids threw everything else into her arms. When I woke up, I found myself lying on my Uncle Erga's bed. It felt like I had slept in vain. It must be the stinky daddy who did it. He took them away and went to lie on Mommy's bed. Humph. Ignore the stinky daddy.
Bad.
Su Pengya patted the 3 people's heads soothingly. Touching is not enough. They want to kiss, hug, and lift up high. The 3 little mouths are so pouty that they are almost crying. Su Pengya burst out laughing. People's joys and sorrows really don't match each other's. The 3 little guys were so aggrieved, but why did she think they were so funny? The good news that Xiao Zhao had given birth to a son spread throughout the village early in the morning. Both mother and child were safe, and the villagers were all congratulating them. On the other hand, Su Yunyang was not so lucky. She intercepted Xiao Zhao's midwife, and unlike Xiao Zhao, who was frightened for so long after the attack, her childbirth should have been smoother than Xiao Zhao's. Who would have thought that she did give birth to a little girl? The child was fine, but she was not. The baby couldn't be delivered until midnight, so the midwife gave her a dose of a drug to induce labor. Perhaps the dose was too large, but Su Yunyang became weak after giving birth. Immediately afterwards, Su Yunyang began to bleed profusely, and the midwife ran away in fright. Poor Su Yunyang was left alone in the delivery room in excruciating pain. The fact that Su Yunyang returned to her parents' home did not alarm the villagers, but the crying of the baby and Su Yunyang's screams could not be ignored. Zhou, who loved gossip, lived next door. Once Zhou knew about it, the whole village knew about it. The village head went to old Su's house to find out what happened, and when he came back he ran into Qian, who was feeding Xuanzi at the door. Qian asked, "What's the situation with Yunyang?" The village head said without hiding anything, that I guess the midwife gave me too strong a medicine. When Qian heard this, she didn't know whether to be afraid or relieved. This midwife was so ruthless in her actions. If Su Yunyang hadn't snatched her away yesterday, wouldn't it be her own daughter-in-law who would suffer? The village head also thought of this, and he thought a little more about it. If Su Yunyang had not snatched Xiao Zhao's midwife away yesterday, Su Daya would have gone to see what happened after hearing the noise of her giving birth. If that's the case, then wouldn't Su Yunyang be safe? The village head pondered for a moment, then turned and went to Xiao Su's house. Su Pengya was eating in the kitchen, with the 3 little ones accompanying her. The village head stated his purpose. Daya, can you go see Yunyang? Su Pengya paused while chewing the corn cob and said calmly, I don't have any objection, but are you sure Su Yunyang is willing to let me see it? The village head stood up from the small bench and said excitedly, just because you said that, I'll go to the old Su's house. He took 2 steps, turned around and looked at Su Pengya. Daya, you have really changed. If your mother is still alive, she will definitely be pleased with you. The village head came to the old Su family in the thick snow, but what he never expected was that Su Yunyang actually rejected his kindness. He finally understood why Su Daya asked him, are you sure Su Yunyang is willing to let me see it? Su Yunyang really didn't want to. Daya actually guessed this. She's much smarter. In fact, this is not difficult to guess. The Li family has a good relationship with Su Pengya. Didn't they almost let her deliver Xiao Zhao's baby in the middle of the night yesterday? She has nothing to do with the Su family. It would be strange if people believed her. In addition, Su Yunyang married into a rich family and was very proud, not to mention Su Jinyang, who is standing in the middle. But there are some things that Su Pengya understands in her heart but cannot say out loud, so she has to let the village head face the problem himself. Otherwise, it would seem that she is judging others by her own standards. In the main hall, the head of the village and Mr. Su sat face to face. Perhaps because he was worried about his granddaughter Su Yunyang, Mr. Su looked very tired. The reason why the Su family is so prestigious in the village is that 30 years ago, there was a great famine in Qingzhou. Many victims had no food to eat, and there were starving people everywhere. It is even said that people exchanged their own children for cannibalism in many places. Xinghua village also suffered a disaster. Later, Grandpa Su's father passed away, and the whole village was in mourning. It is no exaggeration to say that if it weren't for Grandpa Su's father, there would be no villagers in their village today. Because of this relationship, even though he was the head of the village, and even though he was of the same generation as Grandpa Su, he still respected the other party very much. In terms of age, he is indeed nearly 10 years younger than Grandpa Su. He said earnestly, Daya has learned from the doctor in town, and she is very capable. It was Daya who delivered Xuanzi's mother last night. Both mother and child are safe. Old Master Su said, I heard that young Master Wei also wrote a couplet for the head of the village and posted it at the door of the village. Does the head of the village look down on Mr. Qin? The village head was a little confused when he heard this. Why did he bring up the couplet? Wasn't he talking about curing Yunyang's illness? Soon Li Zheng came to his senses. Chen Xiuzai sent the couplet out of respect for the old Su family. If he hung it up as written by Wei Ting, it would be tantamount to bringing shame to the old Su family. He really didn't think so much about it. It was his wife who felt that the quarrel between Mr. Chen and Mrs. Huang in the younger Su's family was too ugly and unlucky, so she didn't want to post what Mr. Chen wrote. It had nothing to do with the older Su's family. The head of the village sighed in a low voice. Brother Su, do you think I came to speak for Daya because I received benefits from her? Daya treated Yunyang, and it was Yunyang who got better, not Daya. Old Master Su snorted coldly. If she cures Yunyang, who in the surrounding area will go to her for help if they have a headache or fever? The head of the village knew that Mr. Su was a kind-hearted man who hated evil in his heart, so he disdained to have anything to do with Su Cheng's family of bullies. Daya is not that kind of person. The head of the village said, she is much more sensible. She is doing business and learning skills from others. The change is really great. If you trust me, let Daya come over to show Yunyang. I don't want that fat guy to treat me. Su Yunyang's panting voice came from the inner room. She was in so much pain that she almost dropped her baby. However, even so, she would never let someone like Su Pangya treat her illness. The head of the village was confused, but she was not. The people in the Su family were lazy and greedy, and they extorted money everywhere. There was no good person in the family. Su Pangya saw that she couldn't cheat anymore, so she wanted to cheat again? Is Su Yunyang such a stupid person? Su Pangya was the one who delivered Xiao Zhao. It was probably a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. Xiao Zhao has already given birth to 2 children. She can give birth to the 3rd one with her eyes closed. Does she need a midwife? Ouch! Su Yunyang felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, clutched the mattress tightly, and almost fainted. Stop talking. Fong, who was standing by the bed, was so anxious that tears came to her eyes. Can't you save some energy? Su Yunyang endured the severe abdominal pain and said with cold sweat, I don't care. I don't want Su Pangya to come over. The cotton mattress under her was soaked with blood again. Fong wiped her tears and went to her room to find a new mattress for her. Su Jinyang spoke in a low voice. Sister, how about I go to Xiao Su's house to take a look? If Fatty Su is really lying, I should be able to find out by probing her a few times. Su Yunyang glared at her fiercely. Stop it. Don't think I don't know what you are up to. Su Jinyang's expression changed slightly. She lowered her head and said nothing more. Outside the house, Li Zheng felt a little awkward. Old Master Su said, You can go back now. I have asked Brother Yunyang to go to Rong'an Hall in town to get a doctor. The village head was shocked. Rong'an Hall? The clinic in town? The consultation fee there is not cheap. Especially the house calls, which are many times more expensive than the in-house visits. Old Master Su said, Mother Yu doesn't need this little money. The head of the village was stunned. Yes, how could he forget that Yunyang married into the richest village in the surrounding area, Qianshui village, and her husband was the grandson of the head of Qianshui village. Naturally, the conditions were not bad. Thinking of something, the village head said, but on New Year's Day, the clinic is closed. Even if you have money, you may not be able to hire a doctor. Old Master Su said proudly. Yunyang's sister-in-law married into the town. Her husband's family is well known in the town, and several doctors know them. The head of the village couldn't help but sigh that Yunyang was so lucky. Since Mr. Su had said so much, the village head could not persuade him any further. Although he believed in Su Daya, he did not dare to say that Su Daya's medical skills were better than those of the doctors in Rong'an. It would be great if the Su family could invite a doctor from Rong'an Hall. The village chief stood up and left. Old Master Su asked Su Jinyang to give him a box of tea that Yunyang brought back. The head of the village declined to accept it. Master Su said, I can't let you make this trip in vain. You have our Su family in mind. I understand. Take it. Yunyang brought back a lot, and there are still a lot at home. The village head had some questions in his mind, such as why did Yunyang go back to her parents' home alone, and where was her husband? But now he was at a loss for words. He smiled and said, Then I'd be disrespectful to refuse. Xiao Su's family. Su Daya just changed new clothes for the 3 little ones and played 3 rounds of kissing, hugging and lifting them high, which finally made the 3 little ones satisfied. Old Man Su was fiddling with something in the backyard, carving and scraping with a knife. Dad, what are you doing? Su Pangya walked over. Father Su said, Make some slingshots for Dahu and the others. Su Pangya squatted down beside his father and looked at the wood on the ground. They are so young. Can they play with slingshots? Father Su sighed. Neo Dan brought a slingshot this morning, and the 3 of them were envious. The daily life of Neo Dan and the 3 little ones is to show off to each other, one after another. If you can't compete in eating beef eggs, then compete in playing with them. He is a big boy of 7 years old. Of course, he is more playful than the little kid of 2.5 years old. Su Xiaoxin said carefully, You really spoil them. If one day they leave with Wei Ting, who will you cry to? Father Su said, It's cold outside, come inside, and warm yourself by the fire. Su Pangya said, You can also go inside, and do it. As Father Su was whittling wood, he said, It's too dark in the room. It's snowing today. If the door is closed, there is no light. If the door is open, the people in the house will be cold. Su Pengya looked at Old Man Su's hands that were frozen purple and said, Dad, let me do it. I'm better at this than you. Su Ching asked, When did you learn to do this? Su Pengya said calmly, Dad, didn't you make this for Ergu and me when we were young? I remember it all in my mind. If you don't believe me, I'll make one for you later. My dear cuties, can you please vote for Xiao Xiao with your monthly ticket? She means it, she really can do it. But Old Man Su thought that his daughter took the job because she felt sorry for him and didn't want him to starve or freeze outside. His big fat girl is really the best fat girl in the world. Su Pengya looked at the tears gradually welling up in her father's eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. No way, Dad. Are you going to cry again? You hold it in. Don't forget you are a bully.
Dad.
I suddenly remembered something. This is for you. Su Pengya quickly took out the bone-strengthening granules from her purse, which had been replaced with a porcelain bottle. Old Man Su's tears really stopped abruptly. He opened his eyes wide, staring blankly at the porcelain bottle handed over by Su Pengya, and asked, What is this? Su Pengya said, It's the medicine you took. I bought it last time, but I forgot to take it out. Father Su took it and looked around. Oh, you changed the bottle this time? This kind of porcelain bottle has better sealing properties and was given to her by Dr. Fu. Is it eaten the same way as before? Asked Father Su. Same thing once a day, 6 pills at a time before bed. Su Pengya said, after taking this bottle, I should be almost recovered. If possible, taking one last bottle to consolidate the therapeutic effect will be even safer. After hearing what Su Pengya said, Old Man Su's eyes unconsciously lit up. If it were a month ago, he didn't believe that his hand could be completely healed, but after witnessing the medicinal effects of these granules, he began to have confidence in his injury. He was looking forward to the day when he could pick up a 200-gene sword again. Su Chun carefully took the medicine bottle and suddenly felt emotional. Alas, after a year, you and Ergu are 1 year older, and Dad is also 1 year older. Su Pengya was speechless. Dad, you are only 36. Very young, okay? People in ancient times got married early. Old Man Su married Chun when he was 18 years old and had his first child, the original owner, when he was 20 years old. The original owner just turned 16 a month ago. Old Man Su is handsome, tall, and a martial artist.
He has a good physique.
If he were in the past, he would have been a handsome uncle who would have charmed thousands of girls. In ancient times, people were considered old at the age of 20 and grandfathers at the age of 30. Su Pengya said, Dad, don't you feel that you are in better spirits? Father Su stretched his muscles and said thoughtfully, Now that you put it that way, it seems to be a little bit true. Su Pengya, are you kidding? Going to bed early and getting up early is good for health. Children know that. Old Man Su touched his head handsomely and said, My daughter, do you think I am getting younger? Su Pengya, there are still wrinkles at the corners of the eyes. Old Man Su. Old Man Su called Su Pengya to his room, looking a little mysterious. Dad, what are you doing? Su Pengya asked. Old Man Su opened the box and searched inside for half a day. Ah, I found it. I almost thought I had lost it. He turned around, sweating profusely, with an old mahogany box in his hand. He handed the box to Su Pengya and said, Open it. Su Pengya took it and said with a heavy hand, The box doesn't look big, but it's quite heavy. It must be of good quality. Father Su urged with a smile. Open it quickly.
Oh.
Su Pengya opened the peachwood box that was already stained with heavy traces of time. A dusty peachwood aroma wafted into her nose, with a faint hint of very clear and cool fragrance. Strange and nice smelling. Su Pengya's gaze fell on the brocade box, and she saw a jade pendant with a lustrous texture lying inside. Ms. Li loved collecting jade in her previous life. Although Su Pengya had never studied it deliberately, she knew a little about it. The jade pendant is of very old quality and can be called imperial-grade jadeite. If it were made into a bracelet or a string of beads, its value would be inestimable. Jade needs to be nurtured. When Su was a child, she often saw Ms. Li soaking her jade in water. Humph, Ms. Li has never given her a bath. She is not Ms. Lee's biological daughter, but Faitsue is. My thoughts have wandered away, so let's get back to Faitsue. It seemed as if Old Man Su had no such thoughts and just casually threw it into the bottom of the box. The jade pendant was seriously dehydrated and had lost its luster. Fortunately, the jade is of old enough quality. If it were a younger type of jade, cracks would have appeared long ago. Dad, where did you get this jade pendant? It looks very valuable. A family heirloom. Father Su said, it will be yours from now on. Su Pengya was stunned. Our family still has heirlooms? Isn't her father an orphan who grew up eating at many people's homes? Orphan is a nice-sounding term. The folks outside call them beggars and cowhoods. Now it is, said Father Su.
Supanga.
Su Pengya asked, Dad, how much did you spend on it? I didn't buy it.
You must have
picked it up. Old Man Su recalled. Su Pengya wondered, what do you mean by should? Father Su explained, even I don't remember. I have had this jade pendant with me since I can remember. How much is it worth? Did you misunderstand me? If this jadeite is sold, it can support several villages, right? How lucky is her father to pick up such a treasure? Su Pengya carefully examined the shape of the jade pendant and said to her father, Dad, this jade pendant looks like only half of it? Half. Old Man Su muttered, I picked up a piece of broken jade? Su Pengya quickly shook her head. What I mean is that it is a pair of pieces. This is the piece on the left, and there should be another piece on the right. Together, they just happen to form a complete shape. Father Su said, I just picked this up. Su Pengya looked at the jade pendant and asked, Dad, do you still remember where you are from? Father Su shook his head. I don't remember. He drifted to Yonglu village during a famine 30 years ago. He was only 6 years old at that time, and his memory is almost vague. Su Pengya had also heard about some of the events that happened back then. The disaster in Yonglu village was more serious than that in Xinghua village. Xinghua village was helped by the old Su family, but dozens of people in Yonglu village really starved to death. Su Pengya asked, weren't you almost starving to death at the time? Why didn't you use it to exchange for something to eat? Father Su thought for a moment and said, maybe I was too young to think about it. In fact, there were several times when he was on the verge of collapse, but he didn't sell the jade pendant and just gritted his teeth and got through it.
Why didn't it sell?
He couldn't tell. When Su Pengya put away the jade pendant and returned to the east room, Wei Ting was also there. She was about to ask why you were in my room, but when the words reached her lips, she remembered that this guy's bed collapsed, and he had legitimately moved in with her. Wei Ting was sitting on the bed, admiring a couplet on the table, with the light coming through the window paper. Appreciation is Su Pengya's beautified description, but in fact, this guy's eyes are more like inspection, extremely critical inspection. Go through my things, Su Pengya said. Wei Ting said calmly, it fell on the ground, I just picked it up. After saying that, he paused and said, who wrote it? Su Pengya said proudly, a friend. How about it? Is it no worse than what you wrote? Mr. Xiang's calligraphy is one that even Dean Shin would like to collect, so it won't be too bad after all.
Ha! Wei Ting snorted disdainfully.
Don't look at it if you don't like it. Su Pengya grabbed the couplet, rolled it up, put it back in the brocade box, and put it away in the cabinet. Wei Ting looked at the closed cabinet door, his eyes becoming colder. The 3 little ones couldn't be kept at home and had to run out even in heavy snow. Su Ergu went to the village to walk the baby. Old Man Su went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. Su Pengya moved a small stool and sat in the backyard. She grabbed a knife and started making slingshots for the 3 little ones carefully. She can do it, but the knife is a bit blunt.
Give.
A slender jade-like hand holding a dagger was handed over. Su Pengya's gaze followed the delicate jade-carved hand all the way to his handsome face. She thought to herself, this guy really has no blind spots in every angle. Under the shed in the shadow, the lighting was so harsh that one could easily end up with a pale face, but he managed to hold on. When he first came, his skin was a light wheat color. After recuperating at home for a month, He had basically no sun exposure except for the occasional times when he was called by Old Man Su to learn how to farm. However, his complexion did develop a jade-like whiteness. He has nothing to do with femininity. He is full of heroism and murderous intent.
Thank you.
Su Pengya took the dagger. She had seen Wei Ting wiping this dagger more than once. It looked very sharp, and she had been coveting it for a long time. I finally found it today. The first feeling is sinking. Su Pengya pulled out the scabbard little by little, and in a very ceremonial manner. Wei Ting warned calmly, "It's very sharp, be careful." Su Pengya tilted her head and smiled. "Are you worried about me?" Wei Ting chuckled and said, "I'm just afraid that you'll dirty my dagger." Su Pengya tilted her head proudly. "Then you can just not give it to me. I don't care. You just care about me."
Wei Ting ignored her.
Su Pengya began to cut the branches, and after one cut, she was amazed.
Wow.
What a fast knife. Could this be the rumored method of cutting iron like mud? Su Pengya tried the knife a few more times and found it very easy to use. "Wei Ting, what kind of dagger is this?" "Like?" Wei Ting asked.
Yeah.
Su Pengya said, honestly. Wei Ting said calmly, "Give me back the token, and I'll give you this dagger." "Oh my god. So, this is what you were thinking." Su Pengya almost stabbed him. I thought he had a change of heart, and, seeing that she was having difficulty making a slingshot for her son, he offered his dagger to help her. Oh, you really can't think too highly of men. But after the three little ones ran out of the house, they started running in the snow. They were small, and they disappeared while running. Su Erga dug the three kids out of the thick snow and sighed. "Look at you guys. You're not even as tall as the snow, yet you insist on coming out to play." No matter what, the three of them just want to play. Suddenly, they were attracted by the sound of a baby crying. The three of them looked in the direction of the voice. "What's wrong?"
Su Ergu asked.
Dahu said, "Uncle, someone is crying."
Did you?
Su Erga said, "I didn't hear it."
Yes.
Eris said,
Yeah.
Xiaohu also heard it. Su Erga scratched his head and said, "Did you hear it wrong? Where is the person crying?" The three men, one grabbed his left hand, one grabbed his right hand, and one pushed his buttocks, pushing him towards the Su family's house. When he got closer, Su Ergu really heard the baby crying. Su Erga scratched his head and said, "What kind of ears do you three have? Can you hear from such a far distance?" The one crying loudly inside was Su Yunyang's child. Su Yunyang has suffered a lot. Since she gave birth to the baby at night, she has not only suffered from constant abdominal pain, but also has no milk. The child cried loudly because he was hungry. Su Yunyang was very upset, and she asked her eldest brother to go to the town to ask her sister-in-law's family for a doctor, but he hasn't come back yet. Zhou from next door went to the Li family to take a look and came back to tell Su Yunyang that Xiao Zhao had started to produce milk, and there was so much milk that the child could not finish it. These words were like a knife stabbing into Su Yunyang's heart. In order to give birth to a child smoothly, Su Yunyang intercepted Xiao Zhao's midwife. As a result, not only did she give birth to a girl, but she also ended up in this state. What kind of thing is this? Su Yunyang couldn't bring herself to ask Xiao Zhao for help. Finally, Fong couldn't bear it anymore and went to Li's house with the child. No matter how Xiao Zhaoshe viewed Su Yunyang, the child was innocent, so Xiao Zhaoshe took the child in her arms and fed him. During this period, Su Pengya sent meat to the Li family every now and then. Old Li and Mrs. Qian were reluctant to eat it, so they gave it all to Mrs. Zhao and their two grandchildren. Mrs. Zhao was in good health and had plenty of milk. After Su Yunyang's daughter had eaten and drunk her fill, she finally fell into a sweet sleep. Fong was very grateful, but when she thought of what Yunyang had done, she felt a little embarrassed and ashamed. I'll bring the baby back to feed him later. Qian came into the house and said, "Put it here. It's snowing heavily. Aren't you afraid that the premature baby will get cold? Wait until Yunyang's milk is started, then you can take the baby back." Fong thought that this was the only possible solution. "I'll ask Jin Yang to come over later. Xiao Zhao can help with feeding, but it would be a shame to trouble her with changing diapers." After Fong left, Qian handed the cooked sugar water egg to her daughter-in-law. Are you not angry anymore? Xiao Zhao shook her head. I'm not angry anymore. I should be grateful to Yunyang for taking the midwife away. Otherwise, I would be the one who suffered. Qian coughed lightly and said, Don't say this outside. Xiao Zhao smiled and said, I know, mother. Qian is a good mother-in-law, and Xiao Zhao truly regards her as her own mother, so she says whatever she thinks, but she won't say that to outsiders. It was not until the evening that Su Jinyang and Su Yunyang's eldest brother finally invited the doctor back. He is a young doctor in his early 20s. You are so young, can you be trusted? Fong asked her son in a low voice. Su Dalong said Dr. Liu happened to be out, so he asked me to find Dr. Zhang. The truth is, the status of Yunyang's sister-in-law's husband's family is not that useful at all. Dr. Liu was too lazy to see the patient, so he asked his apprentice to come over. This apprentice had not yet completed his apprenticeship and had only learned half of the knowledge. In addition, since Yunyang was a woman, it was inconvenient for him to diagnose her illness. He just felt her pulse and randomly prescribed medicine. Su Dalong rushed to the town to get medicine without stopping. Rong'an Hall was closed on New Year's Day, but fortunately, when he went to the town to see a doctor, he saw a small pharmacy open. Su Dalong went there to get the medicine. What no one expected was that after taking a bowl of medicine, Su Yunyang not only did not get better, but she bled profusely, felt chest tightness, and fainted on the spot. Fong held her unconscious daughter and screamed. Yunyang, the people in the Su family, were completely panicked. When Su Dalong saw his sister become like this, he grabbed Dr. Zhang by the collar and said angrily, You quack. I'll beat you to death. Dr. Zhang's face turned pale, and he said seriously, How can I be a quack? I am a doctor at Rong'an Hall. It's obvious that you prescribed the wrong medicine. Su Dalong gritted his teeth and said, I followed the recipe you gave me. Dr. Zhang stiffened his neck and said that means the medicinal materials are not good. Many of the medicines are expired or inferior. They are like poison if you take them. Where did you get the medicine?
Daya.
Daya, something's wrong. Come with me quickly to take a look. When the village had arrived at the Su family's house, Su Pengya and Wei Ting were sitting in the backyard making slingshots for the 3 little kids. Although the 2 of them argued fiercely, they actually had a tacit understanding when working. If it weren't for the headman's voice, Su Pengya would have had an illusion that she and this guy were really a couple. Village head. Su Pengya put down the blood pressure tube in her hand and stood up. Wei Ting naturally moved her bench away to prevent her from bumping into it and picked up the blood pressure tube that was about to fall to the ground to prevent her from stepping on it. This series of actions may seem ordinary, but they reveal an indescribable tacit understanding. Wei Ting suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is he so considerate to this woman? He put the bench back to its original place. Su Pengya stepped down and almost tripped.
Wei Ting.
Su Pengya was furious. Wei Ting said in a cold tone, Humph. The village head smiled awkwardly and nodded to Wei Ting. What are you 2 busy with? Su Pengya said, Oh, I have nothing to do, so I made some toys for the children. Did Su Yunyang have an accident? For someone to come to my house in such a hurry at this hour, I'm afraid there is no other reason. The village head told Su Yunyang about her situation. They've started a fight. Someone's going to die. I don't know whether it was Su Yunyang's life or that of Dr. Zhang. When Su Pengya and the head of the village arrived at the old Su's house, the 2 sides were arguing over Su Yunyang's problem. I spent 5 taels of silver to hire you to see a doctor. And this is how you treat my sister. You have delayed the treatment. Besides, I have already told you clearly. My prescription is correct. It's the wrong medicine you ordered. Who told you to order medicine from a small shop? And the doctor is named Fu. I have never heard of him. All the medicines sold in those small shops are fake. Or they're trying to save costs by selling inferior products as good ones. You are fooled, and now you are blackmailing me. Are you being unreasonable? What a pity that all the drugs sold are fake and inferior. Are the drugs sold in Rong'an Hall all genuine and good? Accompanied by a bland voice, Su Pengya walked in with a strong aura. The people in the old Su family were very surprised to see her, and then looking at the village head beside her, they roughly understood what was going on. The people of the old Su family were unhappy. After such an incident, the village head actually asked an outsider to come and watch the fun. When Dr. Zhang saw that the person who came was a fat country girl, he did not bother to hide the contempt in his eyes at all. "Where did you come from?" "The medicine sold in our Rongan Hall is of course good medicine. If I had gone to Rongan Hall to get medicine today, this wouldn't have happened." Old Master Su frowned and said, "Village chief, why did you bring her here? Didn't I say that we don't need anyone from the Su family to come to our house? The old Su family is the light of righteousness, while their young Su family is like the evil one." Old Master Su has always looked down on their family of three. No matter how the original owner would respond to her, Su Pengya would not be mad at him. Su Pengya smiled faintly. "If the head of the village hadn't come to my house in person, even if the people of your old Su family knelt down to beg me, I wouldn't like to come." Mr. Su's face darkened. "Fat Su." Su Pengya said, "I am trying to save face for the family. Human life is at stake. If you don't care about your granddaughter's life or death, then continue to argue with me. You don't know any medicine."
Su Jinyang mattered.
"Bring here the residue of the medicine that Su Yunyang drank."
Su Pengya said.
Su Jinyang frowned and said, "Su Fatty, you want to order me around?" I'll do it. The village head knew that it was not a good idea to continue arguing like this, so he went straight to the kitchen following the smell of medicine and brought out the still hot medicine jar. He put the medicine bottle on the table and pinched his icy ears with his red, burned fingers. Su Pengya leaned over and smelled it, frowning. Su Jinyang said coldly, "You are pretending very well." Fong came out of Su Yunyang's room and said to Su Jinyang, "Didn't I ask you to stay at the Li family and take care of the children? Why are you back again?" Su Jinyang said, "I have already made an agreement with Aunt Qian that she will help take care of the child for a while." Su Pengya held the hot medicine jar with a handkerchief and poured out the residue. "Give me the lamp,"
she said.
Li Zheng hurriedly handed her an oil lamp. Old Master Su glared at the head of the village. The village head coughed lightly. Su Pengya wrapped her fingers with a handkerchief, picked up the herbs on the table, and said to Dr. Zhang, "Su Yunyang just gave birth to a child and is too weak to be nourished. You actually prescribed such a strong tonic for her, and even used Angelica. Angelica can invigorate blood circulation. Do you have any common sense?" Dr. Zhang turned pale when she said that. This is indeed a tonic recipe, and Angelica is indeed added. This fat country girl, she really understands the art of medicine. Is this family crazy? There is a doctor in the village, but why did they go to the town to ask for one? He lost half his life in vain. Su Pengya didn't argue with him anymore. "Where is Madame Suyu?" Fong had already been intimidated by Su Pengya's aura and subconsciously pointed inside. Su Pengya opened the curtain and entered the room. "Su Fatty, don't do anything stupid to my sister." Su Jinyang also followed in. Su Pengya lifted the quilt and took a look, then held Su Yunyang's wrist to feel her pulse, and at the same time used her other hand to touch Su Yunyang's forehead to feel her temperature. Su Yunyang was unlucky. First, she met an unreliable midwife, and then she met a mediocre doctor who knew nothing. Su Pengya took out a pair of brand new silver needles from her purse. This pair of silver needles was originally prepared for Old Man Su. However, since the pharmacy's high-tech bone strengthening granules became available, Su Pengya felt that Old Man Su's hand could be healed without acupuncture. Su Jinyang said coldly, "What are you going to do to my sister? I'm warning you, Su Pengya. This is my home. If you dare to hurt my sister noisy." Su Pengya pushed her to sit on the chair and glared at her coldly. "Sit still. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." This is what Su Pengya often says. She doesn't just say it casually. Su Pengya really knows how to beat people. Su Jinyang was immediately shocked by Su Pengya's sharp eyes and aura. "Don't move." Su Pengya said seriously, "I'm going to press your stomach. It might be a little uncomfortable, so bear with it." As for her abdominal cramps, It was caused by gastrointestinal discomfort. It wasn't a big problem at all. If it weren't for that quack doctor prescribing the wrong medicine, Su Yunyang wouldn't have fainted. Su Pengya gave Su Yunyang a massage to promote uterine contractions, and the effect was quick. After a while, Su Yunyang felt much better. She looked at Su Pengya in disbelief. To be honest, if she hadn't been out of strength, she would have pushed the person out the moment Su Pengya touched her. She was stunned and said, "Su Pengya, you." Su Pengya pulled her hand back. "Do you remember how I massaged you just now? Ask your family to massage you once every hour. You don't need to take any medicine for now. A lighter diet can also relieve your gastrointestinal discomfort. I'll give you a prescription, and you can follow it." Su Yunyang was so surprised that she couldn't utter a word. "Do you have paper and pen at home?" Su Pengya asked calmly. Su Yunyang glared at her sister and said, "Go get it now." Being scolded by her sister, Su Jinyang frowned unhappily. Fong had also entered the room early. Like Su Yunyang, she was also shocked by what Su Pengya had done. But now was not the time to be shocked. She said to Su Jinyang, "Didn't you hear what your sister said? Go get it." Su Jinyang bit her lip and went reluctantly. "I heard Yunyang's voice. Is she awake?"
Sudalang grabbed Su Jinyang.
"Go ask yourself later." Su Jinyang shook off her brother's hand with a sullen face, went to the desk in the main room to get the pen and ink, went back to the room and put them on the table coldly. Su Pengya picked up a pen and wrote a recipe. She said to Su Yunyang, "You have an upset stomach, so you should eat a light diet and don't blindly induce lactation. You should take care of your body first." When Su Yunyang heard this, her expression froze. The prescription is good and the medicine is good, but it's not suitable for Su Yunyang's condition. Su Pengya said, glancing at Fong, who was weak and frail, "Give me your hand."
Ah?
Fong was stunned. Su Yunyang said, "Mother, Fatty wants to feel your pulse." Take my pulse, good job." Fong handed her hand to Su Pengya and said with a smile, "You're so nice, Fatty. You even took my pulse." After Su Pengya took Fong's pulse, she nodded and said seriously, "You are deficient in both qi and blood, so you can eat this."
Did you hear that?
"My recipe is a good one, your family can eat it." Outside the house, before Dr. Zhang could finish his words, Su Dalong punched him to the ground. Su Pengya was too lazy to ask how the situation between them and Dr. Zhang ended. She returned to the bed, looked at Su Yunyang, who was still in great shock, and stretched out her chubby little hand. Su Yunyang was confused. "What?" Su Pengya hooked her finger and said confidently, "Consultation fee. Am I treating you for free? Walking from my home to yours, I am still a house call. On New Year's Day, the consultation fee will be doubled. Well, for you and your mother it will be 4 times.